And all right then, we are live. We are live, and we are live in a bold new world, a brave new world of the usual insanity. The good news is there's a lot less work to be done on my part in terms of production preparation or anything else for that matter when it comes to certain elements of communication that I was maintaining over the past several years. The inevitable has happened, and I have been scrubbed from Facebook. The Sora Aoi account has been locked. I'm not going to bother to pursue the issue because the amount of audience that it reached was very small. Diane Hillis Buchberger, bless her heart, are going to try and maintain communications with her. She's in Canada. So communications with all my friends in England as well are going to have to be through Skype. Just maintain send me a Skype contact request to Douglas Dietrich 1. It's all lowercase, it's all one word. Douglas Dietrich and the numeric 1. And so we'll be repeating this throughout the night because obviously many people are responding already via the other communications, cellular text, and the Skype about, presuming that I blocked them. And so that is not the case. Such being what it is. All right, so I do want people to know it was autumnal equinox weekend. Celebrate Bisexuality Day was yesterday, so obviously I was at the estate with the Blood Boys and my son. The photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream is indicative of that, and obviously one of the reasons that I did use that photo was the Kawasaki syndrome in my son is very pronounced, something which was contracted, which should not be the case. It's not natural. But in our case, probably due to the exchange of various fluids over the years containing nanites, which we've gone into in the past, my full blood transfusion, my full body transfusion of nanoplasma. We can go over that again as it comes up organically. In the meantime, I need to remind everyone upvotes. Upvotes are absolutely necessary because they hit us with downvotes as soon as we begin transmission. And therefore we don't show up on searches. So our only hope is for all of you to back us up. It's a guerrilla war, and we're going to need you guerrilla warriors out there to fight it because it's your war after all. Right now, Marky Milk says, loud and clear, great to hear you. Bless you, sir, and love you dearly, Mark H. We're going to ask you to confirm that for both Peter Moon and Aristides. In the meantime, it's a dirty war, and all of you have to fight as dirty as the enemy does, which is exemplified, of course, by the Sora Aoi account finally being scrubbed from Facebook, which brings with it a tremendous sense of relief because, hate to say it, but it's not like I ever received any financial compensation for any of the investment into that arena. So in that sense, there was no point in maintaining it. Really, it was extra work for no good reason other than easy communication with people that I cared about, and the people that I cared about outside of people in the British Commonwealth of English-speaking nations, and essentially that. There's no one that I can't otherwise talk to telephonically. So everybody remember to look me up on Skype, and everybody knows my phone number anyway, so people can call me, except maybe people from foreign nations might have to, maybe they can call me. But other than that, my cell phone, I can't call out to people in foreign nations, unfortunately. And aside from that, one last thing to remind people, again, hit your every IP address you've got with an upvote. Your cell phone, your iPad, your tablet, your PC, whatever it takes. Secret Owl says, I bought 2 DVDs from you a million years ago. Bless you, Secret Owl. In the meantime, Secret Owl and Mark H. In Salem, Massachusetts, or nearby, in environs. Let's see if all of you can hear Peter and Aristides. Both of you gentlemen, introduce yourselves, and let's take a look and see if the online broadcasting software recognizes your voice as well.
Hello. Let me know if you can hear me.
Excellent.
This is Peter.
Okay, this is Aristides, and happy Sunday or Monday, as the case may be.
Yes. Okay, bless you. So Aristides, well, we'll discuss that later. It's just a favor you can do me to reach out to a few people now that I don't have Facebook, and you can tell them, like Peter has, that the account is locked, and therefore a lot less people will be. I don't know why people always assume the worst. They always assume the negative and assume that I block them, and it's just sad. But such being said. We'll have other friends of mine inform other friends as to what's going on, and gradually everyone will adapt. With that being said, we turn this, as usual, over to my dear Peter. Peter and I are going to have him kind of, I'm going to be here the entire time, but definitely counting on Peter to hold the majority, the bulk of the conversation. I'm happy to respond, of course, and answer questions, but people can forgive me for being a bit distracted considering all that happened. Nothing particularly negative has gone on. I'm decompressing, coming back from the estate. There's always some kind of shell shock. There's always some kind of new attack. The enemy is relentless, and they act nonstop. We can take some satisfaction out of the fact that everything they do is indicative of how frightened your deep state, which all of you are obsessed with. You all know that there is a deep state. You all acknowledge this, or you wouldn't be here. And all of you, thereby, ergo, you all acknowledge that I'm exposing something about it. Well, obviously, I'm such a threat that they are suppressing me from speaking at all. And it goes to show just not that I'm the most dangerous man on either side of the Pacific, as I used to say, but rather I'm the most dangerous man in the world. So we need to get that word out there, but that relies on you. We couldn't do it through Facebook anyway. The Sora AOA account simply confused people. Nobody really knew who I was. So it was just maintaining things basically for communications with friends. So all of that is going to change now. And as we adapt to that, well, Peter, take it away.
Okay, well, thank you. Tonight, I'm going to start off, and I posted this. Actually, I'm going to read what I wrote in my email that went out tonight after reminding them we're on tonight. The government, and this is right what Douglas said about being a threat to the deep state, how much attention they pay to us, and especially to Douglas and Douglas's message. The government has initiated an all-out assault of disinformation against our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. The National Archives of the United States of America has sent out a broadsheet email beginning with the Roswell myth that the government has perpetrated since the Japanese dirigible crashed in July of 1947. You can see for yourself here, quote, National Archives declassifies UFO reports. And I'm going to read from it.
Yeah.
You go into, quote, P, quote, is for phenomena. This is the National Archives of the United States. P is for phenomena. Are we alone? Explore declassified records relating to UFOs. The phenomena of flying saucers, in quotes, started in 1947 when a civilian aircraft pilot saw several objects from his plane that he claimed were traveling at supersonic speeds. Reports of more flying saucers soon proliferated throughout the country. The term unidentified flying object was coined by the military in 1952, when a rancher found unidentified debris, including rubber, tape, and tinfoil near Roswell, New Mexico. The most enduring UFO legend was born. The military originally said that the debris could have been from a flying disc, but soon retracted that and claimed it was from a weather balloon. And the incident was largely forgotten for several decades. Do you realize how stupid this is? The military said, this is the National Archives, declassified. Now, this is an introduction written by some asshole. In the 1970s, interest in UFOs peaked again, and the Roswell story was revived when an Army officer who collected the debris from the ranch said that the weather balloon story was a cover-up for an extraterrestrial craft. You can read more about this incident in a 1979 interview that was published in the National Enquirer, a CIA publication, by the way. It begins on page 165 in the file unit UFO file from the series Roswell Report source files. Okay, here's the National Archives referring you to the National Enquirer. UFO enthusiasts and science fiction writers have since kept interest in the Roswell incident alive. The story has expanded to include alien bodies never mentioned in the original accounts and the Area 51 testing facility in Nevada. In 1949, the General Accounting Office launched an inquiry into the events at Roswell and concluded that the debris had indeed come from a balloon, but not a balloon for monitoring the weather. Instead, it came from Project Mogul, a program that used balloons to monitor Soviet atomic tests. Now, they don't say it's an Air Force project. Well, no, it does say. As part of the investigation, the Air Force conducted several interviews and produced the film, The Roswell Reports, but that's in 1994.
Now, not to mention
the film.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that the Air Force has no right to speak to this. The very fact that they keep turning towards the Air Force again and again, the Air Force did not exist at the time of the Roswell atrocity. They did not exist as a branch of service. They simply, there was no Air Force in 1947. It was established after the Roswell atrocity, in wake thereof. So the fact that they would go to an organization and say that and source therefrom is ridiculous when that organization did not exist. The same with the national records referencing people to the National Enquirer, which Peter Moon's not being, shall we say, silly here. He's not indulging in some kind of conspiracy myth when he says National Enquirer was a CIA publication. It very much was, and anybody can vet that themselves. But again, that the CIA did not exist in 1947. These are organizations that simply were not there. They had no records from that period of time. So asking them to be the source of information on this subject is absurd. Why people are not going to the Army when it was a U.S. Army base it speaks volumes. It's one of the reasons why the information was being collated by the Army at the Presidio military base concerning the Roswell atrocity, was because the Army is basically the organization that's covering this up. Everybody else is running a diversion for the public, and that's hopefully puts that in some context. And we articulate that essentially in the Roswell Deception, the book itself. And perhaps in the future we'll further emphasize that. But with that, back to Peter.
Yes, and it goes on here, and it quotes all these, silly files to look at. I mean, this is like distract yourself from what Douglas Dietrich has to say. Now, I then put in the email, and we got at least a few orders out of this already. Amazon is now in league with the problem of disseminating the information, as the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II is now listed at $41 for the hard copy. You can still get the book at a discount of $19.95 if you order from Sky Books at skybooks.usa.com. Okay, so it's $41. Now, this was told to me by my friend who I talked about in the last transmission, the one that, was so disappointed to hear your story about. However, she said she'd read the book. She said, is there any YouTubes? I sent her Roswell and the Rising Sun, YouTube of that. And I hope to engage her, maybe even have her come on the show. But she's had extensive interaction with other beings. And I told her that, you don't have a prejudice against that and to distinguish. So, I engaged her with some dialogue, and it was very positive.
Good.
So I'm looking forward to hearing back from her.
Great.
And then as a result of this $41 charge on Amazon, and the reason they're charging $41 is because they can't get it from the distributor. So I wrote to the distributor and I said, can you please, now I pay $1,500 a year to be able to talk to my distributor, meaning email him or phone him.
Right. In other words, you have to bribe him to maintain so that he maintains himself as a
he works for this huge company, and they made new rules, okay. David Childress explained this with his distributor. The more he sells, the bigger discount they take. It's like, okay, whatever. But in any case, he said, I said, could you please order 5 of this book? Because I said, it's, ridiculous. So I said, there's not enough demand for it. And he says, funny, you should write. I just ordered. I just put in an order. And I think he said he ordered 10. Mm-hmm. So then he wrote me back several minutes later and says, I ordered a whole case.
Excellent.
So that was shipped out right away because they don't want to wait. So we can get the price down from $41 on Amazon. Now you can read it on Kindle for $9.99. So, and anyways, that is that. And I want to relay a story that I went to the National Archives. I've been to the National Archives a few times. They have a big building in Washington, D.C., but it's small. It's where the Declaration of Independence sits or used to sit. I think it still does. You can walk in and see the Declaration of Independence. I think they showed that in the movie National Treasure with
Nick Cage.
Nicolas Cage.
Ugh, God, just thinking of him makes me sick. Go on.
Yeah. He's actually a good actor, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But anyway, they moved it out to Maryland. And in 1995 or so, 96, when I was writing The Black Sun, I went there to try and access the captured German documents. And I was able to access some, but not really. And they're all in German, so that makes it difficult for me. But I also asked to look into Tibet. And what happens when you go there, you don't go start looking through the files. You don't start perusing on your own. You have to go to a librarian.
A minder, like in North Korea.
Yeah, and the lady I stayed with was very familiar with the archives, and she invited me, to stay with her, and she told me what, how misdirecting these people were. So I'm in a waiting room, and the guy came in and he told me that the biggest request they had, and he points to this stupid, it's like you'd have a school report, with the binding, and it's like hanging from a piece of string, and he says, this is what everybody wants to hear about. And why is he telling me this shit? I'm not there to find out about UFOs. He's pointing to this thing about Project Blue Book and UFOs. He's everybody, I said, why is he saying, he's like trying to
guide you, steer you.
He's trying to say, he wants to talk to me about UFOs. I resented it.
Thank you.
Because I wasn't interested in Project Blue Book. I wasn't interested in UFOs. I was interested in the captured German documents, which might or might not have something about UFOs. I wouldn't expect them to, because that would be classified. And he has this dumb smile on his face.
The entire affair, it just stinks from the conception. The way Yeah, he's definitely trying to steer you to where everybody goes, and he's not only that, he's contemptuous. He's contemptuous of the subject matter that he's steering you to. He's contemptuous of the researchers in general, as well. He should be, with the overwhelming majority of them. They're not researchers at all. They're simply out there to promote the sponsored agenda, so to speak, the state's own agenda, which is, of course, the UFOs that they're promoting even now. But yeah, back to Peter with that.
Well, he steered me away from the Rorik expedition, and instead he steered me to the Tolstoy expedition.
Interesting.
Which featured Brooke Dolan, and who was an interesting character who took part in the Schaefer expedition, the initial Schaefer expedition at least, with the Germans. Brooke Dolan was a captain in the U.S. Army, and Tolstoy was a grandson or descendant of the famous Russian author Tolstoy, and they did an expedition to Tibet, and I think they were trying to put up an antenna, sort of like me at Choklavina Cave. And I read about their adventures into Tibet. I put it into the book. It wasn't a complete waste, but it would have been much better to get at Rorik and what he was doing with the Vice President Wallace. But and of course that's where I encountered. I don't know if it was probably the first time, but I encountered it other times when Tolstoy spoke of his disgust with the buttered tea they served him in Tibet. The buttered tea. and just like, there was so much disgust about buttered tea that I read in accounts of Tibet that I said that would be great if I ever wrote a play or did a movie on Tibet. I'd have people spitting out the buttered tea, just making a big deal out of it. So when I finally went to meet my friend Pimba, who was a Sherpa from Nepal, and he was a waiter in my favorite Indian restaurant on Long Island. And I'd once said to Sam Buddha, the waiter, I said, give me a Sherpa. And he walks back into the kitchen and brings me Pimba, who was a Sherpa, who was washing dishes. Tiny little guy, really nice, and his English wasn't super good. And I agreed to meet Pimba and Sam Buddha in the Nepalese restaurant. And Sam Buddha couldn't make it. Pimba wanted a translator, so he brought a lama with him, who was my translator. And then, so I had to wait for them, so I ate. And then when they came in, they didn't want to eat, but I ordered. I think I ordered buttered tea for everybody. And I had my first buttered tea, and it was delicious. I really liked it. And they explained to me that they drink like 6 of these things a day when they're up in Tibet because it's good for your breathing when you're up in the high altitude. I said Tibet, but I mean Nepal. Right. And so that was my experience with buttered tea and with being misdirected by the librarian, who I think worked for the State Department, if I'm not mistaken. But whatever.
Yeah, so that makes sense, wouldn't it?
But it was just this stupid, thing hanging on a string from the on UFOs. It was so stupid. It was so stupid. And then everybody in the archives is so paranoid if you're taking out any documents. I mean, they check every document you take out of that building.
Yeah.
It has to be your own personal notes, or I think you can make copies, but you have to have permission to take them. It's like, really, what are you going to find? This is public information. And if it really is public I mean, why do they care? Why do they care so much?
Yeah, it's not like they have anything invested. I guess it's because they don't want to get marked for losing documents. That, might cost them their career, but go on. Yeah, they're still assholes.
Nobody can get fired from the government. So.
Yeah, I mean, you're touche. I mean, you're absolutely right. So
so what is the big doubt? Now, what she told me, the lady I stayed with, is that she says there's nobody goes out in DC, she says, except for maybe the students in the universities, because they're afraid, because in all the bars and places they have government people looking to see who has loose lips. And it's just like a Soviet state. You don't want to be out talking to anybody because you might say something you shouldn't say. She said this is how all the people in DC were that work for the government, which I thought was significant.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's changed with time, since they, I have to admit that, I would have considered that almost refreshingly professional in terms of the crap I was dealing with. Honestly, when you think about how nothing seems to work otherwise, like, for instance, the U.S. Army War College was allowing anybody who paid enough money to attend their courses, which meant that basically every single Russian and Cuban agent who was state-sponsored was going there to attend their U.S. Army War College courses. When you think about the fact that Area 51 had that watering hole in Nevada right outside of the complex where everybody went to drink, and that's where every foreign agent in the world would just go to drink as well, so they could juice them for every, after getting them all drunked up, they'd juice them for every bit of information they could get. And that's how we wound up with a lot of the plastic Aurora model kits for planes that were supposed to be highly classified, because the same spies would then sell the information out to anybody who purchased it, including people who worked in the hobby industry. So when you think of all the theft going on in government agencies of everything, like what happened at Los Alamos, where when I had people back in the Revolution Radio days who had worked on investigating theft from Los Alamos and other government laboratories, but Los Alamos being particularly egregious, they were talking about huge conductivity magnets, the kind you would use for superconductivity. And these magnets are so enormous that it requires like specialized cranes and forklifts combined in operation to lift them. So you're talking about something the size of Stargate here. And those went missing by the dozen. Nobody knew where they went. So if everything, things like this are getting stolen on what is basically a daily basis, the fact that anybody even has that kind of attitude is beyond me. It's as I have said multiple times, you can't get fired from the government no matter what you do. So it's just very bizarre. Maybe everybody was putting up pretense, but back to Peter with that, just putting some context.
They were too interested in what I might have, and they weren't singling. I don't think they knew who the hell I was, but it just seemed like tremendous overkill on their part. Or that's how I looked at it.
Well, they must have known who you were. I'm sure they did.
I don't know how they could, really. It wasn't like, who the hell knows? Who cares? But whatever. They were very disappointed in their faces when I came back the next day. Very disappointed.
They wish they were trying to discourage you. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's really hard to really find stuff in there. Nevertheless, but this prompted something else, because I went to get some body wash at Target the other day, and it's all locked up in cases. You have to get an attendant to unlock it for you. For body wash, I mean, I can understand the razor blades and the shavers, but body wash? Like, they didn't lock up the laundry soap. They don't lock up the food, but the body wash. So, and many other products of that ilk. So, shower products or whatever. So, and then I realized something. I said, "Do you have any problems in this store?" She says, "No, not very. Occasionally, people, some small raids." But I realized something about this, like, $1,000, it's okay, it's under 1,000. if you were in a Islamic country, they'd cut your hand off for stealing that stuff.
Yes.
And I'm saying, wow, that is that is significant to remind people of. It almost makes such justice desirable. You know, what one might allow for a mistake or something, but you know, this way you don't have thievery. But I just, you know, thought of that, you know, in an Islamic country, they don't tolerate that stuff.
Yeah.
But in America, you know, unfortunately, this is what we're living in right now.
Yes.
But that's just a side comment of something I thought. Now, I have made a new friend. And this is, but first I'm going to presage that. And this goes back to when I first visited Douglas in October of 2014. And the reason I went to California was not to see Douglas, but was to go to the gold country and do a first-hand investigation of a secret organization, secret but not so secret, EQUINOX, a fraternal order that claims to be a foul Masonic organization that formed in the days of the gold rush. Well, it didn't really form in the days of the gold rush. It sort of got its impetus, and it expanded in the days of the gold rush. And it claims to have originated from a charter from the Emperor of China, given to Caleb Cushing. Caleb Cushing was a Massachusetts attorney. I believe he was a justice for the Supreme Court of Massachusetts. He initiated Albert Pike into the rite of Scottish Freemasonry, 33rd degree. He was a Scottish Mason. He was a horrible racist. But he supposedly, and he was the first envoy to China on behalf of the United States government. He was not an ambassador because they didn't have an ambassador, he was an envoy. And he went to the temple of supposedly Kun Lam, which is another name for Kuan Yin. And Kun Lam, Kun is queen. Now, I had a disagreement with my friend Maggie, who you talked to in Romania, my Chinese friend.
Yeah.
Her name is Lam.
Yeah.
And I think she said Lam means, I think, forest. But I think Lam might have been a Tibetan word for blue, maybe not a Chinese word for blue. Lam is, of course, means cross in Tibet. Lam with an H, Lama.
Yeah.
Swastika is what it means.
Ah, yes.
Lama.
Fascinating.
But there's an idea. But anyway, it's Kun Lam is another iteration of Kuan Yin. I learned that later. But there was a temple of Kun Lam where he supposedly met with envoys of the Chinese emperor. Now, the Chinese emperor refused to see him, historically. I don't even know that the envoys saw him. But he wanted a piece of the heroin trade or the drug trade. And that's why that's just why the United States was going to China, saying, hey, we're here too. And so then anyway, E-Clampus Vitus supposedly is given in a charter. Now, this is Eclampus vitus makes up stuff. They love to make up history. So this could be entirely made up.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand, why are they making up? Why are they putting the Emperor of China into it? And why are they putting Caleb Cushing into it, who initiated Albert Pike? And it was actually formed by a guy named Ephraim Bee, B-E-E, who was from Union, West Virginia, might have been called Virginia then, but Lewisport. Of course, I got very interested when I heard the name Lewisport. I think it used to be called Union. It used to be called, it was one name or the other. I think it's called Lewisport now. But I got very interested because Lewis is David Anderson's middle name, and he's from West Virginia. I said, wow, maybe he's of that lineage that lived in that area of Virginia, West Virginia. Now, David is actually from a town called Weirton, which is, there's this sort of peninsula-shaped little slice of West Virginia that sticks up right on the western border of Pennsylvania. So he's very close to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh will be the next big city. His sisters are Pittsburgh Steelers fans. He is too, but he's more reluctant. They're more into it. I mean, they got him into watching football, I guess, at one point, but I don't know if he does anymore. But they were big Pittsburgh Steelers fans, or are, who happen to be on TV right this minute. But so anyway, he's from not that far away from where Eclampus vitus was actually started in. I think it was a tavern called the Beehive, after Ephraim Bee. Now, the term bee is interesting because that's the symbol of the Mormons, the bee.
Yeah.
And then we had newspapers in California, I think we still do, the Sacramento Bee, the Modesto Bee. There might have been San Jose, Mercury. I don't know. I don't know if they had. I think the Fresno had a bee too. So there were different bees named after newspapers. So I always like, what's this bee logo or symbol, totem, hive mind? So anyway, how this organization gets from West Virginia to California is it starts up because these miners are unto themselves. Now, why would I be interested in a gold mining organization or a fraternal organization with the gold mine in California, the gold rush? Well, the reason this came to my attention at all, the Clampers, was Dennis Marshall, who when he found out that Aleister Crowley's successor, Carl Germer, had lived in West Point, California, which disambiguate from West Point, New York, where West Point Academy is. This is West Point, California. And he says, why is Carl Germer? This is what's he doing there? And there's a lot of weird stuff that's happened there, like, murders and stuff. And then the Clampers, this was like the center of Eclampus vitus, this whole area of where Dennis grew up. He grew up around these guys. And they basically wear red. And I began to study them because he says, this is weird. Why would Carl Germer be here of all places? Why would he go to this area? It's like out in the middle of nowhere. And it doesn't make any sense why he would go there. There had to be some occult reason. So I began to study Eclampus vitus, what they had on the internet. And basically it said that they got a lot of headway. Back in the gold rush days, there were so many men. There were not women. So when it was their time off, they would form dances, and there weren't enough women. So the men, half of the men would dress up as women. And here we had I guess what I call 11th degree threat, because I'm looking at this from a magical lens. And in magic, 11th degree is the homosexual degree of magic. Aleister Crowley created it, or said he created it. The 10th degree was the highest degree, but he went on with the 11th degree. But there are even arguably degrees beyond that, which can piss off an OTO member because, there are no degrees, You do have but be that as it may, who cares? Well, certainly people care when they belong to an order and you start telling them things about the order they don't know. And they have to dismiss you or believe you, but they still heard what you said. So anyway, I said, what's the magical overtone of these characters who are pretending to be women? Now, they also have, I guess, what they call the staff of relief, which is, there's so many things about them that are funny, haha, and they don't take themselves seriously. Their motto is Latin for absurdity. Nothing is too absurd. So they create absurdities. Now, my first, I guess what I recognized, now I was taught, keep in mind in the 4th grade, my class studied California history. We made salt maps of California. We studied the Indians of California. We studied the missions that they set up along the California coast. They'd have a mission every 30 miles. Because that's how long it took to walk for Father Sarah to walk from one mission to the next. Spend the night. He'd walk up and down California. Do a whole day of walking to get to the next mission. Anyway, studied the missions, studied the Indians, studied the explorers, the people who discovered California, studied the rancheros and the gold rush. And of course, the gold rush was the biggest migration in history up to that point. So we had the Mexican gangs bringing everybody into America. I mean, San Francisco just became a city.
At that time,
500 people on that peninsula before the gold rush.
Yeah.
And then it became the city.
That's right.
Of the West Coast.
That's right. 20 times larger than Los Angeles at the time, the gateway to the Orient.
Yeah, and it was an Asian city too. San Francisco started what is that called? The square in Chinatown?
Oh, fuck. Waverly Place.
No, it's not. That's the street.
Okay.
There's a square there.
Okay. Yeah. Fuck. I'm going blank. Shit.
But anyway, there's a park there right in Chinatown. That's like the first settlement in San Francisco of any size. It's really a Chinese settlement originally. Now, so this, of course, was of great interest to me. All of it, because it's like I'm getting some of revisiting California history. But what is this organization that has its pulse on the gold, and then what's Carl Germer doing there? He's people that are in he's the successor to the Ordo Templi Orientis of Aleister Crowley.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And, Mark Twain was in that area. It's weird. Mark Twain became famous in that area for talking about this frog jumping contest. That's where he first got the national name, and his name, blossomed from his writings from Calaveras County in California. So I was going to California to visit the gold rush, and I said, okay, well, if I'm going to California, I will, do my best to connect with Douglas, meet Douglas for the first time, who I'd already had some communication and had been on his show at least once. And Lorian and Fenton arranged for that meeting, thankfully. And I had my friend Doug come down from Davis just to visit me. And then I spent, I think, the next day after I saw you with my friend Tantra in Berkeley.
Right.
So I had, and then I spent a few nights in Davis, and then Dennis came up to see me in Davis, and we went to the old restaurant where I worked, and it was very neat to go back to my old town. And then I drove down to Sonora. I'm trying to think where I stayed. Did I stay in the Sonora? I think I stayed in the Sonora Inn for sure.
Right, at least. Right.
Yeah, I've stayed there twice. I like the Sonora Inn because it's old. It's very haunted. It didn't bother me. And I like it. I just like the quaintness of it, rather than being in a modern hotel.
Right.
It was like you get a feel for it. Now, more or less across the street from the Sonora Inn is a bookstore that Dennis used to talk about that has you go down in the basement and there's a whole pathway to the underground. There's a whole underground there. Now, they've opened it up. They've admitted it in recent years. But back when I first went, no, they didn't talk about it. So it's fun to go there with Dennis because, he grew up in Sonora. Sonora's an interesting town. And basically, we were looking for clamper clues. And we met my friend Marcia, who's been a subscriber to my newsletter for a long time. And I got her interested in the clampers. And she moved, actually bought this house with her husband. And it was right next door to a clamper. She didn't know it at the time. And he came over to her and says, that house you just bought is full of termites.
Ooh.
And she looks at him and she says, yeah, I know. She says, that's exactly why I bought them. I raise them. And she knew he was bullshitting her.
Right.
Because this is what clampers do. And he looks at her and he smiles. He says, I think we're going to get along just fine.
Jesus.
There weren't termites there. It was just, this is what they do. Now, I guess a handful of years ago, this man died. He was a very important clamper.
Mm-hmm.
And when he died, there was a big raid of his house by the clampers. They were in there all over. They were getting documents and stuff that his daughter she didn't know what they were doing. But they raided the place. They weren't raiding it to steal money. They wanted certain documents because there were certain things there the clampers didn't want to be seen. Now, she told me another instance where she heard some people, it might have been I don't know where it was, in a motel or something, but she heard them saying, man, those are clampers. We don't mess around. Those are clampers. Like, in other words, they made the clampers sound like Hell's Angels.
Might be an element of truth to that.
Oh, there's more than an element of truth to it. Like, the Hell's Angels have an agreement with the town of Ventura, California, which is, on the coast, about 80 miles north of LA on the coast. And the Angels don't do any criminal acts in Ventura. And the police, they use it as their home, their haven. And the police leave them alone. and they help crack down on crime in Ventura. They're enforcers.
Right.
I've seldom, because my parents lived in that town when they died. I've never really only seen a few Hells Angels there, but they say there's no problems in that town. Or I've gone there frequently when I visit California. But in any case, the clampers protect that valley, the gold country. So I think that trip had a big reveal in it. But I'm going to say a few other things about the clampers. First off, I dedicated 6 years of my newsletter. Volume 4 has a clamper-style Western typeface on it, and it's dedicated to that theme of the clampers. 6 years.
Wow.
Now, I finished volume 5, which is 6 years worth, after volume 4. Now I'm on volume 6. Volume 6 now has 4 issues. It's got 5 years to go. So, now, there is a guy who used to subscribe to my newsletter. He was an ex-Scientologist, but he really was never allowed into the higher levels because he had a Defense Department background. And he is now him and his wife, who I know, are super active in the anti-Scientology press or movement, whatever you want to call it. But when he saw my newsletter about the clampers, he got a big kick out of it because his uncle, he used to stay with his uncle in Colmer, the southern part of the gold country. His uncle was a clamper, and he used to, he was just a little kid, and he wasn't supposed to be listening to them. He was just a little kid, and they'd be talking about aliens. They'd be talking about aliens, perhaps UFOs. I don't remember if he said that. And that his uncle owned all of this property that was attached to the mother lode. The mother lode is the gold, the big gold vein of California. The gold rush did not touch the mother lode. The mother lode has still not been touched. The only gold that was mined, initially the gold rush was just surface gold. It was in the rivers. That made people rich. And there have been some hydraulic mining and some attempts to mine it, some successful, but they haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg with the gold in California. Therefore, it has a similarity to the gold in Transylvania, which is said to be the hugest gold deposit in the world. Well, California might be bigger. We can't be far behind. Huge gold vein that, again, is not touched. That gold represents superconsciousness. Unfortunately, there is so much crime. There's all sorts of stories about crime. I've written about them. Even King Charles got involved when I think the Queen went to Yosemite and her car was in an incident, or one of the cars of her entourage was in an incident with this whole drug thing. And then I learned that there were all these drugs being smuggled through Camp Curry, Yosemite, where I stayed when I was young. And Camp Curry is the friendly village in Yosemite. And of course, there's major drug smuggling that goes through the gold country in the airports. I mean, there's videos on it. ABC's done investigations. There's deaths involved. There's funny business with certain sheriffs. I don't remember what domiciles, but it's just all this, crime. There was even, I think, a Vietnamese gang that got involved with some murders in West Point. So, and then, but so this is some of the bizarreness of the clampers. they're very powerful. And the reveal that happened on the trip was we were going through the archives because there was this letter, or somebody posted on the internet. His name was Luke Pino, P-I-N-O. He's passed away. And he was talking about this Murphy's, which is another town in the area north of Sonora. We're saying it was all these former CIA people retire there, in Murphy's. And he says, go in and find the West chapter of the Illuminati, where Carl Germer filed in the court records, in the county records. And so I went with Dennis and my friend Marcia and her friend Judy, and we went into the archives. There's a building. I was looking for West chapter of the Illuminati. The people were very nice. They didn't have any records for that. It sounds like a dumb task, West chapter of the Illuminati. There was no filing under that. And if there was, maybe it was taken or hidden, but they were very helpful. But they weren't helpful because we couldn't find nothing. We're looking through stuff, and then there's this man in there. And by this time, I'm somewhat familiar with how to use the archives, and he's kind of fumbling around, and I start telling him how to do this and how to do that, and we start talking. I said, what are you here for? He says, well, I'm looking for the Wilson Dam. And at that point, all our ears went up because, of course, Wilson is the key name of my synchronicity research, the Wilson brothers, the time-traveling Wilson brothers that are tied to the Cameron clan. And Marjorie Cameron, the so-called Whore of Babylon, was a Wilson and a Cameron. L. Ron Hubbard was a Wilson. Wilson is a major trigger.
Yeah.
So when he said Wilson Dam, I go, Wilson Dam, and basically it's a swamp. And there was some issue he was trying to deal with, had to do with ecology, because they were just dumping too much garbage or sewer into it was actually it should have been a reservoir. They called it a reservoir, but it was really just kind of a swamp. And he said, oh, a lot of Wilsons around here, a lot of Wilsons. And I said, oh, Wilson's, interesting. Now, as time went by, years and years, well, I guess on that particular trip, there was a library in West Point, a very small library, about the size of a 3-bedroom house. And we went in there and looked, and we only found one reference to the Sonora flying ships, because in this region there were flying ships. Stories, you'll find them. Dirigibles. Talk about Japanese dirigibles. Well, these were basically German dirigibles.
Right.
Yes. The 1840s.
That's correct.
I'll talk a little bit about those dirigibles. Now, I'd heard of the Sonora flying ships. Dennis had heard of them. But we could only find one reference to them in the entire library. But there was that one reference.
Yeah. You're lucky you found that.
Yeah, we found that, and we were educating her. She's very, very talkative, very nice, and she said, they're only open on certain days and for certain times, pretty limited. And we went. I remember we went back there a second time, and then one time, years later, I got her on the phone, and I was asking her about because I found out that the chief of the local Indians, this is when I was studying Radu Cinemar's work. See, Radu, in his book Inside the Earth, he goes to Yosemite. Him and Caesar go to Yosemite to go through a portal because the military doesn't know how to get through this portal, and they have to go through the local Miwoks to get through. To get through the portal. and this is not a portal that it says the U.S. military can't even get close to the portal, but they think that maybe Cesar and Radu can get through. And they do, but they kind of get the permission of the shamans. And they do go through the portal from Yosemite. And, of course, he doesn't say exactly where it is, but he does have a picture of it. Now, I don't know about the picture, because you got to understand that when Radu does a picture, the publisher hires an artist. And I don't know, and Radu is going to have some say, if not approve it. But when I went there with Dennis and with Paula, we went to Yosemite. We got a beautiful, during COVID, we got to go into Yosemite where there was nobody there. It was incredible. Because my friend Marcia's husband got us a pass to go in. And it was just an incredible experience. It was a little smoky. Some of the views weren't good, but you can't go to Yosemite and have it be empty. It was an incredible experience. But anyway, it was pretty much just like it was when I was there. 10 years old was the last time I'd been there. It was so familiar to me, though. But the Indian village that they have within the valley pictures were taken out of that Indian village. Now, I don't believe for a minute the portal was in that Indian village, because he said the portal was in a different location. Because Yosemite, when people go to Yosemite, that usually means they go to the valley, which is where the waterfalls are, and you can walk up to the waterfalls. There's all these trails. It's the most beautiful, one of the most beautiful places on earth, Yosemite Valley, especially if you go in April when the waterfalls are in full bloom.
I mean, it was too stark for myself. I was camping, of course, with the Police Athletic League, and my experience was a bit more extreme.
Where did you go?
Oh, God, this was when I was in high school, the equivalent of high school. It was
What time of the year? What time of the year?
Oh, God, I presume it was summer. As I think. I think. I've done so much to bleach these experiences from my mind. But I was young. I mean, for people who don't know, I graduated very early because they eliminated a whole grade from middle school at the time that I was going to school. So we lost a grade there. Plus, I had graduated early due to other. It was just so I was in high school 2 grades earlier than other people would be in. So I was young anyway. But the police athletic thing, I'll go into that at some point in the near future just for morbid entertainment. It's like a lot of times police were like taking advantage of the young girls on these trips. We were co-ed, and
that's a horrible experience.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it wasn't the police. In all fairness, I had no problem myself with the police. My problem was with our guide, who was just, that's another horror story. But anyhow, I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep talking because it's an important subject, and I do want people to know. I don't want to discourage them, of course, from going to. It's just I'm glad Peter's.
Well, the main discouragement to go to Yosemite is that it's crowded as hell, and it's like it's just crowded.
I think that would be certain areas. I mean, certainly wasn't the areas we were in. I guess we went like deep. We went deep though, deep like camping. It was like,
look, you can go to the meadows. You can go to areas that are in the mountains. Yosemite Park is huge.
Yeah, it's enormous.
But the valley is the mecca of Yosemite, where all the waterfalls are. You're surrounded by mountains. So you go do what you have to do, and I'll talk a little bit about how beautiful Yosemite is.
Yeah, I'll be back in just a few. Thank you, Uncle Neil.
My father he loved nature, and he was inspired to take us to Yosemite. And I think I was after the 3rd grade, or after the 4th grade, after the third grade. And we went up to Yosemite and spent a week in a housekeeping tent, which is like a tent, and there's bears that come by, and you hear the bears at night, and you're told not to keep the food in certain places. And you'd see bears and you'd see deer. The animals, that were accessible. You could see them. I even petted a live deer up in Tuolumne Meadows. It was like people were shocked, and the deer was eaten out of a garbage can, eating watermelon out of a garbage can. I went up and put my hand and petted it. The animals were excessively friendly. Of course, you don't want to get too friendly with the bears, but it was really a nice experience. And then the following, the waterfalls, some of them are drying up in the summer, and I knew all the waterfalls. And then my father took us back the following Memorial Day weekend, which is a whole year later, so that we could see the waterfalls, because the waterfalls are in full bloom during that weekend. So we went up there for a couple days just to see the waterfalls. That's when we stayed at Camp Curry. It was an incredible experience. And then we went back again, and we took my best friend. And I'll never forget this. We get there, it's our first day there. Now, keep in mind, we're driving from Southern California, and Yosemite's kind of in the middle of the state. And it's like 8 hours to get there. It's a long way from LA. And we get there, and me and my friend, and we go over to the water, and we see Alan Mallory. I remember Mallory. Alan Mallory from my friend's Catholic school he went to. And Alan Mallory is throwing rocks into the water. He's trying to skip rocks into the water. And we go up and say hi to him, and he just treats us like he's not even shocked that we're there. Especially my friend, because I didn't know him that well, but I knew who he was. He treated us, and not that he was like any cool guy or anything, because he wasn't. He just it's like we ran into him in the grocery store. He just was completely nonplussed by the coincidence of our presence there, which was how can somebody be so non-responsive? It was, we were just completely blown away to see somebody we knew there. But he didn't have the same response. And anyway, during that time period, every night they would have a firefall from a place called Glacier Point, where they would set a big fire, and they would, at a certain time, they would use a huge fire. They'd push the fire over the cliff, and it was huge. It would last for a long time. And every night you'd kind of get in position in your car, wherever you were, to watch the firefall. And you'd see, and sometimes they'd be really good, really spectacular. Sometimes they'd be so-so, but you always wanted to be just to watch the firefall. And that eventually, after decades, I think there became an incident where there was a fire or something, and started a fire, and they stopped doing it because it was considered too dangerous. But that was a big event that you would see every night at Yosemite during the summer. So anyway, I learned that the clampers were running, not the clampers, excuse me, that there was a huge drug smuggling operation out of Yosemite. But anyway, Yosemite, the travel guide I'm giving you is sort of a side trip. But as I say, it's a beautiful area, and you learn so much about history. John Muir, the explorer, who I guess chronicled so much of nature in the West. But and I think he said Yosemite was the most beautiful of all places. In any case, we're talking about the clampers here, and the clampers have this strong influence. Now, I had said years later, I found out that the tribal leader of the Miwoks was named Wilson, and that he'd married it was a Native American family that had married into a German family, and their name was Wilson. So I called up the librarian, this is years later, and told her I was interested in the Wilsons. And she says, oh, so-and-so, this guy had died. The chief had died a year earlier, so I missed him. And she says, oh, his cousin is here right now. And I think I spoke to her or wanted to touch base, but she never called me back. I did speak to her, I think, but there was just, it didn't go anywhere. But the Wilson family would hold the keys to that area. The keys, even if they're not aware of it, because this is what happens with certain indigenous families, especially when they've been repatriated into American society. Even though they may not be aware of it, they'll still hold shamanic keys. So I wanted to connect with that family. It's something that I never did to my satisfaction, because I was even thinking of going there to try and find the Indian tribe or the place that Radu went to, because he gives some descriptions of it, and it's not in the valley proper, according to his descriptions. That's why I found it disingenuous or confusing that the pictures were from the facility, the Indian village in the valley. However, they might be identical to another Indian village that's somewhere else. They might have similar, that what's in the valley might be a replication of what's in another area, because no Indians live in that. They might have had some Indians living in the valley just as on token display, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Right, like a Potemkin tent village, so to speak.
Yes, yeah, something corny. But now where the Wilsons become interesting is because when I was in Burlington, Wisconsin, this is where I met Stanton Friedman at the Sci-Fi Cafe, Mary Sutherland Sci-Fi Cafe. I had one of the speakers that was there was Dennis Crenshaw. Dennis Crenshaw was a professional salesman. He could really talk well, really nice guy. And he had written this book called The Secrets of Delshaw with a guy named Peter Navarro. But Dennis is really the author. Peter Navarro, I believe, is an artist, but Peter Navarro found in a dumpster in Houston a book, a big, thick book of watercolored illustrations that were filled with watercolors, excruciating detail of these Sonora flying ships, the Sonora Flying Club.
Wow.
With detailed instructions about them. So Delshaw is the artist author. He is an immigrant from Germany. He is a complete enigma puzzle. Navarro's the guy who finds this stuff. So he's credited as a co-author. But where did this guy come up with this stuff? It makes no sense.
Right.
It still makes no sense. And then it's all been hidden under the table. It's all been, Clampers or somebody's had their own documents destruction specialist.
That would make sense.
Been working overtime in the Chinese underground or something, So one of the things I'll get to that in a second. So anyway, the technical wizard of those flying ships is a man named Tosh, T-O-S-H, Wilson. There's that name Wilson coming up. So he's got to be of the lineage that married into the indigenous people. Boy, is he an enigmatic character. And this is a story. even if I had time to pursue it, I don't know where I'd get with it, but I've never forgotten it. And now it's being revived because I've made touch with E. clampus vitus, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, which is kind of this is like a long preamble to what I'm about to deliver, which may or may not be as spectacular as what I'm saying. But so there was this incredibly wizardry. So what we have here, as a stream of consciousness, we have a secret society named E. clampus vitus that's with the gold rush and all this hidden gold, which is like the gold in Transylvania, which means super consciousness. We have the German connection, which is part of my Montauk research, with a guy named Tosh Wilson with all these flying ships that make no sense. We have the Wilson connection with the indigenous people. Now, Radu Cinnabar is also in the area going through a portal at one point. So it's a great mixture of themes and memes. It's fascinating. So when we were in the library, and Dennis had actually already found it in the archives, and we found another copy of it in the library, was a picture of an Asian young girl, and it says China Mary.
That's
now,
right.
If you go to my Facebook, you'll see her picture on my Facebook, China Mary.
She's your icon.
Yeah. And I said, what is China Mary? Now, what is China Mary? Whoa. Queen, I think it said Queen of Chinatown.
That's right.
Now, that's like Queen of Chinatown. Now, this refers to Chinatown, West Point. There was a Chinatown in West Point. If you go to find Chinatown in West Point, California now, you won't find anything because West Point's too small. Just to tell you how small it is, Dennis and I went to make I think it was our second trip. No, maybe it was our first trip. I don't know if it was our second trip. It was our second trip there. And in fact, we were wearing our Clamper t-shirts, which I gave you one. It said, E. clampus vitus Transylvanian chapter.
That's right.
Yeah, and we were wearing them, and Dennis says, as we get into West Point, he says, we better, put on your sweater. Don't let anybody see. He said, these people this is redneck country out here. You don't want them to see, because they can take this very personally. Think you're encroaching on their territory. And he was very concerned about it, having grown up in the area. So, I put on my turtleneck or whatever over the t-shirt. And then we were planning to go to this. They had one restaurant. It was like its own building, and watch the 7th game of the World Series. The San Francisco Giants were playing. And we were going to watch it and eat dinner. And when we got there was a sign that says, open every other Saturday. So it's like, that's how small this town is. So we went back. I think we ate at some other place in another town, and watched the game in another restaurant. So, what I mean, this is how small this town is. So West Point had a Chinatown at one point, and I think it had a big mining activity, a big lumber activity. And there's one person or one company, I think it's one person, but it might be one company that owns all the lumber in that area. Just huge owner of the lumber, because you're out here in the forest. Now, Dennis had worked at Murphy's. He actually had a food concession. So he knew about all this. He was fascinated with all this thread because it was very personally. Murphy's is the name of a town. And he was fascinated because it affected him so personally, with his personal history. So I also found out that the guy who discovered the gold rush, James Marshall, who every school kid in California when I went to school had to, who knew who James Marshall was. He was the guy who discovered the gold on Sutter's Fort. But I found out that his middle name was Wilson. He was a carpenter from New Jersey.
Ah.
So he was there was another named Wilson coming up again, who discovered the gold. But so anyway, China Mary was a very puzzling character, and I looked up China Mary, and China Mary was a derogatory term that they just, oh, that's a China Mary. It wasn't the most derogatory, but it's, oh, that's a China Mary. They just call some Chinese woman a China Mary. Oh, that's a China Mary. But there was a famous China Mary who was in Tombstone, and she controlled all the prostitution, all the crime. Everybody went through her. She was the big mama, and she was a sweetheart of a human being. She would loan money to people, and she wasn't loan sharking them. She had so much money she was giving to the community, and she was loved. She was friends with Wyatt Earp. She was and they will have her in some of those old Western shows. There might be a Wyatt Earp or some of these old Western shows that'll have an event with China Mary, but she was deeply loved. I don't know that was the same China Mary from West Point, who was a little girl at the time. So, Queen of Chinatown. So, I couldn't find anything. When I went back to San Francisco on that trip, I was able to park right in front of some Chinese Historical Society. I went in there, and that was just a showpiece. Nobody knew nothing about nothing in there. The Chinese, it was just, it looked like a tax write-off. I don't know what it was. I mean, they had some beautiful stuff in there, but they didn't have any history that amounted to anything.
That's right.
So I thought I was, going to get directed somewhere, but I don't think they even had anything in that building to direct me to.
No.
Other than the most, I don't know what that was. But you find much more Chinese history just talking to Douglas for a half an hour.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it was embarrassingly sparse.
Yes, sad.
So, but nevertheless, so after all of these years, I get an email from somebody. I'm not going to say who he is. I don't know that he wants to be identified. There's no reason to identify him. But he told me, he was a member of Eclampus Vitus and saying hello. He'd been wanting to write to me for a long time. He'd read the Montauk Project back in 1992 when he was in Germany. And he says he read it in Germany in the ashes of the catastrophe in Southwest Asia, as the U.S. Army was in the process of drawing down and reconstitution. That's like after the Gulf War.
Yeah.
He was in the U.S. Army. He worked in information technology and federal acquisitions as a contractor, civil service. He ended up spending a lot of time in California, in the Bay Area. And he was in the Coast Guard. And he was doing a lot of work, and I guess his unique abilities and acumen were recognized, and he was invited, what he says, inducted into the Ancient and Honorable Order of Eclampus Vitus. He's no longer in California, but he gets invitations to their events, and he's got a lot of connections, and he's experienced in what's called ECV, Eclampus Vitus. He told me a couple of interesting points. And I mentioned them in my email. One's about L. Ron Hubbard, and one's about Michael Aquino. And about L. Ron Hubbard, and this is what he learned in the Coast Guard, he said that L. Ron Hubbard operated a detail, I think it was called a work detail, out of New Hampshire. This is during the war. Mm-hmm. Now, he didn't know much more about that, except that the people that would have been put into that work detail were, I guess you could conclude easily, I said, that they were ne'er-do-wells, which they might have had mental issues or criminal issues or both, but they weren't your standard upright soldier. But they were doing a work detail in New Hampshire. Now, how this fits into him is they used to say in his biographies that he was a commander of corvettes, trying to portray him as having some importance as a commander of corvettes. Corvettes are basically commandeered yachts. It's not really that impressive. In other words, they're civilian yachts that are commandeered with the cooperation of the owner or else to serve in wartime. Right. Which means he might have been in charge of a few small yachts. But, as this gentleman said, there's so much covering that goes on in the military. He says, they'll say you're this, but you're not really that. You're this. This goes on all the time. Talking about covering up his record. Now, this assignment was always said to be in New England. Well, when you think of New England, you think of Maine or Massachusetts. New Hampshire is a port called Portsmouth in New Hampshire. It's a piece of land in between Maine and Massachusetts. So New Hampshire is not landlocked. So it stands to reason that L. Ron Hubbard did some sort of project, probably working with mental cases in New Hampshire. Whether he was having them construct things or whatever the hell it was, I don't know.
Interesting.
But it was in New Hampshire. That's just a piece of arcana of L. Ron Hubbard. Now, if I had said that on a Scientology forum or something, I mean, the eyeballs would just go, and they'd be looking like searching in New Hampshire like crazy. They're not going to find anything.
Interesting.
This just comes from somebody who knew of it from his, what he read in the Coast Guard. Right. But my point is, L. Ron Hubbard is the eyeballs. What are these eyeballs that look on anything you mention about L. Ron Hubbard? I'm going to get back to that, because it's like the eye of Sauron in The Lord of the Rings. I see you. I see you. And this is how much attention. And people will want to, some eyes will want to say, oh, wow, maybe there's something about L. Ron Hubbard we didn't know. Other eyes will say, whatever it is, we're going to knock it out. We're going to take the, underpinnings out from under it and destroy that evidence because, we're going to, that's not true. He is what we say he is, whatever. It's like there's too much scrutiny on this man. And I'm going to get into that, why that is. Jesus Christ doesn't get that much scrutiny. Aleister Crowley doesn't get that much scrutiny. Not the same type of scrutiny. The stuff about Jesus is mostly, it's not new. What people experience, it might be new to them, but it's kind of canned experiences. Like say, okay, he's this, he's that, this, that, this. There's not like, of course, you give us new insights when you talk about Brett Landau and take it further from there.
Thank you.
That's new insights into the nature, but basically when the name Jesus Christ goes off, it doesn't make fur fly on people's back, unless you're a Satanist in my opinion. But and then Hitler will get a reaction,
of course,
but L. Ron Hubbard takes it off the charts. Even Aleister Crowley doesn't get that big a reaction. So I hope to get into that a bit. But then this is the second thing he told me, and this could cause us to go in another direction. He did not mention Aquino by name, but it was very clear who he was alluding to. He said, I'm not going to say his name. We had a phone conversation. And he didn't, but he said, in Washington, D.C., there is a register of all active officers. his name has not been taken off the list.
That's right.
You knew that?
Oh, yeah, it was, I brought it up just the other night, as a matter of fact. I was telling people how he was quote-unquote titled. In other words, they left him charged with all his crimes, but he was never taken off duty. So they had that, how would I say it, just kind of like a balance of power against him, some leverage on him because he was...
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is he's dead.
And, oh, yes.
And this is saying...
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. So this is new in that sense. So please, go on, continue.
Yes. He's still... His name is not withdrawn from the register.
Got it.
Like he's still listed as active duty. And I said there's two reasons for that.
Yeah.
One of two reasons for that. One is because he's truly not dead.
Yes.
Or number two, which I believe more likely to be the case, they're keeping him alive magically.
Yes.
That's as I believe to be the case.
Yes.
I do believe him to be physically dead, but they're sustaining his spirit.
Yes.
By leaving his name on the register.
That's true. That's true. That makes perfect sense. Thank you for sharing this. This is important. This is important. It reminds me very much of the fact that his own cult, the Temple of Set, made the statement that was carried by other people who were, as far as we know, non-affiliated with the Temple of Set, when they wrote articles like I linked to in my microbiography of him in the show where we addressed him in some depth, which we actually did in the last transmission before tonight's, but also in the transmissions, one of the transmissions preceding that fairly recently, where I have the microbiography of him within the show summary, and I have a link to the article where they say he has remanifested. They basically say that he has remanifested. So this has been very much an experiment in metaphysics, quantum physics, where they're doing their best to maintain his soul within our matrix as an active entity. And we can't overemphasize that. We'll get back into that maybe in some detail from my angle later, but back to Peter. Peter. So, let's see. Did they... Whoa, he's on mute. Okay. So hopefully he's okay. Yeah.
No, I'm okay. I just had to go to the bathroom, and I was taking advantage of you talking to do that.
Oh, got it. Okay. See, in the old days,
I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm back. But,
So the way we'll handle that in the future, in the old days, when something like that happened, you could communicate to me on Facebook Messenger. This time, just leave it in the Skype text box, and we'll all be fine.
Right.
And then that way.
But yeah. So anyway, this is interesting. That. Aquino's lurking, but I will tell you, he's just obviously not as powerful.
Like Sauron, disembodied and not as corporeally powerful as he was when he was embodied. Yes, but very.
Yeah, and that, of course, that brings back. Like in Lord of the Rings, Sauron is regaining his power. But this is a different story. It's a different story. So anyway, it's very interesting to make connection with this guy. And now this is something else he told me. This I did not know. And now he had a lot of experience in the Bay Area. And he said that he was connected with Oakland, and so many people in law enforcement in Oakland and the surround area of the East Bay are part of Eclampus Vitus in that area. And I said, does this apply to San Francisco as well? Oh, yeah, he says. So law enforcement in your Bay Area, a high percentage of them are part of Eclampus Vitus. I'll also tell you that Eclampus Vitus was dead as an organization. I think it was resurrected around the 1930s by somebody who was connected to the Bohemian Grove. So the Bohemian Grove basically resurrected Eclampus Vitus.
That makes sense. I mean, of course.
So what I'm saying is that, and now I asked him, if I was, interested in. Now, he said, I sent him my newsletter. It's one of my favorite newsletters I wrote. I think it's winter 2015. It starts with a dream with Joe Matheny and Ong's Hat in Chinatown, and I'm in Chinatown, and it's a center point of Spofford Alley and whatnot, and it ties to Shrimp Boy, the criminal who was the Taoist priest of the Masonic, or the Taoist temple in the Masonic Lodge on 36 Spofford Alley in Chinatown.
Yes.
And so they even showed pictures of it on YouTube or on television of him in his Taoist temple wearing his Taoist attire.
Yeah.
But he's more known as a gangster for doing guns and drugs.
Yes.
But he said that the clampers talked a lot about him before his arrest and after his arrest. He was really on their radar. I can't say in what capacity, but I was very interested in. I said, "Are there any Asians in E-Clampus Vitus?" He says, "A few, but not many." So I'd really like to talk to them, because I believe that society to be racially very white,
exclusive almost.
Well, apparently there are a few Asians.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether they're token Asians or what. What are they? What they call bananas?
Yeah.
Yellow on the outside and white on the inside.
Yeah.
I don't. So I would be very interested to talk to those Asians, and sometimes they just might know nothing. Who the hell knows? But then, because I would now, most of these clampers, and this, are just regular folk. They're just regular folk. They're not, they're not part of some big conspiracy. Any conspiracy they're a part of is just sort of an inside joke amongst their brethren. But when you get to gateway campers like this friend of mine whose uncle was he was really connected. And I wanted him he was going to come up and visit me in that hometown of his, but he's too busy fighting Scientology. So, he had other, I could never meet with him when I went there, which is unfortunate because he could have made me, maybe could have gotten some more clues out of him. But he's full-time battling Scientology.
Jesus, what a waste of.
Well, it's his bliss. Whatever, it's not mine. But so this was very interesting. Now, then he mentioned something very interesting and maybe we'll go into the Leave It to Beaver part of our show. Leave It to Beaver, Douglas's friend Beaver, because he mentions. Like I said, I'm trying to find it here about, and I didn't realize it. It has to do with the port of Benicia. Benicia is. I will explain my experience with Benicia. Benicia is a small little town in the East Bay, the port of Benicia. He says, my understanding was there was quite a bit of action out of the port of Benicia via all the container ships with cars being imported from Asia. Shrimp or Fish Boy, he says they called him Fish Boy depending on what side of the bay you were on. Was a major figure in the Bay Area underworld. Was discussed before and after his arrest, mostly in shop talk amongst clampers working in law enforcement. He believes there was quite a bit of action out of the port of Benicia via all the container ships with cars being imported from Asia. Since E-Clampus Vitus's formative years during the gold rush, I have no doubt there were Chinese connections as they were brought to extract gold and build railways. This is definitely worthy of further investigation. But Benicia is this small little town. Now, I went there in 1989 with my first wife. We went to Northern California to visit her grandmother. She could go to a junior high school reunion, and I would visit my friends. And we visited. One of my friends was now living in Benicia.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this, and I'll never forget, I got us this hotel right across from the airport in Concord. Concord is a town in the East Bay. And my wife got so angry at me because the planes would wake her up at 6 a.m.
Oh.
And she was very sensitive to sleep. And I said, how could you get us a place like this? I said, I didn't know it was near an airport.
Jesus.
God, just unforgiving. It was such a hassle that I went with my friend. I remember we played wiffle ball in the morning, and then we drove to Davis to see my friend Doug, who he had met before through me. And then the three of us went to a concert, a Grateful Dead concert in Sacramento. And I remember my friend getting very upset with me. He says, how could you take me to a concert outdoors? I said, I didn't know it was outdoors. And besides, I didn't care. It was kind of nice. But, you didn't have a seat. But I don't ever remember being at a Grateful Dead concert with a seat. So I don't know. He was upset that I took him to an outdoor concert.
It's amazing
but
to
not
me
as
how
upset as my wife.
right. It's just
So we're I mean, these guys this was like a hippie concert, it's like, don't have my chair. So anyway,
Jesus. People are really presuming. They really presume a lot.
I didn't get it, but he wasn't that upset. He was miffed. But he was also the same person that when we met in Baltimore with my friend and we went out to dinner in Baltimore, we went, and there's a really kind of a highbrow restaurant where the waiters were dressed like porters with white jackets.
Mm-hmm.
So we went in the bathroom, and I think I was finished before him, and I just shut off the lights and ran like I was playing a trick on him, like when we went to junior high together. That's what I would have been in junior high, to just shut off the lights, or somebody would have done it to me. And he comes back to the table. All right, you shouldn't do that. Somebody might get hurt.
What an old fart.
I said, God, the only problem with him is he'd grown up.
Yeah.
And we were still in our 30s. I don't know. And he's Capricorn too. All three of us were Capricorn. Capricorns are supposed to get younger as they get older. Characteristic. So, unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago. But I'll never forget that. But in any case,
he died safely though. He died with the lights on. Yeah.
A big concert. We're coming back to Benicia, I guess, and I'm telling, and I talked because my wife had a bad day at the reunion. She just said, it wasn't the same. Her social skills she's not so tolerant of people, and it just didn't go well. And I think she had the car. She had the rented car, and my friend took me back to the hotel, but I was saying, God, she's just, she's so upset. It's like I'm having to deal with her emotional ineptitude.
Jesus.
And he says, why don't we just go tomorrow? I'll take my wife and we'll go up to Calistoga, and there's, we'll have massages. So we went into a mud bath and a massage. That was really good.
Cool.
it did the trick. So I remember that, and we had a good time up in Calistoga, which is at the north of the wine country. Napa Valley, which I believe has been decimated with fire. I don't even know if there's wine. There must still be wineries there.
You'd think there
It was
would.
beautiful, but it was all burned up.
Yes, it's quite true.
The California fires. I don't know the status. Doug took me and Paula to a nice winery in Sacramento, which was actually very, very nice.
Yes.
They, for something like $15 or $20, they give you all these different wines to taste. You sit there overlooking a beautiful scene. I'm not a wine connoisseur, but Paul and I very much enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'd like to do it again. But in any case, we'll get back to this trip to. I'm talking about this 1989 trip to the Bay Area, and the Clampers are, as they say, they're really rooted into law enforcement. But they are gate, and this new friend of mine says, yes, he agrees they're gatekeepers. They are gatekeepers, but it's not. It's just like if you go into a Masonic lodge. Most of the people in the Masonic lodge are into it for the fraternal aspects. They're not serious students or gatekeepers. And then you have the riffraff, like Salmon Sheikh.
Yes, that's right.
No, he was considered riffraff.
Yeah, he was our resident Mason as well. Just so the people know.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
Masons considered him riffraff, not me.
yeah, understood.
Masons.
No, everyone should. Everyone should.
It's just because, anyway. And I gave him instructions from a very high-ranking Mason to tell him how to behave,
Right.
so that he would get doors open to him. I did this as a kindness, not because I'm a Mason, because I'm not. So whatever. But I could have been a better Mason than he. So anyway, yeah. So this is very interesting. This new contact. No, yes, the Port of Benicia. So this is what I was. My friend told me. See, when you're driving from Concord, which is southern, East Bay, you're going up to Vallejo, is an old naval port, and then Benicia. There's this bridge, and the bridge is where traffic stops. So my friend taught me about the bridge. The bridge. It takes 45 minutes to get across that bridge, and so everybody referred to it as the bridge. So Benicia stayed in my mind forever because of that traffic buildup there. The bridge. It's really interesting to me when I focus on this area, because if you go eastward more, I think it's Bethel Island. This is where my ex-wife, my first wife, I was actually married for a very short time in Scientology. I don't talk about her, but she actually moved up there, lived out her final years there. I was never able to reconnect with her. And then if you go further east, you go to Walnut Grove, where I spent a whole week in a houseboat with my friends from LA, who I grew up with, Greg and his parents. We had a wonderful time doing that. So I have like this kind of like just a personal history in this area that I kind of, can relate to,
Right.
Energetically, viscerally. These places have meaning to me. But so he's talking about the Port of Benicia being a major center for Asians bringing in cars. And when I think of Asians bringing in cars, I know that Beaver is involved with containers and importing from Asia.
Mm-hmm.
He must have a strong connection to the Port of Benicia, just in terms of, like, me going to FedEx or something.
Something like that. Yes. That and what was the other one? I forgot what the other one was. The other place, but oh god. Yeah, but you understand the general situation.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking, like, I'm seeing, Beaver's. I'm thinking of Beaver when he starts mentioning Port of Benicia. Beaver is an importer.
Yeah. Of sorts.
Well,
not licensed, mind you, but
look, he's a trafficker.
Yes.
So he has to traffic through vehicles, trucks, containers.
At times. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm more interested. I'm not interested in his personal business, but I'm, it's like, where does Beaver's world and the clamper world meet? This is kind of what I'm curious about.
Oh, well.
Also, when I would ask you about Beaver has been privy to very many strange and unusual things by reason of his association with you.
Yes.
To say nothing of the biofacsimilagus.
Yes.
And that's not all. So, Beaver has kind of a, I guess, cynical view of you just as a friend that he can hold in contempt.
Yes.
Due to excessive familiarity. But Beaver, he's not stupid.
No.
And he's seen some pretty strange things.
Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely. Even outside of context of his affiliation with myself, he's seen quite a few strange things. Yes, but go on. Yes.
Well, did you ever have any discussions, or did he ever make any comments about Aquino?
Yes, as a matter of fact, of course. Over the years, though, in all fairness, definitely simply because of his own professional upbringing. For people who don't understand what Peter's talking about, and we always have new listeners, and our numbers are fairly high right now. We are. I do want people who are not familiar with what Peter's talking about, what his allusions are unto with Shrimp Boy, Fish Boy, Beaver, all the rest of that. I do want people to kind of just allow me to put some of these things in context within the Chinese underworld subculture that is being alluded to here, and the secret world with which Peter Moon has done so much to investigate. And I think Peter Moon has uncovered quite a bit. And my task here at this moment is to try and avoid, shall we say, saying anything sensitive that would in any way, shape, or form jeopardize my gang brother Beaver. So I'll say what I can. And that's also tempered or forged by how much I've forgotten and how much I just never cared about concerning certain subjects. I will admit, just so people understand, that I have functionally zero familiarity with E. clampus vitis. And it's like one of these things that is definitely real. Everything Peter Moon says goes back to the days of the gold rush. And of course, the gold rush, for those of you who remember your Westerns, are when Chinese really began spilling into North America. For those of you who don't know, Chinese began spilling into South America long time ago, before then, around the time of very shortly after Christopher Columbus and the discovery of the New World, because they started pouring into the silver mines in the Andes to extract silver. And so there was that history, which led to the precedent for their rushing to America to extract gold. So what we have is this historical situation that already I'm just putting that to a little too much strategic context for you. But beyond that, when it comes to Shrimp Boy, Fish Boy, I just want people to understand that, it might be something similar to Beaver's own kind of attitude towards myself, which is familiarity breeds contempt. And he, basically looks at me in the most cynical possible manner. He's drawn a lot of assumptions and conclusions about myself. And the truth is, no matter how long we've worked with each other or known each other to the point of a real emotional bonding, we're just like real brothers in that we basically dislike each other thoroughly and yet tolerate each other in terms of abiding by each other's, very different lifestyles, mannerisms, presentations, etc. It could be because of that, something similar, just in a community sense. We have this kind of attitude towards what could be rival elements of the underworld. But just so to get this out of the way, Shrimp Boy / Fish Boy is one of these underworld figures that was of some level of importance. He was also very self-indulgent, very flamboyant, wound up exposing himself, or rather overexposing himself to the media too much. And this is kind of understandable. We're in a very strange world where gangsters have a need for attention, just like anybody else. And gangsters have a way of sometimes getting away with it. If they have enough charisma, if they have enough connections, if they can bribe enough people, and just not step over too many lines. You have the black phenomena of the gangster rappers. You've got Death Row Records glamorizing truly criminal lifestyles. So the Chinese didn't have that. They didn't have that kind of media charisma or presence. Neither the Chinese males, at least, had no real personal charisma generally that was appreciated by the general public in America or the West. And so they would just, at the time, we were still in the wake of this sort of headiness or mystique that was redolent of Bruce Lee. And so Shrimp Boy, Fish Boy was kind of wallowing in that, and at the same time was involved with some degree of trying to cover his activities with some spiritual trappings. But in the end, Beaver never thought much of him. I myself didn't see myself as fit to judge because I'm just ethnically not too intertwined with the community. I was always kind of an outsider who was accepted because of Beaver and because of my own skills that no one else had. So I was an asset that was considered someone too valuable to really oust or expunge. Of course, I never got full of myself. I always maintained enough humility where I wouldn't overplay that. But in a sense, Shrimp Boy did. He did so with the general public outside of the Chinese community. And so he paid the price for that. You make yourself noticeable, you get a little notoriety, and yeah, it might be fun, but he paid for that with years in jail, and I don't think it was worth it. So altogether, Beaver never thought of him as being that bright. Never thought too much of him. It just was what it was. And do remember that I talk a lot about the savages. I'm lost, trapped in the land of white savages and black savages. And I do want people to understand that certainly the Asian crowd that I fell in with would be what both blacks and whites would consider Asian savages. So these were overwhelmingly Cantonese speaking, and these were overwhelmingly basically considered the real brutal culture of China, the real brutal aspect of China in the South. It's like a different. You may as well be a different race, a different ethnicity from the people in the North. That's how it was traditionally seen. The communists have done a lot to try and level all that. And as in my opinion, they're just bringing everybody down to a lower level. But such being said, going back to where these kind of worlds collide, it's really I just don't see it. I see these as being very different worlds. I know that there has to have been some collision course or at least a bleed over in areas in the past simply because of the gold rush. There had to be. So there had to be Chinese involvement with these men who became essentially the guardians or the gatekeepers of the horde, the golden horde. These would be the people who know where the gold is when it comes to E-Clampus Vitus. And so there were some Chinese underground communities that may have known the same thing. I personally, the impression that I always had was that kind of a bridge between those worlds was Emperor Norton. And for those of you who don't know, Emperor Norton is very famous in San Francisco, or was. These days, of course, people lose track of their history, and as San Francisco has become ever more cosmopolitan, the less such local legends are remembered. But people can look up Emperor Norton, and he was a far more important people than anybody thinks. He was someone who was alluded to, at least, throughout the series of The Wild Wild West, which was a television series that was nationally syndicated and very famous in its day. Back when we only had a few channels, there were only a few things you could watch. And, when I was young, Wild Wild West was one of these series that was kind of pioneering in its efforts to revise the history of the Old West with a technological spin that involved such concepts as these German dirigibles out west, and therefore it was tapping into this occult vein of reality of the weird and wild west that nobody normally is aware of, and of course it's since been forgotten again. Because that series was never really done justice to by any of these reboots. The one single reboot they had was just preposterous and didn't capture the real essence of the original series any more than any of these reboots ever do. So when it comes to the Wild Wild West, at the time when we had the act of gold mining and E-Clampus Vitus was establishing itself, there was probably bleed over. By the way, I just got a flash. China has sent mainland China has sent 9 military aircraft and 5 naval ships around Taiwan. The Ministry of National Defense has been tracking these 9 Chinese military aircraft and 5 naval vessels around the country. Just a normal harassment. So this is like something which is chronic, kind of like my gang stalkers. Taiwan has its own gang stalker.
Last time they did it after our last transmission. This time they're doing it during the transmission.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence.
Thank you. I really
don't.
I appreciate your saying that. No, Peter's absolutely right, by the way. For those of you who don't know, obviously my connections with Taiwan are quite profound in a spiritual sense, if nothing else. But obviously there's other connections that, I don't want people to get the impression that I am in some direct contact with the High Command in Taiwan. It's not the case. Rather, there's a resonance with myself and the Dietrich Artelect, and everything else is kind of like I get through fairly conventional channels, even through mainstream media, just by keeping an eye out for that particular topic. But I do want people to know that whatever I do, believe me, it does impact Taiwan. And whatever happens to Taiwan ultimately impacts myself simply because of that connection. I mean, there's a reason why when Peter Moon brought on Maria D'Andrea, she was just basically reading through her, shall we say, her own vibrations that she gets when she channels, so to speak. She just basically interprets the Dietrich Artelect as simply myself, just basically an extension of myself. And so it is what it is. But that's another factor that always needs to be brought in here. As for the trafficking that Beaver's involved with, without getting into any, shall we say, nuances or details that would expose anything and thereby threaten him in any way with some kind of collateral damage or repercussions. Let's just put it this way. The trafficking can involve things as container freights. It can involve trucks. It can involve, of course, other means of transportation. Often does. The fact remains that we have things have changed within what is required of the underworld community in terms of the Asian American presence. So there is, of course, still politics very much involved. And the gangsters who are affiliated with America have established their home here or in Canada. The original wave, of which Beaver is obviously a part of, being the same age as myself. So you're talking about people like me and Beaver, we're half 100 years old. And so we're of an entirely different generation than, say, for instance, the kind of smuggling that involved the activities of the Communist Chinese Party. So we come from a very ardently anti-communist generation. Beaver's own relations came to the United States as escapees, emigres from communism, because they were wealthier landlords in China that their family was in danger of being expunged or killed by Chairman Mao and his Red Guard, the various forces that were purging mainland China of quote-unquote capitalist elements. So you're going to see an extreme anti-communist fervor or reflexive attitude among people like Beaver. And so that clarification, that disambiguation needs to be made, because people hear about communist Chinese espionage and they will confuse it, perhaps understandably, if they're not familiar with the cultural nuances of Chinese that have been here for generations. So understand this much. This is why communist China has started quote-unquote policing foreign nations and establishing people to try and spy on such established communities as ours, overseas communities, because they're trying to now prevent them from interfering with communist espionage and operations. So a lot of this was tempered, thank God, because of Trump's turnabout of American foreign policy, which otherwise would have, our world would be a lot more difficult if it were not for that. Of course, paradoxically, Asians, our world has been made much more difficult by the advent of COVID and the concept that people have that all Asians are responsible in their persecution of Asians in general over COVID, something which might sound ridiculous to your average listener who doesn't think like that, but believe me, there's many Americans that do. So that's also a factor. But when it comes to all of the weirdness and everything that Beaver has seen, more or less when it comes to the some other secret societies and the like, I've never gotten the impression that there has ever been any interaction with the likes of the Clampers, but certainly there have been gang wars, but these involve other gangs that are ethnically enclaved. Other ethnic mafias would be the best way to describe it. There's been other clashes with, and certainly other clashes with just our own ethnicities back in the early days. We were still fighting over gang territory in those days. Gang wars were still very much an issue. This came to national attention with the massacre of the Golden Dragon restaurant in San Francisco. And that's when, of course, you had gangs fighting over territory and turf. So I'm of that generation. So in those days, we were still swinging swords at each other. And I mean, literally. So, and those days, I could walk around San Francisco with my samurai sword slung over my shoulder, and it would just be assumed to be a theater prop. We had an active theater community in San Francisco. It was something that was never really suspected of anything. People might look at it in interest, but nobody would look at it with a sense of fear or threat that they would today. So I grew up in a profoundly different time. Now, obviously, Asians with guns would be different, but that's one reason why we didn't carry them openly very often. So it's, this is what all comes to my mind now with free association. But with Peter asking about, say, for instance, weird things Beaver has seen concerning this kind of bleed over of subcultures, there's really nothing much that comes to my mind.
What I'm asking more, Douglas, is like, he's seen the biofacsimilograph.
Oh, yeah.
He probably knows about the Vox Arca. He probably knows about the Artilect.
Oh, yes. Yes, so going back to...
Like, what's like his impression of these things, because they reach beyond the even paradigm of any normal person.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you. So
that's, I'm more interested in does he just take these things with a grain of salt, or does he really appreciate how weird these things are to a normal, a typical person?
He does and he doesn't. Let's put it this way. Thank you for bringing me back to that. So in terms of our conversations, Beaver definitely knew about Michael Aquino. Now here's where everything begins to actually have somewhat of a shall we say a little bit of a bleed over here. What I did with my last episode before tonight's, I'm pretty sure it was my last episode before tonight's. I actually have a segment where I believe it was someone asked a question, and I went into some fairly deep detail, including dates and names that began to represent themselves in my mind, that I began to recollect and recover from my subconscious, so to speak. A lot of this stuff I bury as deeply as possible. But we were talking about the human trafficking involving Michael Aquino, the human trafficking that he was involved with, and exactly some of the things that he did where he was definitively, personally involved with the Franklin scandal and cover-up, and of course taking money for the sale of people such as Johnny Gosch, eyewitness testimonies that ultimately were presented in a court of law. And like I said, incredibly, at least one of them finally resulted in one of the children that was trafficked and enslaved being awarded $1 million from Don King, the black African American man who spent less time in jail for stealing millions and millions of dollars than all of these trafficked children did for pointing him out as one of their traffickers. So when it comes to all of this, it does bleed over into the territory of human trafficking that Beaver and I were involved with. The primary difference is when it comes to the world of we're dealing with immigrants, whereas in the world of Michael Aquino, they're dealing with United States citizens. But when we come back to the more esoteric subjects, such as the fact that it was this human trafficking experience and resources that enabled Beaver and the gang, elements of the underworld, to help me smuggle out the biofec simulacra, as if we were conducting a mass emigre smuggling, as if we were we conducted it operationally as if we were basically relocating a population of immigrants en masse. And because of this, it wasn't just Beaver, but many, many people who were involved who saw the biofec simulacra and saw the container cases, very similar to coffins, as I said, that these biofec simulacra were maintained in. All of this was something that in depth it shocked everyone involved. Beaver was moved to the point where he asked, these things. They got names. He was asking if they had personal names, and I said no. They're just numbers that are, of course, imprinted upon them. That are basically the only identity that they're really acknowledged by. It's something, of course, that I think cannot be overemphasized, is the need to dehumanize them and maintain their dehumanization, just as everybody had with the Ardilect, because these are instruments of pain conveyance. They're meant to suffer in the eyes of the American interrogators and professional torturers who were taking advantage of their technology to exploit them. Now, because of this, obviously, there is a greater understanding of technological advancement among certainly Beaver and other affiliates who were involved in that operation over that night. And it was only basically a single night over which we conducted that operation. And of course, this was something that affected them all profoundly. None of them were aware of how technologically advanced the Japanese really were in terms of these contracts being settled with the United States, where these non-human entities with no rights, not even any human rights whatsoever, not even the rights of animals, were suffering such abuse. So it's something that that profoundly moved them all. And understand that our own operations, especially as times have changed, have become more and more rescue and extraction operations of Asians who are trapped in places such as Mexico, but even more so in American territories. And these territories are, of course, by the way, if I said Don King earlier, I meant Larry King, Lawrence E. King. He was the black African American who was basically dealing personally with Michael Aquino during the Franklin scandal that ultimately was covered up by the U.S. government, and the majority of the victims who had pointed him and Michael Aquino out were all put in jail themselves for incredibly lengthy sentences, the longest ever given for some of them for the history of defamation, quote unquote, or slander, just to deliver the message that you don't squeal on the big boys. But it was Judge Warren Erbaum who ordered Lawrence King, Larry King, to pay $1 million in damages to Bonacci. Finally, Bonacci was the name of the young man, originally a young man, who was a victim of Michael Aquino and Larry King, Paul A. Bonacci. And at least that provided definitive evidence that everyone knew the crimes were real. So that was something that is unknown to most people, that was a case that was won in the end. But of course, when it came to this nationwide pedophile ring, and all of that was very different from our kinds of crimes. And this is because at this point we're talking about the satanic ritual abuse, not only of the biofac simulacra, which were considered by the American military intelligence occult complex to be like super voodoo dolls. Consider the biofac simulacra to be like super voodoo dolls, and you'll get a better image of what the thematic was, what the trope was in terms of their exploitation. When it comes to the actual children, this is more like gratification at a different level, at a more carnal level, a more visceral level. My underworld connections have never been involved with something like that. This is like evil for the sake of evil. There's no pragmatism behind it. You're not helping immigrants relocate. You're not extracting them from sweatshops. And for those of you who don't get it, say for instance, you've grown up with the typical American stereotype of the Chinese sweatshop, that the Chinese, of course, maintain an exploitation of their own community. These sweatshops, of course, exist. But when it comes to the real sweatshops, they're maintained by Jewish multi-millionaires over the American territories of the United States, like the North Marianas Islands, where all of the big Jewish companies like Levi's and all of the big brand names that you can think of, Hilfiger, they're all maintained sweatshops there on U.S. territories that are not subject to any U.S. laws, no U.S. labor laws. and therefore Chinese immigrants wind up there exploited literally unto death. This is something that, of course, we extracted many people from over the years, and even funded lawyers and attorneys to fight the Jewish exploitation of Chinese and the exploitation of them unto death, where the only way they could escape from these sweatshops was to sell all their organs. In other words, they couldn't get out alive. They literally could not get out alive. Basically, the Jack Abramoff and his law firm were paid by the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands to maintain this kind of human slavery of Chinese. This is the kind of smuggling we really did. This was how we had the talent and the experience and the equipment with which to help the Biofac simulacra escape, so to speak, to rescue them, to get them en masse out of the Presidio military base at a time when everything was going to hell and all the buildings were being set on fire by the parents, by the military itself, and ultimately a number of buildings by us. So it was a time of true chaos. Presidio was literally burning. Certainly having seen that, having seen, say for instance, the heart of evil at its worst, at its darkest, Beaver knows that everything I speak of is true. His puzzlement would be like, why are you getting yourself into trouble by exposing this? His biggest attitude was he felt that I was self-destructive, that I had some kind of almost like a lover's quarrel going on with Aquino to wreak the vengeance that I did upon him. And it's not that he had any judgment on it as disapproving. He didn't feel like I had betrayed Aquino or something of that nature. Though the Gangstalkers will present it as if I did. For those of you who don't know, it's on record, of course, where people called into the show called Bases that was hosted by that British old fart, that wretched old man, Miles Johnston.
Miles Johnson?
Yeah, Miles Johnston, where people called him up and confronted him about, why don't you bring Douglas Dietrich on to talk to Michael Aquino, because he would bring I don't know if you know this, but he brought on Michael Aquino more than once. And so he would have Michael Aquino on as a guest, and of course my name would be brought up. So, by the way, all that scrubbed from YouTube now because they banned his channel, Bases, and in the end, I'd rather that they did what they did, YouTube, be simply because of his just being a source of so much disinformation. But it's a pity those records were lost, at least on YouTube. But Miles Johnston would say, well, Douglas Dietrich is two-faced, two-faced. He's basically letting it slip that I betrayed Michael Aquino. And this is after Michael Aquino, was insisting he never met me on that very show. And then you have Miles Johnston basically copping that he did by saying what he said. That, Douglas Dietrich essentially has betrayed Michael Aquino. He's two-faced. You can't trust him. So it wasn't that attitude that Beaver had about me and Michael Aquino. It's more like, why are you doing this to yourself? Is what he would say to me, as to, why don't you just let him do what he's doing? It's not our business. But of course, that's the way a gangster learns to think. They have to compartmentalize. And they have to compartmentalize their feelings about who they care for compared to those that they traffic in, or those that they have to kill for reasons of business. So when it came to our situation, as I said, really our biggest enemy in the United States ethnically, in terms of the most insidious and the most powerful, would be the Jewish community of companies that ran the fabrics industry, the fashion industry. As I said, Tommy Hilfiger, the Levi Strauss, all of these companies that had so much of a stake in exploiting Chinese literally unto death in their sweatshops run in American territory, but not subject to American laws. And fortunes were spent by our own criminal organization to hire the attorneys to put an end to that on behalf of the Chinese community, because in the end, after all, we are the Chinese community's militia. We are the Chinese community's only defense against a population that historically has attempted to exterminate us. So and of course I say us because I'm a member of their community by default, simply by the profession all these years. And for those of you who don't understand some of the situations that I'm kind of locked into just by dint of circumstance, say for instance my purchasing my son off the streets as a young girl, all of this involved enormous expense on the part of the underworld who sponsored my purchase from that particular pimp. Pimps do not want to sell their child prostitutes. They make too much money by keeping them. It's not often that such assets are trafficked. They are kept and they're exploited until they die. Which is quite soon in those circumstances, but an astronomical amount of money is earned off their bodies before they expire. It took so much money to purchase her. I was in debt to the criminal underworld of Beaver's Tong, his gang, for the rest of my life, effectively, which is why I had to participate in missions with them, where I used my own techniques that my mother trained me in. Such as, of course, cross-dressing and killing while cross-dressed. That is essentially why I was used as the vanguard in many extraction operations, simply because in many of these arenas, a woman is looked at askance and not acknowledged as someone capable of doing any damage. So when it came to everything that we accomplished in terms of the Biofec simulacra, he obviously had to take everything else I said seriously about the Vox Arca and other elements. He ultimately just came to accept it all as part of this background of a much more, we'll say, a metaphysically much more complex world than your average person understands. His background in Chinese spirituality enabled him to assimilate and absorb quite a bit of this, adapt to it without too much cognitive dissonance. I would say that probably the worst effect it had on him in the end was it just caused him to go into a kind of, I would call it ultimate spiritual denial, by assuming a stance of overall atheism. So in that sense, it's kind of like he's almost on the level of borderline, I mean, I shouldn't say this. Atheists, of course, there are plenty of atheists. My 3D graphics modeler comes to mind. I had to just inform him I was scrubbed from Facebook because I didn't want him to think I had blocked him, because I owe him $300. Which compared to what I owe Beaver and the gang, is nothing. But when it comes to both those men, they're atheists. And I think it's simply their way of just dealing with...
compartmentalizing and filtering it down to their level. As my Qigong teacher said about me, he says, people have to dial you down.
Yeah.
They got to dial you down big time, he said.
Yes. That's
it's the same with you. You got to dial you down even more.
Yes, thank you.
Because, you are, literally in the center of the fire. And so thank you. You answered my question well. In other words, he's had to, you've stretched his horizons.
Yeah, to the breaking point, to the point where he literally became an atheist just to deal with it. Now, at the same time, he has to acknowledge the reality of things that happen as a result of his affiliation with myself. When it comes to, say, for instance, what he did to help with the escape of the Dietrich Artelect, he would help me by doing as I asked, such as taking a container in which the Dietrich Artelect explained that a bit of your essence or soul was within a container, kind of like what you would call a download into a super heavy data box. But it's far more etherical than people might imagine. They don't call it the Ethernet for nothing. So the container was large enough, requiring a vehicle to ultimately be shipped to Taiwan, but Beaver was willing to help arrange for these things. But it's because he was my brother. It's not because he necessarily was willing to accept everything. In the end, the best way to express it is, I know he truly understands what I say to be true and accepts it at some level that he's repressed very deeply, but he's built this scab, this scar tissue over it of atheism so that he can maintain his sanity in dealing with the world around him that he otherwise would lose if he maintained a much more spiritual outlook. In other words, if he maintained a much more spiritual outlook, he would be vulnerable to the horror that life is a never-ending struggle, spiritual warfare, a spiritual warfare that never ends. This is ultimately what cost Laura Lee Solomon, though, of course, the question is whether or not she was always on the other side. She was, after all, a product of the Air Force, the same branch of service that Jameson Reese was in, where, as Samuel Romero astutely observed, that's where they put the sugar in their tanks. But Laura Lee Solomon ultimately was like, and she was a member of the OTO, and yet she came to this like moment of like crisis. You'd call it metaphysical or quote unquote moral crisis in her life involving myself, where she says, well, like she suddenly realized it. Well, this is a war that never ends. Paul is still on. The reconnection has been successful. Okay, so I don't know what everybody missed, but our online broadcasting service was disconnected, our online broadcasting software. It has successfully reconnected so far as we know, but we need people to emphasize whether or not they can still hear us. By all means, let us know if you can hear me. By the way, Nolani Bouchard, who I want to thank you so much, honey. There's a lady who's anonymously contributed 30 United States dollars. And of course, I want to thank Nolani Bouchard in the chat room for just participating. She says, yes, a hero. You sure have chose a powerful incarnation this time around. And Peg Henry says, Douglas, you are a hero. God bless you both. And God bless Onimo, who says, we can hear you. So thank you, all of you involved. So we were taken off for a bit, but we successfully reconnected when I attempted that, and that helps immensely. So what I want to reemphasize is that, this was so insane on the part of Laura Lee Solomon, as if someone who pursued spirituality and metaphysics all her life through something like the OTO. And thank you to Todd McDonald, who confirms hearing us. God bless you, sir. A man who's suffered quite a bit himself, and we acknowledge all the pain that he's gone through in his life and his courage in sharing that. When it comes to what she said was, I just, like she suddenly realized, this never stops. Well, think about it. You're in a universe that is constantly fighting entropy. You're in a living universe where life itself is striving to survive and manifest, and it is only life and its willpower that really keeps this universe together. If life did not exist at this point, this universe would disintegrate, various equations would come undone, and entropy would effectively dissolve the universe. This might happen over billions or trillions of years that we would not notice in our lifespans, but that's what effectively would happen much more quickly if our very willpower, our very fight for life was not ever present as this burning candle flame to maintain that spirit of why this universe exists, simply so that we can exist. And so when it comes to someone suddenly feeling that, if the war is forever, there'd be no point, well, at that point, you become a nihilist. At that point, you become like the enemy, which is ultimately what Laura Lee Solomon, in a very real sense, effectively became, self-destructing as she did. And with Beaver, the only way to stop that for himself was to go atheist. And with my 3D graphics modeler, who himself is quite really, as I've expressed before, and I've always referenced people to the Animal Planet special that I was a consultant to, Werewolves, subtitled Dark Survivors, after the semicolon, or colon, Werewolves, Dark Survivors. He actually is a lycanthrope. Yes, lycanthropes are real. And yet he himself became an atheist long before he met me, admittedly, so his case is different. But in the case of Beaver, no, it was definitely through me. Definitely through me and everything he encountered through me that he became an atheist to maintain his sanity. Everybody maintained him in thought and prayer, by the way. As I said before, he broke his leg recently because he's caring for his mother and contracted COVID because she had contracted COVID. So he contracted COVID by taking her to the hospital and became so dehydrated that he, at the hospital, collapsed on site. And like the Twin Towers, all that weight went onto one ankle and broke it to the point where they had to, of course, take him into surgery. He had to go home in a cast first. And then I think he's had a surgery by now. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer that everything heals and everything recovers, so that he can drive me to my paratransit hearing on October 23rd, my father's birthday, where hopefully he'll drive me to my paratransit hearing. So then we'll see if I can get taxi vouchers, and that would make my life easier. So all that being said, I myself, through some of the things that I took advantage of my gang, underworld, Tong connections to basically have happen in my life, whether it was the adoption of the child who would become my son, basically purchased off the streets, and the amount of money it took to do that, whether it was the rescue of the Biofax simulacra, which was orders of magnitude more expensive. I am in debt for life to the Tong, and I serve them when called upon. So this is what has happened many times in the past, and it's all part of this situation I found myself in because of, well, there's certain things that I just felt had to be done. I could not tolerate the suffering of the Biofax, and even most of the people who saw what they saw the night we rescued them all and relocated them in many areas, including many shipping warehouses belonging to Beaver's Underworld Tong, where they stay stored to this day. Many in my home, what few can be housed here, and many, of course, even some in Beaver's basement under the apartments that he owns and manages property of. We have them scattered all over a good part of the greater Bay Area Metroplex region at this point. All of this, the expenses of that one night's operation were enormous. Consider it like a military operation. You're talking about, imagine smuggling out hundreds of people. They may not be animate, but they weigh a ton. They weigh a lot. Like a dead person weighs a lot. It takes 6 people to carry a dead person in a coffin. We're not talking about an easy operation. It involved hundreds of people. So this was a full-scale military operation that required a lot of coordination. And so it was something that was done in an American military base, no less. So you're talking about a Chinese underworld operation that took on an American military base, and we won. That was something that alone, the risks undertaken with that were indescribable. There's nothing I can do to ever repay the Tong. So I serve them when they ask. And of course, as I get older, I'm not quite sure how much longer I can pull it off. But so far, we've always come out of it alive. And of course, a lot of it.
What I found fascinating, and you really gave me a good answer, because there's no question that the Tong and Beaver played a crucial role in helping humanity, just as they do or have done with regards to saving people.
Yes.
And I would point out to people that the Tongs arose because of the horrible mistreatment that the Chinese had. They were self-protective mechanisms. They weren't like, hey, we're just going to be a bunch of hoods. Now, of course, it opens the door to hoodlumism,
Yes.
but that's a reaction too. It's a reaction too. And this is the unfortunate world we live in. So, Beaver is he's part hero by default, if nothing more. And for so they when they came to help you, they saw it as it's part of their duty.
Yes.
Part of their duty to save people.
Yes. And again, to reinforce this so people understand what Peter Moon is talking about, Peter Moon's not melodramatizing here. Everything he says is true. Just a preeminent example of that people can understand possibly better would be the fact that in 1999, we funded the Asian Law Caucus and a number of other advocacy groups in which we filed 3 separate lawsuits, class action suits, on behalf of the 30,000 garment workers, all ethnically Chinese, trapped in Saipan. And the defendants we were striking against included 27 U.S. retailers and 23 Saipan garment factories. And by 2004, we had won a $20 million settlement against all but one of the defendants. Levi Strauss and Company was the only successful defendant. They won the case that was struck against them circa 2004. But when it comes to what we exposed about them, we at least embarrassed them as early as 1991 by all their subsidiary factories run on Saipan, where the laborers in those factories, you're talking about people who are literally chained to their stations and literally would shit in pots and shit and piss in pots, and their food would be just brought to them, this sludge for them to eat. Believe me, when it comes to the Marianas Islands and Saipan, I had this wonderful woman who lived on Saipan in particular who sent me contributions once in a while. I mean, we're talking something like $10 that she would literally tape underneath multiple layers of cardboard so the dogs couldn't sniff the money out. Because believe me, the postal inspectors, all they do all day is use their dogs to sniff out people sending money through the mail, and they just rip the envelopes open, steal the money. And this is all they do all day. That's all a postal inspector does. And this is what they use the money sniffing dogs for. So she made certain that the money sniffing dogs couldn't smell the $10 bill, and she sent it to me like I was in the middle of prison, knowing what she did. And at the same time, I try to think of people like her on Saipan, because otherwise I would wish every native resident of Saipan and the Northern Marianas Islands dead. You have no idea. Their entire system was based off the enslavement of Chinese. We're talking about all the way through the era of the lawsuit that I've just described. So all of these people were victims where the only escape was if they sold their eyes, literally sold their eyes, their kidneys, their organs, enough to make their life useless anyway. They would only leave on life support. And yet people took that option simply to escape a lifetime of nothing but endless slavery. This is how awful the conditions are. And this is American territory. And so when you think of the real gang-on-gang warfare, and you think of the kind of street gang fights that we used to have when I was young and growing up with other Chinese gangs for literally territory to sell illegal firecrackers. And then as we got older and involved with the higher degrees of crime, the kind of wars that we had with ethnic groups, other ethnic mafias, mostly Latin American, our greatest enemy is the Jews. Gap, Levi Strauss, Phillips Van Heusen, Abercrombie and Fitch, L'Oreal, Ralph Lauren, Polo brand, if you remember, Lord & Taylor, Tommy Hilfiger, and Walmart. An overwhelmingly Jewish elite that was enslaving our people. We have survived a biblical level of exodus, but nobody hears our story. So this is reason why the Tong could relate to the rescuing of the biofac simulacra, especially since the majority of them have an Asian mold. And this is something that, of course, is what's so wrong with the American Commonwealth laws. The Commonwealth territories in the islands, populated by people who I've grown to hate as coconut niggers. They share your American flag, but not your American system of immigration. And so you've got all of these people who are brought to their islands under the Commonwealth law system that permits 12 and 13-year-old girls from all over Asia to allow their employers to use them for live sex shows and prostitution. And your U.S. government says that's completely fucking legal. There's something fundamentally wrong with that, but you're never brought to any awareness of it. You don't know this is going on. Only our underworld rescued these people. It's for that reason I've never hesitated to kill when I was dressed as a woman to infiltrate these rings. Usually, of course, as another dealer, someone there to exploit children. But I've never regretted anyone, or at least the overwhelming majority, that I've taken out and killed in those operations. None of them deserve to live. And at any rate, back to Peter.
Well, thank you for sharing that. This gives people insight into aspects of the living, breathing world that we live in that people don't see. This is not what people are inclined to see. It's not what they're supposed to see. This is indeed the realm of Pluto, the god of death and regeneration. And by exposing these things, at least giving you a slice of view, it gives you insight into the way the world really works and where we're going with our own work. This is where human tragedy is viewable. It's undeniably viewable. And we owe Douglas a debt of gratitude at the very least, and contribute to him if you can, please. I will endorse that, re-endorse that, douglasdietrich.com to contribute to him. But donate PayPal button in the upper right-hand corner. Because the world, we all know the world is screwed up. And this is like, you're getting insight into the exploiters and the exploited. And this is a world of course, it's not going to be seen or viewed for what it is. It's going to be, they're going to make comic portrayals of Asians like Mickey Rooney in Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yes. Disgusting.
And it becomes like, why is he doing that? It makes no sense to the film. It's not even really funny. There are instances where that sort of stuff can be funny, but it's not funny. It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It's obnoxious. It's like, what is this idiot running around doing this?
It's outrageous. Yeah, just egregious.
It wasn't funny. As I recall it, it's just like, well, why is this character in this? He's just Mickey Rooney being Mickey Rooney.
Yeah, in other words, being an ass. Yes.
Well, yeah, but yeah, so it's like, instead of focusing on real situations and real problems and so on and so forth, this is one of the same problems that arises with the gay community, because the gay community has to defend itself, because there are people, particularly in the right wing, who will kill the gay community, or as good as kill them.
Yes, thank you.
So they not only defend themselves, they overreact, which is understandable. They overreact, and so, and then you see this extreme overreaction, and then the press shows you all that extreme overreaction, and focus on that instead of the real inhumane issues. Those are not brought to the forefront. It's just like, let's make this thing ridiculous, and all it does is promote hatred towards the gay community.
Yes.
Or disgust, or what would the word be? Rejection.
Yes.
So rather than to focus on what the real issues are, but they have no choice. They have no choice, because if they don't get rid of the inhumanity directed at them, they have to it's a survival. It's survival. So this was all from my interest in, what was Bieber's ontological, response to all this, seeing all this bizarro stuff. But you've given a good answer. Sure, he's seen plenty of evil. But the reason he sees evil is because his ancestors were having to deal with it.
Yes.
They have no choice.
I mean, to give you an example of some of the his understanding, he knows, of course, his atheism is simply, like I said, a scab. It's just scar tissue. He knows, for instance, the reality of the supernatural. He had a cousin that I've told people about before in the past who became a nuclear physicist. And this cousin, he wound up working for the Department of Energy, and they basically had him running the nuclear waste disposal, or participating in the management of the nuclear waste disposal at Yucca Flats, out in the middle of nowhere. We're talking like the Four Corners region area of those desert states. And of course, without even going into all the scandals of everything they did wrong, how they cut corners, and it went so far as using things like cat litter as a buffer against leaking radiation. It's just crazy corruption. That being said, this guy was being paid enormous sums by the U.S. government, a very high salary that would be the envy of anyone. And as I said earlier, and Peter reiterated, you can't get fired no matter how incompetent or corrupt you are. And whether he was involved with the cat litter fiasco or not, I have no idea. But certainly, you would think they'd purge the entire staff, or at least elements of it. Maybe as a nuclear physicist, that whatever. But anyhow, his thing was that he had all this money that he would have to cash the checks for, because a government check only lasts so long, and if you don't cash it, then it becomes basically useless. You can't cash it after a certain time limit, so you have to cash it. And so he would cash these checks, and for whatever reason, he didn't trust banks. Was my impression. He kept all this money in a safe at home, and that was probably the primary reason. But among others, he had some sense of paranoia concerning probably elements of what I discussed in the past concerning America, and basically experiments with underground life forms that gave rise to the Dulce-based legends that there's aliens underground or kept underground. And I've talked about these artificial life forms created by the government in the past. I think it's primarily for that reason he had basically a home that was like something out of The Purge. You would press a button and this nuclear submarine kind of gong would sound, kind of an alarm as just to warn people to run away from all the closing structures. This is in heavy buildings where you've got warehouses that have really heavy garage doors that if somebody's anywhere near the vicinity of the garage door, you could die when it closes. So they have this warning gong that sounds when you open and close it. Well, especially when you close it, because you're talking about an extraordinarily heavy moving object, and that's lethal if somebody doesn't get out of the way. So when it comes to his home, it would like self-lock at night. He would press the button and then everything would seal shut, the windows, the home, and it would basically turn on this independent oxygen supply for the 8 or 10 hours they were sleeping. So that was probably also to protect all the money he kept in the safe. And when Beaver asked him about what he was going to do with all that money someday, he, pointing out he couldn't spend it all in one lifetime, he honestly told my gang brother Beaver he was going to be buried with it. I mean, this is like his level of insanity. But another thing that he said that interested Beaver like several times, or at least piqued his interest, was he said he had seen ghosts. And so one time was at one facility, this nuclear waste facility, and his you're talking about a nuclear physicist here, and then he tells Beaver, I was alone at this facility site at the time, and it takes him hours to drive to work and back to home again. His home's out in the middle of nowhere. The work site's out in the middle of nowhere because it's nuclear waste. So it took him maybe 3 hours to get to work, or at least 2.5, something like that, and then the same amount of time to get home. So a good part of his day was just transport. But anyhow, he says, at the work site, then I saw a ghost, and so of course Beaver was interested because this is a nuclear physicist talking, and he said, "What'd you do?" And that's when he said, "I simply turned around, tucked my head under my chin, tucked my chin into my neck, hunched my shoulders, and turned away from it and walked away." Then he brought up a similar incident where he was at some other nuclear office or facility or something. Maybe at this time it had something to do with one of these more it was the same thing. I saw a ghost, and he lured Beaver out again. What did you do? And he said the same thing. Yeah, I simply tucked my chin into my chest, hunched my shoulders, turned away from it, and walked away. The third time he brought up a ghost, Beaver didn't even ask because he knew what the response was going to be. But it's something where there's other reasons Beaver's aware of the supernatural, or at least, I don't know, maybe this person was so psychologically guilty or something that maybe he was haunted by some kind of manifestation of guilt or something that kept appearing to him, and it was some kind of psychological phenomenon, but his only way of dealing with it was to walk away. And so but it's one of these things where he's seen so much, including, of course, through all the killings we've seen, the kind of occult that we've seen involved with the other kinds of criminal warlords of different ethnicities. He's well aware of all of this, and therefore, he's retreated into atheism as kind of a final psychological defense mechanism that just keeps him functioning at some level. Hopefully that puts that into some further perspective. I don't know if that helped at all, but
it does indeed, and it's just this gives everybody insight, and I think the most interesting, if not important, aspect is how the criminal element blends into the sacred,
yes,
or into the most precious aspects of life. Here you have a blending where you have human trafficking occurring, and you have a rebellion against the human trafficking, which goes back generations. So you have an actual heroic response.
Thank you.
And if it's not heroic, it's survival. and it's like guardian energy. It's guardian energy. And this is why I've always stated, and I'm certainly not the first one to state it, but Jinn, gatekeepers, guardians, they go both ways. It's like they're dualistic.
Yes.
So the gatekeeper, sometimes gatekeepers that have opened the doors for me have not been, I guess, what you would call your idea of a saint. But that's beside the point. It's beside the point.
Thank you.
Think of the traditional iconic character St. Peter, the gateway to heaven. You have to pass him. But what if he condemns you? What if he doesn't let you in? What does that make him look like? Why are you being judged for being such a detrimental character when you really came into this universe at a disadvantage? Who can say? But, and this is an important thing I've had to deal with my entire writing career, even my pre-writing career, when we talk about L. Ron Hubbard. Not everything is like you'd want it to be or like you might think it would be. And people would build up this iconic, idealistic character in L. Ron Hubbard. People do the same with Aleister Crowley, believe it or not.
That is pretty hard to believe. But it does. It's true. It's true, yes.
There are aspects of him that are quite amazing.
Yes.
Quite friendly and quite cogent. But
not to mention he was one of the world's greatest mountain climbers. But go on.
Yeah, but that's kind of beside the point. But yeah, there are people that want, all the teachings of Taoism to be soft and gentle, and when you're really good at it, they are soft and gentle. It's effortless. But not everything in any of these philosophies are necessarily soft and gentle.
I remember when I was describing to Beaver about my taking on Aquino, and he was like, of all the things to say, one of the first things he said was, why are you picking on him for? Not that he liked Aquino or even really knew him or had any sympathy for him. It was more like, he said, look, you're dealing with Satanists. He said, it's like why don't you just go tie a big, fresh, roe-filled, pregnant salmon around your neck and go to the river where all the bears are trying to swipe that shit out of the water, and you'll get the same effect. This is exactly what he said, was that I was just asking for trouble. And as I said, to give people some idea of some of what he was confronted with over the years that had nothing to do with regular gang warfare, certainly not that we could ascertain. One time he was in a fish store where they were selling ornamental fish for display, like in aquariums. And it was run by or at least staffed by some gay couple of guys who then a bouncing baseball, a baseball was thrown into the store. And it literally had a bullet hole in it, which you could definitely tell when somebody shoots a bullet through a baseball. So it had a bullet hole in it, and it had Daniel written on it. And when he picked it up, then the two gay guys completely freaked out and said, "Oh my God, we're gonna have to shut the store right now. Let's close down for the day." And they were completely frightened. They were afraid that there was gonna be the burst of machine gun fire. Anyhow, he dismissed it completely and went home. There was no attack that followed, but it seemed to have nothing to do with anything else other than the kind of occult harassment that occurs when someone is taking on the cult of the kings of Edom, as at that time represented by the Temple of Set in particular, as one of their front organizations. And then another time, comparatively recently, that we're talking about during the COVID years, comparatively recently, somebody crawled all the way up through, breaking through several barriers into his home and crawled up to his second level where he lives. And he lives on the second story. And his bedroom's there, where he's got a little balcony. And it's got a little water faucet outside on the balcony for the garden hose, so to speak. And somebody turned that on in the middle of the night. And he woke up to the sound of running water and then walked outside and turned that off. And there's no reason for this. It's not like people were following up with their threats or, these are a few things that just come to my mind. So when it comes to all of this, it shows you what he deals with as a repercussion or fallout for what to me is most certainly the war against the kings of Edom. By the way, Nolani Bouchard says, thank you, Douglas and Peter. Great sharing. Good night. Good night to you, honey. We love you dearly. And so just that, and back to Peter, of course, thank you so much for tonight. Of course, whenever you wish, you can retreat into the gentle night, but whatever else you wish to share, by all means.
One thing I want to touch on, because I alluded that I would touch on it. Yeah. Maybe I'll go deeper into it. Maybe I won't. But I was mentioning L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology. There is an excessive amount of eyeballs that just it's a very hot subject. And there is this such, I think the amount of sentiment to counter Scientology or the existing organization as run by David Miscavige is huge. There's a huge sentiment against it. And it's organized. And it's coming into the lawsuits, the legal arena. And this is an organization which is set up and calculated to fight virulently. You talk about the defense of the tongs. Yeah. They are prepared to dig up every legal argument, if only to stave off and delay a lawsuit. Yes. They will go to any expense. They've also created a mechanism from what they call whales, rich people that will donate to them.
Yes.
Who believe in the cause. And it's this tremendous fight going on. And as they say, as above, so below. It's a fight of, it all ends up as abuse. It's all abusive acts against one another. But the anti-Scientologists are very much not only interested in getting rid of David Miscavige, but literally killing L. Ron Hubbard even after he's dead.
Right.
Like, what's the big deal? Do they really expect the entire religion to be brought to its knees? Has the LDS been brought to its knees? Has the Catholic Church been brought to its knees? Well, they still exist. These there's religious scandals all the time. But religion never itself, even organized religion, even sometimes the cults that have been taken down, they don't stop. And when you put that much effort into killing L. Ron Hubbard, when you really kill him, then he resurfaces.
Yes.
This is what I would
say to people. And where do all of these eyeballs? What are they doing? And that's the whole point. Is he is gonna resurface. I don't mean he's gonna come back. It's after people kill him, they're gonna say, well, why? Now that we've killed him, what do we do with him? But so be it. I can maybe extrapolate on that later in another show. I don't know.
Well, societies end up perpetuating the very things they seek to destroy.
Well, exactly. But I want to remind everybody to donate to Douglas Dietrich. And thank you, Douglas, for doing such an interesting show tonight.
Oh, thank you. Impossible without you, of course.
Well, it was great. It was great. I understand what's going on better. And I have been working on the book, and I'll get back to it. Requires a lot of editing, even though what I've done, I want to edit it. So with that, I'll say goodnight, and we'll be back on Wednesday. Wednesday comes very quick.
Yes. And we'll be here before anybody knows it. It'll practically be tomorrow. So we love you dearly, Peter. Thank you so much for what you gift us. Take care.
Okay, and I'm going to send you a link from Diane.
Excellent.
If you want to see it.
Okay. Wonderful.
Whatever it's worth. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
And have a blessed night. So that's Dear Peter, skybooksusa.com. So don't forget to order The Roswell Deception, of course. Make it worth his while. We now bring on Aristides out of mute. And there we are, dear sir. Thank you very much for your patience, as always. We're going to try and bring on a number of participants. Let's see who we can bring on with us tonight. And hopefully we can find someone to bounce off with you, and then we can thereafter provide myself a short break, and then I can hopefully we might be joined by our dear George Knight tonight. I never even had an opportunity to open up his latest messages on Facebook, which I can no longer access. And, the entire account has been scrubbed and salted, as they say. So that's we're going to have to adapt to checking in with each other on the Skype far more often. And so aside from all of that, let's see now any other people we can bring on. I'm going to do so. We're going to, of course, go through all the usual suspects. Nemo, at least, is finally appearing on my list of people who are in reach. And
Nemo, yeah, he sent me a message. Said Douglas deleted me from his Facebook. I said, no, it's okay. Well, it's not okay, but you're okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I explained to him, and if there's if you can think of anybody else you want me to try to let them know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone you can think of, go with saying. Yeah, it's the George Knight, obviously, John Warrington. I don't know if you're Facebook friends with either of them.
No.
And
so no, the issue is I wasn't friends with a lot of these people, not for any reason of not wanting to be.
Understood.
I just not Facebooking a lot.
Yeah, and so, okay, we're going to press the add button and see who answers the call, and we'll find out soon enough. And Peter Moon has sent me a link from Diane. I want to thank her for this. And there we are. So I want to thank you, Diane Hillis. Diane Hillis. Yes, hello, my soul brother. There's our dear man, Mr. Brendan Zoget, and yes. I'm so glad you were able to join us. We are going now to. Well, first I'm going to return to call, see who else is responding.
Wait, who else is here?
Aristides. And
nobody cares. Nobody wants to talk to you. There's not. I don't.
No, it's Brooke again.
We love you, Brooke. We love you, Brooke. It's yes.
Then don't fucking call me if you don't want Brooke again.
He means that affectionately. He means that affectionately.
Who said that?
It's-
There's only one person that could say that would have a reason.
Brendan Zogan. It was Brendan Zogan.
Okay, well then he would have a reason to. Other than that, I'll get them out.
Yes, and so I've called. Hopefully, George Knight can jump on with us later. His intent, I believe, was to spend a good.
Well,
part
Brendan told me he's been practicing his British accent since he's been wanting to move to the British Isles, so he can pretend to be.
Yes.
Didn't you know what you said?
I never
tonight?
said that. I never said that once.
I'm pretty sure that's what you said. That's what you were smoking the Blue Lotus for.
Yeah, George won't help him either.
No.
Yeah. The
George
Brits.
George can't even get us Blue Lotus, nor can Brendan, for that matter. But he can
It's
get
okay.
it.
I don't want to live in Bristol, wherever he's at. Bristol's for scrubs.
At any rate,
Let's see how our little. I love it how you handle these things.
Yes. Darling, now, so the first thing I got, of course, was, like Aristides said, our man El Nemo was saying, Douglas blocked me! Brooke Gibson, of course, damned me to hell and back, saying I blocked her. And
I called.
Every time Facebook does something like this, they completely salt all the messages.
Yeah.
So like the whole message history on your old account, and now this one is like completely salted.
Yeah.
So I called two. I called Brendan and I called Sammy. So I called Sammy and Brendan. Brendan doesn't answer his phone normally, but he calls back. Like he's like that guy that's like, I'm so important. I was like in a business meeting, but I'll call you back in an hour. That's Brendan. At least Sammy was like, no, I don't even know. And then, by the way, Brooke, maybe you shouldn't freak out. It's probably nothing. I'm like, well, he should be on air. And he's like, it's only 8. Like it's whatever time it is y'all's time, and I'm like, it's 8:30 here, and he's like, he doesn't go until 9 there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn him for changing the fucking hours.
It was they do this.
But no,
always,
I really thought you weren't on air because I was so used when I started. You were at 8 p.m. EST.
That's
and
right.
So when I it was like 8:45 and you weren't on, and I couldn't get a response, and I'm like, that's when I sent you that message. Like, I hope it's one of these 4.
Yeah. Yeah, go on. I mean, all I can say is that I'm so, how would I say it? Starting that hour early that we did with that quote unquote opening hour was the silliest thing for me to do. It was just just so much stress and for no purpose. It was just, it's much better now for me. So much better. You're right. We are all so much more excited to just go straight into the Peter Moon hour. So you did such a better job with it. Honey.
Like we just want to hear 12 hours and like 6 of Peter blanding on about what kind of tea, milk tea, egg tea.
Honey, oh my God, it's butter tea. Brendan, have you ever tried
butter tea?
Yes.
Oh no, Brendan's tried it, and that's what's hilarious.
Cashmere butter tea. I actually had a cashmere tea this morning that I made.
See,
a
but
cashmere
that
chai.
would have been a conversation had he been able egotistically to have Brendan on to be able to say that. But he would have said,
who put a black baby
Brendan
on my
interrupted me. I'm not finished. My butter tea 4-minute rant.
Well, Brendan actually.
No, and Peter has his qualities. I'm not saying that, but sometimes he does like kind of carry on and doesn't want other people to have a conversation with him. And I agree if it's not me because he doesn't talk fast, he doesn't like the word fucking. I'm a woman. There's multiple reasons he wouldn't have me on. But like Brendan should have been able to have Brendan
actually tried to call in.
Yeah, and you didn't let him, and you're a bitch. I know why you did that, and you're a bitch.
No, it was simply, well, Brendan understands, and
wait, oh really? Does Brendan understand? Let's see.
Yeah, yes.
Let's see what Brendan understands from your Libra-ness.
Yeah, it's well, he right now is on mute, but Aristides is open and off mute, and I don't think that
we can hear his little dog because the girlfriend puts him in the bed.
What's this?
Hey,
it's Brooke.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, of course. See, why can't you be like that, Brooke? Yes, notice there's
Who said that? Who said that to me?
Aristides.
Oh my God! Can if you want to continue to give me compliments, I'll continue to give you some, and we'll pretend like
You want to be
Everything's good.
kind to him. You want to be kind to him. He has the potential to get something to you that you would
Oh
appreciate.
shit, you're right. Aristide, I will suck your dick right now over the internet on air. Like, please do that if you can. But I don't believe you until you actually do it. So we'll handle that later.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Now think
I
about
just
trying-
want to try it because little bitch over here is like, try the Blue Lotus. The Blue Lotus is the race. But you can only get it if you're a special kind of store of the Indian nature, and you have to go to a certain place under a tree with a bridge. You have to be a troll will let you through the bridge if you're special and you're
sorry
not
about
white.
that. That black baby thing was actually just a baby doll. It wasn't anything racist.
Oh, thank you for.
That was
Just in case anyone was concerned.
Basically, we were talking about
I
you,
was
to be
concerned.
honest.
I was concerned. Yes.
Yeah.
I heard him say something about throwing. You put a black lady or baby on my bed sheets. Is what I heard him say to someone off camera, so to speak. Yes.
No, I said I had a white blanket that I was setting outside to dry,
Okay.
and then there was like a black baby doll on it, and I was just making a joke to someone. I was like, "Don't put black babies on my white blanket."
Okay.
I don't think that's
And
what.
it was a joke.
Neither conversation was about that. I can assure you. You did not.
Okay.
Anyway,
I just wanted to
don't-
make sure there was nothing misconstrued, like
There,
because
I
you know
can
how
assure
the
you,
gangs.
There was
Yes.
nothing misconstrued on either end, but that's fine. I was just talking about Black Lotus. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about something different, which I would prefer
One of
not
those
to bring.
blogs. That soundbite will be on the blog.
Yes. That's that. That'll be the headliner.
Yeah.
And ironically, of course, these are the most racist people on earth. But
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Which is why they never.
Are you
take
talking
that
about the
angle in
guy
numbers.
with the little black dolls that are all behind him?
No. Let's just forget about it.
yes.
But there is a
Yeah, and I was
Isn't there a guy
telling you
now?
about the
Douglas, am I
wormwood and stuff.
crazy? Is there not a guy that has a bunch of little black voodoo dolls? You told me.
Yes, that's Dan the Man Vandermeulen in Nederland. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to.
No,
clear
I
up
think you're
that I'm
talking
not
about
crazy.
JMO with the voodoo doll. That's different.
That too.
I never saw anything behind JMO. He is.
Yeah. So
pretty
here's
hot.
my.
I'll be honest. JMO's pretty hot and sexy compared to most of y'all. So I mean,
Okay, hold
y'all-
on. Wait.
Y'all might be. He may be a shitty person.
Yeah, but
and,
that's
like, want
that's
to kill
Jin
the
assisted
world.
looks.
But,
Like
like,
he doesn't
where
actually
do you
look
draw-
like that.
Yeah. it's
But
true.
where do you draw
If
the
you
line?
take away the glamour, if the glamour was lifted, you'd see some really fucked shit, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's if. Well, you know what? I would like y'all to put glamour on me. If he can do that, I'll fucking marry him. If he can glamour my ass the rest of my life, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm totally down with it.
It's like
That
the second the Jin withdraw their assistance, like he'll melt. His like muscles
It's
will melt
fine.
and stuff.
If I'm gonna melt, I'm gonna die and melt either way. I want to look fucking hot till I do.
But you don't understand.
Yeah, but
honey.
that's like some serious dark. Kind
Yeah,
of
it's true.
pussy
It's
involved.
true, and it disappears at the worst
Well,
possible
like
time.
I said, why do you think I'm
Yes,
here
thank
and not
you,
talking
yes.
to him? Because
Yeah.
Douglas knows. I try to.
They
speak to
abandon
everybody.
you at like exactly like the
Yeah.
first time he's ever gonna get laid, it's gonna like abandon him right then just for
No,
a joke.
well,
Yeah,
I'll
true.
be honest. Since we're gonna bring him up, and I'm gonna admit that I spoke with him.
No, we don't need to talk about it.
No, I am going to. We're not gonna play that game. So, all I will say is this: I try to see the good in everyone. Douglas and I've been through this.
This is a
he
guy
knows.
that advocated genocide of all humans. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
So can you let me finish?
The good in
Are you-
everyone.
She
are you
she
on
does
that?
know that. So yeah, she does know that. So let her. Yeah. So go on, Brooke. Yeah.
So all I was saying was that he went through a lot of dark things with me. I was trying to see the good in him as far as why this, why that, because, we all get in dark moments, and I didn't know him. I hadn't heard his, been there before. I had never been on the show, so I never heard him on the show. I did know, and I accused him of putting my children's initials and my initials on a drawing, and he denied that. And whether that's correct or not, there was enough lies caught in both. Although I would say there was another person that was definitely caught in a lot more lies. My problem with him is I am not at the point in my life where I have enough sympathy. Like, I'll go sympathy. Who are you? And then I'm like, fuck you. You're a bitch. You're stupid. Like, as Douglas knows, shut up. you're a bitch, you're stupid. And I ended up being told that I was more of a narcissist than Douglas. I was a horrible person by Jimbo. I mean, that's what
I
he
like
ended
that
up
more
thinking
than.
of me. Yeah, more than. He said, you're more of a narcissist than Douglas. Like you know, like, because I said, who cares?
It's hard to
Every time-
compete with a vamp.
And who won? And who won? I did, right? Because I just kept saying, "Who cares?" He'd be like, "My parents abused me. Who cares?" Wham wham.
And he's lying at that. He lives with his parents.
I don't know if he said parents. I don't know because I'm not. No, I don't want to put words in his mouth. It was just the excuses back were ridiculous. They were just. I was just like, wham wham.
Typical
Who
drug
cares? Blah blah. Boring. Same old. Same old. I was giving a bitch ass reply, and I would hate me too eventually if I was just doing that. Like, oh my god, I'm trying to be like, maybe he was actually trying to be like a good soul. Who knows? But at that point, I was done, and so I was like, I don't care anything about whatever. Like, I wouldn't even read it. I was just, I would reply with like wah wah, who cares, blah blah, same old shit. Like, and I didn't mean same old shit as far as like him. I meant because I never talked to him. Same old shit, like as a man. Like, I mean, Douglas has seen the text, but just basically, you're just saying the same old shit as any other guy. You're just crying for yourself. Why don't you go get? Do you need a Kleenex box? Do you need some money for Kleenexes? Like that, and then that's when I was finally, it was finally at some point, and I don't remember the exact words, but it was, you're more. I hate you. You're more of a narcissist than Douglas. I don't know to take it as a compliment or not. I still don't know. That's something to consider.
Take it as the highest compliment coming from the source. I mean, believe me, these people. What makes it so worse is you're talking about a spoiled individual who lives on Staten Island in a home that his parents own. They own their own home. By the way, for a black couple.
But he does care about his cats. And you have to give people, like, everybody's got something good.
He was claiming his cats were all dead. He was claiming his cats were all.
He said, I don't know if he said you killed his cats, but he said you killed my ducks.
He also said I killed all your animals as well.
Yeah, and the rabbit, yeah.
Of course, because that's.
There seems to be a pattern here, Douglas. Can you explain?
Please help explain this, Brendan. Please.
I was asking you. I mean, it started with Laura Lee, and then it's Brooke, and then me.
Yeah. Definitely.
You know why? Because there's not, as I have said, there's not a warning. Like, I didn't get on the show like I have listened. Hey, I don't even give you credit, Brennan, because you probably listened to this show at least a time or two before you got on. I had never heard the podcast.
I mean, that's a good point. I did at least have the disclaimer. Like,
I didn't even know. I had not heard this man talk other than on his whatever that was. The guy was high. What's his name?
Oh, Sean
Bond.
I
was just like, who is? Yes, I heard you for like 20 minutes when I pulled up to that same gas station. I saw your eyes and it kind of got me. And so I was like, I looked up your name, hit subscribe. You pop up a few days later when I'm sitting there at 11 o'clock at night. And then when I hit okay, like, who is this? I mean, like, click on it. You're going, I need people on. And then I say, I'll come on because I have obviously no problem talking. And you were like, ignore the first one. And then I said, I will come on. Just being a bitch, like, I will come on. You're like, I'm sorry, don't know who you are. And then my salesperson self went, I read your book. You went, please message me privately and we will get you on. And you did immediately, and I've been on since. So I didn't read his fucking book. I lied. I did buy it. I had actually bought it. Bought it, but I had not.
Did you realize they jacked the price up? Did you hear Peter Moon say they've jacked the price up all over to $41 or $42 essentially, $41?
I tried to not hear anything Peter Moon says. No, try not to hear that. No, didn't hear that.
Oh my god!
I cut the tea off when it was before tea or after tea. I don't know.
But most people that are attracted by a higher price, they think it's actually worth something. So, in a sense, they're
So why don't you try charging like $700 for your book and see how well that goes? To be honest, though, you'd probably have sold just as many.
According to the source, yeah.
My dog sells me. He's like, I mean, with that marketing, especially with that second one. I mean, at least the astrology. At least.
So I shouldn't bring this up, but so the one of the things I did during Celebrate Bisexuality Day was did check in with V for massage, some other therapies. My sinuses hadn't been worked out.
You're such a whore. He's like, I hate thee. I hate thee. I hate thee. He's a traitor. He also says this about other people that I won't name. And then all I can say is, never mind. I'm not going to say it. Like, you know what you do.
There's a way to contextualize these things, but at any rate,
contextualize it for me, because I would like you to do that like you did Japan. Can you contextualize how you say you hate people and they're the enemy, but you?
It's a terrible thing to be dependent on someone, and I am dependent on these body work. Her acupressure skills are unparalleled, and without the treatment that I normally get at the beginning,
you've never. You know what? You've never asked me. I've told you about my nursing skills and my acupuncture. You've never asked me to try mine, and I'm not. And you say I'm not the enemy, so wouldn't you at least be trying more people that you did not consider the enemy?
I think 3,000 miles away.
Yeah. Beyond which, I think to Brooke, I am a giant
like
voodoo doll. She would stick pins in me like it had nothing to do with acupuncture points. It would be like voodoo doll shit, where she's just, let's, stick this embalming needle up your penis slit. So
Douglas has it right, and I would like the other bitch, like, you shut up about the 3,000 miles and just let me get the pins in it, okay? And then.
And so
you guys do what you gotta do.
So when these got me on the prone position on my stomach, and
prone, yes, the prone. So we learned that in nursing school.
Yeah, and she's hammering on.
Do you know what supine and prone? Do you know the other side? Do you know the
yeah. So she's hammering at my shoulder. Have I got it right? Prone is on your stomach, right? Supine's on your back, I think.
Yeah, prone is on your stomach, supine is on your back. That would be spinal. That's why it's supine. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so then she's hammering first at one shoulder. Yeah, with both shoulders.
Basically, when they find him dead, he will be both in the prone and supine position, and that will be the number one thing. They won't even do a murder trial. They'll just be like, we don't even know how that was possible.
But by the way, I don't think people hear about this anymore, but back in the day, when I was cruising for porn, every once in a while, the collateral...
When you were cruising for porn last week?
Oh, well, that's basically, any time that I'm not sleeping and not involved with something else. Yeah, I'm cruising for porn, but I mean,
he called me the other day and was like, I wish I didn't have to wake up and piss and jack off every so often.
Yes, that's right. Because then I ran across.
I'm sorry if I'm giving too much information. I shouldn't say that.
Everybody knows. So no, I actually, just so people understand, it's not a bladder issue. I can retain water throughout the night and sleep for 10 hours. But I do wake up and then relieve myself. Otherwise, and then
he needs to relieve himself. Either way, it's a relief and a relief.
And then I ran across Brooke sending me messages that were, as always, very cryptic, and I said, oh God, I gotta stop getting up in the middle of the night to jack off, basically, because then I run across shit like this. But at any rate, back in the day when I was cruising for porn as well, then what happened was at one point enough collateral damage accumulated, like radiation on the computer, where I suffered the blue screen of death.
Oh, collateral! I thought you meant collateral damage, like all the women you got, like you gave gonorrhea or herpes or something too. I just confused collateral damage like army warfare, like that's what you were giving them. Anyway, I'm sorry, that was a misunderstanding.
Believe it or not, my then for some
or
reason,
gave your baby to.
Yes. Yeah, and so at any rate, well, I'll tell you in private, I guess my penis got irritated from some of the activity lately that was extra masturbatory. In other words, actual intercourse. But that's probably too much information for too many people. But
oh my God, that's so gross. And did you we do not agree with sex in this channel? Okay, so can you stop?
I'm sorry.
So gross. Like sex, can we not talk about sex on this channel? Can you stop?
Hey, what? Well, at any rate, So Beaver, my game brother, made a joke once that he was going to kill me.
Masturbation. Yeah. So wait a minute. Are you saying recently?
It wasn't because of masturbation. It was. I don't use a condom.
But and then your next words were Beaver. So I just
it wasn't with him either. No, he was threatening to kill me once, and he said, and then when I kill you, I'm gonna wrap some of that blue cellophane around your face so that when the cops walk in and check on your body, they'll say, that's fucked up. This guy's been cruising for so much porn, he's contracted the blue screen of death.
I just so wanted to like Beaver again, and you just made his joke like Beaver, like that was not a joke. Like I see why he laughs at you because those are jokes that Douglas makes. Those are not jokes. No.
At any rate, so what were we talking about before I was distracted?
Blue cellophane of death. I mean, that's hilarious.
Related that.
So hilarious.
Before I related that, it was we were speaking of something that had
probably something good, probably something actually good, but I don't know. You lost it with we thought you had a good story as you're the show hostman, and you went into. Well, you have to know about this story.
Brendan, Aristides, help me out here. Do you
we're
remember?
We're waiting for the highlight, and your highlight was, and then Beaver came in, and he said he'd write me with a face, and then I would the blue cellophane of death.
Do you remember do either of you gentlemen remember what the original train of thought was?
Yeah, you guys were talking about JMO.
Oh, yeah. And what would I say about that idiot? It was
nothing funny either.
There's nothing funny to say about that idiot. I mean, he's completely spoiled and has nothing, to complain about in life.
He does have nice muscles. I'm just going to tell you. I don't care if he's glamorous.
As Brendan explained, that's a glamour. Just so
people tell Brendan to glamour me. Somebody glamour my ass. I want to look like fucking. I look pretty good.
Well, then you would be giving up your soul and various other energies that you'll never get back. So
yeah,
it's not really worth it.
You don't want to do that.
No, that's untrue actually, because I have control over everything because I'm a Capricorn, which if you don't know what a Capricorn is, ask Peter Moon as he described tonight.
Yeah, he was bringing up turning off the bathroom lights on his friend.
Definitely don't make a deal with any being that says they can give you a glamour.
Yeah, thank you. Just don't do that. There are people who can cast a glamour themselves, but it takes an enormous amount of power, skill.
You. Yeah, like you.
Is that what you're going to blame?
There is not like you like. I mean,
if Doug could do that, then he wouldn't waste all his money out at the salon.
Yes, there you are. Oh, that's where I was at the salon. So I was on my stomach in the salon.
A fucking whore.
So then
whore, like slutty whore. What do you call that? Like preppy. Those girls that just want to look pretty in the mirror. Like you're just like, fuck my life. Like I don't have time for that.
So
you spend more time on your hair in one fucking week than I spend time on my hair in one fucking year.
I have a splinter. Anyhow.
Poor baby. You should probably call an ambulance.
I'm going to. Well, I'm going to tend to this in a few moments, but to finish both shoulders had a result that was unusual. Now, one time in the past, fairly recently, V was working on me, and she said, "There's a perfect M carved into your right shoulder blade," and that was manifest, and that was an interesting paranormal phenomenon. In this case, when she was hammering the right shoulder first, and then
it was a fucking B. I hope to God it was a B.
She a bee, like a bumblebee? Is that what you
said? Like a bitch or Brooke.
Well, it was kind of. She was hammering on the right shoulder, and that's the one that still hurts. By the way, because it's sore from what she did, which she had to do, and I'm glad she did it. But
I'm so glad she did.
That's when she had this vision that exploded, and she said, "Who is this bitch?" She said, "There's this energy trapped here in their right tense shoulder. It's like, who's this bitch? She's right in my face." And she was like, "Go in peace. Go in peace," she was saying.
It was totally me. I was having a week, man.
That's what I said. I said, it must be that fucking Brooke Gibson bitch. I said...
It probably was, because I was having an energetic week. Like, I was totally trapped in my own energy. It was bad.
Yeah. I mean, oh my...
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm quite serious. She said, "Who is this bitch?" And she said, "Man, she's right in my face." And she said,
the reason I think that was probably me, because I can see V, like, that's how she, like,
Yeah.
We're probably more alike than you know. And so that's what I would be like. Who the fuck is this?
Yeah, yeah. And she said, "Go in peace. Go in peace." The way you talk to Aquino. And so and I said, "What you look like?"
It's like a spirit and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
You see at the crossroads.
Yeah, yeah.
I was so mad at Douglas at different times of the week, and I wasn't even mad at him. I was just done with like life, and I was like, "And fuck you for not answering your goddamn phone, your messages." And I'm sure you were getting a massage. And
it was probably
like,
at the same time,
bitch, at the exact same time, and I'm like, I hate you, bitch.
Yeah, and it transmitted right through that muscle fiber like it was, cellular fiberglass and shit. But she then on the other, when I asked her what she looked like, is she blonde? Is she? She said straight hair. She said, couldn't tell the color, straight hair, right in my face. And I said, yeah, that's Brooke. I said, yeah. And then it might be someone else, but really it's Brooke overwhelmingly. It's got to be.
Unless she said brown. I mean, like there's obviously straight, you have straight, but I can't hold it. I will say this. I have curled my hair so many times. Like I would, because it used to be in style to really curl your hair. And I think that's coming back. But I would curl it and we would spray it. I did perms. We spray that shit. We would spray it with, like, you remember those aerosol bottles, fucking hairspray? I spray a whole, 2 gallons of it on there to hold the curls before they took them out.
This is one of those stereotypes of the Deep South that Brooke is manifesting. This is a Deep South stereotype that's cute. It's cute.
I don't care. That was what was in style when I was in, middle school, because, my friend had curly hair, and especially, you wanted the opposite. It was actually kind of funny, because my friend, I would iron her hair, because she wanted straight hair. Because she had curly. I wanted curls.
None of us are happy with what we are. Yeah, none of us are happy with what we are.
Right. So I wasn't like I was going for Jerry curl look, but I'm just going big curls. I was just going
Isn't that racist? Isn't that racist?
No, my uncle is white as shit, and he had fucking 3 Jerry curl perms. Finally talked him out of it. He had red hair. He kept doing it. He would perm his hair.
He looked like the gigolo on Married with Children.
Pictures. I'll have to look pictures of him out, man. And he was the head of. Well, actually, if I tell you what he was the head of, it's going to sound very bad because it's going to sound Southern. What I will say is he had a lot of money first. Let me preface it with that. Had a nice house and went on trips every year. And they took him. This particular company took him. Every year, him and his wife and my cousin to different places and he made back then well over $150,000 a year because he owned one of the places, and that was back in. That was because he's retired. Obviously, he's almost dead now. But he was making that then, so he was great making money. Now, when I say what, you're gonna laugh because you said stereotypical Southern. Yeah, it was called. I think they changed the name to Mobile Love Homes. And he would get mad if you called it a trailer.
Oh my God.
If we said you sell trailers, he'd be like, I do not sell trailers. I sell mobile homes.
That's I told everyone before about V. The first time that I met her to treat my mother with organic hair treatments because my mother was so reactive to chemicals when V was describing where she lived at the time, and I realized what she was talking about was a trailer park. I had never met anyone in my life to that point who had lived in a trailer park, and so I blurted out, "You live in a trailer park?" And I didn't say that with any with any contempt. Right. But
I never said it to my uncle either. None of us did. The whole family would do it. And it was still.
And she responded by grabbing me by both lapels and drawing my face down to herself and saying, "I live in a mobile home park."
I do not know. Even I remember my grandmother, my mom would be there, my uncle. We just accidentally said trailer. He would just freak out. It was we had suddenly said they were saying inward jokes, okay? Yeah. That was okay. But somebody said trailer. No, and it wasn't okay to me. I don't agree with that. But what I am saying is that somebody said the word trailer, and somehow that was offensive to him personally. That was his set off. You said, did you say a trailer?
So
it's a mobile
that's incredible. And before I go to take care of the splinter, among other refreshing things to do to myself,
you little pussy.
then when V worked on
How
my
do you
other
get so
shoulder,
many splinters? That's pretty crazy.
yeah, I got a splinter. I have a back scratcher. I think it came out the cheap Chinese wooden back scratcher. So I think, but anyhow, so
how did did you ask how he got splinters in his pussy? Is that what you asked?
What does that even mean?
It's so.
I know you wouldn't know. First of all, that's a word that you probably have never registered before.
honey, you've got to learn to be honestly.
Okay, he knows me enough to take a joke.
Yes, he does. Yes. So then, wait, I almost said Brooke. So then when V works on my other shoulder, then she says.
And then, you mean your third shoulder?
Yeah.
You've already talked about your first two, the M, and you talked about the bit.
No, this is the left shoulder. Then when she started working on the left shoulder, the tension there, then she said, someone's left a mark on you. She says, it's another woman. She said, who do you know that's familiar enough with magic that would do this? And she said, it's not necessarily malevolent. She said, it's kind of a pretty mark. It's a love spell. And she said, who the hell would do this? And I said, that can't be Brooke. I said, she's not the kind.
No. I left a spell on you, bitch. But if she thought it was a love spell, she needs to reread that shit.
And I said, she said, then she brought up maybe Laura Lee Solomon? And I said, God, she was a member of the OTO, the Ordo Templar Orientalis. And she's, and I know it's not Judith Ager because she hates my guts and hates magic. And so it could be perhaps.
You want to believe it's Laura Lee Solomon?
No, I don't want to believe that.
That's what's sad about you. That's what's so
I doubt
sad.
it is, but she did contact you, right?
Yeah, she did. She reached out.
So she's out of the nursing home where he's about to go. So they'll be good together.
But I mean, she of all people would at least know that he's impervious to a love spell. I mean,
you would hope. And then you would think Jambo the Reese Monkey would know that I'm.
But here's the thing: who the fuck should want to put a love spell on him? What is he going to give you? Not money, okay? What is he? Not going to turn you into a vampire. He's already admitted that. He's not going to do. He's going to go still suck on his blood boys. He's like, what? I don't know what. Any bitch that gave him a love spell deserves him. Is what I am saying.
Oh my God!
It's probably one of these stragglers.
Yeah, because well.
You know who I hope it is? I will just say it is this. I will not say the name, but I do hope it is the person. Yes.
I know who she's thinking of. And she erased the mark. She wiped the mark and she said she'll know now it's gone. And
damn it, I'm calling that bitch and being like, put that mark back on 20 times harder. Do you need some extra help?
Oh shit. So
who was it exactly?
We don't know the source really. We're speculating. But this was the wildest it's been in a long time. Probably because I hadn't seen her in a few months at this point because of what had happened last month, which is a story that we can relate another time. But everybody knows that basically last month I was. Shall we say?
Jacking off to listening to, Peter Moon. He had to re-listen to everything Peter Moon said because Peter Moon asked him to, and he didn't have enough sexual energy to go see V.
Oh, so okay, Brooke. I mean, you're cute.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Look, I don't mind. It's okay. It's adorable in its own right. But then, as my gang brother Beaver said, I got a fucked up sense of what charming is or what adorable is, and I have just a.
I think you have a perfect. I think he has a fucked up sense. He's boring as shit. He is like Beaver. He does not deserve the name Beaver. Even Beavers floating up a river together, occasionally, they're cute and hold hands or something, or they chop some wood. He's just like, ma.
He's Sluggo. We call him Sluggo. It's our personal pet name.
But wait a minute, what is this water I'm ingesting? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you heard that, Brendan, but when I was eating in a Vietnamese restaurant with Beaver the other day, last month, he was talking about little carbonated bottles of water like they were full of high proof alcohol or something. He was like, yeah, I can't buy the little bottles because I find that if I have too many of the little bottles around, I wind up drinking all of them. And he's talking about water.
And they were little, but it wasn't like a kind of water. Let's explain.
I mean, I can kind of.
It wasn't like he was saying a certain kind of water. It was the size of the water.
Yeah.
So meaning, if he had he could do a large bottle. could do 1 16-ounce, but 2 8-ounces were gonna kill the fucker or something.
It was like he was afraid they'd pile up, and I was like thinking, is he like developing bladder issues? Is his prostate, going out with age or something? It's like, what the fuck is he? It's like water, dude. It's fucking water. That's why I made the allusions to the Omega Doom movie where all the replicant androids. Yeah, we're drinking water. I said, oh God, Beaver's dead. They replaced him with a Omega Doom android. And like I said, when I told him that,
because he's getting high off the water. Basically.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it didn't make any sense. Then when I told him that joke, he didn't laugh. But then that's when I demanded to know if he really was taking the OxyContin that he's got the prescriptions for. And then he laughs.
He laughed. That's what I think is hilarious. He was like, "That's not funny. I don't know why you're making fun of me about the water." Yeah. And then, are you taking OxyContin that you say you're not? And he's like, ha, ha, ha. Yeah. That's hilarious. Fucking no, dude. But here's the problem. I fucking came on camera with fucking that motherfucker and was like, showed my mustache.
Yeah, she came on camera with Beaver, but he refused to come on camera with her. He is a gangster after all.
I was in the car. It was not like an expected thing. It wasn't like I was like all dolled up.
First, she gave him a picture of a cop. She was having a liaison with a blonde cop.
I was not having a liaison. He didn't know what I looked like, and he said, send a picture. And we were texting at that point, and I messaged a picture, and I was like, show me what I look like. And I had walked up to the store, and there happened to be 2 cops getting out of the car, and my little ass is brave enough that one was a female, and I said, do you mind? I said, I have a boyfriend out in California, and I need to send someone I'm talking to. I didn't say boyfriend. Someone I'm talking to online, and he wants a picture of me, and I would like him to see me in a powerful outfit like that. And she said, I will certainly. And she was happy to do it, and I took a picture of her ass. And she's smiling, redheaded cop. And then I sent it to Douglas and said, show Beaver my picture.
So that was cute. And then you sent your real picture.
Did you seal the deal at least? Or what?
No, because, she wasn't hotter than me. But then I sent my real...
Well, she was pretty hot. And you're hot, too. You're both hot. Everybody would have paid to watch that. Anyhow... She
wasn't a bad-looking cop. I will give her that. But she was sweet. She was nice. She was a very nice cop, and she was not bad looking.
And then Brooke sent a picture of herself, and Beaver said, look, she's got that big white upper lip because she removed that mustache with the electrolysis.
That's what I was about to say, that I did not even care how I looked. The next thing I did was just take a picture as I'm pulling out of the store of myself, because I knew, because Douglas said, ha ha. Douglas already told me it wasn't me, so I just sent a picture. I didn't even care what the picture looked like. I sent it. I looked fucking fine. But here was the one problem with that picture, and Douglas is completely right. If you zoom in on it, the sunlight, because it was 5 o'clock sunlight in South Carolina coming in, and what happened was the light is shining in right over my lip, perfect over my lip, so it looks white right over my lip. And so Beaver's like, what didn't you have? And you're like, I would have had to have a mustache. Like fucking George Washington and people back in those days.
She would have had to have had a black handlebar mustache that had been blocked out the sun for years.
And I just literally removed it this morning, and it's white. But
either that or the female cop was actually a funta with a dick, and she blew her off, and that was a Seminole milk mustache. Yes.
You know what? That would have been better story, much better story. But you know what? Neither is true, as we know, because actually I would prefer that. But Beaver couldn't even with thinking that maybe someone had a handlebar mustache from 1844. He was still too embarrassed to come on the fucking camera.
Yes.
No, not. No. You were like, even you, who was like, I've got to have my eyeliner on. Let's read. He was like, no, I can't do it. No. We got to go into the Target and get the cocaine.
Yes. And you're still complaining that you can't find that on the files yourselves, on the shelves.
That's the other thing they said. When they told me, he's like, well, so where are you going? He's like, we're going to Target. And I'm like, what are you going to get at Target on? He's like, what are you going to get at Target, dude? He's like, cocaine. And I'm like, I don't know that aisle in Target, but tell me which aisle in Target that is, because maybe I'll visit it at some point. Like there are days where I might meet that aisle. There are days where I might visit that aisle, or at least want to
I
know where
don't
it is.
think so.
Well,
So you've all got this. I'm going to go mute. I'm going to try and remove this splinter. And so while I'm performing this minor...
yes, Brendan, pull up your Wikipedia and start reading, and we'll be good.
That was a wonderful gong sound. That's must be his
Who
copper
did
cup.
that?
That's his copper cup. He uses.
Who is that?
Yeah, that's Brendan, of course. Brendan Spiritual.
Oh, okay. I would expect Brendan to have copper cups, so that is awesome. But I was scared it was Cricket Boy that usually does his cricket.
Aristides, yes, she calls you Cricket Boy because, for those of you who don't know, Aristides' home is like cricket plague central of the Nile and shit. Yeah, it's like the Pharaoh's curses upon him and shit. And he's like, he walks out the door.
Crickets? Let's hear them right now.
Yeah, he walks out the door and he's inundated in crickets. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it. So move on. Okay, so I'm gonna go mute. I know you've all got this. Aristides, let's test you out. You're here, right?
Yes, Aristides, want to hear your crickets.
Yeah, you're with us, right?
I'm about to take a bunch of Valerian.
Brendan, I'm counting on you. Hold the stage with this.
No. I fucking got something stronger than that. I'll take it. I'm done.
Oh my God.
I literally went and bought a bunch of heroin today. I never tried it before. They told me there's no fentanyl.
My stomach hurts, and then you have a bunch of heroin.
They told me there's no fentanyl in it, and they told me I would not be addicted. Is all I know. So I'm just going.
And then you wonder why your stomach disease can't cure because you're strung out as well.
Exactly. But
okay, I'll be back.
That's why I went and got it, Brendan, because I felt like maybe the heroin. I mean, who else can you trust? A drug dealer. If a drug dealer,
shit that Kurt Cobain was saying.
If you can't trust anyone but anyone else, and nothing else is working, maybe you just go to heroin. And they're like, it's not addictive and it doesn't have fentanyl in it. And that is what you should trust.
If that's where you should go.
Yeah, so I don't think I'm stupid for obviously thinking that is a smart idea.
Sounds terrible. You're terrible.
I only bought 4 needles worth.
That's not how they sell it, but whatever.
So you know how they sell it. Oh, bitch, just gave his ass away. You bought it. I have never. You have, because you just said that's how they're selling. I don't even know.
No, I've never.
And I've bought a lot of drugs. That is one I have not. You do know, but it's fine. I won't call you out.
I just, yeah.
Well, what they do sell? They sell Blue Lotus, and you know who fucking talks about it? You. And you know the only person that's offered to send it to me, Aristides. So why doesn't he talk? Because he's the only person on this conversation I would like to hear his voice.
Yeah.
But he's going to do crickets. I can't do a cricket.
Sounds like crickets.
No, his crickets are fucking sound for real. I cannot do his crickets.
So what is our topic here? Seems
it's it's getting Brooke Blue Lotus. I want to try it. You said that
I told you the formula of how to get it. Just go up to that town and get it.
Yeah, to it. Oh, you did tell me. Never mind. Okay, never mind. I do remember now. Yeah, I was going to our old conversation. So second conversation is I don't know. You pick it. I picked that one, so you pick the conversation.
Yeah.
Pick the conversation. Or do I need to?
I'm not gonna. The only thing I default to is like millets. So
And just pick a conversation besides. How about we pick a conversation besides food stuff? Anything ingestible. So a conversation that does not involve anything that you can ingest in your body.
Okay, then I'm going to talk about valerian from a magical perspective.
Okay, let's do that. Go for it.
Okay, hold on. Let me open the book here.
Oh shit, you're going to read off the internet again. This is great. We can all Google it.
On the internet.
Giving you a hard time. I hear the book.
The Valerian. Valeriana officinalis. Its folk names are All Heal, Amantia, Bloody Butcher, Capon's Trailer, Cat's Valerian, English Valerian, Fragrant Valerian, Garden Heliotrope, Pew, Red Valerian, St. George's Herb, Sete Wale, Vandal Root. It's a feminine Venusian water element herb. Its powers are love, sleep, purification, and protection. The rather ill-smelling root and powder is used in protective sachets, hung in the home to guard against lightning, and placed on pillows to aid falling asleep. A sprig of the plant pinned to a woman's clothing will cause men to follow her like children, quote unquote. Valerian root is also added to love sachets. If a couple is quarreling, introduce some of the herb into the area and it will soon be calm. The Greeks hung a sprig of valerian under a window to charm away evil.
I don't know why you
Valerian
haven't.
root-
Why have you kept this a secret all this time? My life would be different.
Valerian root powdered is sometimes used as quote unquote graveyard dust.
Oh, can it kill Douglas too? Can I fucking like get people and then but still
It doesn't
kill them?
kill anyone. It's not like deadly. It's
I know, but
actually
you
a healing
said
herb.
it's graveyard dust. So like maybe just a vampire I could kill. Like if he's a quarter vampire and he's a little asshole.
I mean,
Maybe. Just
I don't
maybe.
think
Let's
it's
just
that
say
easy.
maybe. Just maybe. Okay, go ahead.
What?
I said
I mean, there's not much else. Like,
I said let's just say maybe we could like it does all these wonderful things. Women can like allure man, from what I understand. It's great for sleeping.
that's not what it said.
You can put it under your pillow.
It's
on your
for
pillow.
like a love sachet is like a whole procedure.
Yeah, I mean I know what a love session is. I'm not sure if you do. Do you know
I
what
don't
a
think
love?
you know what I'm talking about.
It was a joke.
A
But
sachet, like
yes,
a satchel in
they're
English.
actually called a sachet. It's called a sachet, and it's
Yeah.
Valerian. It's called a sachet. And by the way, I didn't want to be too bad because I am Southern and I mispronounce most things, but it's not. How did you say Venusian? It's
Venusian.
Anyway, yeah. So, but it's sachet is what you're talking
Yeah.
about. So you take it and you put it in a sachet. You would put the dried flowers in a sachet and you put them under your pillow or on your pillow, and they would. I mean, obviously, those.
Well,
is what you're.
it's added to a love sachet, which is for like a love potion, essentially.
So
but
that's
in, like,
what I'm
dry
saying.
form.
Well, then you can't give half a story. Well, then what's the love sachet?
I'm not going
What
to tell
else
you. I'm not going to give anyone that information. So
That's bullshit. This is what you did last time with your stupid little
because
blue
it's
lotus.
you're not
I'm on
trying
blue lotus.
like you're not
or
supposed to
black
just give
lotus
this
or
stuff out.
Purple lotus. I don't want anybody to know.
Okay. Anyways, valerian is also called moon root, cat's paw, all heal, and velarine.
No one cares until we want
The
to
parts
know.
that are used would be the root and the rhizosome, and it's slightly warming. It has an acrid, sweet, pungent, mildly bitter taste, and its actions include a nervine, a sedative, hypnotic, antispasmodic, anoxic, antioxylytic, analgesic, antidepressive, neuroprotective, soporific, hypotensive, and carminative.
I'm fairly certain that's the love potion right there. Like if you went back
This is
through
just
those,
valerian by itself.
that's what I mean though. If you were to go back through
It acts
those,
upon the nervous system, digestive system, and cardiovascular systems. Its planet, this person says the planet is Mercury, so we can kind of just assume or kind of, be more intuitive about that. A witch's name for valerian
do you
is
really
cat's
think
paw.
it's Mercury? Because I would not. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I think Venusian's more likely, but
Yeah.
that's besides the point. It says, valerian is used in shadow work when going deep into the unconscious. Used during the new moon for extra magics. It's a samine herb to help witches penetrate deep into the mysteries and go beyond their usual limitations. So it's used around this time of year.
Holy
until
shit! No, I'm just looking up because we got some new and full moons coming up with our eclipses, right?
Yeah,
Some eclipse-
October
some
will be
big
eclipse
ones.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just thinking those are some good moons to try that with.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's
go ahead.
typically taken during evening hours, and valerian's efficacy is highly dose dependent. For most, it's recommended consuming higher doses, but other beings may not have the digestive capability required to convert the volatile oils into such sedative properties. Because of this anomaly, it's recommended to start with low dose and work your way up higher.
Have you heard about the astrological the book that talks about where you were born? When you were born, basically. So you were basically in your mother's womb for like 9 to 10 months,
Mm-hmm.
9 to 10 months, and so you missed 2 months. There's 2 months that you missed, basically, no matter what, and so that you weren't in the womb. And so have you read that book or heard about that at all?
No, no idea.
Yeah, so I recently ran across someone talking about it the other day, and they said they weren't talking about the book. They were just saying this is what you should do. And to be honest, I don't have the patience for that, but the video was too long. But it was basically saying that you should buy the book, and I have the copy of the book. I will actually give it to someone as soon as I can find it, because I took a screenshot of it. But it was basically saying that you should, like, so those 2 months, whatever 2 months you missed that you weren't in the womb, that each month, each astrological sign has a different correlation with a different biochemical, so I want to say salt, but that's not the right word. But basically some of them were salt.
Element.
Yeah, a different element. And so they were saying that those 2 months, that 2 to 3 months depending, but 2 months especially, you would have not ever had those. So those would be the 2 that you would be. So I just thought it was a bullshit video. And then I was kind of half listening to it, whatever, going to sleep. But then I woke back up and I read it, and some of the people were saying, have you read this book? Have you read this book? You've got to read. And everybody was going crazy about this particular book that apparently was written many years before today. And same thing, that you basically do miss certain elements depending on your birth chart when you were born. So I just wanted to know, since you know about that kind of stuff, if you had heard of that at all or knew anything about it.
I don't understand. You're saying the elements are missing by the time you're born, or what?
Yeah, so they're saying every element, like, so Capricorn would have an element associated with it, not an element. No, not an actual element as far as fire, water, earth. Not that element. It's an actual like a mineral. I was going to say salts, but an actual mineral. I'm trying to find the book, but an actual mineral associated with it. So those would be what you would be missing in your overall life, and so those would be 2 things you would need to pay extra attention to. So it could be complete bullshit, who knows, but I did find it interesting that somebody's doing it now, through everything, but somebody wrote this 10 or 20 years ago, wrote about the exact same thing, that each element, each astrological sign has one. So if your mom got pregnant with you, let's say you're born in December, for instance, and so you've got 9 months, so you missed maybe Capricorn. You would have missed Capricorn and Aquarius, definitely. And those two with those represent, as far as the salts or whatever they are, minerals, which I'm looking for, they would have been what you would need to pay attention to. So that's what I was asking if you had heard of.
I can't really speak on that very much. I can go back to the Valerian though.
Okay, well, you just keep reading about Valerian. That's fine too. That's fine.
The Valerian's medical uses. Valerian is one of the stronger nervine sedatives used to calm the central nervous system, and has been used medicinally since ancient Greece and Rome, and before, of course. It's a hypnotic that reduces nighttime waking and improves the quality of sleep and sleep latency. An herbal ally for those struggling with insomnia. It combines nicely with hops and makes a constitutionally balanced pair for sleep. Too much valerian can cloud the mind, make you feel doped up because of its strong sedating effects. This may be the right herb for people waning off other prescriptions, such as Valium, and other strong, that thing, pharmaceuticals. It's safe to use with children in low dose who have trouble sleeping or with teething. It's also an anxiolytic and antidepressant, helping to soothe nervous tension and gently lift spirits. It has a balancing effect on the nervous system and helps to calm folks who are agitated, but uplift those who are depressed.
Calm those fire signs, right?
Yeah. It's an effective
What was the other? What was
antispasmodic.
the? Well, I don't mean to interrupt you because I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier. I thought you were done. But just to ask, I do want to ask this question. What was the other thing that you mentioned before besides valerian root?
Wormwood.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I can switch to wormwood if you'd rather hear about that.
I mean, wormwood is interesting to me because it has so many different words. I don't know. People sometimes take, biblical people take wormwood differently, the name.
Yeah, okay, I'm back. Oh my god.
Oh my god, speaking of wormwood, speaking of the fucking thing that kills.
Oh, so...
What do you know about wormwood? What do you know about wormwood, Douglas?
Oh, well, I know that it's in my Absorbine Plus Junior Topical Analgesic liquid, which I apply bodily and seems to be very efficacious generally.
Oh, so basically what you're saying is that Brendan has visited you physically.
I have, which I have not.
Oh my god. Now I've got to figure out how to set this temperature on. This is my new heating.
Yeah, it's called a "Where did your ex-girlfriend get out of?"
It's not an ex-girlfriend. It's
just say where it is though. Say where she got out of.
Who, this manageress? She was in it seems like she was in
nursing home.
Yeah, hospital, nursing home / hospital. Yeah.
But you don't. But if you're in a hospital, you don't put / nursing home.
Yeah, I know. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre the way she expressed that, like she was embarrassed. I personally, I think she must have been institutionalized. Is what
either that or she just knows how older girl. She just wants to be with you, and she's like, he already has to pop pillows up for 2 hours just to come on a broadcast, and then it's like, my heating blanket's off. I'm going to die.
This is my new heating vest. This goes over my shoulders, behind my neck. V got this for me. So I got to figure out how to use it. I've never seen one this complicated before. I don't know why this is so complicated. This has got
I hope to God B hates you as much as I do and needs his own electrocution blanket. I mean, the best. I hope it's just we're gonna hear you. I hope we get to all hear you on here go.
Well, first thing I'm going to do is misuse it. I'm going to use it backwards because the plug faces the wrong way, and it would otherwise twist the whole vest around. Maybe the plug's got enough reach.
Imagine using something backwards. I can't imagine.
So, at any rate, it should warm me up just as effectively. If I don't know if it's working. It's like, did I turn the power on?
That's what I said every time you come here and visit. Every time you came and visited, I said, I don't think it's working.
What?
It's a limp dick joke. It's she's doing. I mean, she can't resist. She can't stop. I noticed that because I left, numbers went down a bit. Let's see if I can bring them back up.
I don't think it was just because of that. But...
It was pretty much because you. I'm sure they're gonna blame me. I'll get off. It's fine. I can get off.
No. Don't worry, honey. Don't
It was
worry.
mainly because I was talking about valerian and everyone fell asleep.
I mean, he did read about the Valerian root. When I tried to bring up something interesting, he did try to tell me I can go back to reading about the Valerian root.
Yeah, I used to
don't know.
take valerian root. I thought it was good for me for some reason.
I actually am going to go buy some tomorrow, thanks to him. I actually am, so I think it is probably good.
Okay.
But I
Yeah,
was
and
trying
then
to ask
do the
him.
other stuff that you were supposed to do.
Yes, honey. Yeah.
Okay, well, the only other thing was millets, which, by the way, our Australian friend thinks you can make biscuits with in the morning with his shepherd's pie and
When did he say that?
stew. That's what he said on the. My God, do you not listen? I mean, apparently that's when you were on your Blue Lotus and you were just zooming up. Like, I don't remember. That's what he said. I told you. I was like, he didn't even understand what millets were because you were like, yeah, okay. But he's like, so where can you get that bread? Like the millet bread. Where can you get those biscuits? Like the millet biscuits. And then you were just kind of like, you tried to be like Douglas and just like, I don't know. Because unlike me, who would be like, you're an idiot. You just went, I don't know. So anyway, and then he goes, well, so I tried to make beef stew the other day, but I didn't have carrots and onions. So what I used is garlic and green onions. And it turned out, well, I had to cook the longer and the green onions. And like, we just went to, and then Douglas is so stupid. He comes back and is like, this sounds like the conversation's going great.
Well, the numbers were holding well enough.
They were holding well enough because I muted myself and women don't like me, but it was fine. But they were people were laughing. That is what they were doing. They were like, or you have so many stupid people. They were writing down, oh, millet bread. Oh, there's millet bread. And then we should also go make this beef stew with green onions, minus we don't have carrots. We do potatoes. Like, I don't know which one you had.
So
I think it's time for me to go make some roti and go to sleep.
No, not yet. Honestly.
Okay, I'm going now.
No, both of you, please. You can't leave me here with Aristides. I mean, George Knight hasn't shown up yet to help take the pressure off me.
Well, George Knight is English. When do they ever show up except when they're unwanted?
True enough. Good point.
And I don't mean that to George Knight. I mean as far as English
in general.
Empire.
Yes, nationally. Yes, nationally. Our numbers are going back up, by the way. I'm not saying that just to keep you guys here. It really is happening. See, it came back because I returned. I don't think I'm all that egotistic.
Why don't you suck your own dick a little harder? Anything intelligent you can say tonight? Other than, I returned. My numbers are back up.
I don't know. It's been like, good God, it's like I said, coming home is a downer. I mean, I'm back in the mildewy, mold-ridden crypt. I am. But you know what? We had quality air issues all over California. Brendan, tell everybody about how everything's burning and we've got poor air quality everywhere. It must be...
what's up with that? It wasn't fires, though.
What is it? What the fuck is...
chem spray.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? But they're warning us. They're warning us that don't go outside without a mask. It was that bad. That is
it's some kind of aluminium spray that they're trying to start more fires with.
Yeah, something like that, yes. I mean, so when you hear that, Brooke, do you like, how do you respond? Do you resonate with that? Do you vibe with that? Or you know, when Brendan brings something like that up, he's only being half sarcastic, really. I mean, it's like, so Brooke, what's your feeling about that? Since Aristides seems to have... Did he leave us? Did anyone hear anything from Aristides? Did he ever show up again? Or is he just there?
He briefly said something.
Oh, what did he say? No one remembers. No one remembers.
He was mumbling.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Maybe he's using that Blue Lotus. Maybe Brooke won't get any because he'll use up the whole fucking supply. Jesus.
Right, that's actually a good point.
Holy shit. Is Brooke still with us? Then when she stops talking, I think she stops breathing. And so
she had to go, maybe.
Yeah, Icon's still there. It doesn't seem to be on mute either. Holy shit. Well, it feels like it's working, but I'm still trying. I've never seen controls so complicated in all my life for a heating instrument. This is outrageous. anyhow, so well, I'm trying to struggle through this. I was hoping you guys would keep conversation up. So it's like hopefully this lasts its hour. I guess it's going for an hour. Then I'll have to like keep. Okay, so I can like punch it up to 90 minutes, I guess. Settings are so let me see if I can change the time. But yeah. Other than that, while I'm dealing with these new challenges, so Brendan, tell us a little bit about whatever you're willing to share about things that have been going on lately with yourself. Obviously, there's a lot that we need to share privately concerning any challenges or whatnot. But yeah, whatever's come up, obviously you've got people around your neighborhood that are playing with interesting action figures that they've left on your sheets while you hang them out to dry. I mean, sounds like an environment that's full of all kinds of interesting stimuli.
Yes.
Yeah. So, in school, how's school with the haunted, janky places that you now have permanent assignment to? While are they tearing it down or renovating it or what? They just like you're tearing it
They're
down.
like half of it's being built.
Okay.
Like they rezoned it, and like part
Brooke
of it's
Gibson
being
left.
built,
She left. Brooke left.
and the front of the school is being like basically it's on life support, so they get like they're keeping the kids there, but it's like so dingy and like it's like Hogwarts, but
Yeah.
like really dingy and run down. And then like when I'm sitting at the end of the night and I'm like sitting in the office waiting for the shift to end, I could hear like doors and stuff opening and closing. And then the other person that's working with me is like on the other side of the school, because I know that for a fact because he doesn't come in till like way later, and I know where he's at pretty much.
You mean he has like a
Yeah.
night shift that's throughout the fucking night?
We both do. We both leave at 11.
Oh, okay.
But-
I see.
But it's like he's at one side of the school and I'm at one side of the school, and I know that he's not nearby, and I can still hear doors opening and stuff and like people walking,
Yeah.
but no one else is in the school.
Yeah. And
So it's definitely haunted.
yeah, no, definitely, and anything else that you can share in terms of like whatever other Indian burial ground they're disturbing with their work and shit.
No, nothing that comes to mind.
Okay. Well, there's got to be plenty going on in your life. I mean, there's always something. You've got like a lot going on.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, and in terms of like other things you're doing to, so I got the coconut oil. In terms of the coconut oil, what would you say
Yeah, that's
is
good.
just kind of like take 3 teaspoons and swallow them straight.
Yeah, or like I don't know if you do like toast. You can put
Okay,
on toast
butter
or
on toast. Cool. Okay.
like
All
that,
right.
or you can just eat it straight or with oatmeal. Or there's many ways, but I like the way it tastes, so I just eat it straight.
Okay, cool, wonderful, and so excited about that, and also, yeah, when it comes to everything else I'm going to try out, the only thing V didn't bring was the salt, so I'll have to go buy that myself. She might have it and just forgot to bring it. There's a lot going on with her as well, so... meanwhile, I'm going to try and plus minus these time settings here. Let's try this and make this for longer. No, I'm trying the heat up, so at least I know how to work that. And let me see for the time. Okay, here we go. Time. Let's see if we can make this plus. But while I'm working with this, just go on with, oh, here we are. Maybe that's bringing it up or down. 90. There we are. 90 is the highest. I think I've got it set for the highest, and think I got the temperature up pretty high. Okay, so I think I'm learning how to work these controls. I wish you would pitch in a bit more, Brendan, so people wouldn't hear me muttering over these heating controls.
Oh yeah, I was tuning you out, so yeah, it makes sense. Let's see. I don't know what exactly, because I was going on about some herbs and stuff, and usually that's not everyone's cup of tea. Let's say.
And
But I can keep it going. You know?
yeah, please, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the whole trip about wormwood, I mean, Brooke
Yes.
left, but
Tell me about that. Yeah, how did this start? What was it about?
yeah, wormwood is well. There's also a cool herb called wolfsbane. You guys know about wolfsbane?
Yes, tell us about it. Yeah, you mean know of it, Tell us more.
Yeah. So Wolfsbane is also called Cupid's Car, Dumbledore's Delight, Leopard's Bane, Monk's Hood, Storm Hat, Thor's Hat, Wolf's Hat. Wolfsbane is added to protection sachets, especially to ward against vampires and werewolves. This is quite fitting since Wolfbane is used by werewolves to cure themselves. The seed, wrapped in a lizard's skin and carried, allows you to become invisible at will. Do not eat or rub any part of this plant on the skin. It is virulently poisonous. So Wolfsbane is this, like, basically it's a magical herb. It's not like a medicinal herb.
Ah, interesting.
And
go on.
yeah, the werewolves use it, like real life werewolves.
Yeah, that's right.
To keep their what's the lycanthropy at bay, basically, in other words.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah.
So it's also known as actinium, also known as actonite, monk's hood, wolfsbane, leopard's bane, devil's helmet, blue rocket. It has over 250 species in this genus, and it's a perennial plant native to the high mountains of northern Europe and North America, and even Asia, growing in moisture-retentive but well-draining mountain meadows. So it's relatively rare. Let me see if I can get some of the mythology out. That's the cool part about it.
Yeah, of course. And
just a second here.
Our man Troy Bellamy has a new channel, Bellavision Media. That's adorable. And Diane Hillis-Buchberger is in the chat, and she feels she lives above an Indian burial ground. And she's in Canada, of course. All of Canada, all of North America is one giant Indian burial ground. Okay, let's all get that straight. It's yes. These are nations built on genocide, of course. And meanwhile,
so I have it here, like a good diatribe on wolfsbane.
Excellent.
Wolfsbane is a beautiful and poisonous fall-blooming perennial. It's associated with werewolves, vampires, and witches. The plant's familiar plot element has been used in horror movies, television shows, novels, etc. In Harry Potter, the werewolf teacher, Remus Lupin, drank potions of wolfsbane to control his transformations, which J.K. Rowling just got from your information, by the way, Douglas.
Yes, thank you.
And as early as Dracula in 1931, wolfsbane casually replaced garlic as a repellent for vampires in films. Nevertheless, the correlation of wolfsbane with the supernatural predates Hollywood and familiar authors. So this is a good point here that they make. They actually inserted the garlic as a feint to distract people from the true vampire repellent, the wolfsbane.
Yes, thank you.
So that way, like you were saying, like when it comes to a real vamp, it's just a deterrent.
Yes.
The garlic.
Yes.
And dampfires can tolerate it.
Yes.
But when it comes to this wolfbane, it's highly toxic and can actually incapacitate and stun vampires, like true vampires.
Yes.
Full-blooded vampires.
Yes.
And in the case of a dampfire, it's poisonous to humans too, so it's like equally effective. So this is the real anti-vampiric herb. And so in Greek myth, wolfsbane, also called actonium, originated from the toxic slobber of the three-headed Cerberus, the canine guardian to the gates of hell itself. In the Dark Ages, it was said to be used by witches in spells and potions, and is one of several ingredients that, when used as an ointment, when applied to a broom, could facilitate flight. So this whole story about the witches flying on brooms, there's a whole backstory to that, where basically the witches would just be inebriated by this herb through some kind of rites and different things. And they would be seen as flying, or they would have these kind of powers would originate from them.
Mm-hmm.
Stories also proclaim that a sorceress who carried wolfsbane seeds wrapped in lizard skin could become invisible, and witches who applied the poisonous sap to their flints launch them at unsuspecting enemies. But one thing the Hollywood and the horticulturists can agree on is that it's typically fatal when ingested.
Jesus.
So it's very deadly.
Wow.
It belongs to a genus of highly poisonous perennials known as monkshood or actonite. They have deep purple blooms. I mean, they're actually very beautiful flowers. So it's something that can be grown as ornamental, but you have to be very cautious if you have any kind of children or things like that.
Wow. Okay.
Like animals. Ancient Greeks hunted wolves by poisoning their bait with this plant, which led to its common name, wolfsbane.
Wow.
While those with hunting traditions were lost during the Middle Ages, the plant retained its common name, where werewolves and regular wolves were a genuine fear in Europe.
Yes.
And frightened folk turned to growing wolfsbane for their protection. As superstition said, werewolves could be repelled by the plant and even tamed by it.
Ooh.
Others, however, believed that having contact with wolfsbane on a full moon could actually cause shapeshifting. Patients who suffered lycanthropy, and then they put in quotes here, the delusion of being a wolf, quote unquote, were prescribed regular and often lethal doses of wolfsbane by their medieval doctors. For gardeners, it was important to always wear gloves when handling such a deadly plant as this.
Jeez, it's that bad? That just
it's that bad, yeah.
Wow!
That's why when the witches would apply it to their brooms and quote unquote ride the brooms, it would immediately go into their bodies and cause that thing, sensation of flying, various things.
Okay.
So
incredible.
Yeah, it's not something you want to mess about with, but it's a very beautiful ornamental.
Okay. Wow, I'll have to look it up. And something for an adult garden where no children visit and garden, and your gardener is.
It was actually it was mentioned in that Animal Planet special about the werewolf.
Okay.
Family.
And what did they say? Do you remember? Because it's been so long. When I was it's I'm trying.
It was basically it was saying that they would use the wolfsbane and make like a decoction out of it, so that way they would appear less wolf-like, especially during full moons, so they could hide it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's been so long. So thank you. I remember now distinctly. Yes.
It suppressed their lycanthropy enough to where they can function day to day.
Yes.
Without murdering people.
Yes. And incredibly relevant, and I want people to understand that we're not indulging ourselves here, even though I do know people will take a lot of this in the spirit of Halloween, which is fine. We're certainly in the season, we might as well go for it, and please continue.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. That's what I kind of, since it's the first day of fall and all, we might as well.
Yeah. Yes.
The first night.
Yes, that's right. First night in the autumnal equinoctial weekend. Yes. And,
exactly. The most poisonous plant in the British Isles. It's a fairly substantial amount of folklore surrounding this plant, which is, we're still talking about wolfsbane here.
Yes.
In the Eastern Aegea and the Greek era, it was used as a form of enforced euthanasia for those unfortunates who had become senile in their old age. Another legend associates it with the saliva of the Cerberus, which we already mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And by the way, I want you to know the numbers have gone back up, so we're at high numbers now. So that's
wonderful.
Good. Yeah, good numbers.
Because this is interesting in a way, in its own way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe Brooke did scare everyone away from it.
Definitely. The Anglo-Saxons dipped their heads of their hunting bows in the juice of the plant when hunting wolves. Hence its alternative name of wolfsbane. It was thought that this may also has caused the myth that it can be used to cure or ward off werewolves. The plant was another infamous ingredient in the Flying Witch ointment when the juice was applied to skin to provide tingling sensation followed by numbness.
Wow.
It is general consensus it's one of the most dangerous plants in the British Isles. And
Wow.
singularly, the foolish use of this plant, although not greatly surprising, has given other herbs as well as this association with witches. So,
So people really need to be aware of what they're doing. Be very cautious.
yeah, don't use this. Don't use this herb. Don't even plant it.
Yes,
you know what
for
you're
the
doing.
majority of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
For most of you out there, just stay the hell away from the plant.
Yeah.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah, it says actinide first stimulates the nervous system and grants pain relief, but later on it leads to paralysis, vomiting, stomach pain, diarrhea, and finally death. I wouldn't recommend the use for medicinal purposes or even magical purposes, as there are plenty of safer options without toying with the plant.
Jesus. No.
Yeah, and it's also called Hecate's herb, which is she was the Dark Atlantean witch, witch goddess.
Hecate.
So-
Yes.
Yeah, Heka. Yeah,
Okay.
Hecate.
Hecate. That's right. The correct. You're right. Absolutely right. The correct ancient pronunciation.
Heka. Yeah. Yeah, and there's also some cool witchcraft and related stuff about mandrakes,
Mhm.
but that's
Yeah,
like a
please.
whole spiel.
Yeah, go into that because that's even beyond fascinating. The mandrake plant, the old legends were that it could ambulate, come alive, move. Yes.
Yeah,
And-
yeah, mandrake. There's a huge amount of folklore associated with that. When you think of witchcraft, this is the first plant that springs to mind. It's also known as Satan's apple, the herb of Circe, mandroga, war mandrake, sorcerer's root, witch's mannequin, the dragon doll, amongst other names. And it is a perennial plant that grows approximately 1 foot high, native to Southeast Europe and America. Its huge root generated much lore associated with it, as it's gnarled and substantial, reaching as much as 3 feet below the ground. It has large, ovate, white bell-shaped flowers, apple-shaped fruits, and begin to get this greenish color that ripens later to deep yellow. There are a few plants in Europe associated with the name mandrake, but the European and American mandrake are the two most commonly known. There's also Briona dioica, which is also referred to as English mandrake due to the appearance of the root. It comes from the Greek word mandragus, which comes from 2 Sanskrit words, meaning sleep bringing substances. The Greeks dedicated this plant to Aphrodite, and mandrake dates back to Egyptians roughly 1700 BCE, which has been found in some of the remnants of the pyramids. Theophrastus also mentioned it as being an aphrodisiac in the 4th century during Pliny's era, and it was introduced. It was used to introduce sleep and deaden pain before surgical procedures. It was also made into wine and given on a sponge to those who are about to be executed. It was also given as a general good luck charm. The Germans noticed that the charms made from the root, Aluranis, after a famous sorcerer from the country, named the Alurana Maiden, who made the use of the charms of this nature. One of the most well-known pieces of folklore associated with the mandrake, of course, this is the famous part, uprooting the plant would cause it to scream violently, a noise that could kill anyone close enough to hear it. In order to avoid the lethal scream, a dog would be tied to the plant and urged to pull it up, using raw meat to encourage the dog's movement. The mandrake also has a legendary reputation as a fertility aid, as well as increasing the sex drive. It always intrigues me how many of these plants used to promote fertility and boost sex drives are associated with the devil.
Yeah.
This is the author's
Interesting.
conjecture there.
Yeah.
I'm sure many of the readers can draw parallels between ancient Christianity, antipathy towards sex, which is also not true, but that's my thing, and the devil's presence.
Yes.
That's probably something puritanical that came later.
Yes.
Actually.
That makes sense.
Early Christianity was highly touching, essentially. Whether it was veiled or not is kind of a moot point.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out recently that the whole the priests that are limited now that can't marry in the Catholic faith, it was actually introduced in the 1800s, so it's relatively recent.
Really?
Spiel.
I
Yeah.
had no idea.
So it was only really the Puritans that were very they would shame people. There was like a lot of body shaming and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the Calvinists were the most nefarious, probably, like, of all.
Right.
And then that kind of bled into all of the Protestants, So that was
Makes
my spiel
sense.
on that.
No, it's true. I mean, disgraceful, but literally, literally disgraceful in my opinion, that these churches,
Definitely.
would be so anti-body, but
Right.
please continue. Yeah, with everything that you're sharing with us, definitely appreciate.
Yeah, the Orthodox priests have always been able to marry, of course.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, medicinally, the mandrake is not really used these days, to the best of our knowledge, given that the roots are so powerfully emetic and purgative, which means it makes you throw up. In other words, the ancients used it as an anodyne and soporific to treat rheumatic complaints, meaning like arthritis and such.
Yes.
While larger doses of it can cause delirium and madness. Typically, many of the underworld associated plants have similar effects. The leaves, according to Miss Grieve, are quite harmless, although I am not overly convinced by this. So better not experiment with such things.
Yes.
So that's their warning that they leave. The author of this situation here. So that was the mandrake.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm looking at a photo of this monk's hood wolfsbane. It's a beautiful flower. I mean, it's also called death bell. Like it's in a bell shape. Kind of like foxglove. It looks similar to foxglove.
Oh, okay.
They're all poisonous though. So.
Yes.
And then I'm looking at this person on a gardening forum that's like, what should I do with my wolfsbane seeds? And it's like, I'm sure everyone's telling them to throw them out. Like, definitely don't nibble on it.
Hey, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. And so right now, just sending a phone text message to Brooke Gibson, making certain I pray ye be well is what I will say here, just to let her know that she's always missed. And aside from all of that, with everything else that you're sharing with us, Jesus, how do I get back into my window of this stupid phone? Here we are. I've had this phone for a little while now, and I'm just beginning to get used to some of what it can do. And aside from all of that, our dear Brendan, honestly, if it weren't for him, I never would have gotten it off airplane mode. He took a while with his being my other pair of eyes to see half of these technical things that I'm dealing with. Such being said, Brendan, yes, by all means, continue to enlighten us here. By the way, when our friend said half a lime with the salt, it's like, how many teaspoons do you think that is? If I'm using the lime concentrate that I buy in a store, like the lime out of a bottle.
You're talking for health, not like a magic thing.
Right? Yeah, that's right.
So you just need you're saying the lime juice, right?
Yeah,
lime
salt? Juice. Yeah.
Yeah, you just use like a sprinkle of salt, like a pinch.
Yeah.
Salt.
Yeah.
And then half of a key lime or any lime, really.
Right. So if you're using,
and then in warm water. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're using the well, like you said, the warm water could just be a chaser. But when you're using the lime that you buy in a store that's in a bottle, say lime juice in a bottle, like they got lemon juice in a bottle, real lime, real lemon, they have these juices in the bottle that are supposed to be concentrated. I'm sure they sugarize them to a degree or something, but say if you were to use that, how much would half a key equal? How much would be equal to that?
Just like a couple drops.
Really?
But I recommend getting the fresh. Like,
okay. Whenever possible.
But like a teaspoon,
Okay. All right.
Or like a dessert spoon,
Yeah, I guess a teaspoon is a dessert spoon. How many teaspoons? Same size as
teaspoon,
one.
Yeah. Teaspoon.
Okay.
Same. They're the same. It's
okay.
Like what the Australians call it.
All right. Great. And though I understand you're recommending the real thing, everybody always does. But that's like, it's hard to keep in stock of, real limes all the time. So, what about Oktoberfest? Have you been celebrating? Any enjoyment of anything? I don't know how you are about alcohol. Do you drink it at all?
No, I don't drink it.
Okay.
So I don't really celebrate these things, but I mean, I'm sure Germany's doing something.
No, yeah, no, they're going, ape shit like they do every year over this, and
Right.
and that's fine. That's their
Yeah,
tradition.
I've heard horror stories actually when it comes from a woman's point of view. It's
Tell me about it.
like a lot of the women, they go there and they get like attacked, or not even attacked. I mean, I don't know what's the word for it. SA'd, while they're there, because everyone's so drunk, and and because it's like they just have a different mentality in that part of the world. It's kind of like no one talks about it, but like it would be like a big scandal nowadays. Like, I think that's why they kind of, they don't like talking about it in that way. Because like it's like a bunch of young chicks that are like drunk, and then a bunch of dudes that are drunk, and lots of stuff happens. Like people get grabby apparently, and that's not fun. I personally don't like alcohol. That's one of the reasons why.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It breaks down too many walls as far as like inhibitions and things.
And sometimes we should be inhibited, yes, at least to a degree.
Yeah, because originally Oktoberfest is the harvest festival, right? Like, it's not about just like getting out of your mind and partying. Like, it's about actually what is harvest? It's to say you're grateful to Mother Earth for giving you all these food and all this, all the food, barley, wheat, everything you need to survive. So it shouldn't be taken lightly.
Yes,
that's what I would say about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, your point's well taken. I mean, this is respect for, those elements that keep you alive and the earth that provides.
So that's the point of the Samhain ritual and all these things.
Yes.
It's not what it's been made to be today,
Yes.
Yeah. So I have some interesting thing here.
Yeah, please.
There's a flower called Elysium. So Elysium can be used by Dioscorides recommends the Elysium as an amulet, for it has the power to, quote-unquote, expel charms, and hung up in the house, it protects against fascination, that magical process which is also known as a glamour.
Yes.
Elysiums have the power to cool down an angry person when placed in their hand or on the body, and it even is said to cure hydrophobia, which is rabies. So the Elysium is an ancient Greek remedy for this, to break apart someone's glamour or fascination spell.
Oh, wow. So, incredible.
So throw some at J-Mo.
Yeah, watch him melt. It'll be like the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting!
Exactly.
Oh, shit. I mean, do you hear Brooke? I mean, yeah, he's sexier than you guys. Like, oh my fucking God. Jesus, these ladies.
Right, where's she been this whole time?
Yeah, thank you. She's in the deep South, right? I mean, she's in South Carolina. I guess it's just beer belly and butt crack for miles around. Right. It's all you can see down there, but still.
Yeah. Good luck. That's all I gotta say about that.
Delightful. Let me see if I can try and get my head out of my ass. I was trying to take advantage of, Moonrock doing his usual bit to do that, but just not, just didn't work, of course. And I'll see if I can.
That was pretty wild.
It is what it is, I'm glad that he did ask the questions that he did, so I did think we got something out of it, and the
butter tea.
Yeah. Oh, Brooke wouldn't let that go. She was writing me the private messages, and
she told me about it.
Yeah. Holy shit. And
I had to explain to her that it was actually good.
Yeah. And how did she handle that? How'd she handle that? She usually turns it into some kind of a...
It was some shenanigans.
Yeah. And to make the butter more rancid to your average Westerner, of course, this is not cow butter. It is, if we're talking about...
It's buffalo butter.
Yeah. It's yak and buffalo and shit. Yes, whatever they got in the ball.
Whatever they have,
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So there you go with that.
That's a lot of the northern Indians. They make fun of like the Nepalese and stuff, and and Tibetans for doing that.
Yeah.
And they also don't like the southeast stuff, like the southern Indians, because they use like a lot of like buffalo dung and buffalo butter and ghee, and it definitely adds kind of like a rank smell to stuff.
Oh,
No offense to anyone.
oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's not the same as cow. There's a reason why cow is like a sacred, definitely.
Right, got it.
It's more sweet. It's more sweet and nice.
Do people in India use cow milk, cow products, other than
Yeah,
obviously not the meat, but you know?
Oh no, India's this is where the Hindu and Vedic is different. Like
Okay.
Vedic, they would never do this, but the modern India is so corrupt and depraved that it's the number. I think it's the I think it's the second largest beef importer in the world, exporter.
What?
So it is, yeah, statistically, yeah.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
So they sell beef to like China, Thailand, and Japan,
Oh my God.
and they're the largest in the world. So they're a bunch of. I'm gonna try not to be, what I want to say,
Right,
but
right.
they're absolutely depraved and have no principles, and that's why Hindu is not Vedic. It's absolutely corrupt.
Oh my God. I'm shocked. I truly am
Yeah.
shocked. And so, but in the old days, before this level of corruption set in, which of course is, we can blame colonialism, that they're intergenerationally traumatized by hundreds of years of British colonialism, which would, fuck over anybody. People have no idea what the British.
It started with the Mughals and then the Brits.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I mean, we're not giving them an out, but
Yeah,
it's like that definitely didn't help.
Yeah, yeah, but before then, did Asian Indians drink milk? But that's what I meant by cow products, like something produced by the cow's body, but not eating the cow itself, without slaughtering the cow. Did they drink milk or something that sourced from the cow?
Yeah. Milk and butter and stuff. That was all the most, that was the most treasured, thing. That's why the cows were considered holy, because, other than the mystical element of the cow is different, but I'm saying from a practical element, if you keep it alive and you take care of it, it gives you, it gives you milk.
Mm-hmm.
It helps you till the field. So for an agricultural society, those are both very important.
Of course.
And then on top of that, it's medicinal. The cow milk is medicinal.
Mm-hmm.
And so it gives you food.
Yeah.
It gives you power, to till your fields. And it gives you dung. The cow dung you could build stuff with. You can use it as tinder to run your stove. You can build things with it. You can plow it into your fields, and your fields become more fertile.
Mm-hmm.
So this being was very, very beneficial for any being that wants to live on this earth in a symbiotic way. So that's why it was important. And they used ghee and milk, and that was all holy. And then on top of it, it was medicinal, because the ancient cows, when there was no pollution and everything was sweet and stuff, and the earth was more pure, the cows would go out to the forest. They would allow them to graze in the forest at night, and during the day or whenever they weren't needing them to plow the fields. And the cows would pick the herbs that they wanted, right? That they would sniff out, and they would find the herbs that they felt were beneficial at that time of year. And it would concentrate those essences into the milk. So when it comes back to your house later, your farm, you take like one little cup of the milk, and it heals like all of your ailments.
Wow.
So the cow was considered magical, or it is magical, but during that time it was a more pure form of it, and it was a being that could heal any ailment. So that's why it's called the wish fulfilling cow, or the holy cow.
Wow.
So it's like in Legend of Zelda. It's funny when you find a cow in that game, you can like get milk from it, and the milk like restores all your health in one drink.
Wow.
So it's like the Japanese knew about like that kind of vibe, what the ancient cows could do. Like it was literally that magical, where like someone's like on their deathbed, and then the cow comes back from the field, and it's like eating like ginger and whatever kind of herbs it finds, the healthiest herbs, and it concentrates all that vitamin into the milk.
and it would literally save people. Like one drink can like restore people. So
Yeah.
so that's why the cows are important. And now like everything's corrupt, and also the cow stabilizes the earth. It's a fractal of the earth.
Mhm.
So wherever the cow is, its DNA reflects the land
Mhm.
in a fractal pattern, and it's like a compact version of the earth that it's standing on. So it keeps the land stable. That's why wherever there's cows, there's like the land is stable, and there's no deserts or, you know, earthquakes and stuff.
Wow.
Which is why whatever beings run certain parts of California, they actually put cows on the coast. They allow cows to graze like on Point Reyes and stuff.
Yes.
Near the fault lines, they like allow the cows there,
Yes.
and they
Yes.
take care of them, and they actually don't sell them or anything. So someone knows something.
That's incredible. Incredible.
So
Thank
like
you.
if you go to Point Reyes, the cows are just allowed to like freely roam the coastline, and you know, from what I could tell, I don't think they're sold for meat. I mean, they could be, but I don't know.
I doubt it
looks like
highly.
they're just allowed to graze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
They maybe take milk from them. I think they make cheese there. I've
Yeah.
seen cheese there, but
Okay.
so someone knows something, like that's why they keep them there, to keep the fault line stable. You know,
Incredible.
but that's what I'm
I'm impressed.
conjecturing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's amazing. And
Yeah. I have some magical info about ginseng as well.
please, by all means, share that, because I was our Lady V. She was saying that she felt that I probably told you this already. She felt that certain ginseng could only be taken for a certain amount of time. But the American ginseng was safe to take every day. Otherwise, the other stuff was too potent, and you could only take it, within what she calls these like kind of like regimens or runs, almost like you're taking an antibiotic or something. That's how she views some of these herbs. Like when I was talking to her about ashwagandha, and I'd like your opinion on this. She had
Ashwagandha.
okay, ashwagandha. Thank you. Is that better? That more correct?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay, so when she purchased that for me, I was taking it. It says take 1 capsule 3 times a day. So I was taking the 3 capsules about 3 times a week. And, my impression from what you had said was that because this had actually been part of that original multivitamin that I was trying to get back on, that they phased out. There was this, for those of you who don't know, our man, Brandon was searching for me. There was this company in Oakland that was producing a men's blend vitamin that you took 6 capsules a day. It was 6 capsules, and you took them all at once, and they were big, thick vitamins, and they were packed full of superfoods and just all kinds of shit, including ashwagandha was in the mix. And that shocked Brendan, because you were pretty much saying kind of like the same thing, that, oh gosh, that's something you don't want to be taking on a daily basis, kind of like an aphrodisiac kind of, or a stimulus. And but
it also had like Damiana in it and stuff. I mean, they had a lot of crazy stuff in it.
Yeah, it had all this shit in. No wonder I was taking it for a decade, and it kept me alive and going all the while I was taking care of my parents. Was that I only stopped taking it when my parents died, and then I started ultimately suffering from a kind of malnutrition. So I needed to find something that would combine it. But so Damiana, is that something that you can find as a supplement in health food stores or something? And was that the stimulant that was kind of like the aphrodisiac and the
that was the aphrodisiac.
Oh, okay. So the ashwagandha is more like a stress, she said, for stress. So what I can't understand is why she was saying, because I said, well, I'm nearing the end of that bottle. She bought a refill, but she's saying I should save it for a time or period of my life where I'm really stressed, because I told her.
Oh, the ashwagandha?
Yeah, I was saying I'm only taking it 3 times a week, but she was like saying you should only take these things like a regimen for a run to treat something like that. The ashwagandha she feels, because she feels taking it daily is hard on the body or something. I mean, is that your impression?
It depends on how much stress you're under.
Okay.
They come under the class of what are called they're called adaptogens.
Mm-hmm.
So your body can assist the body up to a point, depending on how much stress you're under.
Okay.
So if you're under a ton of stress, then you could take quite a bit. But if you are just chilling at home and you just want more energy, you take a spoonful. Mm-hmm. It actually can put you into a almost like narcotic state, which can be not good,
Interesting.
So it's best to actually use it only when you're stressed, or if you work out a lot, or if you do like something strenuous. That's the best time to use it, because high doses of ashwagandha is never recommended anyway. So.
Okay.
It's not detrimental. It's actually very beneficial for the glands and stuff, but it's not to be overused. Yeah.
Okay. So just bear that in mind. And so with the Damiana, so how does one find that in health food stores?
You can ask for it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Its scientific name is literally called Ternea aphrodisiaca.
Wow.
Aphrodisiaca.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is used in lust infusions as well as lust spells, and is burned to produce visions.
Holy shit. Yeah, and that shit was in my vitamins. No wonder I was jacking off all the time. What?
I think I said something like that to you. I was like, holy shit, with your kind of situation, why are you taking that?
Yeah, no shit. By the way, then our man Acid Kick 96 in the chat room brings up Adrenochrome. He spells it Adrenochrome instead of adrenochrome. He said it was a great product.
It's probably an herb, yeah.
Oh, he says great product. Not sure if it's still around. Was for calming down. It contained adaptogens. He spells it adaptogens.
Adaptogens.
Yeah,
Typo.
Yeah. And he says,
and I'm sure that company had to change their name as of late. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
And Acid Kick, he would know. He says Damiana is among the minor psychedelics.
It could be if you smoke it or something.
Yeah.
Kind of like Datura, but don't do that. The warning. Don't smoke Datura.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. What happened?
Try it. Yeah.
He says
it's toxic.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. He says his spelling was intentional, by the way. So by all means, tell us
what the adaptogen.
I guess so. Whatever he's talking about. Yes, he's quite the punster, I suppose.
I didn't see. I can't see it. So
okay.
Yeah.
And so by all means, tell us a bit more about any of these other elements before I ask you a social
Ginseng americana, also known as Panax quinquefolis.
By the way, in chat, he says he loves Datura tea. I don't know if you've got any comments on that. Datura, Datura.
Yeah, that was my comment. Just don't take it.
Thank you.
Yeah. But I mean, he sounds like a psychonaut, so it's different for them. But
yeah, thank you.
Which means like someone who's into psychedelics. So
got it. Yes.
They're a different breed. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
I don't just think anyone should just go do that. Yeah. I could give you the spiel on Datura real quick.
Sure, please.
So Datura, Datura strontium, metal, etc. It's extremely poisonous. Do not eat. Sensitive skin may be irritated by touching the plant. This is what this book's saying. Devil's apple, ghost flower, Jimson weed, love will, mad apple, mad herb, stinkweed, sorcerer's herb, thorn apple, tuloake, witch's thimble, yerba de diablo, herb of the devil. So it's used in hex breaking, sleep, and protection. Datura has been used in shamanistic practice and religious rites for untold centuries. The Aztecs considered the plant to be sacred. Datura is used to break spells by sprinkling it around the home. It protects against evil spirits. If insomnia persists night after night, it may be cured by placing some Datura leaves into each shoe and then settling the shoe under the bed with the toys pointing toward the nearest wall. A few Datura leaves placed on the crown of the hat protects the wearer from apoplexy as well as sunstroke. So, it has some uses, but don't drink it. It's literally called, that thing, devil's apple. But it's a beautiful flower. It's a really beautiful plant. So back to the ginseng. It's also called the wonder of the world root.
Yeah.
Its powers involve love, wishes, healing, beauty, protection, lust. Ginseng root is carried to attract love as well as to guard one's health, draw money, ensure sexual potency. Ginseng will also bring beauty to all those who carry it. Burn ginseng to ward off evil spirits and break hexes and curses. A tea of ginseng may be used as a powerful lust-inducing drink, whether alone or mixed with other like herbs. Hold a ginseng root in your hands and visualize what you wish into the root and throw it into running water. or carve your wish, into the root and toss it in the water.
Wow.
Ginseng can also be a substitute for the mandrake. There we go.
Fabulous.
But it's also like it's also an adaptogen, so it's nice. I mean, I take ginseng quite often, and I mix both. But what I've noticed is it makes me super. It's a CNS, central nervous stimulant, so it can actually pep you up a lot and make That's why if you the classic archetype of the Chinese guy where he's like really fast and like super angry. Yeah. That's kind of like the vibe it gives you.
Interesting.
That's why a lot of Chinese people use it. They have that really, they stay busy and they stay focused, and it's very like stimulating that way.
Incredible.
It can make you angry if you're predisposed to like fiery kind of vibes.
Interesting. Yeah. And an important point, something to consider. And so in terms of a question that I personally have, though I'll turn to the chat room first. Our Psychonaut, our resident Psychonaut, is saying Damien's, here he means Damiana, is among the minor psychedelics. Then he finally spelled it right, adaptogens, I think. I love Datura tea. It's beautiful, Datura. Astral travel business. Legal highs, psychedelic shamanism. Treat leaves and flowers sane as process for ayahuasca. Strong tea. Watch out for dry mouth and wobbly knees. No shit. Yeah, that's because you're dying. Witches and broomsticks. Good times. Yes, I mean, hopefully this man's not dying, of course, but, it's definitely, for the rest of us, we'd probably have kidney failure, and... the thing about Datura is, like, depending on how it grows or where it grows and what species, one seed can be in a psychoactive dose, or one seed can be a lethal dose. I was about to say, it's like a Russian roulette. Thank you. I swear I've heard it being used to kill people. Datura,
it kills. Yeah, and it's the zombie. That's the zombie herb.
That's right. Now that I think of it, yes, that's right. So worse yet, you not only die, but if somebody knows what they're doing, they can bring you back.
Yeah. So at high doses, it actually can make you. So what it does is, at high doses, you can, with other herbs and witchcraft, you can hypnotize someone into the zombie state. And in order for it to be effective, you have to keep administering it every day, or they'll break out of the, what's the word?
The semi-catatonic state where they're an ambulatory cadaver.
They're like, they're like a, what's the word for it? When you cast a spell on someone, you take them over.
Yeah.
Their will.
Well, basically, it's I forget, but it's basically you're possessing them.
You'll be like a. Oh wait, what's the word? It's a cool. That thing. It'll come back to me.
Yeah, not cool to the victim, but yeah.
Not cool to the victim.
Acid Kick 96 says, "You won't die. Do the reading and proceed with extreme caution." Yeah. The rest of you just don't do it. Then he starts saying, "Blood of Kali, Thugi Kul." Yeah. Then he puts a question mark.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's not go there. I mean, Kali is like ruling the whole joint anyways.
Yeah, thank you.
You can just look outside your window. You can see what Kali's all about.
Thank you. Thank you.
Turn on the TV for 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, look at what's on TV. The Walking Dead. I mean, that shit. Yeah. That's just a reflection of all this shit. I mean, we got enough of the zombification, as he says, his own words. Oh my God. So go on. Yes. And this is, I think all of this is important. And I also have some pointed social questions to ask our friend Brendan when he's ready. But right now I'm quite fine with the plants. I need a lot of botanical energy. God knows that, with the
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should try ginseng. I mean, ginseng seems good.
Yeah. I mean, I used to love it. My mother made this kind of stuff all the time, but she was very specific about how it should be used and that I shouldn't overuse it. Yeah, of course. And but I love the taste of ginseng. A lot of people hate it. Yeah.
Someone I gave it to earlier said it's too bitter, and I actually like the taste of the American one personally.
Okay. Yeah. So do go on.
What?
with-
I'm still trying to think. Sorry, I'm caught up on this.
Yeah, what
It's
is
on
it
the
when
tip of
somebody
my tongue,
overtakes?
like-
Someone overtakes another person's will.
Yeah, like
Well, so the person without will is without volition. Somebody overtakes the manipulation thereof. Yeah, it's escaping me what the exact term is, the occult term that we're both seeking. Our minds have drawn a blank. You know?
yeah. Here, I'll find it because I know how to find it. It's gonna take a second here.
Yeah. And
But yeah, so let's see here. Where is it?
yeah. And let's see now.
A thraldom. A thraldom.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
under a
you.
thrall.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
what it's called. So you're a datura thrall for some kind of witchcraft. And
Yeah, to give people an idea what a thrall is like, it's like my gang brother Beaver was watching Jerry Springer one time. For those of you who are too young to remember Jerry Springer, you missed nothing. Jerry Springer was years of pure raw shit. He would bring people on just to
Right.
fight, just so that we could watch meltdowns. He would just, generate meltdowns.
Right.
This individual's like responsible for half a good deal of the degeneracy in the United States in his own
Right.
way. And of course, even tried politics for a while, because you get deluded that you could do something. I mean, this is how crazy, anyhow. And then he did mention regret before he died. So he's just a wretched individual. Of course, he's Jewish. This goes without saying. He's quite open about that, and was doing all kinds of things.
And on his deathbed, he was like literally crying and like
Good!
repenting.
Good. I hopefully he was crying because he saw the gates of hell and shit.
He did. Literally,
Yeah,
it was
he
like
did.
that.
He did. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, good. No, it couldn't happen to a more deserving individual. But anyhow, there was one time they had some poor, obscenely, morbidly fat woman. Now it's interesting, the term skinny and fat. For skinny, we use the term cadaverous, but for obscenely fat, we use the term corpulent. So one is like the skeleton corpse, and the other one's like the bloated corpse, the floater out of the sea or something. So they had this corpulent woman who was just extraordinarily obese, and she's like can't move, and this Chinese individual who looked like he was at least borderline retarded, probably some touch of developmentally disabled, maybe he wasn't Chinese and just had mongoloid syndrome. I'm kidding. He was Chinese, and unfortunately, and so he was like he was coupled with her or somehow obsessed with her, and and so they were just a freak show, just another freak show bought on Jerry Springer, and so what happened was that people were challenging the Chinese guy like, why are you with her? Which actually was kind of mind-blowing, because most of the time they wouldn't say that because it's so offensive to the poor person who's fat and slovenly. But he was just only able to express, what can I say? I love her, and shit like that. So, but anyhow, when Beaver was describing this episode to me, and I was like, why were you watching this? I was like, and then he expressed it. He said, I was in a thrall. He said, I was in a thrall to this just this train wreck. What he said was like a slow motion train wreck. It's like you turn on the television and you see this, and you're just, and if you see a slow motion train wreck, you're just in a thrall watching this, and that was how he expressed it. So that's an excellent word for everyone's vocabulary. Yeah, thraldom.
Enthralled. That's where the word enthralled comes from.
Yes.
Yeah. So I found Jerry Springer's last words just as it's kind of funny. He said, someone's talking to him in an interview. He said, "No, I just apologize. I'm so sorry. What have I done? I've ruined the culture." And then he jokingly adds, which they add jokingly just to make it not so sad. He says, "I hope," this is his exact words, "I just hope hell isn't hot because I burn really easily. I'm very lightly complexioned, and that worries me." And he's like, continues, he's like, "I'm a schlub who got lucky. That show business was never a thought in my mind.
And then he died basically a couple months later.
Good. Oh, good. And
so he knew he was gonna burn.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Yes. And by the way, just so people understand, this isn't what Brendan and I are expressing. We're not expressing the judgment of an external God. We're talking karma here. And what people do is they vibrate at a certain level. This is what's going to happen to you. You're going to sink. You vibrate at a low level, you're going to sink. And by low level, we're not, say for instance, people say, what about you, Doug? I mean, blood, sex, and drugs. I mean, it's like, okay, there's vibing at a sensorial level, and then there's vibrating at a low level. I don't bring borderline developmentally disabled people up on a stage and expose them to the masses.
How do you explain no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah, how do I explain Joe? Oh, all of them, yeah. Joe Ty, Derek Talley, Jambo the Reese Monkey. Believe it or not, people, if anything, I was victimized by them. I mean, Brendan, help me out here. Yeah.
Right.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think, for most of them, I don't think you actually ever invited them.
Yeah, thank you.
Except for maybe Brooks.
Yeah. No, really, she lied to get on this show. You heard her say, I read your book. Yeah, she lied to get on this program. And, for the other one, who are we forgetting? Oh, Salmon Shake, that sleaze bucket. Jeez.
Oh, yeah. The first one that came to mind for some reason was that actually, like, the dude that was actually messed up, Ian West.
Yeah, that poor son of a bitch. Yeah, and you gotta hold these guys responsible. I mean, that guy got me knocked off YouTube for 2 weeks. Fuck him.
Right.
And
they probably reported your Facebook too. I'm assuming. Ian specifically, but
I'm sure. I mean, well, that was constant. That's just non-stop. I mean, what are they going to do with their lives now that it's gone?
Right.
I mean,
it's a good point.
Yeah, and because remember what Richard K. Cole Jr. was doing was he had a false account set up in the name of every friend I had. He had a false account set up in the name of every friend I had. So he set up an account that was blank.
How is that even possible? That's like more than a full-time job.
Yeah, this is what this person does. This is their life. This is it. They get up every morning and it's just Douglas Dietrich all the way. That's why, and so now everyone knows that he and Jambo the Reese Monkey were calling, Brooke, and that Brooke was semi-seduced, even though she's not falling for their bullshit. She was semi-seduced by, Jameson Reese's glamour, like, he's sexier than any of you guys and stuff like that. And it's like,
because the stuff he was showing us, it didn't look anything special to me.
Yeah,
it literally looked like he was dying.
Yeah, thank you. But maybe you and I see through it. You and I see through
I think
it.
So.
Everybody else says they're seeing a beefcake and shit. It'd be amazing. It's like, I guess you and I are immune to this kind of glamour from, because he's got these low-level gin, right?
Yeah.
And they hit the uninitiated, so to everybody, he's looking like a beefcake or something. But the reality is the guy's muscles are melting off his bones and he's in extraordinary pain.
Yeah.
And like she
the
said,
rhabdomyolysis is like basically stripping the ligaments apart.
Yeah, and I'm still. Yeah, thank you. And it's separating your bone. Your muscles are melting off your bone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so then she says, well, at least he cares about his cats. He kept saying his cats were dying. Has he bought new ones to sacrifice? And then she said, then it got kind of iffy. She's trying to relate, well, his cats died and he's blaming you. And you had somehow...
Right.
What the fuck? Did he reanimate them? Because they died a long time ago. He kept saying, my cat's dying. My cat's dying.
Yeah, didn't he call you and blame you? He was like, you killed my cat.
Yeah. It was all that shit was going down. He sent the message.
So then where did the cats come from? Yeah.
Yeah. He was like sending that message to all the ladies, too. So that... and they were all buying it. They were all buying
So something that doesn't add up here is that how is he a crazy cat lady, but he's ripped at the same time? That doesn't add up.
Yeah, thank you. That shit doesn't work like that. Yeah, those two don't combine. Yeah, they're all they're all fucked up. And this brings up another question. So it's a casual question. This may not be Brendan's area of specialty, but he can certainly find things on it that would. He has the talent for finding things that are relevant concerning these issues. So I do want people to know that one of our gang stalkers who will bring up that, and I'll bring up him because he's relevant to the topic at hand that I want to ask about. One of them was this, not Pac-1 Morales, Miguel Andahar. So this crazy motherfucker named Miguel Andahar, and as he began to truly disintegrate, as he began to truly spiral and go Edomite, which of course he always was, at least to a degree.
When he was posting pictures of Set, like a statue of Set, and like saying like, everyone's got it wrong, man.
Yeah, at that point, he was, Temple of Set, full blown.
He was open about it,
Yeah, at that point, he was open about it. But one of the things that he was captivated by, as his brain began to spin and spiral, is the concept of the Tartaria conspiracy. And just so, and you might remember that. And he was buying into the whole architecture porn trip aspect of it, which was that somehow that the Tartarian Empire,
the mud flood.
Yeah, thank you. Hidden in our so for people who do not know, Tartaria or Tartary, which was also another word for hell, which exposes quite a bit. And it basically, for those who don't know, the word tartar on your teeth, which disintegrates the porcelain on your teeth and that plaque that melts through to burn like hell. When it's in advanced enough state, most people don't experience this anymore because they go to dentists. Because the moment you start feeling pain on your teeth, you go to a dentist these days, and dentists will do something. But in the old days, they didn't have that. And so tartary would progress, the tartar on your teeth would progress to the point where the plaque ate the porcelain and is burning your nerves. So it would burn like hell, and that's why they call it tartar, the tartar on your teeth. And also steak tartare is where you're eating raw meat that is basically rubbed, cooked, where you take a slab of meat and put it between yourself and your saddle and your horse, and your constant friction of your riding on the horse will cook the meat under your saddle because your ass riding on it, the friction cooks it, and then that's called steak tartare. It's raw steak, but it's cooked by the friction. So the modern version, they don't do that. But so all these descendant words, this etymology.
That's a really good point, though, that you brought up about how, Tartarus and Tartaria is connected.
Thank you.
Because the beings that built the so-called modern, what they call Tartarian.
Yes.
Like I can't really use the word, but ancient technology that is being unveiled by all these conspiracy guys. That stuff was actually built by the beings from lower realms.
Thank you.
So
this is
they're exposing it right there, but no one ever brings up that point.
Never, because they're all basically Edomites who are siding it because they keep saying how great it is. Like, great loss.
We lost it.
Yeah. And this is what Solomon was enslaving. Basically, Solomon's calling up demons, the jinn. He's harnessing the jinn. Yeah. He's calling up demons as far as Christians are concerned. He's, basically this individual is harnessing the hordes of Tartarus itself. And so this is what these people are longing for. They want hell arisen on earth. What these people want is hell arisen on earth.
Exactly.
And but for those of you who also don't know, the other roots is the tribes, like the Scythians and these various nomadic tribes that were so brutal that they were known as the Scourge of God. Attila the Hun was known as the Scourge of God. These various raiders into Europe and Asia, these individuals, of course, created such untold suffering that they were viewed to be like spawn of these lower entities, and hence they were called Tartars, and therefore the name Tartary to the nomadic steppe regions where these people sourced from. So these are all sources for
which is why in the Masonic the authors they always put that region between like Russia, like the northern Siberian part of Russia and different parts.
Yes.
Like Xinjiang kind of region.
Yes.
They would call it Tartaria.
Yes. Yeah. There we are.
So people confuse that.
Like you're saying, it's convoluted. Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody can find it on maps. There are actual maps
Yeah.
where you.
I have photos of the maps too. We can put them up sometime
Thank you.
when your Facebook's back.
Thank you, and you can see them where they say Tartaria Magna, the Great Tartary, and so this is like, for all intents and purposes, you'll see it covering all of Eurasia except for the core home and hearthlands of Rus and the Jin, the Chinese and the Russians. Except for those core areas, it basically got Manchuria, they got Mongolia, they got the Soviet Central Asiatic republics, all the way into, the border regions of Tibet, like Nepal and shit, get caught up into this Great Tartary. So you get the impression that, fuck, this must have been one of the...
Wow, it's amazing. I just want everybody to know it's amazing.
It is amazing to have you back. And George Knight's
It's amazing for you to be Tartaria. Like, should we call Ian? Is Ian West on the line?
No.
Maybe Douglas should call the person he got his maps from.
Oh my god. Oh, I didn't get those maps from Ian, honey. You're talking about a former Department of Defense research librarian. I'm more, and I'm always had a cartographic fetish. So, my life is geopolitics. So
Remind me, I'm going to do this privately, and you're not going to be able to bring it up because I will not do it on the air, but remind me to tell you.
You're on the air right now.
I'm on air. That's why I'm going to tell Douglas privately next time he wants to bring up photogenic and somebody with a very high degree that I am completely related to. Unfortunately, I will go there, Douglas.
Okay. I'll try and figure out what you're talking about. No need for us to do that publicly, as you said, because it probably exposes something about me.
Yeah, but you just say but you don't get to go, I am this and I am that. First of all, shut up.
We love you, Brooke. So George Knight has joined us. Both of you came on apparently at the same time.
Oh my God, did George? I was scared. I thought George. I missed George. I was scared because I just got my.
So George Knight, are you aware that my Facebook page has been deactivated? It's been scrubbed and salted. It's locked. So you are.
Good evening, Douglas.
Yes. So George,
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I have just been aware the last 5 minutes when I signed on to onto Skype. I've just read your message.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just been aware just this moment.
So the greatest challenge is going to be dealing with my friends in the Commonwealth of English-speaking nations, whether they're in Canada or England in particular, also Australia, because with everyone else who's in this country, I can maintain
You know how else you can't get George, unfortunately? You can't even call him on Facebook to be worried about your friend Douglas, because George will not answer.
I maybe she knows that from experience or something. But hey, I mean, of course, if I were George Knight, I would understand why he wasn't picking up calls on Facebook from Brooke Gibson, but hey. So being said, so George, what we're going to have to do is learn to communicate much more aggressively on Skype via casual texting. Then hopefully we'll set up a private conversation. That way, at least we're texting on Skype, and that way we can talk on Skype when we find the time to synchronize, when our schedules synchronize. Yeah, but definitely this impacts our behavior, but it was predestined, and it was a long time coming, and we knew it was inevitable, and the Sora Aoi timeline just confused everybody anyway. It reached a insignificant amount of people, and it provided no financial contribution, so it basically, they saved me labor. So I no longer need to.
Hey George, when Douglas isn't listening, that was a $20,000 contract. I'll put 25. Just reply to me back on Facebook. To our private message, but it's a $25,000 to take Douglas. Just keep taking him out since we're the enemy.
Okay, Brooke. So thank you for that. I mean, her humor is obtuse. It is what it is. And you're glitching. You're glitching. It's like she either muted or somebody muted her, one or the other. Hey, so George,
He's muting me every 2 fucking seconds, so that's fine. I'm sure that's happy for y'all.
Wait a second. Who's muting you?
No, the phone itself.
Oh, okay. Weird.
I'm not even touching it. That's what keeps happening.
Oh, wow. Fuck. That's weird. Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. At least now we know what's going on. Thank
So
you.
it just muted again. Like I just unmuted it, and I'm not gonna unmute again. I was trying to
Whoa,
make
is this a
joke.
cult, or do you think it's techno
I
harassment?
don't. I mean, a cult can't help.
Oh, it's Brent. It's Brent. Okay. Oh my God. That being said, well, Brooke, here's what we can do. We'll experiment with your speaking in a slow.
This I will talk like I am from. Where is it? Nor we. What's the country?
North Korea or
Country.
something. Oh, I forgot. Oh, Netherlands. Netherlands. Yeah,
Yeah,
like that guy. Yeah.
I am from Netherlands.
Yes.
And we'll have
Hey,
another
Don was cool, man.
Oh, yes.
4 minutes. I will talk again.
Oh my God.
He
Well,
was a little spacey, but he's cool.
and he does eat meat, Brendan. You do realize that he is.
Yeah. I got that.
Yeah. It's so. But
It's like you kind of have to be diplomatic with these things.
Yes, thank God. So thank God you recognize that certain species are carnivorous, like cats, and though we know of the one exception in Taiwan.
Right.
Yeah, and so George Knight, my main man, do us a favor, give us a little update on what's been going on with yourself. Now, my understanding is that you can spend tonight with us, right?
Yes.
Excellent,
Yes,
excellent.
I will inform you if I do have to make abrupt emergency dropout or whatever. I will inform you.
But
if I
definitely,
can.
definitely, I want you
I
with
have
us.
to I have to retreat as well.
Okay.
But it was good to speak with everyone. Good to hear from you, George,
Yeah,
and Brooke,
You
I
too,
guess,
Brendan.
as well.
yeah, thank
So,
you. Yeah, well,
all
we
right.
love you dearly, Brandon. You take care. Yes.
All right. Listen.
Brandon, did you just fucking say Brooke as well? I guess. Did you just fucking say, and I guess Brooke as well? We want to clarify that for record.
Oh, he's gone mute, honey. They're muting him now. They're
Oh,
muting him.
they're muting him. I think they're muting his little self. Okay.
Yeah,
We'll talk to him later on that.
So let's hope he gets a nice rest. And so George, do me a favor, and we'll talk with Brooke, just you and I, until Brooke. And then when Brooke retreats, then we're going to go full blown into George Knight's
I'm just
special.
going to actually go mute because I've got the only reason I called back, the phone actually woke me
Well,
up.
I was concerned. I was concerned. I'm glad you called back. I really am glad.
No, so the phone did die, and I got it. I went and got another charger because I have people coming to clean the house out. My maid.
Oh my God, honey! I think that she's probably an agent of the enemy who's out to get you hooked on alcohol. That's what her job.
No, she doesn't want to get. She doesn't want alcohol. That's the thing. But she brought me this little fucking vape today, and it has like pot and something in it. I don't know.
Something that causes you to slur to a degree.
Yeah, like I am like.
See, she's seducing you with drugs, honey. Oh my God.
She even said, she said it's $45 or $50. She's like, I'll get it. And then she said she'd bring it in the morning when her and her husband, because her husband is off tomorrow and has a pickup truck. And I said, okay, y'all can clean out my garage and I'll pay her to do that. And she said, okay. And then she's like, do you want me to just bring you the vape tonight? And I was like, that's fine. I mean, bring it. Yeah. And then I was sitting there hitting it like a nicotine vape instead of a whatever the hell is in it.
Jesus, it's potent shit.
I had to come in and tell my son. I literally looked at my son and said, I am high as shit.
Yeah.
Like, there's something wrong with, like, I'm so not good.
Yeah.
Because, she was doing it actually for a good reason. She knows.
You're trying to reset. Oh, fuck. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, shit. Let me send you a link. Let me send you a link, but.
For the microdosing, but she knew I was waiting on that. And this has a little bit of. Legally in South Carolina, they can't sell that. But they apparently can sell enough THC for people, especially that can't handle THC.
Right.
To fuck you up. But they sell very little. So what it had in it was just enough. And I hit hers once. When she was here, I was fine. I hit it at least 12 times while I was talking out there with her and her husband, talking about my garage. And I came in and I was like, I don't even think. And I kept telling my son, my mouth is dry. My mouth is so dry. How do I wet it? How do I wet my mouth? Like, I mean, like I was being one of those potheads that's like, like when you're 16, like my mouth is dry. But it was so dry from that. And so obviously it has tons more THC than what I was looking for, obviously. And that's not a reset. And I'm waiting on my reset, and that you didn't fucking send because you're a piece of shit.
Anyhow, I'm sending you a link right now on Hack Your Brain. So it's in your email. You'll be getting it.
I've read Hack Your Brain, but if you read Hack Your Brain, like you can go to all of it. At the end of the day, it ends up all the psychiatrists end up going into salicylum. Can't say the word.
Sure, but I mean, I'm sending you another link about how this woman reset her own brain. And so it might give you a different perspective. I want you to know Mark H has joined us as well. And obviously...
Oh, has Mark reset his brain?
Yeah, Mark reset his brain. He used to be a sex addict. And when he finally, had to leave his sales job because he was seducing all the ladies buying watches and shit, that's how he wound up working at the casino. And... Yeah, part of his life he didn't tell.
Tell us more, Mark. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, he reset his brain. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Douglas is right. He actually sent me a link, and I clicked on it. It was actually a rare form of lion's mane, Brooke, and when you use this lion's mane...
Yeah, I have lion's mane, as a matter of fact. Right now, I have lion's mane, as a matter of fact.
That's it. So if you use the lion's mane in the way that this link says, honestly, you had to beat him off with a stick, and I just couldn't. I can't take it. I couldn't take it. So.
Yeah, there we are, honey.
I have the lion's mane, but the lion's mane is very weak. They say comparably to, probably, you didn't take you much, right, to get there. But,
But by the way, when Brooke showed the vape to her son and said, "I'm high as shit right now," then he started fighting her to take it for himself.
No, he didn't. Here's what he did. He did take it from me. He was like, "What the fuck did you get?" And he just grabs it from me. And I'm like, "I don't know, dude." Because I'm so high. I'm like, "I don't know, dude." And I'm like, and I can't do him like I'm another 16-year-old, like another 18-year-old.
We're all concerned about you. George Knight and Mark H would like you to relate this story about this maid. Brendan Zoget said it sounded like a lesbian porn fantasy. He said, I told him I said, first off, this maid shows up that Brooke never hired.
Yeah, I didn't hire her.
Yeah, and then says, you need a maid, and then Brooke says,
but she's so nice.
Yeah, and then she pulled out this really thin pig's penis corkscrew like little.
She told me when I told her I was about to kill her with my fucking
dildo.
Knife. Like, I swear to God, and this is if anybody this was when we were joking later. Like, this woman had already gotten in my house and was cleaning it, and we've been talking, so I'm trusting her. And I'm set. But when I first came out of the car to her, because she was not supposed to be here. It was a Sunday. There was no fucking way. There was no way she was supposed to be here. So I said, she had sat at our house 20 minutes. I saw the car. Because I had told my son upstairs, I called him. I said, "Who do you see?" Because he could see out of the upstairs. He's like, "Don't go out there, Mom. Like, you'll start shit." And I'm like, I'm fine. Like, and I'm like, she's still fucking there. I can see tires still because I can see him from the downstairs. And he's like, "Yeah, don't go out there, Mom. Promise me. If you go out there, I'll go out there. And like, you can start shit, then I'll do it too." And he knows, like, I'm like, I'm not going on. And then I waited about 2.5 minutes after that because it already been about 20. And I took my fucking because I couldn't go upstairs to get the fucking Glock. So I just grabbed I keep downstairs my pocket knife because I don't keep the Glock downstairs. So anybody that's wanted to break in, here you go. Glock's upstairs. I would prefer
hate to distract you, but I'm also reminded of her trying to get on very skinny jeans while wet and just finally saying "fuck it" and showing up at the door naked.
Don't do that story. So anyway, that's another story. So I'll do this one really fast. Anyway,
This is why Americans look so bad abroad.
This is the second. This is after that day. I go out to this was Sunday. That was Friday. We were talking about.
Also, you've been off work this whole time and you need a maid? Like, this whole sounds wow.
Yeah, aren't you suspect that this woman might be an agent of the enemy sent to seduce?
No, Brennan's right. I am that lazy. I've been on the moral force.
Yeah, so they know your weakness. They send someone who is like perfect. Drugs and no work.
Yeah, drugs, no work, and a dildo to boot.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, and I needed cigarettes that morning. You were talking about alcohol, and I was like, no, I need to get. I'm not doing alcohol anymore.
So
but
this is almost like the formula is too good. I mean,
yeah, she did have a perfect formula. I will say that because she was like,
okay,
well, I know
so
pot's
you need to
not
like
legal.
figure this stuff out, or it's gonna end badly.
Well, that's your job, dude. My job is to just do it.
I'm not
and
helping.
figure. Well, whatever. Exactly. Say it out loud again. I'm not helping. Thank you.
Honey, do you not find any of this suspect? You yourself said she came in for 6 hours and cleaned maybe only 1, and 5 hours of it was talking.
Nice. That's like me not talking to you. I trust souls. I trust souls. It's like I don't trust fucking, like, to an extent. Yes, I understand.
Our concern?
Moon soul. No, moon soul. But his soul is very has very much of an ego. I'm sure people could talk about my soul and judge that, so I'm not going to judge him too much.
Wait, now it's a guy?
No, she's talking about Moon. She's talking about Moon Rock.
Moon, Peter
Oh,
Moon.
Moon, not the
Yeah.
Moon.
Yeah, but honey, that has nothing to do with our concern for you. You have a strange lady showing up at your home who
So
says...
my point is, yeah, what did he have? He had a strange lady he met in Romania, and he married her and brought her home.
Yeah,
Yes.
but he's like a special case. So that's different.
And by the way, we're not excusing that. Brendan,
Yeah,
point
exactly.
out the fact that his case was just as... It proved itself. It proved
Yeah.
itself in the end to be just the karma that,
Right.
those who are in the know what's happened. So
Yeah.
we're not going to speak.
Hey, if I'm gonna go out, I swear to God, let me die fucking that bitch one time. That's what I said.
Oh no!
oh my
so they have
God.
the formula perfectly.
Oh my
I know.
God.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even want to win. I just want it to be make sure she fucking makes me calm right before. Like, that's all I care about.
Oh, didn't you say her teeth aren't the best in the world?
No. Oh, you're talking
Well,
about
it is
me.
South Carolina. You can't really expect
Yeah,
much.
I'm not talking. I was talking about Peter Moon's wife. That's who I want to fuck.
She
me.
was talking about Peter
Not for
Moon's
me.
wife. She wants to go
Oh.
fucking her. Yeah.
That's who I want to fuck me.
At least that would be like, I mean, a little more highbrow
Hell
than
the
the
fuck
maid.
no. I'm not fucking the South Carolina fucking maid. Oh my God, her teeth are
But
little.
you-
She's
a
from
Romanian,
Ohio.
double agent versus a random maid that shows up at your house. Come on.
Yes, thank you. Brendan approves. Yeah, I hope you're happy.
I totally would push for the double agent. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, you could give me like, oh, I'm gonna give you 2 years with the maid, or like, you got like 20 minutes if you're gonna come really good with this double agent. And I'm just like, I'm gonna take that double agent in 20 minutes.
Honey, whatever she put in that vape already exposes her malevolent intent, this maid. Now, she shows up at your home. She spends more time... I'm appalled that you don't see a potential security risk in this.
Like, because she's so nice. She's like not like you at all.
That alone is suspect.
That's what I mean. But I do judge, and maybe then I'm wrong then. Every time we've talked about people, and I think everyone on the show, we've had one, I think we disagreed about, that's no longer on the show. Maybe two, like Alvin, but that you were more negative on, let's say. I just want to put that out there. He was more negative on. But overall, like, we've always agreed on, everyone on the show is so awesome, or they're shitty and stupid and horrible, or
Yeah,
they're
they
bad,
tend to be extremes, yes.
or there are people that maybe they're the enemy, like, you don't know, like, all those different things. So how do we agree on all that? And you're gonna think I can't fucking judge the goddamn maid, but I judged you after everybody fucking told me, and then especially like hearing your shit was the worst. Before
I think this is all becoming self-evident slowly this year.
No,
That you should
I
not
ever
trust the
fucking-
maid.
That's fine. Before I ever heard his shit, I mean, before I had ever heard anything bad about him from someone else, Douglas saying his own shit was bad enough for me. I was like, that is too much. Like, that is not real. And he's like, and then George Knight would pipe up, "Oh, it totally is real." And now it's like, oh,
but
God.
then you realized it was all real when Michael Aquino started showing up.
Well, no, we're not talking about it. And fuck you. You're writing him back in. He's not new. I don't have.
Okay, what
strength
about
right
the
now.
maid though? I mean, she's planting poppets and stuff and other thing,
She's
like
not
magical
planting
sachets.
What do you mean? She didn't plant anything.
Yes, that's what they do. They plant magical sachets in your
Where would
house
she do
that are conduits for evil magic.
First of all, can you call them sachets? Because that's not a word, sachet.
Okay, well, whatever they're called, honey.
You get my point.
Yeah, you get his point. And
I know, but Douglas pronounces shit wrong all the time. And he tries to be like, thy shalt not. Like he's talking some old English.
We're from the West Coast. It's different.
Yes.
Well, I don't care where you're from. It's a sachet. But go ahead.
Surfer drawl.
Can you pronounce the capital of Puerto Rico?
Don't worry about it, honey. Honey,
I can't actually. I'll bet it $5,000 on
Now, how did the maid?
No. Let me get my $5,000. I bet you $5,000 I can pronounce it.
I don't even. Personally, I don't. I'm trying to remember what the capital of Puerto Rico is myself.
So it's not your bet.
Okay, try it, honey.
Is it try? Or is he gonna take the bet?
Oh, he's not. Well, he's not going to pay you $5,000. We can.
Okay, you want 500? You want 5? You want 50? What do you want to do?
He doesn't have the money for anything right now. He's totally. He can't take any bets.
Well, that's not. That's boring.
So, darling, how did the maid originally show up in your life? Wasn't there originally somehow you wound up contacting or contracting once totally by accident, simply because?
It was an accident. It was a thing that I did like 3 months ago. I mean, it's stupid, and I don't know why you're having me bring this up. This is just stupid and boring.
You were dealing with a stalker. You were trying to find the stalker. You were going around assaulting people in his apartment.
I don't want to talk about it.
And but then she shows up and you get to the point where you're both showing each other your weapons of defense, and you brought out your machete, and she brings out this.
Well, I didn't know. No. She said she was there to clean,
yeah.
And then I said, "Oh shit," because I realized that I did accept a cleaning service the week before, and I had to cancel, and it was on a Thursday, and there's no way in the world I would. Because my 2 days are Thursday and Friday. You're not coming to clean my house on a goddamn Sunday. Like, mainly that's because my son's gone. I can just fuck off all day, and he doesn't even know. So I would never, Saturday or Sunday, ever schedule someone to clean. And this is on Sunday, fucking lunchtime. And they're outside my house at 11:30 a.m. So the first thing was I didn't reschedule it for that. And that's what she had. That it was rescheduled for that, is what she says. So I will not say that. In what she says as far as the company, she's correct, because I did go ahead and agree to that company to come out one time. Online, it was on a Facebook message. I just got a Facebook message, and I agreed to it on Facebook, and agreed to it. Then, like I said, I said cancel this. They were going to come like the Thursday before. And the Thursday before she came, and I had just hit cancel, and it's plain to see. You can hit cancel and reschedule or pick a new cleaner. You have 3 options to pick a new cleaner. I guess if you don't like the cleaner you had before, maybe, or something. But there's the 3 options, and mine was cancel, and I know that because I had already rescheduled. And if you hit reschedule, you have to pick 2 dates, and you have to pick 2 time options in case somebody's not available. And I had hit fucking cancel, and that shit came through canceled, and then this bitch shows up 3 days later on Sunday. So yes, I get how it seems weird, but at the same time, she was sweet and cute and nice, just like you showing up my fucking feed. This like, oh my god, well, not sweet and cute. She was like sweet and fucking redneck. She had some teeth not missing, but not the best. It's kind of like you. You're not like. It wasn't like you were fucking 20 years old and fucking a bodybuilder when you showed up on my fucking feed. But you looked fucking nice, and you had a beautiful smile and a beautiful eyes. And
thank you.
I was drawn in. So at the same time, like, it's like, okay, somebody draws you in with that. Well, you're like, okay, well, maybe I won't kill you right this second. I couldn't kill you right that second, but I wouldn't have cut you on. But then But I wouldn't have subscribed. And ever gone here.
The vampire thralldom.
There we are. Yes,
Activated.
yes. I had you in a thrall, honey. Yes, but go on, darling. And Sean Bond, poor son of a bitch. Nobody can look him up because all they find is Sean Connery and James Bond. Poor bastard.
Oh
You
my
know what?
God, Sean Connery! Do you realize that's like my
I
my
know your
friend-
original crush. Yes, but honey. So back to this maid. So then she shows
Okay.
up.
Oh, you do remember my original crush?
Yeah, of course. How could I forget? Yes, he was like one of the few men that you, an older man who you had no concept that the bridge of years, the gap
Well,
between.
he could say two. He could say 3 words.
Yes.
He's the only man I know that could say those 3 words. And instead of me being like, I'm gonna kill you, I would be like, okay.
Yeah, I get it, honey. So, but for this lady,
The 3 words I remember him saying were, "You can slap her around a little." bit."
yeah, that's right. Sometimes you gotta slap these bitches
First of all,
around.
that's not 3 words. You should learn to count.
but
You can slap her around a little
If you
bit.
watch the clip, it'll make sense.
So, darling, what was this dildo type implement that this chick showed you when she'd have to get the enemy to cooperate?
So I'm at the scene, and I showed her the knife that I carry all the time.
Yeah.
Basically on me. I started that before I had my Glock, and I still don't trust myself with the Glock to carry. So it's and legally I can't all the time. So it's upstairs. So I have the.
Have you taken the concealed weapons permit course yet?
Can we talk about it later?
Okay, yes, honey. I'm trying to play the adult there. Yes. So right now you've got the knife. She's trying to identify what weapons you have. That itself is a little concerning.
I don't think she was.
Okay.
She was sitting in her car.
Oh, it was spontaneous.
It
It was spontaneous, right?
I came out. I didn't wait. It wasn't like I came out at 1 minute, and it wasn't like I came out at 3 minutes. Or I came out like 22 minutes. The bitch was not expecting me to come out of the fucking house. I'm sure. Now I know she was probably about to drive off, or at least that's what I believe. She was in a car, and because the reason I was like, I'm going. So my son was like, "Don't go out, Mom. You'll start shit." That's what he said from the phone upstairs. And I was like, "Okay." But then I can see, so I have my windows covered. I can see through. So I opened the bottom, and I was like, those tires are bullshit fucking tires. Meaning, like, I don't know how to say that other than if people know actual tires and then bullshit hubcap tires.
Yes, we'll take your word for it.
Just like we got those off the street, and maybe there's hubcaps would match. Like, what I was just like, that does not belong. That's not like somebody. That's not like a neighbor. That's like, I wish to God you were taking care of my cat or something. So I was like, what the fuck did they want? So, because I was not wanting to go outside, but I was like, this I don't care about. I mean, if your car looks like that, if your tires look like that. So I just quietly opened the door so my son did not see or hear, I mean. And I have a knife in my pocket, but did not have anything else. I didn't have the Glock, but I didn't feel I needed to after seeing those tires, to be honest. Because I feel like if you pull up in that kind of fucking car, you probably can't afford to go in.
Interesting.
Right? Or not a good one, anyway.
Yeah.
So I could take you out with a knife faster than you can with that any gun you go for. So, but no, I mean, I wasn't going to go upstairs and get that going to the safe. So I went outside and I just walked to her car. And I said, what the fuck are you here for? What are you doing? And she said,
You're giving too many details, Brooke.
I said, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I said, I just went.
I'm talking about like your personal things.
Well,
Now they know
my
where
life
everything is in your
personal.
house.
I feel like this is a Brooke Gibson episode. Like, that's what we were supposed to do tonight, right?
No. What he means is that if she
thank you.
is involved with the adversary, the nemesis, the enemy, that she now knows.
Oh, I'm fucking up. I'm the one fucking up. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
friend.
Thank you. Yeah.
I thought he was saying I'm just.
No. He's not talking about you rambling.
Yeah, because I do ramble, but that's what.
Which, by the way, is something that Peter and yourself have in common.
That's always the things that keep your show going. Like imagine he and I both gone. You had that a few weeks. That's hilarious. Let's listen to those episodes.
So darling, in terms of your so when this woman then presented,
I went out to her fucking car and I said, "What the fuck are you doing here, bitch?" And I'm about to pull a knife out of my back pocket. Like, I'm literally thinking looks like a red knife bitch. I'm not, like, there's something bad going on. She's here to kill. Like, I don't know what. I have like, maybe she's a stalker's girlfriend. I don't know. And so she jumps off, like, I'm here to clean your house. And I was like, and then I remember that conversation with you and me and George, and I think it was Aristotle.
It was George, Aristides, myself, and yourself when you confronted the maid in the first place. When
so that's the maid that I told her I'd reschedule, and I rescheduled it with.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. But I think what happened was
that was the day, just for our listeners, when George, Aristides, and I were on with Brooke Gibson. She was she was not in the condition she's in now, which is a little altered. She's a little altered right now by the vape this maid has given her. But
I can go back to drinking alcohol.
Yeah, I understand. But so what I was going to say was that at the time you were telling us, of course, about the fact that you were dealing with the other stalker who was Lebanese and was like saying he wanted to marry you and move in with his parents, and then you were also dealing with Richard K. Cole Jr. calling you. Yes. And
we had a lot going on.
So we had all that going on that day when this maid suddenly shows up and says, did you schedule me? And then somehow this had happened accidentally through the Facebook, but then you said, well, you can't come in today and go ahead and come back in 3 weeks or something. We'll see if that's... And then, so she did follow up on that, which also is kind of unusual.
Because, well, you guys were on the phone when she said, this is how you go in and reschedule it. And I went in and rescheduled it. And the next thing I know, I have this lady... Anyway, doesn't matter. Actually, it wasn't the next thing, because I rescheduled that lady. She wanted to do it privately, but regardless, I didn't get the call, and that's the number thing. But regardless, somehow this lady got scheduled for a Sunday randomly.
Right.
And I would never schedule. I would never, like, Sundays are. I mean, Saturdays and Sundays are my days to just like.
Right. So when you brought her into the home, then the both of you essentially kind of immediately...
I brought her in the home, and I was
bonded.
like, hey, what do you want to... Let's see what you'll say with it.
I just said you just both kind of bonded, or it's kind of related to each other to a degree.
We bonded that, so I was like, hey...
You spent far more time talking than cleaning, you said so yourself.
Yeah, we talked, we talked more than we cleaned. At one point I was like, hey, you know what, I need cigarettes. And like, I knew I'm only 4 hours is what I paid for. So I knew that was 30 minutes, or it wasn't really, it should have only been 10 minutes, but between our talking, it ended up being 30 minutes, just outside the car. But even when she was mopping, like she would stop, like mop a little, and she would just stop, and she'd be like, and I didn't mind it. I was like, this is a great conversation. Like, this is so much better. Like, you should have a podcast. I don't know why Douglas Dietrich doesn't. Because you're entertaining me, and this is great. And you're actually looking like you're working, which is a double. You're just not laid up on pillows like the one.
And Doug Dietrich can never pull that off. Yeah, come on.
She was standing. Oh my God! My favorite thing about her is, though, she's like, okay, I'm only 5'3". Okay, so I don't know who thinks 5'3" is tall. Is there anyone on here that thinks 5'3" is tall?
You're cute and short. Go on. Compact. Yes. Go on.
Okay, 5'3" is not tall, is what I mean. Like,
and she's shorter than you, and you like that.
She's 4. The only other person I've ever had this height, 4'11". This little tiny bitch. Like, I walk out, it's like you, like the fucking, I guess, like a 5'10" person on a 5'3" person. I'm like, oh my God, I've got 4 fucking inches on this bitch. Like, it's amazing. I feel like it.
Empowered. It's empowering.
It is empowering. Like, I don't even actually know how to feel about it, because it's empowering. But then
how did it get to the point where she's bringing you narcotics?
I wish she was bringing me narcotics. No, that would be good. No, she just brought me.
So it's basically a Chochoa hybrid mountain person. That's your maid.
Whatever. Why don't you go read about the Chochoa hybrid mountain person on your Wikipedia when he takes his 9th grade? Okay.
Oh my God, honey. So this chick, she like at some point she got you in her car and took you for a ride to get things.
I just went to get the cigarette.
You're far too trusting.
Well, maybe I am. You might be right about that. So we just went to get the cigarettes. They were only 3 minutes away. Why not? I'm like, I need cigarettes.
The dildo, how did
Because you got to remember, this is when my car had, like, so I've got
That's
the
right.
car.
Her alternator, they kept knocking out her alternator. Yes. And so she kept having to take the car back until they gave her, like, the gourmet alternator and shit.
Yeah, I went to the manager this time. He's like, we're replacing it again. And I'm like, this is the, like, 4th time in the fucking year you've replaced it. He's like, because we're replacing it for free. And I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, you've done that 3 other times. I paid for it. I paid for it the first time, which was, within the year, basically. And I was like, so what is going to change this time? I said, because I'm now, like, I have to Uber around. I have to do stuff while, like, you have my car for 4 or 5 days.
And they said, we're giving you the special one now, or something.
He's like, no, I've just said, we've decided to order you a different brand, is what, all he said was
what they mean by that is the ones that we're breaking were Chinese refurbished ones.
Yeah, that's what I,
and then the other ones were like
the Sears brand, and now they're going to give me, like, the Macy's brand, or the maybe Nordstrom, who the fuck knows?
Well, like, Brendan would know what he's talking about because he worked with this all his life, his dad. So what exactly are they giving him, you think, Brendan? At this point,
instead of the Chinese refurbished one, they'll give you something called OEM, original equipment manufacturing. So it's from the dealer or from the car maker itself.
Somebody else said OEM. You know who said OEM on the way to the place? Was like
the tow truck driver. The tow truck driver told you this.
No, wasn't the tow truck. The tow truck driver said it's your alternator.
Definitely,
because the people were confused.
But by the way, Mark wants to. Mark, what's your observation here?
I was just going to ask Brooke, what kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2027 Nissan Tesla.
Do you really?
Yeah, 2027. Yeah, that's
2027. That's pretty new. It's amazing.
I know. Amazing.
So do you have a Honda?
Teslas don't have alternators.
It's average 2013 Nissan Murano.
Oh, nice. Okay. I was gonna say sometimes like
definitely get the OEM.
The output. There was something that's causing the output on it. Either the output the car has is way too high. That's why the alternators kept failing. And just like Brendan said, it sounded like they needed to have a special one made for you. That's a pain. Well,
sir, but I appreciate you saying that, because when I spoke with the man, so Gary, I should say his name, I guess maybe online, but anyway.
Nobody cares, honey.
Go on. Yes. It's not like people are calling Nissan of wherever I'm talking from. But he is who I've dealt with for everything, for my car. And my car's paid off. It's 2013 Nissan. So Murano, I enjoy the car. It's not leather seats, heated seats. They still work. Knock on wood. They continually will. Hey, all you bitches that want to send me some shit, I'm sending it back in the mirror. So you unheat my seats, I will heat yours up.
And by now, so our listeners understand, she's talking to the occult stalkers who are sending negative vibes her way. That she's mirroring it to them and taking advantage of this venue to do that. And so. Yeah. Yes. So good for you, honey. And so that being
anyway,
said,
point is, like, so I've mirrored most stuff back, and it's been great. Like, things have been good, except for, like I said, I had the wreck, and then the alternator went out again. And this was during the same time that the wreck was telling me I was rear-ended, and then knocked into another car, which knocked into another car. So it was a 4-car pileup.
Holy shit.
I had a car behind me, but the car behind me drove off. And so they tried to say, well, we don't know if they drove off, because this is what the insurance company said. Because you had damage on your car when you bumped into this car, and there was a picture of it. Like, I barely touched. She had a brand new white Honda, and I was backing out like 3 or 4 months ago, like the tiniest parking lot ever. Those tiny ones. I don't know. Maybe in England they have a lot of them. Tiny. It was tiny, and I barely bumped her fucking black. fuck. I shouldn't have said the words. She had a white brand, like 2023, 2022 Honda, whatever, and Honda Accord, which is Honda Accord, and had not even, like, you could barely fucking see a scratch. Like, I swear to God, my eyelash would be fucking bigger. I mean, like, it was so unbelievable. Yeah. And she's just like, oh my God, she's coming out of her little, I'm coming out of FedEx, fucking mailing my fucking IRS shit. And she's fucking coming out of her little fucking place, getting her fucking, whatever you call that, not ice cream, because you think it's healthier.
Yogurt.
yeah, with not like 40 billion calories piled on top of it.
Froyo. It's Froyo, Brooke.
Yeah, exactly. It's 40 billion. And she goes, oh my God. And I'm like, oh my God. So I was like, let me pull around. So I pull the only parking spot at that point. Once I backed out, I decided to pull behind her because that was open. So I pulled behind her, blah, 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 blah. She's fucking acting like stupid bitch the whole time, calling her fucking parents. She ends up, I don't know, I'm not guessing ages at this point, but then I fucking end up having it because it's on my police report, and I couldn't believe this bitch was 29 years old, and the whole time I heard her, Mommy! Dad! I don't know what to do! She's saying thirsty, because I told her, I was like, look, I'm like trying to explain to her how this works. You hit in a parking lot. We are the last on the call. She said, why can't we get a time? I have to be back at work. And she was yelling at the police about this. And I said, they're not going to give you a time because if there is a 911 call anywhere else, he has injuries or blah, blah, blah. Like, that's where your state troopers are responding. They're up and down the highway. Yes. And she just could not get that through her little fucking thick skull. She's calling and screaming at them. And I said, look, here's my insurance, blah, blah, blah. And so she's like, so then finally, she just wanted to get back to work, and her parents were tired of hearing her scream. So she's like, her dad must have said, do you have her stuff? And so we had to call the insurance company. We did the entire insurance report over the goddamn phone.
But
this shows you how slow cops are. We did the insurance report over the phone. I heard her copies of my shit. She apparently walked around and took pictures of my car and her car. Right. Now,
but by the way, just so our listeners understand, important point here to be made. Richard K. Cole Jr. claimed Douglas Dietrich can't have military insurance because he was never in the military, and that's when you said, "God, that's the biggest fucking lie you've told yet." Because
I'd love him to call right now and say that, because I would just be like, "All right, well, explain to me how that worked." But that.
Because you set up the call, you set up the three-way so that I could transfer the insurance over to you as the beneficiary.
Yeah, it wasn't like you called some number.
Because I didn't know how. I didn't know how.
That was the problem. The whole time I was just like, I was like, it wasn't like anyway. Point is, I was just like, well, okay, you definitely. First of all, I was like, you don't have a life, and there's something wrong, because if your life is like Douglas Dietrich and I don't listen to him. And then it's like, I don't listen to him, but I know you talk to him. So, okay, they tell me, who's they? Like, they told me you were not happy the other night. That's when they called me and we got in that big fight. And he said, well, they called me that night. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know who they is. Who's they? Like, I don't know that he said the word they. He said someone called me. He may have said the word someone. But regardless, blah, 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 he said, well, what did you say, dude? You said, I don't listen. And then someone called me, and then you said, but anyway, so, you're not happy with Douglas. So, like, you thought Douglas does this to all women in his life. That's what Douglas does. And the whole reason, and like, my life is, and I have all these blogs on Douglas, and I do this and this on Douglas, and he went into like a 40-minute spill on what he does to fucking Douglas, and I'm like, why? Well, I was like, what did Douglas do to you? And he's like, well, I mean, I thought maybe he was claiming Medal of Valor honor, but he actually wasn't. So now it's just, I think he's lying about his military history. And I said, I'm sorry, but I think Medal of Valor, which is what he's claiming that he's against. And I said, there's plenty of people out there to get against. I said, and I think that there's probably 100,000 million. I don't know the number, dude. But
quite a bit.
Why would you why is it Douglas Dietrich that you were decided I'm going to spend the next 30 years of my life just chasing? And then also why when the Australian guy gives it up, you claim you don't know, but then you suddenly fucking know. Fuck you.
Yeah, what Brooke is referring to is that she originally answered the call hoping it was the multimillionaire Stephen Outreal.
A multimillionaire, dude, I'm just letting you know, if it had been you, this would be a different story. Douglas would be so fucked over. But don't send me fucking New York, dude. Not happening.
But it turned out it was...
I'm not good with names, as we know, and I got the names confused.
Yeah, and so that's when she asked Richard K. Cole Jr. about, you offered Doug $1 million to suck your distended colon sticking out of your anus. And that's when his response expressed pretty much everything. It exposed him. His response essentially was nonplussed. Wait, what was it he said again?
Yeah,
most men, of course, would be outraged.
Most of these straight guys on the phone that would be like, hey, you tell Snoop Dogg, tell my neighbor that you they would be like, what the fuck did you goddamn say? My grandfather, who didn't cuss, would be like, he was a military man. He was military. He was a Marine, and he did not cuss. But he would have been like, I remember, I will never forget him. He would say, what did you say to me? You knew it. He didn't have to cuss. He didn't have to cuss. You were done. And the point is, what I got from that was, I didn't offer it. I don't know what you mean. I didn't offer sex stick. Or whatever, something like that. Something
along the lines of that wasn't me. Something along the lines, basically, it wasn't me.
Something along the lines of, something along the lines of, it wasn't, he didn't offer to have sex in the bathroom with you. Yes,
right. And yet he responded to that calmly, as if he were aware of the situation.
There was no Snoop Dogg. There was no Southern redneck. There was not even I don't even think there was somebody in Southern California right now that if you are even if you're gay, you'd still be like, I didn't offer to suck that guy's fucking dick. Fuck you, bitch. No, it was just I don't know what you mean. Doesn't offer to suck his dick. But do you want to talk about dogs? We can talk about dogs.
He's trying to seduce you. They all come at you with the kindness to animals. Joe Ty was coming at you with the kindness to animals trip. They all start sending her links about animals and poetry about animals.
No, I don't know that Joe Ty didn't. Joe Ty commented on mine. That's not fair. Joe Ty did not do that. I always defend Joe Ty. And I'm hoping I'm saying this right. But Joe Ty truly did not do that. Joe Ty did, though, however, say the stupidest goddamn things I've ever not understood. And finally said, if you say one more thing that I cannot understand.
I told you, one of the things he said, it struck me as a direct threat. When you said something about a dog, about I hope I find out something about a dog or something like that, what it would be like. And then he said, you'll never find out. He said, you'll never find out.
Yes.
I mean, that's basically a threat.
You took it as, I just took it as him being stupid, and you took it as a threat, and I didn't, I don't know. I mean, if it was a threat, I did not realize that, obviously. But that was one of the last stupid things he said, and then I blocked his ass.
Well, you blocked his ass when he started talking to you about my mother's breasts. When he basically started talking to you.
So gross. Oh my god.
Yeah, and now when it came to
I got the book.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, whenever you get the time, Grayson guy, I got the book. It's an autobiography by a guy, Austin Jurgen, my uncle. He was my grandfather's brother.
Okay.
He fought in World War II.
Oh wow! Okay, wonderful. What's the title?
But it's just I wouldn't read it's a whole book, obviously, but I just like the parts where it mentions my grandfather, which he's very brief in that because.
Yes.
Well, you'll hear why he's very brief in.
No, this is about the Battle of Peleliu, which he participated in. Right?
So my uncle did not participate in that.
Okay.
But my grandfather did, which I'm. Talk to my mother again.
Got it.
got it.
Okay.
But this is by my uncle,
Right.
who you will. I mean, but whenever you want, it's like a couple like paragraphs I would just read whenever you get a chance.
Of course, honey. And thank you for that. And so when, of course, you were confronted by Richard K. Cole Jr., and then he started going in about the dogs, then he ruined it all by talking about the dogs he shot, about basically his neighbor's dogs that he shot.
His neighbors he shot, but then the neighbor actually shot him in the face, but he was taking care of the neighbor daily, dying of cancer. So I'm not sure how he went from taking the care of the neighbor that every day dying of cancer, but the neighbor shot him in the face because the neighbor couldn't fucking get to the doctor by itself. And he had basically at first kind of said he had killed the dog. Excuse me. Yeah. Richard K. Cole Jr. kind of alluded to killing the dogs.
Right.
That obviously did not go over well with me. It went off like, fireworks, honestly. So he had alluded, I didn't kill the dogs. I was taking care of them, and I was taking them, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. My point is, even if he was taking him, that doesn't make sense, because if you're taking him to the doctor every day, right? Yeah. And he's got all these beagles and stuff, and and he's your neighbor. He said, and he's told me the dogs were starving to death. Yeah. So you got two problems there. You didn't fucking feed them, but you could go take care of that neighbor. You didn't notice the dogs were starving. And then the neighbor's able to go out and shoot every dog in the fucking face.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, thank you.
Fuck you either way. But then you're going to send me your little fucking poem? I don't need your poem, bitch. I'll send you a fucking poem.
A poem about his dog, by the way. Pulling on his chain. Pulling on his chain.
You did to a deer in the morning beautiful light of this beautiful deer that he would never ever also kill. Blah, blah, blah.
Even though he told you that he hunted. Then he claimed...
Oh, yes! Yes, you heard that. Like, I hunted. Well, I was like, you hunted? And he was like, and to be honest, I'm more for hunters than people that, if you're going to eat meat, you eat meat. And that's fine. I would actually prefer someone that hunted their meat, or someone like Douglas that they know what they're getting their blood from,
yes,
right?
Thank you.
And they're agreeing to it versus, or you're at least taking it, versus someone that, like a mom that's like, I would never ever kill an animal ever, and then she just walked out of the CVS or Walmart supermarket with fucking 40 pounds of beef and 20 pounds of chicken. Like, but she would never ever kill. Okay, like, at least own what you do. Like, that's what I respect. So hunters I actually do respect more. But when I think what happened with that was he thought that was another set or something. Yeah. Because I said, oh, you're a hunter, and he goes, well, I didn't actually. He just immediately went like, well, I didn't actually hunt. I was
basically taking my dog for a walk in the wilderness. Is basically what you
with some friends. Some friends were going, and we went took my dog for a walk while the friends had all their guns out, and that was it. Because I didn't have enough time to actually kill anything. I'm too busy hunting Douglas Dietrich on the internet because he stole Valor. Oh, wait a minute. He didn't steal Valor.
Thank you.
And that's all I care about. Oh, so now I think he just might have said something I didn't like, is all he could ever tell me that you said. He was like, oh, well, I just don't believe the story about him or his dad. Like, I just don't believe it. And I've proven this was blah, blah, blah. And then you told me the same fucking story that he fucking said, that's when I questioned you, about your dad. And, and you have never apparently lied on that, but that's not something I don't listen. I'll be honest.
You weren't even concerned. It wasn't even the subject of
our topic. What did I tell him? He kept saying, go read my blogs. Go read my blogs. I told him the same thing I tell you. When you're like, go listen to this. I'm like, I don't have time. I'm not going to properly do it. And actually, I was ruder to him than I probably am you, because sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I probably will.
That's right. At least with me, you'll try and placate me to some degree.
I'll be like, yeah, I'll listen. That sounds good. With him, I was like, have you ever heard Douglas's show? Like, because every time I'm on Next, you'll be like, Brooke, did you hear this? You didn't even listen, did you? And I'm like, no. So I'm like, I mean, that's been going on for months and months and months. Like, no, I didn't. Then listen. So he's like, go read my book. Yeah, oh, yeah, bitch. Because I suddenly haven't read your blog in whatever time, 9 months or 12 months or whatever the fuck it is. I'm just suddenly going to read it today. Like, and also I have no time. Like, where do you know my personality at all other than dogs? She likes dogs. That's what she apparently wrote down in your stupid notebook, and that's about all you fucking got. Dogs. She likes dogs.
But the thing in the dossier is they have this assumption that somehow or another you're supposed to respond to certain trigger words or phrases that they use, and they're constantly puzzled that you're non-responsive.
Well, they didn't mess with it. They didn't mess with it. I'm not giving them that.
So just to put things in some perspective for our listeners educationally, it's always important. Understand that one of the things that Richard K. Cole Jr. claimed to Brooke Gibson was that I can't have Douglas Dietrich arrested because he's not claiming to any stolen valor. So basically, the stolen valor approach, which is the only approach you see on the blogs that's truly emphasized with a hammer point, it's just bludgeoned incessantly, is this quote-unquote stolen valor approach. So he confessed to her there is no stolen valor for him to have me arrested on. Just to educate people so they understand this, you cannot be arrested for quote-unquote stolen valor. There is no such thing. The First Amendment of the Constitution...
Well, he did not say... I won't say that he said arrested. I don't think I
He implies that consistently.
He implies...
Somehow there's an authority issue? That there's an
authority issue.
Right.
That his life mission after he got... It's like anybody that says stolen valor, like that is his life mission. So like, let's say...
But he doesn't bother anyone else. But he doesn't bother anyone else. Though he was forced to claim that he did when you confronted him.
He had one person, he said, one other person.
But he couldn't name him. But he couldn't name this.
He said I could look on his website, which I said I'm not going to fucking do about for the 50th fucking time. You know, and I didn't always say fucking, but I tried to be very... I mean, I didn't try.
Well, I think in the end you wound up shouting at him because he just brought it out of you.
Well, we got into screaming. We did get into a screaming match. Like I was screaming over him, but and I said I'm not listening to it. Actually, but guess who won that one? That instead of me and you cut me off, guess who fucking won?
Yes, you did. Of course, honey. No, I mean that he's got no chance with you because he's the person who's calling you. You can hang up at any time. He's left struggling at the other end, trying to sell you. He's trying to sell to you his product, which is basically
but that's where I was saying, like, you don't apparently know me. Number one, I don't buy anybody's shit. I haven't bought Douglas's everything Douglas says yet. Like Douglas and I still argue. I mean, at the end of the day, I love you to death, but there's certain things we don't agree on, right? We know that,
of course.
And so
but what we disagree on are principles or concepts, paradigms. In terms of
certain, I would say paradigms more than anything, but yes, I would say that. But the difference is I just like when you're talking about the maid. The reason I will trust her versus like maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, and if I'm proven wrong, then you all know I'm dead. But
I don't foresee that necessarily. But what Brendan Young is, excuse me, I keep fucking him up with Brandon Young. What Brendan Zoga is saying is that his concern is that she's implanting occult devices that might upset your vibe, so to speak, or change the resonance of your home and cause further disturbances.
No, you can't change the resonance of this home. Look, my shit's protected 100% because 3 families moved out of this home before I ever moved in. And it was from the time it was built. It was only when we moved in, the DE agent came. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. The DE agent came over. And that's what. See, I need to drink alcohol. Then I wouldn't lose my voice. The DE agent.
Do me a favor. Just drink something, hydrate yourself, and I'll try to explain people a little bit about the stolen valor because it is an important point. Obviously, this is the primary thing this individual is hitting with. So I do want people to understand something. That the First Amendment it was brought up as the primary pivotal point here when the entire concept of stolen valor was brought before the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court of the United States was confronted with a man who was repeatedly claiming he had won the Congressional Medal of Honor, which is the highest award in the land, and most of the people who receive it overwhelmingly are dead. So it's a posthumous award, generally speaking. But if you happen to survive and you've won the Congressional Medal of Honor like Audie Murphy did, who ultimately killed himself anyway, you're talking about you never pay income taxes the rest of your life. You're exempt from paying income taxes the rest of your life. So obviously this is an issue of some sensitivity. And they call it congressional, but it's not awarded by the Congress. It's awarded directly by the president if you happen to be alive. Then the president is the person who gives it to you personally. So we're talking about obviously a matter of some import. Nevertheless, when it went up to the Supreme Court that this individual was claiming to have won it, it was ruled that he could do so as much as he wanted and nobody could do anything about it. That's his right via freedom of speech, via the First Amendment, which all the veterans, quote unquote, are fighting to defend. So the idea that the veterans are trying to prevent people from saying this means that the veterans are fighting to deprive you of your freedom of speech. See, any one of us has the freedom to claim we won the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's up caveat emptor. If somebody believes you, say if you're like 600 pounds and you're bespectacled, like that means wearing glasses, and you're nearsighted and you're obviously have never been fit to be acceptable for military service anyway, and you make that claim, then a person should take into consideration some level of due diligence. It's one of these things that, like anything else, as we knew from the Derek Talley experience, we've had people on the show who claimed they had cancer. How can you vet something like that? You don't have access to their medical records. Now, this is part of the insanity of everything these people claim. What this individual kept telling Brooke Gibson is, you can use Freedom of Information Act. Well, the truth is, Brooke cannot. Neither can you, out there in the listeners, because there are supposed to be people who vet the privacy of the veteran, as well as people who vet the national security of the subject and decide whether or not the veteran's records, any aspect of them, can be released. That's why everything these people do is a forgery and a federal crime, and that means...
I know that's actually true. I know that's true because I watch other stuff, and I was watching one of these crime shows. It was like this guy goes into legit, like he just does crime, so I don't think you would argue with him. But he on anything, but he vets it. Like he will vet, like usually 3 or 4 people will have already done the show, and he vets everything as far as fact checks it. And he goes as far as he goes a little deeper than a lot of people want to go, just to say this is where it's vetted. And he went into this guy that went missing basically in, like, I don't know, the 70s. But the guy is listed, his father, his mother is listed as working for the Pentagon as a data expert.
Right.
Now I don't know what that meant. That's what he said. I don't know what that meant in the 70s. Data expert, right?
Yeah.
So, but the father, he's buried at Arlington Cemetery. There is you can't find any records on him. You can go ahead and do your Freedom of Information Act. You won't get shit. When his son went missing, he had, but the only thing we can get are the records of him where he did message the FBI agents. I'll handle it through them. I'll handle it through these people. And then this guy, what his son knew to do, however you want to say his son died, is to me of less importance than what they are hiding. Why is someone buried
at Arlington? Yeah, which is a national honor.
And they have zero military history, zero history in any. He's buried at Arlington. And he had such clearance, like he would fly out because his son was disappeared out in I can't remember, like it wasn't Colorado, it was out further, but his son disappeared there. Virginia. Every time he flew out of Virginia, and all we know is his name, and he's buried there. And you want to request them, and let's see what you get. Because you don't, there's nothing. I mean, this guy is tried, and I mean, it's been on 3 or 4 different big shows that get like one of them, like Mr. Ballin did one of the first ones that was like 1.2 million views on this. And he went back and covered some stuff that was incorrect in that. and then corrected things. But at the end of the day, it was still the fact that this guy was, disappeared. Now, did he disappear because of what his father did? I don't know. But if you listen to the story, very hard to say that a lot of people die of natural causes in bad places, or cold places. But this story would make you think by the end of it. But once you also do the fact checks, like once he did them, and that's what he does. He's such a fact checker. He's like, this is exactly what it said. He calls the police. Like, he has the facts up. He will reference all of the other podcasters that have done it or people that have done it, and not put them down, but just say, I think maybe they got it wrong on this. Maybe they just didn't understand the time. I'm not saying they didn't. I'm not saying they purposely did it. Like, he never tries to put someone down.
Right.
But
in other words, he's not engaging in character assassination.
Yeah, never,
which is what these people
character.
are. Yeah.
Right, never character assassination. It's just like this. These are the facts, and he will put the papers up on the screen. Tell you can download them there. You can go and download them. But the point is, when he does his things, which I've been intrigued by. This one intrigued me because I thought the first thing I thought of is the Freedom of Information Act. I was like, why can't we just use that? Look at his name. He's buried at Arlington.
Yeah. Well, there you go. And so, thank you. And to put further context on this, so the Richard K. Cole Jr. is approaching Brooke with the typical angle that he throws at everyone, that somehow this is an authority issue, and that somehow I'm violating something legal. Ultimately, this is what he's
Richard K. Cole Jr., since you're listening now, since you're not a billionaire, don't call me. You're okay, number one. And if you want to call me after you figure out the story of who I'm even talking about, because you're so smart, and then figure out who that person was and what happened. Call me with that.
Yes, thank you. And just to put this into perspective, when it comes to stolen valor, Richard K. Cole Jr. never shows his face. The only images you see are either so blurry they're meaningless, of a more contemporary kind of Marine. You see an old Marine, meaning a young Marine from an old war,
Yes, that's all I've ever seen.
Yeah, from Vietnam era, which he did not serve in. He calls himself Gunner 67 or something like that. Gunner 65. He calls himself Gunner 65, which means he's a year older than I am. He's using his year of birth. So understand that this individual is a year older than I am, but he's far too young to have served in Vietnam. And at the height of the Vietnam War, you had 3 million men who were regionally in theater. They weren't all in Vietnam, many of them in Thailand, many of them in Hawaii, but they were all considered in theater Vietnam. And in every American...
why don't we three-way call him right now and see where he served? Let's see what he says.
Well, I can tell you, he never served a day. He got out of the Marine Corps because he had issues with his sexuality. He never served a full term, any more than Derek Talley did, who had been on this show. You're talking about somebody who got out because he couldn't deal with being a man. He wanted a sex change.
I just would love to see if he would take me on the show, not you. Not even knowing you're here. It's fine. Like, you'll come in behind me, but let's see.
He wouldn't take you on. He wouldn't have the guts.
No, that's why I got contacted by the second person.
Yeah, Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese.
Jambo at least looks good. Oh my
god. Again, that is the glamour, but yes.
I don't care if it's glamour or not. You can keep that glamour. He's looking good.
Yeah, just so people understand that term, glamour magazine, it comes from the ancient word, like if a king was over-influenced by a queen who was then obviously running the country instead of the king, people would say she has cast a glamour upon him, meaning that she has him under her influence. So a glamour means a spell in which someone is not what they appear. But yeah, in 1968, when you had all these men in theater, quote unquote, in every American census, 30 million men claimed to be Vietnam veterans from that draft year of 1968. When, as I said, there were only 3 million men there. That means 10 times the number claimed they were there. That means that 90% of American men who claim to be Vietnam vets are lying.
So, everyone's tuning out. You've done too much math.
Just put it this way. Of course, there's records manipulation, And I would give it leeway and say only 75% of them are lying because so many men had their records wiped. So when it comes to the VA database, just a little bit of education here for people. It's called BIRLS, BIRLS, means Beneficial Initiator or Indicator Records Locator System. So when it comes to that, because they're trying to find the beneficiary, like Brooke, if I die, then she gets 50 grand from Burles, the beneficiary.
I was praying tonight when he didn't answer his Facebook. I had 4 prayers, and I can assure you.
Yes.
I already told him. I told him there was only 3 or 4 I would hope for out of 4.
Yes. So just remember that whenever you've got somebody using Freedom of Information Act to find out about information concerning myself or anybody else, there's not only the Freedom of Information Act. There's the Privacy Act, and it applies.
Can you find out shit about me? Oh my God.
Funny, believe me, the enemy knows more about you than you ever remember.
I know they do. They probably know more about me than I know about me.
Yeah, and by the way, how did you feel when Jambo the Reese Monkey, when Jameson Reese said, "Douglas killed all your animals"? How did I presume, of course, you automatically knew that was a lie. You know I'm too lazy. You know I'm too lazy.
That was what I actually immediately, it's like, it wasn't like, because he's trying to build up I'm still trying to believe he has good in him, right? So I'm not at the point of hating him yet. But when he hadn't been the stupid ass that was like, I killed my dogs, but I didn't kill my friend's dogs. Like, he hadn't been that stupid, and he's good, he's nice looking. So I was just trying to be like, okay, what are you saying? This is like the good first 30 minutes. I don't know. And he says, when he said, "You kill my animals," what I immediately felt was exactly what you just said. He does not, if he was going to kill my animals, he'd have killed more than that. I can assure you, I'd pray he killed me, and he'd taken out some other people. I do not think he's wasting his time. And if he is, then he is not a threat at all. And I still don't understand why you're wasting your time on him. Because if all he can kill is some chickens and ducks outside, waste of fucking time. What are you doing?
Oh my God. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that I couldn't understand, like, okay, either way, you both are wasting your time. But if you're saying it's him, then and obviously later on he pointed on to the fact that his hatred for you is too great for anything for him to say to be believable. And then with me being contacted by what's his name first, and then months prior the other one, but or the same, who knows, but
this was when she was contacted months prior by different individuals claiming to be Salman Sheikh, right? Which none of them were, because if she ever met Salman Sheikh, she would know that instantly, because she would see that he can't speak any English of that sort, where it's
the voice,
it doesn't come out coherently. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the voice didn't. So either way, it doesn't matter to me, and I didn't care in January, and I certainly was claiming I was caring more at this point by not really caring more, because at that point me and you got in a huge fight at the end of that argument. I mean, like most people hear us. Yes. 90% of our stuff, like, I can hang out, you hang me up, you're like, she's done, I'm done forever, whatever. And that was where we were basically, and they had heard that apparently. I think it was the end of May is what I want to think.
Right.
And I got a contact basically like 2 nights later, and it was from our beautiful dear dog loving boy
who was born in Loudoun, West Virginia. Yes.
Yeah, home of no teeth.
Yes.
I mean, he didn't let me know that he was born there, but I'm just letting him know that factually he can look that up. That is the home of the people most people in the United States have 0 teeth are in West Virginia. So you can claim that if you want to, dude. But in the meantime, he was, it was blah, blah, blah. And then it didn't work. And anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think we've made our point. Basically, just so people understand it, whenever somebody does conduct a Freedom of Information Act request, then two officers have to get together legally, or it cannot be processed. There has to be the privacy officer and the freedom of information officer. And this especially applies to federal employees. There are regulations that apply only to federal employees, and that means
but like
military.
so federal, so there are federal. But that's what I was saying, like about the the agent that we believe was either a federal agent or a. Like they don't have to release those documents.
Thank you at all, and they don't, So understand, this is the regulation that Brooke is speaking of, is the regulation of false and unprivileged communications. So either they're false or they're unprivileged, which means false would mean like a cover story. Like if he were a federal agent, he'd be provided a cover story. He might have...
Yeah, like a cop. Like
yes.
They say he was a cop and wherever, yeah.
Yeah, and so he might have several aliases and several cover stories. So this is actually technically false information. And at the same time, there is also unprivileged communications. So basically, everything concerning myself or my father that these individuals are claiming never happened or didn't happen or couldn't be, understand that this is all false and unprivileged communications. Usually, in the case of my father, it would be at that level. In the case of myself, understand that the records effectively, for all intents and purposes...
Okay, his dad was a whore is what he's basically trying to say. His dad was a whore. And he did serve in the military. He did drop out early. And he killed a bunch of people in the military anyway because they took him under in a different light. So that's what he's trying to say. Like his dad's a whore, and he also whored himself out to get under the wings of whatever the fuck he did.
Well, in all honesty, I'm more the prostitute, the war whore, because I served as an actual mercenary. But, by the way, my father never really approved of. So understand that all of this, in other words, is a violation of the Privacy Act. So understand that, no, you can't get anything you want on freedom of
bullshit,
information.
though.
Yes.
I think it's bullshit, because why can't I find out about that guy? He's now dead. I mean, if you were dead, I should be able to at least get your records now.
It's unfortunately for many cases I can understand. No, I can understand the rationale. If he's involved in secret operations that are impacting history, the world around us, information on him would then expose quite a bit about history that would be damaging to the government itself or government interests.
Then why would they not release that information? That's what he kept saying to the FBI. Those records they documented some of because they had to. Some of those were able to be pulled. And so they were all to heads of FBI. And these senators were replying back to him verbally saying, it was just, why would you do that? I mean, I'm just asking you. Like, why would you hide this person's identity?
I think it all comes back to what their rationale. I'm not saying that the rationale is right. I mean, but it could be, here's what I'll say, cynically. I mean, they would say national security. I would say cynically, I would say probably he was involved with a lot of atrocities. Something like
that's what they were leaning towards. He was involved in some kind of secret,
some kind of
because of what his son knew to do. They were like, how would even like a 19-year-old know to do these type of things he knew, and it was his only child. These were unbelievable things that he knew how to do, and that's how they also said there's no way. Even he brought in Rangers, and he did this for 4 or 5 years. Yeah. Brought in the Rangers. They snowplow down there. They did everything. They were like, it's 6 feet of snow, and you're talking about going, I don't know, like a mile and a half, right? And it was 5 to 7 feet of snow. Excuse me, 5 to 7 feet of snow. And this guy he was an outdoor. Like, that's what he did. He was just going to see that Crystal Lake or whatever the fuck it is. And,
by the way, that's the name that's the name of the lake that Jason Voorhees kind of lurks in the Friday the 13th franchise. Is the only reason why I laugh. Crystal Lake, but go on.
It may have been Crystal. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's plenty of Crystal Lakes out there. So yeah, no. It sounds like this guy was involved in some real nasty, dirty shit, and they want to keep.
No, but he kept saying, and he would get denials, but then he would get the way the denials were even done were so like weird, because they'd be like, we do not see any, but everything that they said was a basic conclusion of this can't be There's no way this can be, because we know bones can be drugged somewhere, right? We know that. I mean, where the guy was found, they're like, oh, they had searched that area many of times. Secondly, there's no way he could have gotten there, is what they, like, there's no way, even hypothermia, and you get crazy, because that's what they say, sometimes people get crazy on hypothermia. There's no way he could have even made it.
No. But by the way, yeah, all of that, of course, is interesting. But in my case, to bring it back to my specific case,
all about you. I know. Forget it's all about you. Your show. Never mind.
Honey,
guy died. Guy's still dead. Nobody's ever taken any credit for it. But it's all
darling, but Brooke, our discussing his case isn't going to bring him back.
But maybe someone out there's listening. They'll be like, I know who killed him. Maybe they will.
It would be. We have a pretty. How would we say it? A pretty select.
You're right. A very mild audience.
Yes. Yeah. Comparatively speaking.
Oh well, maybe if I pretend to be Marina. So I am from. Would you like me knowing? So I will do Marina. Just call me back right now.
Well, here's how that would work. Marina has basically a porn channel. Until you get a porn channel and hit that level of following and bring it over here, then playing Marina is going to be a moot point.
Listen, if she gets one of those, I'm on first follower on that channel.
Yeah, there you go.
See, that's how, you know what? That's how I'll get that's the only reason I would even get a porn channel, because somebody like that, like they get it, they get you. That I do not give a shit about a porn channel, but even one person that is like, I would love to see you. That is fucking a man. And you are a little pussy. And he's like, I'll just watch anybody I can. You just need to jack my dick off, please. A McDonald's girl? Or do you have McDonald's and you make $3 an hour?
Honey, isn't that kind of elitist? We're talking about a young lady who lost...
I'm just saying, the person that just spoke, I don't know who they were. I think
it's Mark Cage. Mark Cage.
Okay, that's who I assumed it was.
Our fixer from the casino industry.
Yeah, well, your fixer, because he just fixed your ass as far as you're fixed either way.
So again, to put this into some further
perspective, yes.
In my case, and then I'll bring it around to something a little less narcissistic, or something that you at least won't feel as such. Understand that with a dishonorable discharge, it's
no, we weren't on. No. I know it's your show, but we weren't on dishonorable discharge. We were on. The fact
records.
That what were we talking about?
We were talking about
if you had a porn
database.
channel, I'm fairly certain you said if
you
the
had porn channel.
Yeah, and if I had a porn channel, and then I brought up, well, if I could be like the 21-year-old or 19-year-old, well, how is she, like, I think she's 19, 17, McDonald's girl.
Sarah Sheldon.
I'm sorry, Sarah, and I'm sorry if she's listening, but I'm not making fun of you working there. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm also saying, like, that's not the hottest. Like, you probably should come with a better fake fucking job or something.
Oh my god. But honey, when it comes to understand,
yeah, go ahead and finish Sarah Sheldon, and then you can.
I'm sorry. What?
Finish the Sarah Sheldon story, and then you can.
Just basically you're talking about a young lady who was terribly victimized. She fell in love with somebody, and in Austria, moved in with her and lost her life savings to this person and came back penniless to the United States. That's why I figure a young lady going through such challenging times needs a little inspiration. It's all I'm trying to provide.
Yeah, so that's why I just said, that's why Mark Hayes is the type of person that would make someone, if they were, which I am not right now, because I cannot, don't ever let me smoke pot again. Oh my God.
And as for Marina Sarin, I mean, you're talking...
No, shut you up. In Marina Sarin and blah, blah, blah. Her big ass feet, they're ugly.
It can't be perfect all over.
No, I don't mean that. But like, I mean, the rest, she's pretty. She's cute. But
Well, they're both cute in their own way, honey, and so are you. Why, if I could just get the three of you together.
Oh, well, if I could just get you and was it Peter Moon and England Bull and King George maybe together. I would like to see that.
You gotta admit, among all of us, King George is on the sexy level of Jambo the Reese Monkey.
I mean, I'm hoping he's on top of this whole fucking thing because I do not want to watch fucking Peter Moon on top.
The dog pile. You're talking about a dog pile. Basically, like they made the prisoners do at Abu Ghraib.
I don't know those names because I don't go to your estate.
I'm sorry.
You say that now, but listen, when you get Peter Moon's Tai Chi on you, it's a game over, okay? It's game over.
He had her breathing hard. Yeah, on camera, no less. Watching her tits go up and down.
I cannot believe I even fell for that shit. Oh my god.
Said, breathe, Brooke, breathe. And she was like,
it's like,
said, harder.
The camera. I want you to cut the camera. He asked me to cut the camera on.
Yeah, get the camera on. Come on, Brooke.
And this was after
he's watching
the
her
night
boobs go down. Yeah.
The night of his, that I never did his birth. Never had the birth chart.
Come on,
So,
again, just so people understand about.
But hey, I want to understand. No, Tai Chi. I do believe that Peter Moon was trying to. I believe in good in everyone. So I'm still trying to do that. So with Peter, I do believe the Tai Chi part he was trying to teach me was true. I truly do believe that. I believe that the breathing slowly in and out, just it's breath work is very important.
Yeah.
So I do believe we should all
my gang brother Beaver said my form of Tai Chi is the open palm version, where my palm is open for contributions. He said I turn in a slow circular motion 180 degrees to see how much I can collect.
So I believe, you know what, he's half right, but he meant the left hand. He meant the right hand, because the right hand is where you collect. But the left hand, you turn over and you're like, how much white stuff is on my fingernails that I can sniff up my nose? And so you're like, I'm going to get high.
I did suffer sinusitis. Though, as I said, this was due to not getting treatment from V for about a month due to what went down the month before.
He orders shit from Africa, guys. It's not like he's ordering shit from CVS. Okay?
Yeah, just so people understand, the cot comes from Africa. Yes, but hey, so that brings us back to what happened the month before. Just so people know, we had an individual here who was soliciting on my show. All my contributions dried up. I was afraid I wasn't going to make rent.
So I need to let everybody know I have lung cancer.
Yeah, that's.
Oh no, the smoking. I've been trying to hide it for a while. But... I'm not trying to kill. Like, it's Bugsy 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 Brooke BROKE at gmail.com.
Send her Blue Lotus.
That's
Jesus Christ, send her some fucking Blue Lotus and some shrooms. Jesus.
Oh my God. Please.
Anyhow. So,
but you know what? I just like to be healed because I would like to not die for my kids.
Aren't they almost of legal age now? I mean, it's like
but they're still my children. You know, like I want to live through them. Like one's only 18 and he won't graduate. I mean, make it. Okay, I'm thinking there then. But I actually am coughing. I actually am coughing a lot. But they said I fluid in my lungs, so it's.
Yeah, we do gotta get the water out of your lungs. Aren't you supposed to take a run of antibiotics for that?
Yes, I hate it. I did go and take more than what you said, but I didn't want to.
Okay, we've got to make certain you go through a full run of that. All right. Now so just so people understand, the person who was on here contributing, Brooke had a long discussion with her, and what she suffers from is inflammation, chronic inflammation. Just so people, a lot like my sinuses, okay? So that's basically what she's suffering from. Brooke has been trained as a nurse.
Oh, yeah, why don't you just put it Brooke, like to send another curse to me. That's fine. Like, I'll let her curse me too. I didn't say that. All I said was that's what the conversation we had when we had it, which is the truth. If you decided you had cancer or got diagnosed with cancer a week or two later, that's different. But we did discuss that as well, as far as you going. So that would be my conclusion, being that
Well, basically,
I did nursing school. And dated 2 RNs and know the disease, and then we went through it. My point is, because I don't want you to put my point out there. My point is that she may or may not, but I would say
she didn't go for any tests, and there was no diagnosis.
And I asked even if we need to raise money for going to get her tests done, and then a month within those 20 or 30 days, she's like, no, but then suddenly it's cancer. Right. But so yeah, that does throw me a little bit, because I do know that disease. I know exactly what it is. Will they say it's cancer? No doctor nowadays would say it was cancer because they know what it is. But can it become cancer? I mean, anything that's inflammatory. I mean, we can all get cancer.
And by the way, I'm the person who said the word inflammation because that was a chronic symptom that the person we're talking about had in the past.
Well, she did have inflammation, and that is one of the characteristics. So you're correct on that.
Yeah.
And she was, but so and I have no doubt she suffers from something. But
there's been no diagnosis, and she doesn't seem
it's just like me.
anxious to get tests.
Suffering for a while. If I could have come on here in October and told you guys I'm suffering GI cancer,
right?
Because that's what I feel like, right?
Right.
Like, and I'm not digesting anything, and like I'm getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and they're running every test. They've ran DNA tests, but I have yet to ever come on here and be like, give me some money, even though, like, I feel like my life is dying away. But so that is where I guess I will hold with Douglas that I do not think that was appropriate. Because I've never done something like that. So
thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly, and that's really the crux of our message is that understand we're not making any diagnoses. What I do know for a fact is this lady was suffering chronic inflammation, and that's a fact. But as for her diagnosis, she has had none. She's gotten no diagnosis. She's gotten no. She wouldn't take the tests, as Brooke Gibson said. She was asking her about the tests. Is there a problem with paying for the test?
I asked if she needed to have. I thought, do you have kids or animals that needed to be taken care of? Because those are my two things. And she said she had neither to be taken care of. Like, like I thought, is that why you won't go? Because she said it's 2 hours away to go get all the tests done. And I'll have to be gone for like a day or 2 days. And I'm like, so do you need help taking care of your kids or animals? That was my first question.
She said no, yet she wouldn't take a 2-hour trip to go get tested.
Yeah, so if you don't have kids or animals, why are you not taking the 2-hour trip? You've got insurance or Medicaid one. Like it's paid for. So just take the 2-hour goddamn trip.
Yeah.
Like if you really care if you want to know what's wrong with you, because I can tell you right now, somebody that wants, like, while I listen to Brendan, like, and I listen to Bathing in Bleach. When you are fucking want to know what's wrong with you. Yeah, no,
when you're desperate, you'll do anything. When you're desperate, the way to express this, honey, is with this old idiom. There's an old idiom that a drowning man will grab even the bladed tip of a sword. So, yes, a drowning man will grab even the bladed tip of a sword. You'll do anything.
It's so true. And I'll tell you, people that have never, and maybe that's my, one of my journeys, but I'm praying it's just the journey. But being sick chronically and not understanding what that actually means, to be like, I can't, and it's not like a mental, like, okay, well, just go to a psychiatrist, like you're mentally need to get well. You just, like, it's so physical. That you physically, every doctor, and you go to this doctor and this doctor, and they're like, yeah, something's wrong, but we can't figure out what. No. We can't figure out what.
Oh no, it's heartbreaking. I mean, it destroys one psychologically. I mean, literally, you're left. It's devastating. Devastating is the word for it. You're left devastated.
Well, and then it slowly deteriorates you mentally as well, because mentally, then you're like, what? Like, I'm doing less, and so then you feel bad about yourself, which is, so it's a chronic mental thing as well. But physically, it's like, okay, well, I can get the mental under control. I'm strong enough. I've always got but then I can physically, I'm dying every day, right?
Yeah.
Like both, and then not just physically dying in pain, but then after that, all that is, where did I have no nutrients coming into me? Sugar is the only thing absorbing from what the blood work says.
God.
So,
I mean, it's awful. I mean, tell you what, honey, I need to get something out of my eye. I know you hate that term wanker, so I'm not going to try to avoid using that.
But you decided to use it.
Yeah, used it anyway. I'll try and avoid that in the future. I want you to talk with George Knight and Mark H here for a few minutes hold the stage with them while I handle this. I'll be back in a few minutes. But,
oh my God, let those two beautiful voices talk and let me listen. I might get on.
Well, yeah, then when I get back, I'll make some points about what I was going to make. But I think that Brooke Gibson's experience, her sufferings deserve respect. I want everyone to understand what she's going through and why she feels a need to escape with painkillers. I mean, honestly, I want people to appreciate the fact that
I haven't actually escaped with painkillers. That's the kicker. I have not done that. So everyone
actually, you'd be to be admired for that. Yeah, you're to be admired
because
for that.
I know once I go that route, it will be over. So, but I cannot handle THC. People can smoke a joint. I cannot. I sell much worse on that than alcohol. So.
Yeah, just for what it's worth, for people who don't know this, I can't handle THC either. Rather, it doesn't do me anything that I feel is beneficial. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it.
Can't. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth.
Yeah. No. It's awful as far as I'm concerned. And honestly, I see most people who are on it, or plenty of people I've seen on it, that just damn. I mean, that becomes their life. They are absorbed by the THC cloud. It's like they sit around, get high all day. A lot of people, some people I know handle it. Just like some people can.
But that's what I wish I could be one of those people. It's like, I mean, there are people like Snoop Dogg. I mean, like, let me be fucking Snoop. And I don't even mean be rich. Let me be just a poor, cool Snoop.
Cool. Let me get this pain out of my eye. Mark, George, can you two gentlemen talk? I'm going to. I'm in agony here.
Poor and cool.
Yes,
yeah. Bless you, sir. Bless you. And when I get back, some.
He doesn't know who Snoop even is. I don't.
Yeah. He's in England. They know all that good shit. They helped pioneer a lot of our punk culture. All their ugly guys came over here to become sex objects. And, so,
I know, but Steve was not one of them.
Yeah, and tell me, would you rather watch George Knight strip in front of you or Jambo the Reese Monkey? Come on.
George Knight over any of the three, even Snoop.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you, honey.
But George Knight's gonna have to pull the fucking because I'm gonna make George Knight pull it out.
He's gonna have to pull it out. Yes.
And no, I mean like the pole and all.
Yes, of course. Yeah, full Monty. That goes go as senseiing. All right, I'll be back. Going mute.
Take care, Douglas. Thank you. Yes.
So, George, you want to tell us
Hello, Mark.
Hey, George. What's up?
Hello, Mark. How are you doing? Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming on this evening. What time is it where everyone is at this moment?
I think for Brooke and I, it's 4 a.m., right, Brooke?
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yes, very early, yes. And Brooke, I do apologise. I looked at my private messages and I have seen that you tried to ring me at 12:30 at night. I was asleep, so I do apologise.
Well, I forget the time difference. I was just worried about Douglas anyway not being on and him getting kicked off. I couldn't get a hold of him on Facebook, so I was worried. So I called you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I did message him, I think a couple of days ago, but no, I never got a response. And it was only until I came on this call that I saw his private message on Skype that, his Facebook has been deactivated.
It wasn't deactivated until tonight, and it was deactivated tonight after, I would say, 5 p.m. Eastern time. I can look exactly. But they did not delete my personal messages because I make screenshots of them. And so I have it, and he personally messaged me at 4, I don't know, something. I asked a question. I actually needed something from, the person that hates me the most, Peter Moon. But I needed, it was a question about a book, reprinting a book, that my uncle wrote. And, anyway, I asked him about that, and he said he would bring it up on air, and now I am, which is fine. But I said he was not allowed to bring it up on air with Peter Moon with my name. Like, that was like, no. And so that was the last thing I said. No, you're not allowed. Do not bring my name up. And then I got nothing back. And then every time, like, I was like, tried to message him, it would say like error. So I was like, am I blocked? Did he block me? And so then I went on the Skype, so then I was worried that something was wrong. That's why I called you.
Oh, wonderful. No, thank you. No, thank you for explaining all that. And it just makes sense now. I've just had a look and my message was sent, but it was never received. It's never read. So, makes perfect sense. Thank you, Brooke. So Mark, how you been? It's been a little while since I've spoken to yourself.
Oh, it's been great, George. Just kind of living, doing my own thing, just trying to survive out here. That's all.
Yes.
How about yourself?
Yes, like everyone. Yeah, no, same. Yeah, likewise. Yeah. So that's what we're all trying to do. How long are you able to remain with us, Mark, for this evening?
I could probably stay for. I'll probably stay for another 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so, somewhere around there.
Yeah, absolutely. And what time do you usually? Because do you work late? Do you work?
Yeah. I usually I work at late, just about like past midnight or 1 a.m. every night. So I usually don't go to sleep till later, So it's kind of great to be able to do something to stay awake.
What time do you usually jack off every night? I mean, because these are boring questions. Let's just get to the base of it.
I can relate to that. When I used to come home after midnight, either between 12, 1, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning from my previous profession, I would have to unwind. So I would do the exact same thing, Mark. You can't just fall asleep as soon as you walk through the front door and jump into your bed. You have to unwind for a while before you actually be able to fall asleep. So I can relate to that. I remember those days.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not come on? That's why it's great to be able to come on the show, because you get to listen to awesome
unwind with people that make you feel normal. Because you're with people and they're so weird and crazy. You're like, I am normal. I must be normal.
Of course, and you get to express yourself, and I think that's a very important thing, that you get to express yourself, and that allows people to not be so congested and built up inside, and that's a really powerful thing. So that's incredible.
That's been my I guess my go-to from coming on the show. The only reason I came on, it's not that Douglas and I agree, or that's why I think we've got into it. I've gotten into it with you, George, before, because there are things that I won't necessarily just agree on, because I didn't listen to the show for 10 years. And even if I had, I may not necessarily agree. But that doesn't matter. It was the expression and the friendships that grow on the show. And I think that's what's been amazing.
Oh, brilliant. No, thank you for that. But yeah, I was going to say, Mark, there's very few people that are up, especially in your time zone, very few people that are still awake or up at that time of, in the evening time or in the time of night. Unless you go to a nightclub and they're just now probably leaving.
Really? Because I'm awake and I'm on the same time zone. So are you saying?
And
how many people do you think are on this cast right now?
At least you could. Yeah, at least you can come on the show and then speak with us. So thankfully there is us that are up and awake, and with myself it's just coming up to 9 a.m. in the morning.
Wow. Yes. Oh my Lord. So what time do you actually, if you don't mind, George, if you don't mind telling us, what time do you actually get to, or what time do you get to rest at this point, or what time did you when you worked my shift?
Yes, so it depending, because I was on a roster pattern which would change week by week. It was never 2 weeks were the same. So it was the weekends I'll tend to work later, because I'll be running the bar for functions, and so you'd work to to God knows what hour in the morning the following day, and then you'd sometimes, especially the weekends, on a Saturday and Sunday, I'll be rostered in for 7 o'clock in the morning. So you only get about 3 to 4 hours sleep, if that, at best. So yeah, it was. I don't miss those days, and now I'm in my body clock's. It's adjusted to a structure, so I'm on the same pattern each week. So I'm very grateful for that. I don't miss those old days where it will be you'll be sleep deprived, and it will soon hit you. It catches up with you. So I just thought I'd ask, because I can certainly relate to those days.
Oh, it does. I mean, like you said, it catches up to you, and it'll take itself from you. Your sleep will take itself if you don't give it to it. You'll find yourself, like taking a nap on the couch or whatever,
Yes.
taking a quick nap, and then you wake up 6-7 hours later. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. Your body clock is just shot out of the roof, and it will just you'll be sleeping till into the later hours in the afternoon the following day. It's just I do not miss that.
Okay, but you said boy. I'm sorry, you said boy clock. First of all, boy clock, which I find interesting. So let's reframe this.
Body clock, yeah. Body clock, yeah.
A body clock. It sounds like boy clock, and I do think
body
is
clock.
boy clock. I actually do think boy clock is more with the testosterone levels. But what do you think the average woman, the average woman, as she ages over 40 years old, starts to sleep less and less? Do you understand those numbers?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that's true.
So the point is we, we craved all that sleep when we were very young. We could sleep 12 hours, and just be great. And then even as I had children in my 20s, it was like, oh my God, I don't want to not sleep these 10 hours, or on the days that I was off, right? I could do it. I could make it up. I was 12 hours, my body rhythm could do that. But slowly it became, no, but is my baby awake? Is my baby awake, right? So it became that. And then it becomes, I can't see that as a female, I can't see it's just a circadian rhythm as far as you wake up because of the baby, but you start waking up earlier, even though you can go lay on the couch and do nothing, right? Yes. You can do nothing, but you're still awake. You can't sleep because you need to make sure that baby's okay. And then you're up at 8 a.m., even though you might have gone to bed at 2 a.m., right? Because you went out the night before with your boyfriend, and he's still sound asleep or whatever because it's Saturday morning and you're up. And so my point is, then it becomes a cycle of your body needs less and less, or your body is more uncomfortable in a position. As we age, we also learn that in a certain position, whether we sleep on our stomach or left or right or whatever, a side or stomach or back, I guess, and you typically become uncomfortable as you get older. So I don't think either one of you are over 40, but I am. And as you really get over 40, you will literally get into a position where you wake up every 2 to 3 hours. And again, I could literally go to my doctor tomorrow and say, give me hydrocodone or Lortabs, and he would give them to me because I paid this doctor.
I just came back, so I'm hearing the good shit. Yeah, I
is,
wish I had your doctor.
Well, yeah, so my point is, you can't really get anything in the state if you don't pay a doctor. So I went there because we were paying.
Basically, what you're telling me is they have a bribery system they've established where you have to bribe a doctor.
It's Lindsey Graham state. What the fuck do you think?
Come on.
I mean, what else did you think?
Shit.
It's Lindsey Graham state.
Southern hospitality.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yes, you poor people will now get nothing because it's not. But if you want to pay, in addition to every time you come to the doctor with your insurance, you also want to pay us $600 every 3 months.
By the way, I never think of you as over 40. You always strike me as under 40. Of course, I could turn this into a bit of a backhanded compliment and say that your juvenile behavior is
that's even better. That's even great. That's even better. Juvenile behavior is 18.
Yes, contributes to the impression that you're much younger than you are.
Fine. It's fine as long as I got that mustache removed.
Yes. Yes. So darling, George and Mark were talking to you about
Yeah, they were talking about something boring. I was trying to interrupt them, but let them go on.
What direction did they go in?
Why don't you tell them, guys?
Probably something involving history or something like that. We will get to that point.
No, because I will totally give. First of all, give anybody credit, but definitely I would give George credit. Like George has got especially going third right, he'd be all over that shit. Yes. This was not history, and you're lying. And why don't you shut the fuck up and tell the truth?
Me?
Yes.
About what?
No, Mark. He started the conversation.
Oh, Mark.
Oh yeah, no, we were just we were chatting about sleep schedules. I mean, she had a point. You know, it's it's kind of routine stuff, but it was talking about sleep schedules, and George and I had similar. He had a similar schedule in the past, and how kind of curious as how much and what time each of us.
You know what Mark did? Mark did exactly this. Mark started out. You know how he didn't when Joe Ty came on and cussed me. And we cussed for
right,
an
and
hour.
Mark just kind of sat back while you
Mark
screamed.
Actually talked this time because it was no. Mark didn't do that this time because it was Mark's turn to talk. So Mark started the conversation, which was great, and he agreed with Brooke a little bit. He did. I swear to God, and get his birth chart. He's got to have some Libra in him, like you. And fucker, Libra or Gemini. He's got to have Libra or Gemini because he fucking will switch and flip. He's like, yes, well, I agree. You know, Brooks is blah blah blah. So what do you think? Blah, blah, blah. And, I mean, it's just like I want to be the middleman, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's what we basically, if you want to know, that's basically what happened. If you want the blah, blah, blahs, they'll tell you, but that was what happened.
She's got me, Doug. That's 100%.
About sleep? You guys, we're trying to balance out Brooks' stance on sleep.
Not just my sleep, just sleep patterns in general. As you get old, like sleep patterns.
So
anyway.
I do want people to understand this. Americans of all people on Earth, or probably the Britons as well. God knows.
Don't establish it. What's the word you like to use?
Context or balance.
Can you contextualize this for me?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that Europeans are much healthier in terms of sleep because you go to Europe, and I made the observation that the first thing you notice is nobody fucking works. Everybody's sitting around in cafes. That's when.
Oh, you basically live in Europe, is what you're saying.
Some people might assume I have a rather bohemian lifestyle. I'm not going to argue that. Our man Dan the man from Nederland was saying that that's because we have something like 4-day work weeks, and they stagger.
Well, hey, Dan the man from Nederland, I hate to tell you, but Doug has not been riding a bike for 40 years, and he's still got a better body.
No, that's the German. That's the Ukrainian guy from Germany.
Oh, sure.
That's the Ukrainian guy from Germany. You're talking about Andrei Nemurchizhsky.
Sure. Oh, guy, you're talking about the guy that's got it.
The fetish dolls, the black fetish dolls, just so people, totemics.
Then I will say him, tell him that you basically do not work out at all. You don't have quite the body that he does as far as arms, unless he's faking those with something. But at least you aren't putting a bunch of black fucking worship dolls behind you. They're like, what do you call them?
They're fetish dolls, technically, is what they're called.
Fetish dolls.
Yeah.
I don't need fetish dolls behind me. But more importantly, I would just like you to not talk like this.
Yes, they talk very slow. Oh my god. Yeah, people, it was frustrating. They ultimately get their point across. They're slow, but they get there. And by the way,
and again, I don't have any room to talk. If it's a second language, it
is a second language.
But, yeah.
We do have to, in all fairness. So I do want to again point out something to people concerning my case when it comes to the discharge. Understand, first off, everything is hard copy.
Oh, yes, because we were all holding breath for you to come talk about you again. I'm
going to bring it back to a question to you, because it's so bear with me.
I mean, because I will hold breath not talking about me, but you were literally holding breath to talk about yourself.
It's be patient, honey. I'm going to turn it back to you in terms of questioning you.
I think you should turn it about to George and the other cute guy on here.
Soon enough.
Because they're very, and then that other guy.
They are very patient. They are very patient. They have the patience.
The other guy's got puppy and crickets. So
yes, puppies, crickets, and with the young lady he says is Alexa in or whatever computer voice in his home. Again, so just so people understand, the government services, they're all at the bottom end of the information technology concerning record data preservation. All of this is at the absolute bottom end of technology when it comes to any of this. So when it comes to the master records of the Veterans Administration payments, you're talking about a combination of people in computer history. It all melds into one because it's all based off personnel documents that are based on paper. This is because hard records have proven far more resilient than digital records. Even though they're subject to burning or loss, they're still more resilient than computer records. So everything is maintained on hard copy. They cannot digitize it because their computers are so outdated that they have to use punch cards and magnetic tape reels. And if they were trying to digitize it, they would have to shut down the system. And because thousands of veterans are dying every day, because we've been in so many wars, we've produced literally millions of veterans, and they're a sizable amount of our population, so sizable that the largest healthcare system in the world is the Veterans Administration healthcare system. It's larger than the health system of all of communist China or Asian India. It should not exist. It's an insult to the senses. It is a crime. It's literally a crime. These people should not be getting these benefits. None of them deserve it. These are people who have done nothing different from anyone else, and yet they have endless privileges, free the rest of their lives, simply because they go in the military for a few years. It's a crime, and we spend the rest of our lives paying for all their health care, whereas all of you are paying through the nose to get treatments that you cannot afford, and you're dying in the streets. But these guys get free health care the rest of their lives, and they live to be 90, and they're leeching off us, and they're destroying our economy. So you've got to get rid of the veteran system and push them all onto, if they can apply for it, all they need to do is apply for welfare. And all they need to do is apply for disability, just like any civilian. Just because you got a limb lost in combat doesn't make it any different from a guy who lost a limb in an accident. You've lost a limb. You have the same needs. Yet they're given everything, and the person who lost it in an accident is given nothing and can't pay for any treatments. So just understand all these hard.
Okay, so I just want to be sure that you do not have any like PTSD or anything like that.
I have PTSD, but I received no benefits.
Right. So you received none, and why do you receive none?
I received none because I was dishonorably discharged.
There we go.
That's my point.
But if had you been honorably discharged, would you receive those benefits? Yes.
So yeah, I would receive benefits.
My point is this. I just got the book for Grace and Gry, that my uncle wrote, or my great uncle wrote, that I told you that was my grandfather's brother. And it's not a lot about my grandfather's service, because my grandfather was in the Marines, and Guy was not in the Marines, because he was 2 years young. He was actually a few years younger. But I got this book today and I cried just reading some of it.
I can imagine.
And it talks about our family, and the different places that we lived on 40 acres of here and there, the farms, and the people that worked on them, and them working on them, and blah 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 blah. And it doesn't, I don't get much to my grandfather, but I will say this without saying his name. There were a few places that because here's the thing. my grandfather was apparently, if you'll hear this, you'll understand this one part. My grandfather, my mom always told me, you know, my grandmother, this was my grandmother had, because you got to remember my grandmother, meaning the woman that married my grandmother, she had 9 sisters and she had 1 brother, Hubert. He was the very first person I saw in a casket. But they all, some of them were very nice, but some of them were mean. Even when he died, I remember like being like 16 and thinking, they just seem like mean old women. They're mean, you know. And some of them I had known earlier, much earlier in life, having to go there. My point to that is my mom had always told me, she said, they hate your grandmother because they all were in love with Eugene. They were all in love with him. And he was like, and so you got to remember being in a town like that where it's very small. And so this is where I will pick this up. He put, this is the uncle reading it. He put, this is not my grandfather. He put, but I will call my grandfather Gene. I was 16 that September, and until that day had been a teenager unconcerned about Hitler and the war in Europe, for we were not a part of it. We became keenly aware, and again, this is an uncle writing in this book, so it's basically like George. I mean, not George. I'm sorry. Who's your writer?
Oh, Pete Moon. Just say Moonrock. Yeah.
Yes, and it's like Moonlight writing it. So it's like, it's not. We became keenly aware that we were at war, like it or not. When President Roosevelt made his day of blah 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 infamy speech, he said this shock suddenly became a reality. And I'm only reading this for this part. When just a few days later, my beloved brothers, he said, Harold and Jean, left with several cousins. Before that, that was my grandfather, Jean. And before that, he says this about my grandfather, and then you will just hear it after. I moved to our place, moved to this place, blah, blah, blah. Just want to get, my grandfather was the best looking, so I just want to talk about where my looks come from. From the beginning
That's
of my
adorable.
puberty,
Yes.
from the beginning of my, so he talks about this this is right before the war started. He said, from the beginning of my puberty years, I considered myself to be ugly, and I hate that for my uncle, man. I mean, it was my great uncle, I don't know. Especially the shape of my head. I remember trying to see my profile in a mirror and quitting with much disgust, thinking that I looked like an idiot. One time I asked one of Alma's, and that's one of his sisters, one of their sisters, visiting girlfriends, so a friend of their sisters, visiting girlfriends, which one of the I'm not saying the last name, brothers is the best looking, ? And she quickly answered with, Gene Jr. was, I say that name in a different reference, but Gene Jr. was at the time, she answered quickly with, Gene Jr. was. She said at the time, but she thought I still had the chance to be better looking than him when I grew up. What an ego boost that was, and it encouraged me greatly. Gene was very near perfect in his looks and in my eyes, for he was so great and so neat. From her answer, maybe I still had a chance to improve as I grew older. And then they went to war, and the war came, and blah, blah, blah. My mom told me my grandfather was always in his council, and I'm like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's just what you think. And then the very last thing I'll read anyone. You're gonna have to fucking listen because you let me on the show, so shut up. It was he did talked about them going into the war, and when they left that day, called out. He said, actually he was called out, but that was when he went to army. Okay, here it is. That's when they sat around the Second Fleet, blah, blah, blah. He said, and then we heard the call because of the poor. This shock suddenly became a reality when just a few days later, my dear loved brothers, I already said this, Harold and Jean, became a reality, blah, 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 to the U.S., blah, 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 Marines, and they blah, 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 and so several of our neighbors and several of our cousins. Americans held down. He did not like my, by the way, if you can't tell in what I'm reading, but I'm not saying I didn't like him. It was just there was a jealousy there. You have to remember I don't know why my grandfather was named where he was, because he was the third, and he was named after his dad. Anyway, I should shut the fuck up. What am I doing?
No, I mean, we're fine. Acid Kick 96 says, beautiful poem. Okay,
well, shut the fuck up, Acid Kick. Okay, I'm finishing. Our personal freedoms were here, and so he says being threatened. I personally had not, and no, I appreciate what he said. He said, fuck, I don't give a shit. I'm going to say this because you're not going to like it. This is why I try to avoid this world. Okay. Just a few days later, my loved brothers, Harold and Jean, left with several cousins and neighbors to volunteer to go to Europe and fight with the U.S. Marines. Americans had been concerned about the war in Europe. I'm reading this slow because it kills me. War in Europe, and fretted about blah 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 their needs. Help the poor, victims of Hitler's march theme.
Mm-hmm.
Being threatened. I personally had not been very concerned. This is Uncle Guy, who was 16 at the time, until this happened, meaning Pearl Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
And I began to see what war was going to do to our family and our country. We began to mobilize for the war effort. The government soon brought us face to face with the facts that auto plants would now make tanks instead of cars, obviously. Blah blah, and we would be nationed in our supply of blah 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 gasoline and soon blah blah foods. And my point is this: I don't give a shit. You know what? I just want to brag. And then he goes on to talk about all that bullshit, and that you would argue with. And then I just want you to hear this: you can't argue with this bullshit. As I said earlier, this is what he says: brothers Harold and Jean and a cousin, Fleet Jr. McLean, along with several other young men of our community, volunteered to join the Marines and went to the base of Paris Island, South Carolina. I remember Jean was the only one from that group, and he didn't like Jean. They didn't get along. That came back. From that group who was accepted into the Marines. Harold came back home and was secretly married to his sweetheart, Carolyn. That was his other brother. my other great uncle. But Gene was my grandfather. He was the only one that accepted the Marines. So that's why when you talk about putting down the Marines, it's very like.
I understand. So thank you for reading that. Now that you've read that, it brings us back on this other topic as well. It is connected in its own way. Certainly this was, of course, something that involved your family personally, and your family got involved with the Second World War, as did many other families.
I do want to say this, since Guy could not join he was still not allowed to even join the Marines once he got. So my grandfather was the only one to join the Marines. Mm-hmm. However, Guy, the one writing the book, was a prisoner of war. That's what the book is about, his prisoner of war experience.
Okay, of the Japanese.
Right, so I don't give that's where my grandfather pretty much ends it, because it's about him.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yes, thank you. And just so people,
my grandfather had the knife, which, by the way, I do want to say this. My grandfather watched people that literally had their. My mom was telling me the other day how he would describe different things, but one of them he just went over a bomb or whatever, something stupid. I mean, that's gonna happen more. But there was one, he almost got the Medal of some stupid thing, which this stupid guy who's like Medal of Valor, Medal of Honor, a Medal of Blue, Medal of Yellow. I don't fucking care.
Thank you.
I do not fucking care.
Yeah.
My person fought or they didn't fight, and I don't need a fucking medal. I know what the fuck they did, but he had gone over that. He got blown up, and he basically, gone through that. But even back in it, and he was in a tent, and this is before after, and he was in a tent. I guess they had tents back then, maybe.
Field tents for medical corpsmen to care for them behind the lines.
But it wasn't from. So he was. I don't think he was in a medical unit at that moment.
Okay.
But he was in a unit. He was in a tent unit.
Okay.
He was in a tent, and he woke up, and he had a Japanese. At the time they would call them Japs, which is what he would have told my mother. So she said Jap.
Right.
Call over his neck with the blade. Mm-hmm. So the story, I have the story recorded. I just recorded it again last week, so I would not try to tell that story correctly, because I think what even she can give is probably going to be half correct. So if I try to give it, it'd be a quarter correct. But just to hear what happened, and the fact that number one, that they weren't killed. That I don't know why the Japanese guy did not swing the knife right down his neck. At least, but there was 4 guys in the tent, so he was not gonna probably outlive all of them. So, for whatever reason, he didn't, and my grandfather was able to get up and grab, and I don't know, and you'd have to hear that story, and that's not a story that was because my grandfather was that's what they loved about it. He was the most peaceful. And he was the most peaceful person you ever met on earth. He was not the person who was I kicked so-and-so's butt. He would be I didn't kick so-and-so's butt, even if he did. Mm-hmm. So for him to say that happened, there's no way it didn't happen, but that was the problem. Then you have PTSD when you talk about they just need to file for this whatever. Well, he had PTSD and we didn't know about it when he came home, because there was no such thing back then as PTSD, and especially long term when she quit working. And I'm sorry, go on. It killed him. I mean, I never got to even know him as a person. I knew him working, but as soon as he became retired as a grandfather in your 60s, 70s, when you're supposed to be I'm only 12 years old, he just became in this depressive chair, he didn't get out of a chair.
Yeah, he became a living black hole.
Yes, he was like a black hole. It was you could not get anything out of it at all.
No, it's just awful. No, I can imagine. To just clarify for myself, you say that basically either a shell struck close to him, or he walked over a landmine and then woke up in the tent, Is he still had his legs, his limbs? He was just
Yeah, no,
shell
he,
shocked. He was just
I
shocked
have-
by concussion, or
I have both recordings, but those are two separate incidences.
oh,
So
okay,
once
okay,
he actually walked over a landmine and he was put in the hospital for weeks
okay,
at a time.
okay.
And then another time he woke up, and I don't know if that was in Pelly or not, and he woke up and the knife was over his neck.
Right.
And if you just, man, if you saw him, like, he was the most,
But he was in enemy territory and he somehow managed to escape, or what?
I mean, you'd have to ask me more details on which one you're
Okay,
talking
no worries.
about. Like,
No worries about that right now. What I do want to clarify is when it comes to PTSD, just so people understand the history of PTSD. We had a concept of it in World War One. The concept was originally shell shock. And the term shell shock was used to apply to men who were so shattered by their experience on the front line or in the trenches that they essentially were rendered in a kind of almost semi-ambulatory catatonic state. It was just horrific. If you see footage of quote-unquote World War I shell shock, it's straight out of a horror film. It's horrendous, just horrific. By the time we got to World War II, building on the experience from World War I, there was a concept of PTSD. It was to the point where doctors were indeed diagnosing, without that term, what they called battle fatigue or combat fatigue. So they would use this word fatigue.
But not if you came home normal and you were like the guy that could hold it all.
That's not normal. So
that's what he did, though. That's why he was.
Got it. Yeah, believe me.
I'm not saying that's normal.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is acknowledging everything you're saying, and believe me, acknowledging everything you're saying is absolutely true. When I say that's not normal, what I mean to say is that the person comes home retaining everything, they're repressing everything, but that is not normal by social standards. Yeah. In other words, I'm acknowledging he's doing that. When I say that's not normal, I'm not saying his case is exceptional. What I'm saying is that his case is not the societal norm. He's not socialized anymore. He's not re-socialized, is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
I think what you're saying is that he's not socialized norm, but it's normal.
In
but
other
it's
words,
the norm of the war
of that
kind
of
at the time.
Of men who saw combat.
Of who truly saw combat and had to kill people, and men that were and truly men that would not want to kill people too. Like, I mean, look at me. Like, I'll be like, I'll kill fucking 50 of you. I'd be fine.
Right. No, and this does need to be emphasized.
Maybe I wouldn't be.
Well,
but he was the type of person that I didn't want to kill anybody.
Got it. To clarify further, what Brooke is talking about is you have many men who came back, quote unquote, normal, who had combat experience, but seemed socialized. But many men were like her grandfather, completely withdrawn and unable to interact with their family in any productive or meaningful way. So these people were at that point clocked out. They're clocked out. They're completely desocialized. They
didn't abuse them, but they provided for them financially. But I think
to a degree, but they abused them by not treating them. They abused them.
I mean financially, I think he put all his focus in just
earning money. That's this is what men do. Yeah, they they rationalize their existence by being breadwinners. When they're not
an accountant, he went back to accounting, and then that was
there you have it. Yeah, and So again, to put this into some perspective for people with that concept, so this concept of fatigue was indeed diagnosed by some doctors, and doctors were indeed beginning to prescribe some measures to try and treat it. This was the controversy that faced George Patton when George S. Patton was confronted with a man he saw in a medical tent who did not look injured to him. And the doctor said, I have diagnosed this man with combat fatigue. He's seen too much, and I'm withdrawing him from the front lines for a period of recuperation. Then Patton began physically assaulting the man and calling him a coward, saying, there's no such thing as fatigue. You're just a goddamn coward, and started physically assaulting this man. This is what led to a controversy that impacted Patton's career to a degree. Many people thought he was a hero for that and thought that this was exemplary of his officer status. I myself am ambivalent. I really land on neither side in terms of what happened. He destroyed that man's life. The man, of course, had the reputation of a coward after that. But you're confronted with several things here. For one
But
thing,
he had an Aries. I will tell you right now, going astrology wise, I know our guy's off, but he either had Patton must have either had an Aries. I would bet my life on the fact he had to have an Aries moon, an Aries north node, or maybe an Aries sun to do that, because that is completely an Aries thing to do. The opposite of like to fight it. I mean, you could say Leo and Sag, no, but they are different. You have 3 fire signs. Like Aries will fight it to the it because they're like, oh, you just fucking man up. Because why? Aries can't man up themselves because it's a whole story. It's a whole story saga. Like that's the whole reason that we were giving the nakshatras and the books that were removing from the Bible, such as Book of Enoch. And so those books let us know that God gave us a hint, and that's for thousands and thousands of years as to where you are. And it's not to say, hey, this is your life. Like your journey is your journey. You still have free will. Your free will is your freedom. So to say that guy had to do that was definitely not okay. No. But to say, when you look at the differences is to look at someone now in history and be like, what could I guess? That would be my guess. That would be like, just, I'm placing a bet on him. I'd bet he'd be having Aries.
No, I won't argue with that. I mean, it sounds like it's reasonable enough based on your expertise with your studies in astrology. We could find out his birth date easily and discover, how close your assessment is to the details. But in terms of another factor to consider here, you're talking about a commissioned officer at a high rank at that who's assaulting basically an enlisted man. It's pathetic. The enlisted man has no way of fighting back. If he fights back and assaults a commissioned officer of a 5-star general rank, no less, the highest rank that you can possibly attain in the military forces outside of George Washington, you've lost. Either way, the man is simply left with there's no out for this individual. So it's not like Patton was doing anything that I find admirable, but at the same time, I don't know if the man was indeed a coward or not. I have no care for the case other than to bring it up as a point. And the point to be made here is that it's an example of someone who was, whether rightly or wrongly, diagnosed with the equivalent of today's post-traumatic stress disorder, the so-called battle fatigue. That being said, when we come back to the case that you're bringing up, it's your relative's case. This brings us back to the difference in what I talk about when it comes to the U.S. military from other militaries in the world. With other militaries in the world, as opposed to the U.S. military, they have a culture of warrior ethos behind them in general, especially the Axis powers combatants. The United States is a constitutional republic, and its military was based on a combination of draft along with volunteer services. The overwhelming majority, 2/3 of men who served in World War II, were draftees, not volunteers. The overwhelming majority of men in Vietnam, 2/3 of them, were volunteers, not draftees. So the entire American concept of the good war, bad war is flipped on its head. They got everything backwards. They have no idea what they're talking about. Your average American thinks that Vietnam was a war people were drafted into against their will when they were volunteering in SCADs. Whereas in World War II, overwhelmingly, nobody wanted to fight. And these men were drafted. And therefore...
No, my grandfather... No.
I understand your grandfather may have volunteered.
He was not drafted.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. That's what he said in his book. Yeah. Volunteers.
These are facts.
Yeah. It's not a personal attack on your family when I bring up a general statistic.
I'm not saying that Vietnam wasn't drafted. I'm not saying
but you see,
I think, but here's the thing: you and I have disagreed on war in general. you still think war in general is a good thing, and I still think war in
honey,
general
I think
is
that's
a military
when you present it
industrial
that way,
complex.
you're doing me a disservice because it's too
Okay, I don't mean to
simplistic
do
a
it that
production.
way.
Yeah, so that's too simplistic a representation of my stance. So what I do want to say though is when it comes to the American military, again, my point was about World War II. The overwhelming majority of men from America were fighting against their will, their draft days. During Vietnam, they were volunteering overwhelmingly to fight communism. So the important point needs to be made to get out of the way. Such being said, my father, the man who is my legal father, who I would be proud if he were my biological father, though there's so much evidence that's not the case, there's no point in my even trying to make an argument.
There's always so much evidence it is the case, because that man has probably fathered more children in the world than you.
Yeah, touche. By the way,
I mean, be careful. If you decide to have a child with Douglas Dietrich, there is a chance it's going to be inbred.
But this is the reason why, as I told Brooke before, So, Mark and George, you can unmute with this because your participation is, not necessary, but it would be interesting to hear your response. I did share this with Brooke privately. I tried to speak of this publicly, but I've never done so before. I spoke of it privately a bit with Sammy Romero, but basically...
Oh, God, don't do anything you spoke with Sammy. I don't feel like crying tonight, okay?
Yeah. But just so people understand, Brooke was talking to me about, say, for instance, the blood drinking. And this is just a short aside that going towards my legal father, why he almost definitively is not my biological father. Just so people understand, as I brought up before, the closest thing that my sister and I ever came to incest was when bloodlust overwhelmed us both and we attempted to drink each other's blood. And my mother caught us just in time before we preceded that. We had arteries cut open and everything. Well, veins, not arteries, veins. If we had drank each other's blood, we would have died. Certainly, my mother explained that to us after a severe beating, the only time she's ever beat us, and it was reinforced into us to never do that. So the question that was presented to Brooke, because she was bringing up various issues about the bottle feeding, various kinds of child feeding, and I brought up, how do you think vampires feed? I mean, when you have a baby vampire, she brought up bottles as the first thing she could think of, but obviously vampires have been around long before there were bottles. So they, when you go really back in time, basically one thing happens. If you have a child who's born half vampire, which is usually the case when a vampire rapes a woman, the child can come out basically genetically a full-blown vampire, in which case you've got kind of a problem, bit more of a challenge than you would otherwise. But when they're Dampfire and forced
They're
down
so
the line,
lucky
like,
I didn't come out. Like, I don't know who the fuck they bit, but my soul had been, I'd been full-blooded vampire, and I'd have taken over the...
Well, perhaps. And so, as I explained to Brooke...
oh my God, you wouldn't be alive. All these people wouldn't... everyone listening wouldn't be alive. I would have taken you all over. And the only thing living would be elephants and animals, and then I'd keep enough humans alive just to feed on every now and then in my little pig stock pen.
I don't blame you. Sometimes I feel that way about people as well. But I do have an appreciation for cultures. And so I think of the greater...
that's why I take one of every culture to keep in my little pen.
I think of the greater gestalt. But as in terms of how vampires feed the children, especially if they're Dampfire, meaning half vampire or quarter vampire, like myself and my sister, you can't feed from the mother. It's not like you're feeding from her nipples and feeding off of milk. They feed off the father. And so basically what happens is the mother of the child finds some man who's willing to tolerate the child feeding off of him. And my father tolerated that. Both my sister before me and myself after my sister, we fed off my dad. And this means that he almost certainly was not the biological father, because that would have been, just the blood would have been toxic to us. So when it comes to the father, that brings us back to the
It
Hitler
also
sperm.
does not mean Hitler is his child because we have yet to prove that. So
Well,
I'm
as
just
I've said before, Michael Aquino actually had my blood because of the
you know what?
nanoplasma
Aquino's counting
transfusion.
window. I've met Aquino a couple of times. So you want to talk about what Aquino says?
It's I know you've met him in spirit.
Actually, he will not say. He has never said that you weren't Hitler's child.
I
But
understand
you
that.
probably-
I understand that. I understand that. And but I do believe everything you've said about his presence being
I mean,
being there.
I know I sound high right now, but like Aquino,
He was
I
there.
never
He
saw
was
him
there.
probably.
No, definitely. Just so people.
He's been here.
Yeah, Peter Moon was speaking about that in the opening hours. That the U.S. Army. Did you hear what? Oh no, you didn't hear what he said. So just so you know, Peter Moon in the opening hours was talking to somebody who saw the U.S. Army records, and Aquino is still listed in active service. He's still listed as alive and in active service.
I hate that fucker. I hate him so
Yeah, and but he's likely dead by our determination.
Listen, that's my problem with him. If he
yeah.
was fucking alive, I could fucking kill him.
Yes, but he's they said in that article that I linked to yourself that you read. He's remanifest, as they said. So
all I can tell is everybody listening. I do have one recommendation. If you have something negative come towards you, don't challenge it. Like, I sent him out with love and light and peace, and I was okay with that, even though it would come back. As long as I did the protection, it was the protection that I didn't do. If I protected the house but then as soon as I challenged, you don't challenge a spirit, because when you challenge it and you're like, fuck you, you think you can fuck with me? And as soon as I did that, there was powerful energy that came into my home that, like, it had already been not like there have been so many things that we haven't talked about, but
there were many disastrous repercussions. There were
but with that one was the one that if I was to just say it would almost sound like, okay, well, maybe that was this or this, like, like just, everything in your house going off and your alarms going off for 3 hours at one time, your TVs, like everything.
No, this was basically poltergeist activity that was a direct response to your challenge. Mark, what were you going to say to Brooke?
I was going to say, from my understanding, is that they don't like, if you send them love, they that's almost a challenge. If you send them love and compassion, they hate that.
She was trying to send him away in kind of like go in peace, more
and love.
And
I do believe you're actually, Mark may be right as well. That may be right, because we're in a world of duality. We're in a 3D matrix of duality. So I mean, he may see it as that, but I was able to put a protection. Everything I did, Mark, all I can tell you is this. I don't want to go into it in detail. But I would put a protection from the first time he came on, like, on me. You can't, and everything I put a protection on, he didn't touch. But everything I didn't,
he devastated. Yes.
It was unbelievably devastated.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, devastated, and then about that, and then the second, like, oh my God, like, that's not it. And then the second one was death, devastation, and the third one doesn't belong to me, but it's brought in my home, devastation. Within 30 minutes, like, it was just it was devastation after. So I was so
tribulation.
angry.
You were in tribulation, basically. He was doing to you, of course, what was done to the Book of Job, or throughout the Book of Job, and it's an important thing to emphasize. So,
but that's the thing, is though I was sending him out in love and light and peace. So you have two options. So what he didn't like is what I protected. If I had protected everything around me and everything I ever loved, including every animal and everything and every person, that would have been different.
But it's almost impossible to think on those terms.
But you start with a protection spell. When you do a protection, you do a protection on yourself, right? You're like, oh, this is her. Like, you're not allowed to hit me. And then next thing you know, something. So my point is, the protection is, I'm protected, and I know everything I love, including all of you, are protected. But what I do know is that now that you have to do that, you have to go so far with the protection, because if you do not, then something will get hit with something, and then that hits you, because it's just to hit you. Like, guess what happened today?
guess what you just saw? Guess what? It was a constant thing, and it would always be what I hadn't protected, and I would realize it afterwards. I didn't protect that. I didn't protect this. I didn't protect that. I didn't protect her. It was just, I didn't protect her. I didn't protect them.
No,
I didn't protect.
Just a good example of this is the Japanese history of the aftermath of the, I think it was the Genkai Wars, but one of the wars in which the imperial clan was wiped out of a warring faction. That the Genpei War, I believe it was, and they haunted a certain area of Japan, and at one point there was a Japanese monk who was very good at playing a musical instrument, and they began to take him to their ghost kingdom, their ghostly kingdom.
And this is like the old wives' tale. This is the same story
but
they know about
but what happened was George and I will be back shortly. Thank you, George. Let us know as soon as you're back, okay? And so now, in terms of the point was that he was covered in holy sigils by other monks trying to help him from being abducted by the kingdom of the dead every night to play his instrument for them. And of course, he had no sleep in the daytime because he was up all night. So they saw him degenerating or disintegrating and tried to help him, and they painted holy sigils all over his body to prevent the ghosts from taking him, to ward the ghosts away. But they didn't think to cover his ears. So when the ghost came to him, because of the sacred sigils, the monk was invisible. So all he could see was the monk's ears. So he couldn't bring the monk back to his empress. So he ripped off the monk's ears to bring them back to her, because that was all he could see. So that was the point of the story, was that even though the monk survived after losing his ears and went on to rehabilitate towards a more normal existence without the involvement of the dead consistently abducting him, he lost his ears because they weren't covered by the sigils. It's what you don't ward.
I don't think he didn't lose his life like Jesus, right?
No. It's
so,
just.
But you and I have discussed that before, Jesus, and we've discussed that, and you've said, you can't deny that there was this, holy light in the sky, star. Do you remember that?
Of course, and we can always go back to that, the earthquake that happened at the time of his death. But that takes us into the realm of theology right now, just to make certain we don't lose.
No, I would like to go into theology, because that's where we're about to go. You have already said we're going into a civil war, and that's what's going to cause it.
Yeah, I mean, we can discuss that, but before then, we do have to keep track and bring to a conclusion what we were discussing earlier. It's important. It's important because we're on record with this. We are recording this, and we want people to be able to play it back and receive a coherent
message. I would like to go in a normal discussion manner.
We'll get there. Potentially. Don't forget, I'm trying to give George Knight a opportunity later tonight to go into the history.
He's not even coming back.
God, we'll find out. But if he doesn't, you and I can go all over the place. But
he's very sexy. He should be getting laid one way or another.
But
George is sexy. If anyone ever seen George, he's very sexy.
So
he also has a wife that he should be faithful to.
Yeah. Well, he never was cheating on her. We do need to emphasize that. No,
we do not. I'm not kidding about that. He was never cheating on her. He did not. But
I'll say one thing. My perspective about his wife
I would just say my perspective is that he's not ever cheated on her.
Yeah, my own perspective about her has evolved over the years. There's a lot more complexity. There's a lot more complexity there than Brooke and I originally. Yeah, than Brooke and I originally thought. Such big. Let's just say she's made the papers.
Literally.
Yeah,
that's what it means if you want to look names up.
Yeah. I'm
sorry. Should I not have said that? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So when it comes to
I shouldn't have said that.
when it comes to the service thing, about just to clarify my stance here, when it comes to the U.S. military in general, above my honey,
my son and my daughter and my son,
honey, hold it together, pull it together.
I'm actually just trying to say words over and over.
Just get a grip. I need you. Okay, I need you as sharp as possible.
Me. What I was trying to do was over record what I just said.
Oh yeah, no worries. Don't dwell on it. We'll move on. That's just a dead skunk in the road. Okay, a dead squirrel in the road. Dead squirrel in the road. Doesn't even
I
stink.
just don't want to. I just don't want to take anybody down.
Yeah, you're not. You're not. So to bring it back to things I will bring to Brooke's attention and ask her about, because it is important, and it is a lesson to be taught, and it's on the record for people who will review it, hopefully through the ages. I do want people to understand this much. The point that I'm making about the American military is that it is at its best when it is a draft army. That's how it was functioning in World War II. I wouldn't say that it was the best army in World War II, far from it, but it was the best.
No, because the best ones in World War II are the ones that came like my grandfather that weren't drafted. Those are the best.
Yeah. Well, honey, as I said with my legal father.
You drafted in World War II? You drafted every single person that was declined from the Marines. And, that's
well, you are aware. You are aware. By the way, honey, you are aware that during the Vietnam War, Marines were drafted. You do know that, don't you?
I know that. That's not what I don't mean Marines weren't drafted. What I mean is that my grandfather volunteered.
Yes. No, but honey, we understand that. Look, that's understood.
I'm so proud of that. Oh, yeah. God.
But just to clarify from my side, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, the man who may as well be my biological father.
Was he in the Army? Because apparently they take everyone.
No, he's Navy. But Mark H says he must dip out. So, Mark, come on and say goodnight to Brooke and everybody else, all the listeners, before you go.
Damn it, Mark. Fuck, you're the only good-looking one here.
No, I appreciate that. It's good talking to everybody. I gotta try to maybe steal some sleep.
Fuck you, Mark. Fuck you. You know what? I have a life too.
It's good talking to everybody. It's good hearing you, broken.
I didn't talk to you. So how about you and Douglas? Let me hear a 30-minute conversation. You and back, and back, and then you can say you were here, because you can't say you were here muted, snoring half the time. Just talk.
That's true. But hey, listen, Wednesday is literally around the corner. And,
yeah.
No. You know what? I live in the present, because that's all you have is the present moment. If you learn that, you don't live in the past or the future. You only live in the present. And if you're living in the present moment, then I need Mark Hayes to talk right now.
No, I respect that 100%. But what I'm going to do is keep listening anyway, so you can just pretend like you're talking to me.
I do it. That's bullshit, Mark. And I swear to God, if you were closer, I'd come beat the fuck out of you right now.
I would appreciate that as well. It's going to be hard to go to sleep now, but I will talk to all of you very soon.
We love you dearly. Hugs.
Yes, we don't love you dearly. I do not love you dearly at all.
Bye, Brooke.
I love you. Bye.
Yes.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Yes, there we are. So, again, to get back on the train of thought here, I do want people to understand that my legal father volunteered as well before the war started.
He volunteered to be a male whore. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but I'm not going to bother to take offense. He volunteered to impregnate a lot of women across different seas. Male whore. I don't know what male whore you don't get on that. But,
he was, believe it or not, as a good Catholic boy, this is so bizarre. He was married with each of those. Well, as far as I'm concerned, he may have had plenty of women. He was fucking outside of wedlock too. You think you think he was a good Catholic boy, and then he suddenly married a freaking vampire? No. It is. No, I get this. I don't care if it's your show. I get this one thing. How is he a good Catholic boy? How is he a good Catholic boy? If he impregnated all these women, married them. He would tell me it was all during. He would tell me it was all in wedlock, but I'm sure he had his extramarital liaisons. Yes.
The world do you think that are related to you? It's unbelievable.
But remember, honey, the problem that he had was each one of these women that he was married to, he couldn't have children with, no matter how much he was fucking them. That's what was getting him desperate and disappointed to the point where he married the vampire.
Because you know what? Women aren't smart. Yes, I know. You're so right.
Honey, I don't I don't get where you're coming from with that, but yeah. In other words, just so people understand.
If you
Dad's
don't get where I'm
situation.
coming-
And by the way, this did impact my legal father's career. What happened was when it came to my legal father, he was married something like maybe possibly half a dozen times, at least 5, and with each one, with each one of these marital unions, he never was able to produce children, even though he tried. So he had this. You could call it racism. He had this belief that Asian woman would be more fertile, so he married my mother, and then
Look at when he left. He did no. That's untrue.
Two children were produced, and so
when he started impregnating people is when he left. He had already left, and maybe the white women were just infertile, but that one or two, those.
He may have had extramarital liaisons, is what you're saying.
Douglas is lying. He didn't, I don't take up for that fucker I don't like. But at the end of the day, you also don't get to say, he just tried to impregnate 50 women over here, and he couldn't. And maybe there was one in Spain he got pregnant, or fucking Japan.
There might well have been.
No, he fucking maybe tried to impregnate 50 women over here and tried to impregnate 400 over there, and he's fucking Douglas Dietrich is what you need to understand. It may not be related. There was a reason that he was a stepfather regardless, and that man he wasn't shooting blanks is what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. I'm not going to argue with it. It's at the same time, from what I know, from what he told me, he had been married, that number of times, and those were his Those were his sole sexual liaisons, according to him. According to him.
You just made everybody know that your father not that your father's a liar, because your father, that makes sense. He lied to his son. But that you're stupid enough to repeat that bullshit. I still believe my dad when he didn't say
I'm not saying I believe him. I'm not saying I believe him.
He married my mommy, and they were good. My mom said she was a virgin until she married my daddy, and I believe it.
Now, she never said that. She never said that.
My point is, no, but I'm not saying virgin.
Understood,
but I mean, my parents in the South would have been that way, but virgin. But in general, I mean, you had a little bit leescape there. He was fucking. I mean, he didn't even have that. He had to explain some shit. He's I can't even just tell you.
I mean, it was a scandal. I mean, so I do want people to understand. So the scandal that affected the United States Navy, per the claim of the U.S. Navy, was that he had been married to all these women. They were all demanding some kind of alimony, I believe. None of them could demand child support because none of them had any children that were legally tied to him.
Or because Douglas also likes to leave out the fact that DNA testing, and the fact that we have now, which is so simple, was not available.
That may be a fact. At any rate, the U.S. Navy stripped him down by a rank. He was a chief petty officer, which is the highest.
You're fucking a bitch in Thailand, and you're an American officer. You got some leeway. There's no fucking DNA.
Yeah, he was non-commissioned officer, so we're talking the equivalent.
I'm saying, my point is, I'm not putting him down. I'm saying
I know.
I feel like I am him. I feel like I would have done it all. I have 400 children across the world right now. That's fine. And I would have everyone been like, I'm not fucking I try to support one or two, and after that I'd have been like,
I haven't been able to support any.
I know you've done 0, and you only have a few, so that's sad. It's very sad.
So when it came to at any rate, so the Navy said, for the reputation of the Navy, we're stripping you down by a rank. And so they stripped him down from CPO to the next level below, a petty officer level. But he was, just so everybody knows, that was the scandal involving my dad.
Yes, you know who else would like everybody to know that? Once you repeat his name again, because he would like, that's deer and his dog.
Yeah, that Richard K. Cole Jr. guy says none of this ever happened.
Can you
which
just
is
tell him? No, he says that happened. But he won't say that happened. He'll just be like, all he repeats is this, that your father was a petty whole officer. He will never say the part of
chief petty officer. Right.
Right. Like
Right.
the title where he was struck down,
Right.
which would make sense. But my point to him was, why are you devoting your life to this? Which he could have also gotten. Like that's
by the way, I will bring it back to that. So hold that thought. Park that for a few moments. So I do want people to know what Brooke has brought up leads us back to a little bit of just a reiteration here. I do want people to, again, remember the government is the low end of the data processing
my
world.
maid is coming in the morning.
Yeah, hey, we'll make it. So understand, the government's the low end of the data processing world. Just as an example, there were records that I dealt with that had to be handed over to the VA where we had one single individual who supposedly was dishonorably discharged, which, by the way, is an extreme rarity. I will again reemphasize in just a few moments here. So be patient, Brooke. Basically,
I will also reemphasize the fact that I can't afford a maid and that I'm not working, and the fact that I don't claim to have cancer, but I've been sick since October, and I have never yet to ask for money other than randomly be like a bitch and be like, don't give Douglas money. But yeah, you want to give me some money this week, it'd be great. BugsyBrook@gmail.com. That'd be good. PayPal.
Oh my God, honey. So
BUGSY.
Oh my God.
BUGSYBROOKE@gmail. No, you let that bitch come on with fucking faking cancer. Faking cancer. And I am fucking, and you know.
Look at the price I paid for that. I went through one of the most stressful months in recent.
All right, well, show me. I've got blood tests right now. Show me something I'm faking. That bitch never showed you. Well, how much did she show you? What blood test did she?
I took her at her word.
Yeah. Well, and how old are you?
Too old to take anybody at their word, I guess. But darling, okay. So just to give people
BUGSYBROKE@gmail.com.
Oh
That would be a PayPal account you should donate to this month, and maybe if there's extra, we'll give it to Douglas. That's what I think we should do, because I literally am having a maid come over only because I am not able to even get up and vacuum my own goddamn house.
Okay, thank you. All right.
And I could vacuum maybe slightly, but it's like 2 rooms, and I have way too many. No.
Yes. Yes.
I can't do it. And then
It's a
there's
challenge.
garage,
Yes,
you know.
it's difficult, isn't it? So
And
such being said-
then there's you know what the bitch cleaned off last time? The shush went off the ceiling.
Yes, thank God. We'll get to that later. So back to where I was, and to complete this thought, because maintaining train of thought is important.
So interesting too.
Yeah. When I had to collate some documents concerning personnel records to be delivered to the Roger Baldwin St. Petersburg regional office in California, there was this individual who was obviously a conflation of many individuals. So supposedly he was dishonorably discharged, which hit me personally and brought the records to my attention. Even though I had not yet been dishonorably discharged, it was a fascinating legal conundrum because a dishonorable discharge is extremely rare. But he was supposedly in the Army in World War I.
It's not, apparently, because Richard K. Cole Jr. is very sure you were.
Dishonorably discharged?
That's what he said.
Then he's admitting I was in the military.
He said you were he said you went into the military. Yes, he did say that. So he said you went in, and that he said he wasn't even in 3 months, and he was dishonorably discharged. Those were his words.
But by the way, just so people understand, if Richard K. Cole Jr. is claiming that, then this shows his own ignorance of the military. He could never have possibly been in the military himself if he's making a claim like that, because that would mean I never made it through boot camp, which means I couldn't be dishonorably discharged.
That's why he told me. That's when I told him he was a liar, because he said, and he's something about, you don't have no military record at all, and you were dishonorably discharged. You were only there 3 months, and then you were dishonorably discharged. And then I said something else, I'm like, he's like, go read my files, you know. And I'm like, you obviously don't fucking know me. I'm gonna read. And then that's when we started yelling at each other because he's like, you read my files, and I'm like, you don't know me. I don't.
In other words, he was ordering you. At that point, he was attempting to order you.
He was trying to order me to read whatever he's got on there. I do not know what it is, and I do not fucking care. But he was a screaming match we got into. And he was telling me, and I was just going, you don't fucking know me. Obviously, you don't fucking know me. And he was going, and just go read them. What I could hear over my own screaming was read. He was just going, read, basically. And I was going, you don't know me. Fuck you. You don't know me. Fuck you. Fuck you. You'll never get anywhere with me. Fuck you. And so at the end of the day, he shut the fuck up for a second. And he realized, because he said he had never listened to the show, but yet he knew me.
Yes.
He said that, but somebody told him to listen. But he said because Brooke's going to, but somehow he doesn't listen. But then he said, but they called me that night because they said Brooke, we think Brooke is going to blah blah blah. Like
Brooke is done.
So
they said she's done. It's the term
you never listen. Whatever it was, Brooke did. Brooke turned on him. You think Brooke turned on him or whatever it was. Why would you even know who Brooke the fuck was if you don't keep the fuck up with it?
These are people. Their entire life is dedicated to myself.
And I just wish it would have been a billionaire. That's my problem.
Multi-millionaire. He's not a billionaire. He's not a billionaire.
Like a millionaire. Finally, millionaire. Like, just come on, like a couple $100,000 fucking dollars. I got an animal thing. I can fuck Douglas Dietrich over 20 times over. I swear to God. I'll make himself fuck himself over and let you watch. And then kill him. But I swear to God, like, they fucking want to call me fucking from New York and be like, I'm broke, son of a bitch from West Virginia.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're paying his salary. He gets the welfare called VA benefits for never having served a day, certainly not a day in combat. Just so people understand, a dishonorable discharge is called a blue discharge. It's called a blue sheet discharge because it's literally typed on blue paper. And it is it implies extreme security provisions. It's typed in blue ink, very dark blue ink, on blue paper, on light blue paper. So it's held under lock and key, under heavy security. You cannot access dishonorable discharges via the Freedom of Information Act because they're national security issues. So
that's what you think. But I'm going to tell you, there's a guy that can.
Probably there's people at various levels who can access various things.
One of them likes to kill cancer patients and their dogs. Or vice versa.
Yeah. And if indeed this individual is doing that, he's doing so in violation of federal law. And he's also violating the Privacy Act. And, of course, as I said, I've had a guest, a federale.
Hey, you know what I say to him? Yeah. He should fucking work out at least like the fucking other guy, Jimmy Monkey.
Yeah.
What do you call him, Jammin?
Jambo the Reese Monkey. Yeah.
Y'all call him something different.
Yeah, so, Jambo the Reese Monkey.
Okay, yes. Y'all call him. So, but like at least he looks good. Like this guy is like, you don't see his picture. You see a picture from 1947.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. I swear to God. I am not kidding. It's not a lie. That's all you get from this fucker. It's my grandfather before he went into what I just read. Before he went into World War II. Like, that's what it looks like. And I don't know what he's thinking or doing, but then he's like, I helped my cancer guy and I killed all his dogs. And he's like, oh, you like dogs? Never mind. I'm not going to kill all his dogs. But he will pause for moments. Like he needed an answer from other people, which I didn't realize until
he was getting prompting. Yeah, I told you, he gets prompting. There's people.
He would pause for answers. And because I would be like, what? That doesn't make sense. And then he would just pause for a moment. And I was like, are you slow? Like, are you, like I thought he was the Normandy.
At least that guy has an excuse. It's a second language.
That's my point. He was a little faster than that. It wasn't quite as slow as that. Or at some points he was faster. At some points he was slower. Those are depending. but both they're similar.
Yes.
It was the pausing. Like it's like, what's the pause for,
Maddening
right?
pauses. Yes.
And I'm like, do you need to really pause for just like, why would you kill dogs, or what is your reason for saying, like, why, like, what is Doug? I would ask. I just said, what is Douglas so important for? I don't think he's even that important.
No, thank
and
you.
They would, he would literally just like that. When I said you weren't important, and why is he so important? Why would you chase him?
Yeah.
Then.
And what did he say?
And there was a complete. That's when you would get the pause. And then the answer was because it was always the fucking same. It's always the fucking same. That's what pissed me off. That was one of the things that led me, because I was already having an argument with you, so I was like questioning. Like,
you were ready for any negative thing that you could.
Yeah, because I told him. I said, "Give me something negative on him." I told him. I said, "Give me something negative on him." I told him. He's like, "Go give me." I'm like, "I don't hear any of your fucking shit." I was like, "If you have something that is negative on him, send it to me, and I will look at it." I said, but otherwise, I said, like, why are you wasting your life? Like, how old are you? Because, like, I'm always very personal with people. I'm like, how old are you? And he tells me, and then he tells me how long he's been doing this shit with you. And then he's like, I'm like, why did you start? And he's like, he heard you on this fucking radio show. And then I'm like, why did that make you go after him? Because you heard him on a radio show? Because I hear plenty of people on a radio show I don't like. And then he goes, well, because I thought at first he's still in the middle of Valor. And I'm like, but he wasn't. And then he wasn't. Because I found out I can't get him that a lot. And so then he's like, but I still think I just don't believe everything he says. And I'm just like, so I don't believe what most people say. I don't spend the rest of my goddamn life surfing them fucking down, making that's my life mission. So unless you are the millionaire that can give me some money I'll make it my life mission. You want to give me $1 million, but otherwise, shut the fuck up, get out of my life, and then don't send me a poem the next day about, oh, my dog is in the pond at the call of the fucking. We'll have to read that on air one day. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh.
Like, I can't even, like, you've heard it. Like, it was unbelievable what he wrote. Like,
yes.
Poetic.
And somebody
like,
wrote that for him. Somebody wrote that for him. He's totally incapable of writing that.
They're all sending me hate letters now. It's fine. All right, whatever.
Yeah, so, no, these are important points. And in a sense,
I would like people to pray for me. But more importantly, I would like people to pray for them.
Yeah.
No more than me. I would like people to pray for them, because I think that each one of them has something good inside of them, and we need to pray for them and say that, like,
the enemy. You're talking about these Edomites?
Yes.
Oh God, no.
Yes.
No.
Can you shut up for a minute and let me talk? Can we pray for them for 1 minute and just say, like, let's bring some love into their world, because that's the problem. I can fight evil with evil all day. It doesn't work. You fight love with love, they hate it. It's praying for them. It's no, shut the fuck up. You're a leaver with Northnet. I know where you are. It's fighting love with love. And anyway, do what you want to do.
Well, thank you, honey. No, I mean, certainly your alternative options are appreciated in terms of your expressing them. Noticer is with us in the chat, so hi there, honey. And in terms of...
oh, God, there's a female. Can I fuck her?
She's the young lady with the possum living under her home.
Oh my God, that's the one I want so bad. She's in the chat. You don't ever invite her into the actual chat.
She's willing to come on. I just gave her my Skype ID. She needs to send me a Skype request, Skype contact request at Douglas Dietrich 1. So she'll have to download Skype, and then we can take it from there, entirely per her discretion.
Possum one, like, I swear to God, I'll just fuck her for the possum.
Yeah, I hear you. It's.
But the bad thing is, possums are heartbreakers. Did you know that?
Of course, as you explained. Yeah, you can tell us
why. So I want to see if you remember that.
They're heartbreakers because you grow so attached to them because they're so human-like, and then they die in 3 years or something like that.
Yeah, they die in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I hate Douglas remembers everything.
So, honey, yes, just to bring this back to something else to ask you about. Now, you've answered some questions already just by what you've described. Again, just to give people one example here, the records I was dealing with of an individual who supposedly served in the Army in World War I, had Coast Guard fingerprints for the Merchant Marine, which is considered an unofficial military branch or a kind of semi-military, considered a paramilitary branch of service. And there was definite evidence of World War II service in the Navy, and then supposedly a lateral transfer to the Marine Corps. This is an individual who was a convergence of several names that seemed alike. John Walter Johnson, John Wesley Johnson, John W. Johnson, all in the same service document issued by the St. Louis.
Surprise!
Yeah.
Your fucking military did something. Oh,
issued by the St. Louis National Archives, no less. So we're talking about even with hard copy, this happens all the time. In other words, just so people understand the enormity of what I'm trying to convey here, military documents are useless. They're meaningless.
Yeah,
They're
they're so useless because, like I said, that old guy, like even now, he's like that was 1970 when his son died.
Yeah,
he's buried in
Arlington, buried in Arlington, no less.
And his wife worked.
We
know for a fact his wife worked at the Pentagon.
Yes.
We believe with his paychecks, he worked at the Pentagon or at least got paychecks there.
Yes.
But what he was paid for was never
acknowledged, never. It was never articulated.
But he's somehow buried at Arlington. And to this day, you can't get any records on that. So for us to believe that suddenly, digital records are going to be like, one keystroke. Yeah, let's just make him a K4 versus a K,
Well, this is the horror of what we're talking about. As I said, with all the veterans dying every day just because we have so many of them being cared for by the largest healthcare system in the world, if they shut down one section, even a letter at a time...
He knows we're going into civil war, so he needs to shut up.
Yeah, thank you. And by that, she's not talking about me. She's talking about the Richard
No,
King.
I mean you. You know civil war.
Okay, I'll take
That's all he tells me. Every time I go into where should I move, he's like, well, we're going into Civil War. And here's what I ask him. I honestly ask him, where should I move? I'm getting a feeling like I got to get out of here. This had nothing to do with anything he had said. And I was getting my own guides. And I said, I called him and I said, like, I was trying to trust Douglas. And I said, where should I move? And he said, it doesn't matter where you move. Like, where it's fine. We're going to just go into Civil War. Because I was talking about by 2024, like 2024, between 2024 and 2030, but basically 2020, next year, I believe in January, the housing market's could crash. So I want to sell my house by then. So my point is, it could crash, may not. But I would like to be ahead of the game. And so I was like, where should I move? And he said, his exact words, this person that pretends to care so much about people says it doesn't matter.
Wait a second. Isn't that a bit of a misrepresentation? Since when have I ever presented myself as caring about people at some degree of Gandhi-esque or
That's
saintly?
actually true. That's actually, I will give you that. That's, well, maybe most people get it. You don't. I thought you cared about me a little bit. Enough to not go, it doesn't matter, bro. It's just gonna be a civil war. Like there's no point in getting off the fucking boat.
You have
it's
to.
Just
you
the,
have to
it'd
concede.
be like you know the Titanic's gonna sink right before it takes off, and you're like you could jump right on a ship or swim, but he's like doesn't matter, bro. It's just gonna sink, and you should just go with it.
But let me give you an example of why I say that.
And I said, well, bitch, what do you think? What did I tell you? I said, how much chance do you think I have to be on the fucking lifeboat?
It's so let's put it this way, honey. First off, I want to how do we express this? Kind of you do it to me. You have me lose my train of thought because of you're an assault on the senses. So I do want people to understand this much. Here's an example of why I said what I did to Brooke.
Why
let me finish. Yeah, I mean, I put up obviously I care because I tolerate so much of your
I will
behavior.
hang up. I'm assault on the senses.
Yeah, don't hang up. Don't hang up. God, I need you. Like I said, we haven't completed our discussion, our main point yet, because it is important. I will get back to that.
smoked
Remind me.
a
Remind me. I'm going to talk
vape
about Gary
today.
States,
I
the
cannot
federale I had on my show in just a few seconds. And
Can we get a federale on?
no, yeah, I had him on my show
in.
in the past. And
Can you do that again?
I'll try my best. Now, as a matter of fact, I might be able to bring our possum girl on. So what I'm going to try.
No, Possum Girl's fine, but I need a federale on.
Oh,
my
fuck.
God,
No, I just fucked myself. How do I find her again? Shit, I just accepted her.
No, I don't need Possum Girl. You just fuck her. I need a federale.
So I had the federale guy. He come on my show back when he was on Revolution Radio. Who proved he was. I'm trying to find this girl at the same time again. I just lost her. So, honey, send me another message right now.
Are you talking about Possum Girl?
Notice her. Send me another message right now, please. Send me another message, please. Notice her, so I can find your account again. Thank you. I'm trying to multitask here, and I'm not good at it. So I'm trying to get.
Trust me. I mean, it only took 3. I paid for 3 flights to find that out.
Yeah, it's look.
He couldn't even handle the dog
Victoria.
barking.
Yeah, Victoria, send me another message, please, on Skype. Send me another message.
I thought you were talking about Possum Girl.
That's Possum Girl. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is.
That was my name, Victoria.
Was it really? Yeah. So hopefully she'll send me another message soon so I can find her account, because I lost it just now after accepting her. And looking her up by her name is not operating. It's not working. Shit. Okay, so
I don't know. I like her though. She's got like animals. I like her. That Victoria name.
Yeah, you have to send me a message via Skype, honey. Don't send it to me in the chat box. Send it to me via Skype so I can find you again. So hopefully she does that. In the meantime, just to make a point here, there was an example of a man who tried to avoid war.
Blah, she's using a rat brain. Don't fucking give her hell.
And so when this man tried to look for a place on Earth that would be safe from the coming Second World War, he did his research, and he decided that the most isolated place in the world would be to purchase himself a plantation in the old colonial sense, like people still did in those days, and settle on an island that he would be...
Which one? Can you just fast forward where?
Yeah, so he felt that an island in the middle of the Pacific would be...
Where? Which one?
Guadalcanal! Guadalcanal! He bought a plantation on Guadalcanal, and this was to avoid the coming Second World War and getting caught up in its violence, and moved his entire family there. And obviously you would think that it was so far away from any logistics lines that it would be simply strategically unimportant and inaccessible, and a combination of factors that would render it the perfect place to basically establish as your shelter for eternity. But of course it became one of the great battlegrounds of World War II. So
I feel like the Greek Isles, like, I'm not sure.
Honey, those are in direct line of combat. The Turks are going to invade, and just basically you're facing an entirely different.
But it's just they're so small. Why would you want to invade them?
Because they're all strategic. They're all bordering, the Mediterranean. It's just believe me, that's right on the front lines. No, you don't want that. Jesus Christ! Now this young lady just sent me a message, meow, and now I can't find her again.
She can't meow. She can't even. Meow is not even what a fucking. First of all, obviously she doesn't have possums because that's not what a meow. They don't say meow.
It's no. She has cats too. The possums live under the house. The possum lives under the house.
Oh, that's bullshit. I thought she actually had a real possum.
No, the possum lives under the house. It's really there.
Whatever.
She feeds it.
I mean, that's nice. My parents feed fucking 50 raccoons a fucking night on every mountain. So this is nothing. Like, I feed one possum.
It's so Jesus Christ, what the hell happened to her? So I mean,
I'm saying it's good she dies. Like, I'm not putting her down. I'm just saying, like, not
I just thought she actually had the possum, like, because there's a difference in sometimes you have to rescue a wild animal because it has a hurt foot or hurt leg or whatever. It didn't have a mom, and then you have to take it in. And so I thought she actually had a possum. That is what I meant by heartbreaking. They are heartbreakers because they do eat like children. They will eat out of high chairs. They will take food from your hands from the time they are born. They will take the cherries, the grapes, the lettuce that you hand them. They will walk up to you and you hand it to them. And they are like the dogs that you love so much, but even so much more because it's like a child. Because they do it, and then they die at like 4 to 5 years old.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so it's such a heartbreaking thing. And I call them, they're called heartbreakers.
Got it. Okay. So this is her, thank
And
God.
so now if you want to talk about something more
Oh,
positive.
no. The first thing I do before I forget is I got to put her on my favors. So.
Can you just say something more positive so I don't think about this?
Oh, yes. Say
Say something about sex. Or something
sex is great. Like, I can't get enough myself. So
I know you can't. You fucking nobody would fuck you anyway.
Honey.
Thank you.
Honey.
That was enough for me.
Oh my God. Okay, we've got her now in the favorites. I can add her to the call. Okay, I couldn't do that before. Holy shit.
Oh my God. Well, she will wish she was not me in October or September of last year, and I can't wait for her to come on. So maybe it's my karma I will rub off.
There we are. We'll see if she responds. Oh my God. Oh, life is hard.
Did you put a warning label on your channel yet? No.
There should be a warning label on the channel. I believe she's on with us. This is Tori Hobbs. Tori Hobbs, welcome aboard, young lady.
Oh my God, she answered. Please tell me she did not answer.
She did?
She fucking answered. Tori, you have a cute laugh. That is great. You're going to wish you had it. You're going to wish you had it. I promise you, like 8 to 12 months, you're going to be like,
good morning, honey.
I missed that laugh.
Yeah, and we're all together
and
now.
And he's trying to pretend like it has nothing to do with him.
Well,
Wait, what?
I thought I heard a monstrous belch when you first came on. I'm presuming that wasn't you.
Yeah, see, what he tries to do is do his Libra shut, which is, oh, I'm just going to then play down. Brooke's trying to play you up, so I'm going to play you down.
It's not like that. No, not at all, Tori. I mean, you have no idea how glad I am that you're here. At the same time...
No, he should have very gladness that you're here because he knows that Brooke is going to leave anytime.
Whoa. Not until we finish the discussion. That we're going to kind of try and bring that to at least a close. And Tori Hobbs will be here in time for when George...
No, but that's the thing. No, I don't mean tonight.
Yeah.
I mean in general.
Yeah,
you're going to need Tori.
Right, honey. Oh, by the way, Tori, so what did you say?
Tori, I'm sorry. Go ahead and talk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is my show, Tori, until I'm done. This is my show. So you're welcome to go ahead and talk at this moment.
By all means, introduce yourself, darling. Yes.
Well, I just want to mention that I did grow up being called Tori, but my name is Victoria, And,
yeah, oh my God. See, I hate you I hate you, Douglas. Because that's my fucking name, Victoria. And that is it. And I hated fucking Tori. And you said Tori, and I was like, well, this she wants to go with, because I don't fucking know. But I was like, if I'm going to be Victoria, I'm going to be Victoria. That is it. That was my zero tolerance. I had zero tolerance for Tori. There was Victoria.
That's funny.
Yes. So Tori, darling. Victoria, tell us a bit. Yeah, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, I only downloaded Skype initially because my grandfather was using it.
Okay.
My brother was having it for my grandfather to use, and he only knows me as Tori. But I've been known as Victoria or V for, since I was 18 now. So, I don't know, 15 plus years.
Do you like Victoria or you like Tori?
As long as it's
not
Vicky.
Are you saying you like Tori better? Are you a Tori pitch?
I mean, no one ever calls me Tori other than my family. Tori-chan.
No, but Victoria.
Yeah, but now people call me Victoria. So, wait, are you not Brooke? I'm so confused. Are you Victoria?
I am Brooke. That's what I'm saying. Come on, Victoria. Because I promise you, when I call you down, it's not going to be Tori. It's going to be Victoria.
So tell Brooke about the possum. Give us the info, the down on the possum, honey.
So the possum just lives underneath my hold on, let me take my freaking neck brace off. It's in the middle of the night. I woke up.
Is it a female or a male?
I don't know. I kind of feel like she was a female because I thought I saw.
You would see the babies on the side, right? Where are you at?
Well, I never saw any babies though. I just saw what looked like she had milk, but I never actually saw babies because I was gonna plan on stealing a baby and telling you about it, Brooke, because I was like, oh my god, steal one for both of us.
Yes.
Oh my god! I know. Like I found a baby one time and I didn't realize how much I should have kept it because it had one broken leg, but
I would have died.
It ended up not being able by the rehabilitation place to have to stay into a rehabilitation, and I was like, I can't trust that baby because it was basically a broken leg that was not 100% rehabilitatable.
Okay. Wow. And so
kind of like Douglas, like his brain, you know, like not 100% rehabilitatable. We still you know.
And so, darling, both of you, of course, are darling, but Victoria, in this case, tell us a little bit about. You also have cats.
And actually, that call was not even for Victoria. That actually was a generic call for the bait.
Yes, we must forgive Brooke. She's a bit altered because this sinister maid, who may or may not be some kind of.
I'm not even babying that shit yet, but I'm thinking about babying it again.
Yes, may or may not be some kind of has shown up in her life and begun supplying her with various narcotics.
They're gonna be here at 10 a.m. in the morning. What time is it?
It's not 10 a.m.
They're gonna be here. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Victoria, you could use some help around the house. You take care of it all. Well, I mean, we're not going to give too much away about you, except what you feel comfortable with. And of course, what the people we've been discussing.
We're going to be here 4 fucking hours, you bitch! That's how long it took me to do the math. 4 hours and some 22 fucking minutes, 28 minutes. 4 hours.
Well, of course, I do want people to understand that, we have really 3 hours, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. We have 3 hours left for the transmission.
No, I think it should stay on. You know what? If you care about me and you think that's an actual person that's going to harass me, maybe you should make the extension longer and let's see what happens.
Such being said,
he doesn't give a shit if you die. I swear to God. Look back to the Brendan Zoget episodes about 4 weeks ago, and he didn't give a shit if Brendan Zoget was dead.
Look, it's like I have people throughout my life who have died, but I would care if something happened to either one of you. I assure you.
I know. What did you say when I said that? I had to literally make you say, will you please call at least the police?
That's when I actually looked at his Facebook timeline, realized he was alive. Yeah. Aside from that, so Victoria, help me out of this awkward position here.
I'm sitting here. Yes. My kitten jumped up on the bed, and so I'm covering her in kisses.
Yes,
Sophia.
I don't blame you. Oh yes. So you said a neck brace. Has there been an injury?
No, I don't know. I just use it to sleep sometimes. I do a bit of traveling too, so I got it for when I'm flying.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
She does it when she's licking my pussy, because I'm telling you, it's a lot of fucking neck work. That's what she's trying to lick out.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, see here, Brooke, you're very lucky that Victoria has come to terms with the fact that we'll let Victoria express whatever she wants to express.
She can make you be the nasty one or me. It's up to her.
Oh my goodness!
I'm sure we can have a menage a trois, and it's would be fine with all of us.
I like the round and round, and sometimes her neck gets a little so I let her wear the brace.
Yes. And don't be afraid to the photograph that you sent to me privately. Whatever you want, you can send photographs here in this Skype text box as well. This would be a separate.
It's not her. She doesn't even have a possum.
She has a possum. It's just living downstairs.
No, it's not a possum. You don't get to claim it's a possum, Victoria. It's not your possum.
It is.
It's not my possum.
But it is a possum.
But it does live. Yeah. It lives
Down south.
Right, so my parents have literally, then you would say, about 45 raccoons.
See,
but that's different. They don't live under the house.
And that, I swear to God, and I swear on, like, literally my children's life, like a 45, I could go, because I don't want to get somewhere in the 30 to 45 range. So many of them, and have had families. Probably more. I'm trying to underestimate. I can't talk. Underestimate it, but that's how many possums come up on their deck every night, and we'll sit out there if we go up for Christmas dinner or a birthday dinner, and my son goes crazy. Like, he loves to watch them, and like, we'll put food out, but my parents make sure they don't get too close, because they don't want them to.
But as you mentioned, you can't get rabies from possums. Possums don't get rabies.
So that's the difference. So they have raccoons up there. So possums, you can't get You cannot get rabies. And so they had the other thing they had is, but I won't go into that. But which is very rare, a groundhog. A true big groundhog. They had one of those, the dog got, but regardless, those marsupials do not get, marsupials of possums do not get rabies.
Right.
Now, do raccoons carry them? Yes. Do raccoons carry rabies? Yes. But that's also being like, if I walked up to every human and was like,
she's talking to the cat.
COVID, or
she's talking to her pussy.
Does the human like make me wet? Does the human? Oh my god! Like, my point is, does the human is what you're dealing with a raccoon?
Yeah.
With a marsupial, which is a possum, you're dealing with something that is. As far as people in the United States, they believe that it is, they think it's like a rat, and they think it's dirty, and they think it's going to give them a disease, and they see it as rabies, they see it as everything. They'll hit them with shovels.
Yes.
Prejudice. And it's actually the best garden animal you could ever have.
That's right.
Like, it kills the bad, it kills your bad, like, bugs.
Right.
And, like, use your ladybugs and your bees. It is the best thing you'll ever have. Right. But the problem is we stupid humans are like, oh my god, we didn't take the time to learn this shit.
No, it's a bad rap, yes, and people really need to overcome their ignorance. I do want to express something to Victoria here. What's interesting to me is that I noticed in chat you mentioned you sent a lot of messages, and they all came at once. So for whatever reason, it was like they were all bunched up, and thank God you sent the photograph, because that's like what broke the blockage.
That's what Douglas does. He comes at once. Very much like...
Well, I think it's just because I'm up on a mountain, you know.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
And it's been raining.
Okay. So
that's what Douglas always says. Because he's up on a mountain too.
Russian Hill.
I always build him up like, yeah, okay.
Yes. So, darling, though I do want to try and get back to at least a kind of conclusion with our earlier conversation. I'm so glad you're on. So just give us a little treat. No! I need to finish the conversation with you. So you know what, Victoria, bear with us. Be patient, and I want to finish this with Brooke first. So I do want to make the point that. Like I said about
you want to make the point that I win unless you're going to say I would like to make the point that whatever Brooke said earlier is completely right.
Whoa! Because we were on the topic of conversation that concerned
so I would just like, unless you're going to say I would like to repeat.
Actually, while you're with us in particular, I think the first thing that you should emphasize to Victoria would be why I should have a warning label, because I am stalked by gang stalkers that are relentless.
I don't know what she's done. She's done, and
she'll be targeted next, most likely.
I'm already targeted. Is that a joke? I'm on every list. So
that's true.
I'm not afraid.
Well, if you're already targeted, welcome to the list, and I am getting all. Hey, everybody, listen! This bitch is on. I do like the possums, but she lets one live underground. I'm not like great. Like, you have to target someone
to be able to feed
me versus her. I feel like it should be. feel like it should be her versus me.
No, not at all. The two of you lovely ladies need to be supportive of each other. After all,
No. Yeah, they don't. She doesn't understand targeting. They're gonna target somebody, and I need her name to be on that shit, not mine.
Wait, what happened?
Oh,
You don't know yet.
she basically is saying that she'd rather you be the target of the gang stalkers we've been
I
discussing.
Okay.
Yeah, but of course it's what I would say instead is that just be forewarned, they may try to contact you.
He's not going to say what he would have said if he gave a shit about you is never call into this shit or speak a word to me out loud in front of anyone if you give a shit about your fucking life because you're
but a lot's happened to Brooke since
she
a lot's happened to Brooke since she's become involved with myself.
She's gonna need my number and she knows my name. But I'm telling you, she's gonna,
No, that's a good idea. What I'm gonna do now is give you both each other's contacts.
I don't need her. She'll find fucking.
I have you guys on here now, so
but
pretty sure your enemies can follow me.
No, oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't really have enemies other than the black helicopters that fly over my cabin.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't think I had enemies either, bitch.
Yeah. This is a whole new level that we're warning you might happen. So we do want to prepare you for that.
Synagogue of Satan don't play, yo.
Welcome to my in September of last year.
Yeah, the Synagogue of Satan, the Edomites, the Sabbati, and Frankists do not play. The Edomites do not play.
Yeah.
I don't even go with the Edomites. It's what you give power to. So it's what you give power to. So he loves Edomites. He goes into that bullshit. And
I follow. It has no power here. I have Jesus on my side. I am absolutely untouchable.
But
that's right.
What they knew on me as they had fought power in certain things, and I've been honest on it. And so at the end of the day, those are what they. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. And where your power lies, you have a weakness. And I'm telling you, I had no idea. They will fucking target it. So just be careful, bitch. Please be careful.
And by the way, let her know that you're saying the word bitch affectionately, please.
I say bitch affectionately. Yeah. I don't mean it like in a bad way.
Yeah, it's true. It's a language of love, you see.
That's right.
He sees it. He took him like, it was like 8 months, 6 months. He was like, you call me a bitch. I don't know why you call me a bitch. It's so horrible.
Now, honey, you kind of mispresented. What I'm saying is my concern is that it's also a prison term for the submissive partner in a prison cell relationship.
If I say fuck you, bitch, or shut up, bitch, I just think you should be able to take it with a grain of salt because, like,
believe me, I want both of you ladies to know that I'm fine with it on a personal level. I
think Victoria now agreed that we've had to take it our whole life, so why don't you shut the fuck up about it?
Oh my goodness.
No, honestly, Brooke is well aware of my cross-dressing that which has nothing to do with, shall we say, the alternative subculture that people are familiar with in America.
Every time he has come here, he will not cross-dress. He will not. It's so bullshit. You bring your skirts and everything, and you won't even put them on. It's such bullshit.
But I can take the term bitch as being a fellow sister, recognized as fellow sister. I'm fine with that. Look, it's just when I'm just trying to get Brooke to be sensitive to different people's interpretations.
Well, we already know that's not going to happen.
Yes. Well, at least we put it into some context. It's
called an Aries moon. Obviously, you don't need an Aries moon or a Scorpio rising.
Have we identified whether or not Victoria prefers Tori or Victoria? You fine with both? Either?
I think she likes Victoria.
Victoria or V?
V. Okay.
Oh. No, fuck V. Fuck.
She knows someone I know named V.
I don't call me that.
Oh,
other
you
people call me that.
V? Yeah. He's already got a V. He fucked her 2 days ago.
Oh no, V as in Vendetta, but V for Victoria.
Yeah, got it.
That's what I mean. He fucked V 2 days ago.
Okay. I don't know. I certainly haven't called myself. I think the boys just
I
like
will
Yo
tell
V
you,
because
your
it's a
name
lot
is
to say.
Victoria because you like possums, and that was the one only name. There was
Though-
only
though
one name.
I'm fine with
Shut the fuck
referencing
up.
this fine young
Shut
lady
the
as
fuck up.
V. I'm fine
But
with it.
Victoria is fine. Most people just call me Victoria.
Yeah, but I like the term V.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
what I want to
important.
call her too.
Yeah.
I want to call her Victoria.
And
We all
I'll
want to
use
call
the
her
term.
Victoria.
I'll use the term
But
V.
you want to call V because
Yeah.
that would make it easier when you're in bed to be like,
What? No, I'm just sorry. It's just a lot if you're calling out to someone. I abstain from all that stuff these days. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
yeah, well, you should abstain from his calling out. Why don't you tell him what?
What?
It's so.
Why don't you tell her about your massage class?
Hey,
Did you hear
yeah.
about his massage?
Yeah, Brooke.
He talked about it on this episode. Did you hear about the massage?
I'm sorry. I ended up passing out for a while.
Yeah, and that's
Well, her
fine.
name was from V,
You've earned the
and
rest.
he had a massage from V.
Yeah, but it was it was purely. Did she just go on pause?
No, I didn't. I am totally
No. I mean, V went on pause. Yeah, there we are.
V went on. Victoria.
Yes.
You're already calling her V. You're one
Yes.
new V.
Yes.
I can't wait to call Victoria.
Now she's gone mute. Now she's gone mute. There she
I would
is.
totally do. I would fucking. She needs to get the fuck out of here.
I didn't want to cough in your ears. I'm hitting my vape, my THC vape.
You will not care at the end of this fucking.
Yeah. Brooke coughs like you wouldn't believe it. Brooke went into rapid fire belching the other episode.
One problem until fucking like months into this. So good luck, bitch.
At any rate, so my lovely.
I don't mean that. And
V.
tell her I don't mean bitch in a bad.
Yeah, I understand.
I already
she
know
understands.
you
She
don't.
gets it. She gets it.
Brooke is so beautiful.
Yeah, we're all bitches here.
She can call me bitch all day.
Yeah, we're all bitches here. We're fine with each other on that.
Well, I took a long time for me and
No, I just meant again. I was just saying that not everybody might understand our personal vernacular or our subcultural vernacular. So just making Brooke aware of that, and so I want people to.
Thank you, because I'm so southern redneck. I would not.
I never said that. Yeah, you never.
It's like I just call people a bitch because you're a bitch.
I've certainly been called bitchy more than enough times. I mean, believe me, even my gang brother Beaver says I'm pretty much
gang brother Beaver is a fucking bitch, and you tell him I fucking said it. Worrying about small.
Well, he calls me a bitch in the non prison cell term. He calls me a bitch as just being the bitchiest.
I don't give a shit how much death row he has. He can take me out tomorrow. But motherfucker says like, I'm worried about small water bottles versus big water bottles.
Yes,
bitch, you are a bitch, is what I tell him. And you repeat it 50 times. You, like, just make sure you're like, before I die. 50 fucking times. Well, it won't be before I die because I'll take him out.
Oh my god, that's funny. But at any rate, let's give V a chance to talk. V, honey, tell us a little bit about a micro.
We're done with V. We've done the Viv thing. No, we've done Viv and the V.
Oh, I don't
know. We are doing
a little bit of a microbiography. How about a little bit of self-introductory
microbiography? Different goddamn name. Stop it. We're calling her V. Because V is the you know what V is.
Like, I'm just your local friendly conspiracy realist, man.
Yeah,
I'm a homeschool kid.
Why don't
you know, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
I'm people think I have probably pretty edgy views, but I'm about as non-racist as they come.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He would totally say it. He will say that's right also to Peter Moon when Peter Moon's like, I'm so non-racist. I walk that nigger over.
Oh my goodness.
No, he of course now Pete has never said such things.
I'm not saying he has, but I am.
Oh my.
Douglas is the type that would laugh at it and be like, yeah, it's funny.
Okay.
Don't because Douglas is laughing at you. It's because that's a good thing.
So, basically, I know. Let's close up a thought process here with Brooke. So I do want Brooke to know that the gang stalkers we were discussing, I had a federale named Gary States, worked with the Veterans Administration, who testified on my Revolution Radio episode at one point that the documents that Richard K. Cole Jr. is constantly referencing are forged anyway. They are not federal documents. So the fact that this man is not in federal prison, Richard K. Cole Jr., proves that he's obviously...
It's your fucking fault, not mine.
Working
no one
with,
else's fault. Whose fault is that? Why is it
we're working with the deep state, so to speak. The other point to be made, while I still hold the thought in my head, is that when we bring up the Hitler's son subject, Michael Aquino pretty much had more access to my blood than anyone because of the full-bodied nanoplasma transfusion. Honey, just for the sake of shall we say continuity, I can't speak to the, I cannot address the subject without his name. But yeah, understanding you don't like his name, but it has to be stated only. Well, the nanoplasma blood transfusion
you don't understand the energy
was conducted by Dr. John Henry Hagman, who people can look up.
Do not.
So Dr. John Henry Hagman was an individual responsible for many medical crimes. He actually lost his medical license for crimes against humanity. This was an individual who took all my blood and replaced it with a synthetic plasma, or synthetic blood, really, but since plasma means, blood without cells. But they called it that probably because it sounded euphonic. But at that time, they had my blood. They had taken it all out, after all. So since all of my blood was removed, it was subject to whatever testing they put it through. And that was when DNA testing was performed to match with the Hitler survivors in America, survivors of the Hitler family. And Michael Aquino claimed that he had confirmed that I was related, that I am a son of Hitler. So there we have that. That was due to the sperm that my mother preserved. And this was done by extracting it from Hitler himself through oral sex. And she placed it in a test tube with a ginseng solution that preserved it, kept it alive, till it was refrigerated, which was not too long thereafter. So I brought up the other background behind it before with yourself. Whether you accept it or not, certainly Michael Aquino did.
It doesn't matter whether I accept it or not.
I understood, but I'm bringing this up for the sake of our listeners. So bringing it up for the sake of our listeners, when we bring up, say, for instance, my own father, who raised and guided me, whose blood I fed off of as a child, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who I would be proud to have as a father, and is very likely, however, not my father due to multiple reasons I've articulated, then we have, of course, the only other option, really. I mean, there's other potential options, but like people could say, well, your mother might have been sleeping with somebody else, etc., etc., but not really. Not the way everything fits together, and not the way it was confirmed, so to speak, by Michael Aquino himself. So for that reason, I had to bring up his name. He was deeply interested, and it brings us back to the main point. We have these gang stalkers. You ask them why. Why are you attacking Douglas Dietrich? He's not that important. It comes down to who I am, because I am the son of Adolf Hitler. There's no other reason that would justify the relentless assault and the investment of that much energy and financial in the finances that it takes to consistently employ people to character assassinate myself. Does that make sense, Brooke? Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you, honey. CV understands.
Don't play my fucking name.
So, Brooke, baby, come on, give it to me, honey.
It's great. Don't claim my fucking name and your fucking meh. I do not agree with what you say. You've always known that.
You mean that in a general paradigmatic sense, or anything I say at all, or just kind of the...
That'd be great. If it was everything at all, I would love it. That would make me not love you. But, no, he's good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. There we are with that. I feel then we've accomplished something. That's a great start for bringing Victoria on with us.
I'm half awake, guys. So I'm just it's
just pretend we're in bed with you. We're both on either side of you, and you're right there in the middle, and we're just...
We're not. You know what? Because I'm not licking a pussy, and I do not go beside her.
But honey, you said yourself she's attractive. She's young, she's attractive, she's nubile.
I'm saving all that for marriage from here on out.
Oh my god, even more boring.
Yes. Oh, I'm
done.
incredibly boring these years, indeed.
Okay, good night. I love you, Douglas. Good night.
Yeah. Who just said that? That was okay. That was Brooke. All right, Brooke. What a relief. Oh God, love you dearly, Brooke too. Hugs and kisses.
Aww.
All right.
Oh,
So
I hear
that's
Inky at the door.
what was
Come
that?
in, Inky. Hello. Are you wet?
Yes.
Welcome in.
Yes. This is the other cat, I presume.
Yes, Inky do.
Inky do.
Indeed.
Yes. So,
Yes, Inky.
so darling, share with us a bit about anything you wish. Now that Brooke has kind of, hopefully, will grab herself some much-needed sleep. Tell us a bit about how you came into faith, for instance. Certainly, you've shared that with me privately, but it might help if you shared that with our listeners. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Oh goodness, yes. I honestly did not expect to be put on the spot.
Oh well, if
In the
you
middle
consider
of the
that being
night,
put on the
but-
spot, you could speak of something
no,
else.
You're fine.
Okay.
I'm just no, you're fine. I'm awake now, I guess. So, well, I was raised in a Christian family. You know, I was homeschooled and, you know, very much fed theology from the time I could think. But I walked away from all that stuff for some years, and my studies, and especially my research into the New World Order, etc., led me back to the truths of the Bible and how Revelation is playing out before our very eyes, really.
Yes.
So.
And so, but perhaps you could share with us that you speak of potential marriage. Obviously, you're probably thinking of a union that would ultimately produce children. If we're in the midst of Revelation, what future do you see? Or do you feel that the Revelation is not necessarily the end? Or, please?
I mean, the homestead farm and the family is always the goal. That's always the goal. But it does say in the Bible, woe to those who are nursing babies in those times. So I don't know. There's a lot of different views with that stuff as well, with like raptures and whatnot. I was raised in a Presbyterian, Reformed, Calvinist kind of stuff. So I was raised to not believe in the rapture. It's only recently that I've kind of heard bits and pieces of what that's about. You know, I'm not sure what I believe about it yet, but I know that I believe that Jesus will return in my lifetime, but I'm not entirely sure if there's going to be a pre-tribulation rapture or a mid-trib or no rapture at all. I'm not sure. But I'm learning.
Fine.
So
yeah. And of course, we can learn together. I would tell you that personally, I would advise against assuming the rapture stance. And
right.
Personally, and I do believe that many people are misdirected by that. But it's seductive. It's but it is ultimately profoundly American. It doesn't have a history in traditional Christianity, and I do believe that you have a respect for history. Go on.
In Thessalonians or First or Second Thessalonians, it does say we will be caught up in the air to harpazo. I think is the harpazo is the name or is the word in Greek.
Okay.
So this is why the people do find reasons to believe in that kind of stuff, but I'm not entirely sure of it. I know that the government is preparing for in case it does happen, and that's what I'm more focused on.
Okay.
With the Project Bluebeam stuff and the voice-to-skull technology that they've had since the 70s, etc. That kind of thing where if they wanted to project Allah and tell an entire country to kill themselves, they could do it, hypothetically, you know, or they wanted to pretend Jesus came back, or more importantly, if and when the rapture happened, to pretend an alien invasion, hence all the decades of predictive programming with the aliens from outer space.
Excellent point.
Outer space.
Yes, excellent point.
Yes.
yeah, and thank you for the sarcasm. Yeah.
Yes, they're underneath us, obviously.
Yes, thank you.
Phil Schneider talked about it, you know, extensively. Obviously, he was killed for that. So, yeah, Mm-hmm.
So tell us a bit about what happened with Phil Schneider, if you wish. Follow up a little bit with some elucidation on exactly.
Philip Schneider. So it's been a couple years since I've actually watched the full thing, but there's a couple copies of it on YouTube, I think, still floating around. But he talks about the underground tunnels and bases, the deep underground bases, the dumbs or whatever. But also he talks about the aliens that they've already had contact with for years, and I forget when that video was taken. It was probably, I don't even know, early 2000s or 90s or something. And I think he was found dead not too long after all that. But you can see in the video when he's talking about an alien. I believe it was, he said possibly a gray, but that a beam of shot out from his chest and burned off his first finger and his thumb. So he's just got 3 fingers on one hand. It's quite interesting. It stuck with me after all these years. I think I was shown it when I was 20 by my first boyfriend. So long time ago. I'm 34 now.
Mm-hmm. And of course you're still quite young and but mature. You're of course mature, and you've had enough experience where you've decided to you return to Christianity, though a lot wiser. It's no longer simply accepting a belief blindly. You're more seeking a gnosis, or a knowing, a kind of communion, an actual communion.
Correct.
Yeah.
Judaism is the religion, but Christianity isn't really a religion per se, or it shouldn't be. Jesus died not so that we would go to church. Jesus died so that we become the church.
Yes,
we are supposed to be the church to people, and a lot of modern day Christianity and modern day church goers, so to speak, get that wrong, and that's why, like I, like so many, kind of see the hypocrisy of the modern day church and walk away for a while, and then you realize, look, this is all of our responsibility to represent Christ the best we can individually.
Yes, and of course, go on, please.
Yeah.
And if there's any other thoughts that come with that, please go ahead and share them. I want you to now what our dear Via said. I'm going to try and qualify and see if she agrees with it. My context. I would contextualize what you've said by saying that when you said Judaism is the religion, Christianity is something that is not a doctrinaire or ideological religion, some kind of dogma that people are simply regurgitating robotically. It shouldn't be. That it's a living spirit, that it's a spirit of communion with the Christ, the covenant with all the people who accept themselves within Christ, and that Judaism is different because you have something that is doctrinaire and far more legalist, Talmudic, of course. It's a legalist matrix in which people are enveloped as a culture. And but I do want people to understand my stance, which I believe Victoria is already well aware of from our personal discussions, that there's no such thing as Judeo-Christianity. That's this fabrication, that's been created.
Here.
Yeah, over many, actually very recently, really. Nobody, certainly any Christians in...
The Zionist Christian movement, it's ridiculous.
Yes, thank you. Any Christians from the old world, we're talking about in the days of the Roman Catholic Church, the Byzantine Orthodox Church of the Eastern Rites liturgy, or the Protestants of the Church of England. None of these churches would ever have used that term Judeo-Christianity. It would have been anathema to them. They would have taken deep offense. They would have been deeply offended. So understand that this is a very recent invention, which is all it is. The concept that Christianity somehow arose out of Judaism. One of the things that I presented to V privately was I was speaking to her about the the revelation of the Magi, which should be included among the Apocrypha. I was bringing up the fact that the Magi, who had basically christened the Christ, who had basically consecrated the Christ with his title, Christ being a title, not a name. They were from China, and that this was proto-Christianity, or Christianity before people understood, before the Christ. Christianity before the Christ. Certainly, this was something that needs to be comprehended, is that Christianity is independent of Judaism. It is of its own. And therefore, people have got to stop trying to merge the two religions. If anything, Judaism would be far more sensibly or logically united in some kind of Siamized symbiosis with Islam, more like Judeo-Islam, because these are both Semitic cultures and Semitic religions. Now, George Knight has returned to us, and I'm proud to introduce you to him, as I was proud to introduce you to Brooke. George. Yeah, George Knight, this is the lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. And Victoria Lauren Hobbs is a wonderful young individual who basically, like yourself, started by studying a lot about the Holocaust and has drawn conclusions about the New World Order, became very interested in my biological sire Adolf Hitler for that reason, and is joining us tonight in a kind of spiritual union between the three of us. George Knight also is of this kind of sentiment, and we're all in essence Christians, and of course Christians with an awareness of the role that Hitler has played in history, which has also been very Christ-like in its own way. So
if I may continue with the Judeo thing for just a moment.
Of course.
I don't pretend to quite understand as much as I should, for being familiar with the Bible my whole life, about the Old Testament, right? But it was a little, even if I did study it intricately for all these years, it wouldn't have made as much sense as, if I hadn't known what I know now about the Nephilim and the bloodlines and the tainted bloodlines, stuff like that. So basically, there's all this killing, right? I even in recent years, I had a problem with, well, what about God telling, them to go into cities and kill every man, woman, and child, right? Their children are innocent, right? So I always had those kinds of questions as well, like everyone does. But when you really look into stuff, a lot of these were actually tainted bloodlines that were still inbred with the Nephilim, similar to the pre-flood races that were completely overrun with the inbred, or the Nephilim bred people. So but either way, so yeah, the Judeo thing, it's like the Judeo part was,
I just realized why I didn't kill this bitch.
They required a lot of blood sacrifice, right? Because everything requires sacrifice in witchcraft and in anything, right?
Yes.
But in order to, when Jesus died, it fulfilled over 300 prophecies in the Old Testament. So that's why it's crazy that they don't.
Can you name them?
Well, Brooke, there's a better way to approach this. But when we bring up some discussion about this topic, we can do it without making it a challenge.
I'm just asking. Okay, so
I don't claim to know all of them by heart.
Right.
No,
but it's fantastic, and a lot of Jewish people.
But honey, Brooke, just to put it, because I do want V to articulate her stance, and that might take a little time. What I want to say to you, Brooke, is that when it comes to what she's expressing in terms of her faith, you do understand that people can have a faith. And in sometimes, while she's articulating her faith,
I know you're teaching me to be a Libra. I know it's very hard.
But you do understand. I respect everything you say as well, and I pointed out the fact that even my gang brother Beaver, in order to deal with so much of the horror that he's seen, he's become an atheist, even though he knows the reality of the supernatural. Atheism is a scab.
I have
it's
Aries.
A scar tissue.
Aries never doesn't know the supernatural. The problem is Aries came from it, so the basis of it. So we go to the basis, and everyone else wants to go to the. So many want to go to, and it's typically not just by an astrological sign at all. It's typically by the time frame of when we were born. So it's not a person's issue. it is what we were raised in. It is a cultural issue. So we were raised in a certain way, and to overcome those then become, now depending on your astrological sign, how well you overcome them and how fast you can.
But by the way, just out of curiosity, V, would you privately be open to giving your birth date and time to Brooke so she could do your chart? I was just curious.
Oh, yeah, I've already done my chart. I can send her my stuff. Totally.
Okay.
Well, if you know your chart, just say it. Unless you don't want to say it.
Yes. So, I know I have off the top of my head my top 3, which is I'm a Taurus sun and Aquarius moon and rising.
You're Aquarius moon and an Aquarius rising.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have sun and Earth within it. Where's your water?
I'll have to send you my little.
Yeah, you don't have much water.
chart.
That would be. See, I have my other brother out here. I love him, but he's got cancer. So Sammy, but he does have cancer.
But just on the Judeo thing, just two very quick points.
Yeah, that would be
one more thing. Or
that
two
don't
more
have water.
Just one is they are Orthodox Jewish people. They do the wrapping of the unleavened bread, right? Which represents the leaven represents sin. They stripe the bread and then they wrap it and they hide it for 3 days. They don't realize that that's a total symbol of Jesus. Also, they don't include Isaiah 53, which describes Jesus as the Christ.
But what is your point?
Well, honey, what she has is a
no.
She has a faith.
I
She has a faith.
to not mansplain. Hey, I need you to not mansplain because I think us two women are not fighting. I actually need her to say what is her point, and I'm not arguing with her. What is her point with that? And I'm not arguing.
Well, you do realize that does sound like a challenge.
Judeo-Christian
I think she can get me enough because she's got a Taurus in her, so she can go.
Okay, so V, are you cool with the way Brooke talks? Are you cool with without my constantly
I'm
trying?
cool with everyone.
Okay,
as long as you don't kick animals or harm children. You know what I'm saying?
She's.
I'm
and by the way, V just said something very Brooke-like. She said, "I'm cool with everyone as long as they don't kick animals," and etc. So both of you have this in common. Okay, that's good. Good.
Yes.
Yeah. And,
we get that. We respect Earth, unlike you. Now we'll deal with that later.
Hey,
is
whoa!
Douglas an accelerationist? What's going on?
Whoa! I mean, that came out of nowhere, right? What are you trying to?
V has much more of a calmer. She will have a much more of a calmer perspective than I will.
Right.
Because she has so much air in her chart. Just based on what she said, and I have so much fire. So.
But tell her I'm not out to destroy the world. I mean, you gave her the impression.
No, I understand this. Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, being ruled by Mars on so I'm ruled by I have a score. So if you know the chart.
And by the way, Brooke, I do want you to know George Knight has rejoined us, so that we do have another person on the call, and I know you respect George.
Does he know his birth chart? Because when he can tell me that'd be fine.
Yeah. George, what's your birthday? George, birthday and time.
Chart. No. Birth chart, like she said.
He don't know his chart. The only chart he ever followed was how many weights and how to balance out the steroidal intake.
You start at the chart. Chart is the start, and you don't even realize the chart is the start. But yeah, so if you know anything about it, so I have a Scorpio rising.
What did I do to your family in a past life? I wiped them all out. Right?
If I'm counting, so I am Mars with my Aries North Node. I have an Aries. Excuse me. An Aries moon.
Yeah, and she says I'm narcissistic.
Yeah, Aries moon. Now I'm a Capricorn sun. Capricorn Venus, and if you want to go with Venus, I really don't look at Venus with that.
But Brooke, I love you, but just for the sake of, because I'm an asshole, just for fun. What if I threw this at you right now? What's your point? Kind of like what you said to.
Me and I are the exact opposite. So Aries, what's the opposite of Aries? Can I ask my V girl?
She knows. V.
I don't pretend to know the zodiac stuff or the astrology stuff very well.
Why don't you just pull one up and be like, what is the opposite of Aries? Why don't you Google that real quick?
I'm just trying to find my chart for you, Brooke. Hold on.
I don't need your chart. Ask and then Google what is the opposite sign of Aries. Meaning North Node, South Node, meaning if you're a North and a South Node, just doesn't mean you're opposite.
I never got
Brooke, aren't you a little bossy? I mean, it's like, I don't
Yeah,
need
I
your chart.
am. Shut
Yeah,
up.
go Google
It's
this.
Aries. It's called Aries. So there's a problem with it, and it's your fault. And
Mine.
we're gonna find out why.
Oh my God.
Hmm?
This is fine.
Just let her.
You know, the
Just let her
Chinese
say
word.
it. Let her
You know,
say
the
it.
Chinese
Let her
word for
say
trouble. The Chinese word for trouble is an
What is the
iconograph
opposite of
representing
Aries?
2 women under one roof.
I'll tell you what the opposite of
I
Aries.
actually don't.
The opposite of Aries is Libra, which I'm sorry, is there a Libra in the house?
Yes. A
who
rather
would that
outstanding
be?
one, I might so boast.
Yeah, with a lot of Libra in his chart. Heavy Libra.
Yeah.
I think when the one
By the way,
Capricorn-
George Knight says October 11th is his birthday. 9 days before Douglas's birthday. He says, I don't
Yes,
know
I
my
know
chart.
you want to be Douglas in the Libra. He's got a Libra. He's Libra. I don't know if you are, dude, but you're obviously not here.
But
So-
I'm Scorpio cusp, right?
Oh yeah. What? No,
Yeah.
you want to be Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio rising. So you wish you fucking were, and that's a whole nother thing. A rising versus you're talking about a sun sign, but here you have a moon.
By the
and you
way,
always are like,
Victoria,
why am I attracted to Brooke?
Amy Como
and-
once
and
freaked
the guy
Brooke out
that
by
strapped the
saying you
dick
were an
onto
only
the
child,
side
and
of
Brooke
his
was saying,
penis.
how did she know that? It's like, like anyone talking to Brooke for 10 seconds wouldn't know she was raised an only child.
Oh, that was so funny. Just like how you attracted to the guy that also is attracted to like Oscar Mayer Wiener and you admitted and he's also same birthday. Like you're attracted to Capricorn, so you know why? Because you're a Capricorn moon. That is where your moon sign is,
I
which
thought
is
it
your
was 'cause I was
emotions.
sick.
So you are attracted to me. And even though you want to admit, like Peter Moon, I don't know. Yes, you're attracted to. You love us.
Yeah, just for our listeners, Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson have the same birthday. Believe it or not. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Oh God.
Awesome.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I mean, like I've always I knew I was a devil. I didn't know I was a demon. Like I don't know a demon. I was a devil. Like I don't know which one I knew, but once I knew Peter Moon was on my phone, I was like, oh, I'm definitely in the depths. Like I thought I was in the top of the depths, but then I was like, I'm in the depth of the depths with him.
Okay. So, yes, now beware. He may wake up any moment and jump on the call. So.
I do not care. Let him fucking
yeah. So
bullshit
go on with
me
what?
then.
Yes, please continue, honey.
I'll just hang up. Good night.
No way. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You so wish I would, and I'm not going to.
Continue. But if you had any points you needed to make while she's doing this, V, please, by all means. I honestly, of course,
wait.
there are people out there interested in your theology. And how you...
Oh, it's just interesting because it's just, I don't know. I think in order to be an official piece of history, you need like 2 copies of them or something, and there's over 5,000 copies of the New Testament, copies or pieces of. And so it's just funny that a lot of these people who are, running the banks and running the media and running things, they don't want to see the fact that they're like going against everything that is natural, which is,
oh my God,
I don't know,
do
people
like
want to
this
ignore
girl.
the
You
fact
should
that
really have a
this
possible-
character that our entire timeline is based upon.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I don't know.
The Christian calendar. Wow. Yes.
You are so not, you know what? You are so not ballsy enough to go against her with me on the phone. That's what you're scared of. Because I will tear it apart and she will help me.
Wait,
I don't think life needs to be like that, Brooke. I really think that we have enough strife in the world, and
I do.
And our enemies would like to see us.
We're just kind of discussing different views.
That's right. Yeah. Our enemies would like to see us tear each other apart.
Thank you so much for.
But Victoria has supported you. Yes, she's reinforced your participation, which is always appreciated, though of course I'm sure it's what provided that stress and tension that V was working on when she was massaging me the other day.
I promise you're gonna have more. I don't even know when you'll go, but
I mean, do you generate the stress just gratuitously? Is this something
it's so weird, it just comes on and the muscles like spaz out the fuck. And apparently they spaz into your ass.
Yeah. Now you have that effect on people. Yes. Okay, so I'm breathing. I am a calm blue ocean. I am a calm blue ocean.
I actually am not lying about that. My muscles did spaz out this week.
They did. Yeah, we had some weird simpatico going on there. It's like astral sex or something, except it's more like rape. It's more like rape.
Because it was like, it's like, I'm hurting. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And then she's apparently taking it out of you. With
I felt Brooke with that strap on right up my ass. Yes,
that's what I meant. Like, it was so tight. I was tightened up. Like, that's how I felt. Like, I was a guy. Tightened up, and also my legs.
Why do we have that vibe? How are we even resonating with each other?
I don't know, but I was like, my legs were tightened up, and I could not untie my legs.
It's gotta be some kind of like karmic, like fucking bond or something.
You fucking did something.
Yeah, I did something horrible.
And I get to raise you for the rest of my fucking world.
Yeah. It's
like, vice versa. Something you did. I don't know.
It was awful. Whatever I did to you, your family, wiped them out to the last. Yeah, it was awful.
I feel like it's vice versa because I don't want to take that shit. But you're probably right.
Such being said. Gentleman George is with us, and I don't believe that Victoria, Lauren Hobbs, and George Nutt have had a chance to properly speak to each other.
That's good. I'm going to mute, and I will come back if you ever need me. Okay, good night.
Honey, you're always needed. Love you dearly. Yes. Why,
love you, Brooke.
Yeah, I say that long enough, I might start believing it. So, George, maybe you could provide a microbiography. Introduce yourself to Victoria Lauren Hobbs, and at least how she reintroduces herself to you. I think that would be a help to all of us. We all know Brooke, of course, already. Yeah, quite intimately. And, yes.
Oh no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, and how do you do,
As
Victoria?
a matter of fact, I got a suggestion. Tell Victoria mayhaps start any direction you wish, but I would suggest maybe starting how you got interested in history and what you were pursuing in terms of research and how you ran across myself. Then that she could respond. Yeah.
Oh yes, Douglas. No, I'll keep it very, very short.
Take your time. Summary. Take your time. Dude, no need to be a gentleman here. Oh my God, Brooke has eliminated the need for any boundaries or borders. Oh my God, she was talking about eating pussy for Christ's sakes.
So boring. This is gonna be so boring. This is gonna be the most boring conversation ever. But y'all go ahead. Good night. At least I will get some good sleep.
Yeah,
thank you.
We love you, Brooke. We love you.
I'll
see you in your dreams.
I would love my George to talk a long time, actually.
You just want to look at him while he strips and whips his wang out.
No, because that'll keep me awake. But when he talks, it's like that little, I don't know, it's like a little sexy, like my English voice.
Yeah, he's got that.
Yeah.
And he's eternally young. He always sounds like he's...
And you know what? He doesn't try to pretend to be eternally young like you. So I would just like you to shut the fuck up, let George talk, and our new Viv talk, or V, and
Right.
Can you just shut up, pretend like it's not your show, and I'm going to bed. Good night.
Love you, Brooke. Oh my God. Okay. Unspeakable crimes I committed in a past life, of that I have no doubt. Okay, George.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I'm sorry, I actually don't know where to begin, actually.
Yeah, she leaves us all speechless. Yeah, I mean, we're all left like that. I mean, she sucks all the oxygen out of the room. You're left like, it's like your lungs are gasping for air, as if you were sharing her vape. And it just leaves them full of that, whatever acrid chemical that she was inhaling and retaining until it chemically altered her systemically. Oh my fucking God. It's some kind of punishment, obviously, assigned by the gods for some violation of some cosmic law that was never meant to be violated. It's like I broke open the seal of repulsion, and there we have it. I'm burdened with a termagant. People can look that term up. Termagant. Termagant. It's like a banshee that screams over your shoulder. Unfortunately, you don't die. Banshees, of course, are dread she that forecast your death. But there's no mercy here. So you just live and you hear the screaming.
Oh my word.
On that note, George.
Yes, Victoria. I had to go out for a breather earlier on, so I had to leave Douglas. So I had to just attend a few duties I wanted to do throughout the day. I was going to save them for later, but I thought there's a perfect opportunity just to go and stretch my legs, get some breath of fresh air, and just exonerate myself a little bit, and just to it was just mentally drained earlier.
Well, one of the things accomplished while you're gone, and forgive me if I'm being
Yes.
repetitive, let me know if I'm repeating myself, because it's entirely possible. I mean, she leaves me just talking backwards. So I do want you to know that while you were gone, we were confronting the issue of the gang stalkers, as you know.
Yes.
And what I did to bring it to a conclusion was point out to her that when it comes to being Hitler's son, that
Yes.
that basically Michael Aquino had taken the blood that was extracted by John Henry
Thank you.
Hagman and matched it up with the DNA of the Hitler family in the United States, and certainly he was adamant that I was the child of Hitler. And this is what I was pointing out to her about the gang stalkers, because she was asking them, confronting them. She was very on record about this. She confronted them as to why are you stalking Douglas? He's not that important. And the point is, it's who I am. It is because I am who I am, the son of Hitler, that they do what they do, because and that is essentially verifies my everything about me. So for anybody who,
I think it's more than that, though. I think it's the fact that you're a walking encyclopedia, and you have a photographic memory, and that's what makes you dangerous, informative in a sense.
Oh, you're an angel, honey. Mwah. See, if Brooke is listening, why can't you be like that? Provide me with compliment. Yeah, tickle my chin, tell me how intelligent I am. Yeah, wouldn't that be? Just imagine a world like that. Yeah.
Oh, no.
And she hung up on that. Yeah, man. So at any rate, yes, by all means, continue introducing yourself, George, and yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. And
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but he earlier, because I can only get on this at this moment, he said, "Brooke, why don't you like that?" I'm pretty sure. Was that your question, Douglas?
more of a rhetorical, universal question. A question to the
because
universe.
when she said, "Oh, like my uncle," can she repeat what she said? Because I would love to repeat what I have to say on that. Because she said you were the.
Well, she was telling me like I had a photographic memory, a walking encyclopedia, positive stuff.
So remember what I was going to tell you privately? One of my uncles, that I would not have wanted to put out loud, and I won't say the name. He had a photographic memory, and went to a university around here, photographic memory, and a genius. And he was also a child molester. So I would say,
exactly.
Fuck that. You don't get to say photographic memory and genius, and then be like, oh, you're suddenly fucking good. And Douglas may be Douglas may be good.
Brooke, I agree with you. You have no idea.
No, believe me, we're all on the same page with this. We're all on the same page with this, Brooke.
I literally broke up with an evil genius.
Yeah.
That's a year ago.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a young lady
calculator. He was a human calculator, and he was the most evil person I've ever met in my life.
Yeah. I mean, believe me, just because a person's intelligent doesn't mean they're worth a shit. There's plenty of intelligent assholes.
I know. I met you. You're very intelligent, and you're not worth a shit.
I wasn't saying it makes him a good person, Brooke. I was saying that it's what makes the government know that he's dangerous.
I know. Look, I went and talked to Douglas.
She's saying it's what makes me dangerous. Not a good person.
It's the government.
He has a different. Here's the thing. You got two different things going on in someone. You got their soul, and you've got their ego, right? So their soul, if you want to really know the truth, their soul is who they are, and that's what I'm able to judge. Based on my ruling planets, Mars, and that's just what I feel. Like I feel it. I go with emotion. I'm fire. I feel. So so the first thing fire feels is water, because that's the most dangerous, right? So I feel that. And air is least dangerous to me. So his thought process is the least dangerous to me. So I go to that secondly. and he has a great thought process. And I'm able to, obviously, I'm not stupid. I'm able to go through that. Well, I mean, maybe you'll think I'm stupid. I'm sure Southern people, or a lot of people would. But I don't care. The point is to go through emotion, or to go through wherever you need to be, and to learn yourself. And so I didn't need to know what, if I cared, I didn't give a shit if Douglas was the Hitler's son or everything he was saying was true. What I gave a shit about was whether Douglas was true, with whether his soul was true.
Yes.
And Douglas has known I've gone through that, and that's my thing. And we all go through shit, and we all can lie about certain shit or not lie, and like, there's no perfect person in the world, right? I don't know who's claiming to be them, but even Jesus didn't claim to really be that. So at the end of the day, there's no one, and I will argue about the Jesus if someone wants to say something about that later. But at the end of the day, you can't claim to be perfect, period. But there is fire, water, there's earth, there's air, anyway, air and earth. I can't, blah, blah. It's not my mind to explain. It's mine to give you the information. If you want to look it up, you can. If you don't want to believe it, you can throw it in your garbage can.
I think what you're saying is something we all agree with. Certainly Christ himself was, this is what God wanted to do, was manifest as a human so that he could understand humanity.
No, that is absolutely zero what I am saying. You are so lost.
Well, I'm bringing up something from a different angle, just to try and put imperfection into context.
No, I do not want it in that angle anymore. We are done with that angle. If we are going to continue,
well, I understand
with
that.
I understand
the concept
what
of
did Jesus say? What
I understand.
Did Jesus
well,
say?
I mean, you did bring it up.
Okay, then I'm asking you, what did Jesus say? Where does the kingdom of heaven lie?
Within me. Oh,
so if it lies within me, then it lies within you. It lies within all of us, right?
Yes.
So that's the kingdom of God.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
He never, and if you go back and look at, and we certainly know that textures were, like we know the Book of Enoch was removed. We obviously can look at the times when they actually brought the books in, which you would know the name, what was the name of that time?
They brought all there was the Council of Nicaea in particular that most people...
Yes. See, so I mean, between that, with that time frame, I mean, we can look at it and know for a fact that things were most likely, these weren't perfect people back then. If we're not perfect people now, they certainly weren't back then.
Yeah.
They weren't coming in and like, oh my God, we don't care about. It wasn't like you didn't have a Trump and a Biden, right? Party. Like, you had things going on. You had political powers.
Oh, absolutely.
You had things going on. So that's what we had our Bible representing. The power of it is not the fact that God never said the power. There's nowhere, and I was raised Southern Baptist Christian, and we were raised to believe that the Bible was never touched, that there was no way, and there was even one word touched in the Bible. Like, for me to believe in the Book
I mean,
of
talk about being fed a lie. That's
how we were raised.
That's awful.
So Southern, if you go to Bob Jones, Southern Baptist and Southern Independent Christian, that is what is all believed. And if you look at that large demographic that is over the South, there's still a huge large demographic.
Oh yeah, it's the politics of the South, basically. And
but they believe, but we were taught that. So the point of that is then we look at it, and I was even amazed the very first time. I was amazed, not even by someone like completely liberal. It was just someone that was Catholic. That, again, I'm not with Catholicism either now because I understand what they did, but she was like, oh, you believe in it was my ex-husband's, like, we've gone to Chicago and they're Catholic. And she's like, oh, you believe Noah's, the boat was like one thing, like, Noah's Ark.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, like, we believe there was one Noah's Ark, there was one boat, and there was all the animals on it, and that was it. I mean, that is what, like, everything that was taught, like, there was no room for it. She's like, well, we as Catholics believe, and she believed I remember sitting in a seafood place in Chicago and her blowing my mind I just had my daughter. I was 23. And she goes, well, we believe there's multiple Noah's Arks. And I was like, what the fuck did you just say? I didn't say that word. I didn't say that out loud because obviously she was Catholic. I wasn't going to say it. But in my mind, I was like, what the fuck did she just blow my fucking mind? Did this woman who's supposedly Christian but Catholic believes there's multiple Noah's Arks? And then there were multiple ones around the world. Like, I was so blown away. So that blew me. You know, like, and then I asked her, I said, well, why would you believe that? And so she said, well, we take things in the Bible as, God, you're gonna have to help me, Douglas. You're always good.
Yes. Oh, so with Noah's Ark and the
instead of literal, like we take that.
We take it metaphorically. Metaphorically.
Yes. Thank you, metaphorically. Thank you.
And oh my God, what was that?
I have no idea. That was not me.
You all right there, Victoria?
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah, something's going on where we're getting a lot of feedback. Is that your phone drop or something? It sounds like somebody's wrestling, or we're getting feedback. Seems to be coming from your mic, Victoria. Something happened where you plugged into a computer or something?
Hold on.
Yeah. See if we can get rid of some of that feedback there. And there's a bit of maybe her cat jumped on the phone or something. Whatever she's.
I can mute myself in just in case. But there's as we can see, it's not me. But
yeah. It's not you. It's not you. But she left. Okay, so hopefully she can rejoin the call. All she needs to know is she can jump back on the call anytime she wants. So let me enter that into the text box. And honestly, honey, I was just trying to bring something up about Christ wasn't perfect. We don't have to take everything as a confrontation. Jump.
Well, my thing is that Christ, that we have to. I don't think we have to. Everyone's entitled to their belief, and I believe that's what Christ wanted. But he's been, and I'd love George to come in on this. And I've heard DD or Didi or what the fuck ever his name is as well. He's awake. But my point is, I guess the last thing I would say is that I do not believe that Christ was ever represented correctly.
I don't think anyone has any argument with that. At any rate, George, why don't we talk about, anything you wish. Obviously, it's an opportunity
Whatever.
now.
I wanted to go further, but I had to call. So we couldn't. George is lucky he had to call. That's why I was going to talk.
Did you have some questions for him that he jumped off the call before you could question him about steroids? You were going to ask him?
No, I'm just going to bed.
Oh, gosh, you poor dear.
Do not remind me. I have 3 antibiotics left there. Not going. I don't think they're working either.
What's not working? Your cough drops?
Everyone should know I'm probably dying of lung cancer, and the only person that knows it is Douglas Quick, and he doesn't give a shit. He's like, why don't you drink some water? So you can call the doctor next week.
She has some water in her lungs. We do need to clear up, but she has to undergo a antibiotic regimen and not give up on it. You've got to stick with it.
Oh, I have 3 left. Whatever, I have 3 left. What I said I had to do. He was right about that. I did give up on them for a week or 2.
Yeah. You don't want to be doing that, and so.
Okay, I have 3 left, but the point is, they're not fixing shit.
Yeah,
so
I understand.
You know what? George fixes his muscles better than you are fixing your mouth. So why don't you shut up and let George talk?
Yes, I'll do that. So poor lad's been here for hours and hours. He's the patience of a saint, darling. So by all means, George, take it away. Take the stage. As far as I'm concerned, the rest of the show is yours. I'm just here to, help you along.
Oh no, thanks a lot, Douglas.
Yes, I'd let Victoria know that she can jump back on. But we'll see if
that'd
she
be
does.
wonderful.
Yeah,
That'd be wonderful. Yeah. No, thank you, Douglas. And sorry, Brooke. Did you have a question for me?
Yeah, Brooke, any questions?
God, no, I don't have a question for you. I do have a question for Douglas. Are you wanting me to jump back on? Does she work at Taco Bell? Is that what it is? I was like Burger King. I know you like your discounts. You've already got your McDonald's one. Okay, anyway, I'm being a bitch. I'm going to shut up, George. That was a joke. No, I didn't have a...
You had a question for him before that he skipped.
Yeah, well, I may have had one, but I also was smoking a vape that had marijuana in it, apparently, or some kind of THC. So
you were going to ask him something about steroids at one point.
Like, that was like 2 years
Roid
ago.
rage, maybe. Roid rage. You were going to ask him about...
That was like 2 weeks ago, by the way.
Yeah, more like 2 months, the way it feels, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, because you're heavier on drugs than me. I'm sure it was like 2 years to you.
Yeah.
I was going to ask him about... No, I think he and I actually pretty much solved our question, because I had talked about, and I did look it up, about the guy that took the... We were just talking about the
non-anabolic or anabolic steroids. Anabolic.
Yeah.
No, you wanted to... Oh, my God. I love how Douglas wants to seem intelligent, and he's about to not, because he has no idea what me and you're about to go into. He's like, anabolic or... There's fucking nothing to do with that. It's fucking sugar.
Okay.
You know what they say?
Insulin.
Yeah, thank you. See? Idiot wouldn't have fucking known that.
It is very anabolic. To vet what Douglas was saying, insulin is the most anabolic steroid out there.
But it's okay. You just want to suck his dick. I don't need this.
No.
Honey.
No,
he knows what he's talking about. He knows
what. Have you ever heard your mother go into like, I need my, instead of her insulin, she's like, I need my anabolic steroid.
But darling, by the way, Victoria has rejoined us. I want everyone to know Victoria's...
Well, let's ask Victoria. Has she ever heard anyone that needed insulin that went in, instead of saying, I need insulin, to go in, I need my anabolic steroid?
What...
Whoa. I asked her a question, not you.
She's pretty good with
diet. Say it again. What about steroids, anabolic steroids, and insulin? I don't know much about diabetes because...
Yeah. So have you ever heard anyone go in, like, let's say you know someone with diabetes. I'm assuming we all know someone. Shut up, Douglas. And we go in and they say, and they have 2 options with the doctor or the pharmacist. It doesn't really matter. And they're like, give me, or I need my insulin. Or do you hear them say, I mean, which is more predominant, I need my anabolic steroid. Am I saying the word right?
You said it.
I wouldn't know, honestly. I have a lot.
Oh my God! Suck their dick too.
Brooke.
I have a lot of customers that come in with diabetes, but I just always tell them to go carnivore diet.
No, I'm a pharmaceutical sales rep, and I know that shit, and I don't even do that.
So George got an answer. George, we'll address it. George,
I don't do Western medicine, man.
Right. George will address this. George has got this.
Thank you.
George doesn't do Western medicine. Okay. First of all, how is she? Where do you live? I'm sorry.
Victoria? Pennsylvania.
But you don't do Western medicine at all.
I do my best to stay away from all that.
Who lives in England, who is supposedly supposed to educate us, because Douglas knows that George is going to say whatever he thinks.
But wait a second, this has nothing to do with me. It's not my field.
You're right. It doesn't matter, because it could not be your field. It could be, you could like write a story and George would finish it for you and be like, he was right. He was fucking right.
Yeah, but okay, you're personalizing this. George, cut loose with the answer.
Okay, then let's see. Let's see.
Yeah.
George,
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm referencing the National Institute of Health, .gov. These insulin effects serve to encourage the synthesis of carbohydrate, fat, and protein. Therefore, insulin can be considered to be an anabolic hormone.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my God, George! Did you think you were going to end with that and win with me? And like you read like not even a half of a sentence. It can be perceived. I know what the drug actually can do. That's why they're taking it, because obviously we know, as you were a bodybuilder, we know what it can do. But the point is, when people are asking for steroids, there's nobody going, hey, give me this. And like, there's nobody like, hey, give me steroid. And they're like, here's a, like, that's bullshit. Like, that you know what you're fucking getting. And that's what I mean. Like, to not know that you're not getting a diabetic medicine that is completely for diabetes, that is over the top for anabolic, and what you guys, or I won't say you, but what guys did for bodybuilding.
Yes, we're on the same page, Brooke.
You knew, and you know what it is, and there wasn't.
I was just validating. I was just validating that Douglas said it's an anabolic steroid, and that's exactly what it is. But I understand your point, Brooke. Thank you.
Yeah. And so Brooke, what I don't understand is when it comes to almost any subject, you get very passionate. And there's no need with some of these subjects to even invest that level of emotional energy. Right. It's
I don't know. I'm cooking a bean burrito right now. I really don't care.
Cool, excellent. There we are. With
I don't care. Like, that's it. I'm an Aries moon. I don't know that you fucking haven't. None of you have gotten that yet.
I guess. I mean, but you have to understand. Not all of us are so oriented. So zodiacally oriented.
I don't know how to not be passionate. That's the thing. That's my whole North Node, is to be in Libra, which is
we'll
apparently
all
you.
work together to kind of bring you to a calmer space where you can help approach life with a little less passion.
Also, but guess what? You're fucking North Node with me. So you need to approach your shit with a little more fucking, I don't know, not blah. Maybe that person's good. Maybe that person's good. Who knows? I'll bullshit them. I fucking, like, you're wanting to teach me to be you, which is apparently my North Node. Well, apparently, like, maybe I need to teach you to be a little, like, that's the whole point.
This is why we're blessed with George and Victoria. They are here to help us balance each other out without being so explosive about it. So let's give them a chance. George.
Wait a minute, what was Victoria's moon? She was double air. She had double Aquarius. And she was Gemini. Was that not correct?
She may not be that familiar with her chart as to even understand.
No, she knew her chart.
My sun sign is a Taurus. But, as a kid, as I always read the little newspaper versions of a Taurus where they said they're obsessed with money, and I was like...
No, that was me. I'm a Capricorn sun, so I always thought it was bullshit.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense. So I'm a Capricorn sun. But then I read the rest
of my chart, and I was like, oh, well, that makes more sense. God speaks through the stars. I believe, as a Christian, people think kind of crazy for integrating that kind of stuff, but I believe as long as we're not elevating the creation above the creator, we're not really doing anything wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like Douglas mentioned, the wise men used astrology. And not to mention, we celebrate Jesus' birth on what? On December 25th, which is a pagan holiday, when his birth astrologically was probably on 9/11.
Fascinating.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you who would disagree with that. Me and Peter Moon, because we're both Capricorn suns, and we would like Jesus to be in our sun sign as well. Mm-hmm. No, that was a joke, but it is true. Yeah. I mean, we're Capricorn suns, and that would make Jesus a Capricorn sign. But at the end of the day, yes, I agree. I don't actually think he was then either. I think he was probably a Pisces sun, if you were actually to look at the astrology charts.
Right. I mean, September 11th sounds good to me. I mean, honestly, it resonates with me.
September 11th, he was not born.
It's also why they pulled that shit then.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They, them.
This is so like
the other they, them.
It does resonate. Yeah. It does vibe with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know what? I'm sure it would vibe with you. You know what? How much it would vibe with you if fucking what's his name had a fucking pussy in Florida.
Yeah. Who? Ian West?
Yeah. That's what you're going with right now. Like, you have not even asked her what. There's tunnels under my house, and I believe in this.
No, I didn't say that. She's talking about Ian West.
Anybody with a pussy, he just goes with. He's like, sounds good to me.
I see what you're saying. In other words, that I'm agreeing with her because I'm, because she's a young lady.
Yes, I am saying that. I would like for you to actually respect her and
Yes.
actually do the same thing you would do to a male and be like, well, what is your point with that? Like, how would, because if
Well,
she
I
has a
think
good
sometimes
point, then
we agree with people to say like, "Oh yes, I hear what you're saying."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And besides, Brooke, how dare you
Yeah,
impugn my
how dare-
integrity? Yeah, honestly, it really has. My agreements with V are entirely intellectual. I'm cerebrally appreciating what she says. I'm not thinking with my dick the way you insinuate. Honestly,
I'll make sure that I get off the phone and all of the boys will get off the phone before we all hang out.
Oh my god. So, okay, let's get back to George introducing himself to this young lady so that he can get a bit of his biography out, and then maybe we'll see if Viv relates to any of that. How's that for a thought? Yes. So, George, by all means.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. It's just interesting that it's very apropos that 9/11 was mentioned, because that's what started it, actually, my journey into doing my own research.
Yeah.
I did that for 12 years.
Yeah.
Between 2005 to 2017, and 2017 was the year I discovered Douglas.
That's right.
Yes, and that was when the
right. That is right. I remember that.
Yeah, go on, George. Don't let Brooke stop you.
I just want to go because Douglas is going, yeah, like he's screaming it from the top of the roof. So I just want to give him a little yeah. I remember it.
Okay, yes. So go on, George. That point has been made by Brooke. Yes. So continue. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit hesitant or reluctant to speak.
Oh no! Come on now. There's no need to be reluctant. Come on, just go on. Forward.
You Douglas sucks your dick, and we all know it. So it's just.
How dare you bring this down to the gutter, Brooke? It's not like that. You have to learn to accept the fact that some people are simply supportive of others.
I'm fairly certain the only time he calls in is when he's on the side of the road and he can pull his pants down, so he knows you're sucking his dick.
Brooke, now you're just being obscene. We, of course, we accept it as, par for the course and take no offense, but by all means, continue.
I'm just kidding. I don't think he pulls on the side of the road, because I honestly think that he can really, at least as a wife, to come and fuck, and even if he wants to present it to you, he can fuck her, whereas you have no one. So
honey, that's what escorts are for. But such being said, darling, how are you satisfied? Throw out enough barbs? Have you tossed enough?
No, I will never.
Arrows, casual slings.
It's an Aries moon. I got 4 placements in Mars. Do you think a Mars placement? That's all I do. It's a warrior.
But you do understand. We want to respect these two people and give them their space. We did give you a lot of time, so let's give them theirs.
I'm going to shut up, but you need to shut up for me to shut up.
Yeah, I'll try.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So, by all means, continue there, George. Started off with 9/11. That's how you found me in 2017.
Oh my God. Can we not go there? 9/11. Like she just said, I like 9/11 is the date that
Christ was born.
If Christ is born on 9/11, no. He's going into 9/11. I just am going to be the fourth party out on this bullshit.
Yeah, I take it you do understand that most historians agree he wasn't born on December 25th. You are aware of this.
I do agree. I completely agree with that. But I do believe he was a Pisces. I do not believe 9/11, and that is what is amazing me that I'm got now. Not just actually, I would expect you of all people to stand up on that. Where the 9/11, there's never been anything on that.
I didn't say I definitively married myself to it. I just said I vibed with it. Yeah, but
you vibed with it. Why? Because somebody's dick was vibing with it. Are there pussy? I don't know what the fuck.
Honey, we're gonna let that slide. This envy ill becomes you. George, by all means, continue.
Yes, George, please make her pussy vibrate more so he will.
You know you want in on that too, Brooke. So yeah, that's a given right there. Such being said, yeah.
I'm gonna cut off because I don't want to offend George, and I actually respect George, and I understand that George, unlike you, does not get my he may get my jokes, but I think you get them more. So I'm not going to offend George, so I will mute. And I just want to say the last words are "fuck you." I'm going to bed.
Cool. I love you too.
Yeah, and then when the exact moment to wake up and tell you to fuck you off again, I'm going to wake up.
Cool. Thanks, Brooke. You look forward to it. It's yeah. All right.
Or maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. Maybe I wouldn't look forward to it and I won't.
Okay. Look, we're adaptable. Go on, George.
Look how long I could talk about just me sleeping, and you took a whole
I think it would be healthy for you to try and grab some sleep. Yes.
Actually, well,
I did have noticed this in the past. There's kind of in the past I've noticed
there's a part of me that
there's
I
part of you
know
that doesn't want to go to sleep. That's afraid to let go.
But they're gonna be here in they're gonna be here in 3 hours, man.
You'll no worries, honey. You'll be all right.
Well, maybe you should quit working on a fucking Pacific time zone.
If I moved in with you, Brooke, I would be dead within days, so you could get that $50,000. I think that I'd be buried out there with the rest of the animals in various spots in your backyard.
Well, actually, it wouldn't be me, but I would have no doubt that Akina would take care of you because he'd be like, I was waiting on you, bitch.
Yeah,
here in the South.
Yes, it makes sense.
Anyway, I love you all. I'm going to mute myself and hopefully get like an hour or two of sleep.
Sounds good. We love you.
Good night, everybody. I love you all. Thanks for putting up with me. Love you. Good night.
Okay, bye for now. Okay.
Good night, Brooke.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yes, and that's Brooke Gibson. Then she turns on her camera so we can see her sleepy eyes. Yes, that's now hopefully she drops it and between her legs so we can catch a glance at her muff or something. And but that didn't happen. Now at least she's mute. She can't pull a Joe Ty on this. You know, last time Joe Ty was here snoring away, it was he was uncanny. But okay. So George, continue. Yes. So that's how you found me. Go on.
Yeah. No, thank you, Douglas. Just go back to that, Victoria. So I discovered Douglas in January 2017, and that was when this YouTube channel by the name of 911.org published a 2-part video of Douglas presenting the Holocaust and putting the Holocaust into context. And through my own investigations, through my own research, looking into the reasons and the motives behind 9/11. It led me down a path towards Israeli involvement, and that's something I can go into excruciating detail about. But then it went into what I was doing was then scouring the internet, scouring YouTube, and finding any other independent researcher that could I can find out multiple explanations for. And then you quickly can decipher between someone who is genuine or is always being disingenuous. And basically the start of that video when I discovered Douglas is I noted automatically, like you said earlier, the man has a photographic memory and his information is like an encyclopedia. And that's, if you look at the comments section, that's what most people describe Douglas with these attributes, with these these talents that he has. And so one of the things that he said right from the get-go, from within the first half an hour of this segment, was Israeli and Saudi involvement, and that's what intrigued me to carry on listening, because you can tell automatically when someone is being genuine and when someone is being disingenuous. But through my own due diligence, I could validate and verify that what Douglas was saying was true, and it led me, and so that was how I was able to decipher or disambiguate between someone who is considered a shill or charlatan to someone who is an actual genuine person, or who is being completely genuine with what they say, or who are telling the truth. And so that was how my affiliation with Douglas first started. And so sorry, beg your pardon.
No worries.
Just a few distractions, but no, I can carry my train of thought. So yeah, that's what started it, and it's just amplified or exacerbated from there, and so that's where I am today. And so that's just a little brief summary without going into too much minute detail on anything. But
no minute detail at all. I mean, that's definitely generalized. Yes. And
it's funny, right? Yeah. It's funny how much Israelis love to dance.
Yes, and tell us a bit about that. What do you think is the dancing Israelis? What do you think was on their minds? What the devil was?
I mean, they said it themselves on live television after they were personally flown back by our government.
Yes,
they said they were there to, video the event. They were there to document the event.
Yeah,
that's their words.
Yes. Implying foreknowledge.
Obviously, they had foreknowledge. Yeah. It's just it's ridiculous.
They were complicit. Their complicity, and they certainly have foreknowledge of the events. So yeah, when they appeared on Israeli television, on national television, they were identified as Mossad agents, also, or a number of them were, and they were quickly extradited back to Israel. They were so they escaped extradition and they were sent back to Israel, where they escaped any legal enforcement. And when because they appeared on the rooftops and they were filming the event prior to the actual the first North Tower strike. They were the lady, this woman who reported them, said that they were celebrating and they were dancing, the so-called dancing.
Yes.
And so
she's like, they look quite happy,
Yeah, when the New York City Police Department, when they detained them, they asked them, what were you doing? And they said, we're on your side. We're not the enemy. We're on your side.
Yes,
of course exactly. They would. Yeah, as exactly as one would expect them.
Israelis. Yeah. Yes, we are Israelis. We're on your side. And so it's amazing that you said that, Victoria, because that was something I was thinking about the other day. I had to come on to speak about it. And so they appeared, and it's in the public domain. People can look this up. That when they appeared on national television, it's well documented that they admitted to complicity and that they were there to document the event. They were sent there on orders to document the event.
Exactly.
And so there is many anomalies that or any leads that would certainly draw to that conclusion that there was certainly many involvements from Israeli intelligence that certainly had involvement, and Saudi involvement also. Sorry, I can hear an echo. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Right, and that might be coming from our Victoria again. She's not muted, so check around, Victoria, at what might be going on. Just like last time, you seem to be able to fix it. Yeah, and
I just have no.
You sound okay. You sound clear. So I guess it stopped. Whatever it was transitional. Continue, George.
Oh yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And other things to go into was this instant messages service known as UDIGO. That was they sent out this teleprompter or it's a telecommunications device from directly. UDIGO is an Israeli-owned company based in Israel itself. They sent out a instant message to the employees of the World Trade Center that had dual national citizenship between the United States and Israel, warning, do not be present at work between the hours of this time. And they gave the warning 2 hours prior to the actual atrocity incident that occurred
to thousands of Jewish people.
Yes, they didn't appear at work that day. Yes, they did not go to work. We can go on about this for hours. There's so much to go over. So I don't know if you want to spend the remainder of the show going over that, and I can help participate and give you my give you certainly what I know.
I think it's important that this evolved kind of organically. Obviously, Victoria is very much aware of much of what you're speaking, so you may as well continue along this vein for a little while. So Victoria,
very aware.
Yeah, and I think it's incredible that both of you speak of this and are able to know the details. Both of you can cross-reference. So both of you, by all means, continue for at least a little while along this vein. I'm right here with you. and by all means, I think that you've got this. I mean, I'm here just for you, but by all means, continue. And by the way, maybe let's try something different for a few seconds. Tell Victoria about some of your studies into the Reich, like you were investigating about the Third Reich, and originally you were investigating the Holocaust. And maybe, Victoria, maybe you can share a little bit of your own investigations into the Holocaust, unless you feel you don't want to go there this morning. I mean, because you just woke up. It's obviously an ugly subject. We don't need to go into this direction, but maybe what drew you into this history, maybe you had someone introduced you to this or something. Tell us a little bit about how you came to be, ultimately part of a different kind of subculture, if you wish, or maybe not, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, George. Tell her a little bit about your own studies into the Third Reich. Obviously, you found out about me, but then you began to investigate as well the Third Reich's history. You take it from there a little bit, probably inspired by what I had said in Nexus magazine, but
yes. Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and this is my knowledge before I even discovered Douglas. Is I knew about the Havara Agreement, known as the Transfer Agreement. Now, the term Havara is the Hebrew word transliterated to move in house, and so there is this very notable book out there written by an author who is a alias, it's a pseudonym named Edward Black. Sorry.
Yeah. He had to change his name because he faced so many death threats. Go on.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. No, thank you. So one of the things that Douglas presented in that 911.org YouTube channel when they uploaded his 2-part video on the Holocaust, put it into context, one of the things that I could vet that Douglas was saying was certainly true was the Havara Agreement. And he alludes to that quite innocuously in that video part that he produced. And so, everything he was saying I could vet was very true. And I have a copy of that book known as the Transfer Agreement, the Havara Agreement. And so, and one of the interesting bits in that book was this Jewish state that was established prior to the Israeli establishment of the Jews through United Nations resolution in 1948 when they established the state of Israel. One of the things that in this book that's presented is the Jewish Autonomous Oblast, which through a series of annual conflicts between the Japanese, is bordering Manchuria and Russia, its Serbian climate territory, they established for like an annual tournament, there was a series of 3 wars where the Japanese lost tens of thousands of men to help establish a homeland known as the Jewish Autonomous Oblast. It is autonomous in its establishment, and the capital is Borodichan. And in this book presented by Edwin Black, he alludes to this quite evasively. So, sorry, I do. Sorry, Victoria.
Are you distracted by something at the moment? Is it because of Victoria's noise? Victoria, is that the cat?
No, beg your pardon, Victoria. I do apologise.
What's the issue?
Oh, it seems like everything's stable now, but for a while there seemed to be a loud noise. He was getting distracted by what seemed to be a loud noise. You might have been moving around or preparing something while you were listening. So we were just thinking, was it the cats, or we were just trying to figure that out. But usually when we question what's going on, everything stabilizes and we don't hear the noise anymore. So,
yeah, that is strange.
Yeah, beg your pardon, Victoria.
It could be interference by. Yeah, go on, honey.
It's probably interference. I'm keeping it pretty quiet on my end.
Okay.
No, you.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
it makes sense they'd be interfering as much as possible, considering what you're discussing, George. So
yes. Yeah, no, thank you. So, yeah, no, I'm just giving I'm trying to just go into some of the minute details of the things that I vetted that Douglas was saying was true. And one of the things was the Havara Agreement. There are many other factors, but I certainly learned a lot, and I actually play that video over and over again where I can actually cite well, basically just finish off Douglas's sentences. So I could actually cite it word from word if anyone asked me to. So that was how profoundly appreciative I was discovering Douglas, because I learned so much through it. It's a 2-part video where it goes on for like 2 hours. I think there are a 1 hour part video of each segment. There's 2 parts to that, and so and through my 12 years of research into 9/11 independently, I came across a individual called Christopher Bolin. It's very important that I
oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Bolin,
it's very important I present this, is because once I discovered Douglas, and then through discovering Douglas, then I learned about Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino references Christopher Bolin quite so I kind of knew, this is a red herring. This is something I shouldn't really be, And so, so what's your impressions of Christopher Bolin, Victoria?
So it was years the movement, the 9/11 movement. If you know about We Are Change. I was dating like a partner to Luke Crudell for like 10 years before I realized he was also a gatekeeper in a show, because he names Saudi Arabia, but he does not name the other. So, but yeah, like it just, I kind of knew about the 9/11 thing. I've been awake to that for over 14 years now, but I didn't wake up to the rest of it. The hollow hoax fudge.
Right.
Maybe 4 years ago now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And it made everything else make sense, basically. It's like all the pieces fit together with this one mishap of history,
Yes, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the thing, because Michael Aquino would always reference Christopher Bolin through his own fiction of the conclusion of 9/11. They would ignore Saudi involvement. They would ignore the domestic United States government involvement. They would just blame Israel for that. And so I knew it was completely disingenuous, because I remember when I very first spoke to Douglas privately, one of the questions I asked Douglas was about Israeli involvement. And the first thing that Douglas said to me, and I think it was just before someone else came on the call, they were certainly complicit. They certainly were in the know about what was the perpetrators themselves, the 19 hijackers. The lead hijacker, Mohammed Atta, he was Egyptian by nationality, and the rest was Saudi. There was one other, I believe he was somewhere else from the Middle East, or I cannot recall from the top of my head, but the majority of the 19 hijackers were Saudi, were Saudi citizens, and so and Osama bin Laden himself was from Saudi Arabia. And one of the things that also that what Douglas was presented as the reason what radicalized Osama bin Laden in the first place was to do with the American occupation of Saudi Arabia, the holiest land of Al-Makka and Al-Badinia. And so this is one of the reasons why, and he admitted that during his 1997 interview with the BBC. There was a BBC reporter went and met with Osama bin Laden. I believe I could get this wrong, but people can look this up and vet it for themselves. It wasn't in Tora Bora. I believe it was in one of the other mountains surrounding Afghanistan, that when he met with him and he said about the American financial support for Israel, and they believe that the United States were directly involved with killing of Palestinians in Israel through the occupation of Palestine. That was the term he used. Osama bin Laden used himself, and also the occupation of the most holiest land of Islam, which is in Al-Makka and Al-Badinia, which is the occupation of the United States. So he viewed them, and I'll have to ask Douglas to please correct me.
Oh no, it was
he saw him
go
as
on.
Yes, as I'm trying to remember the exact term, but something to do with Satanists. He remarked them or identified them or recognized them as I'm trying to find the right word for it. It's Satan. I'm trying to remember.
He was alluding to Aquino's
Yes.
activities in Iraq, and he was talking about the Americans as the great Satan because of their occupation of Mecca and Medina. This was allowed by the House of Saud, which he viewed as quite degenerate. And I'll certainly get a bit more into that when I return. So Brooke is asking for something. What I'll do is I'll go mute for a few minutes with both of you people. You're holding the stage so well. You've got this down really, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to talk to her privately on the cell phone for a second, just to kind of deal with a few tying up a few loose ends with her. And in the meantime, both of you have really got this. I mean, you both know what you're talking about. When I come back, I will provide some extra context. But you're both going strong. Continue.
Yes, looking forward to it, Douglas. Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, 9/11 was basically just a giant insurance scam, and a lot of people are actually waking up to it. Even Trump, when he was running, mentioned 9/11. Like, he did a lot of things to kind of like tease people, but that was one of them, you know. And I think between the architects and engineers and the firefighters and it's all there. The Israeli, and then Lucky Larry, the what was it, $300 billion of gold and precious metals underneath the World Trade Center that was taken out right beforehand, etc.
Yes. From the moment the Twin Towers and their construction was erected, they belonged to the Port Authority of New York, and most of those levels, the floors of the World Trade Center, were vacant. They were unoccupied, and nobody wanted to purchase any form of lease or any form of any form of rent or anything like that from these floors. They were basically uninhabitable. Entirely. So it was not fully occupied from the capacity it could hold. And so nobody wanted to take ownership or take the lease of these World Trade Center buildings, because the amount of like equity it would cost to refurb and to basically they were saying about these laws that come in about asbestos. These were asbestos filled buildings, and that they needed removing. They needed to remove it, but it will equate to something around an astronomical amount of money to remove. So nobody wanted to even regardless touch it, let alone ever purchase it or lease it. So but with Larry Silverstein, this multi-Jewish billionaire, he was an Israeli dual nationalist. And that's why he's nicknamed Lucky Larry, because I believe on the day of 9/11 he was supposed to have meet with he had an appointment or so he says. So and he met with his peers or his associates at the top of windows of the World Trade Center every single morning, but certainly leading up to the 9/11 event. Every single morning prior to 9/11, but he had a unexpected appointment. So his wife told him on the morning. So he never showed up to work, and neither did his two I believe it's a son and daughter also, who also were employees at the World Trade Center. They never showed up to work either. Quite conveniently so, and that's why he's nicknamed Lucky Larry. But also, he only purchased the lease, and he had a 99-year lease on the World Trade Center complexes, because it comprised of 7 buildings, all governmental buildings. Most of them are governmental buildings, including building number 7. He purchased the lease, a 99-year lease, just 6 weeks prior from the Port Authority of New York. And so he then took out an insurance clause, 2 separate clauses.
For $3.5 billion.
Thank you for that, because I couldn't remember how much for, but he ended up, benefit. He was a beneficiary in this embezzlement, in this fraud scheme that he was able to, get out of the insurance, and Boeing as well, actually. I think.
Yes, well, not only that, but he was able to claim that $3.5 billion twice for each building.
Yes. Because he classed as separate events. Because the insurance clause was in event of a terrorist attack like occurred in 1993, just years prior in the basement of the World Trade Center, with the bomb that went off. Yeah, oh God, do you know what? I cannot recall. I used to retain all the information on that event also, but it will take me a few minutes to just to be able to dig into my mind and get that information out. But yeah, he took out an insurance clause stating that in event of a terrorist attack, that he would receive an insurance claim of such and such money if the buildings were completely. I think it was completely if they were just completely demolished, if they were completely, or in event of a terrorist attack on the complex buildings themselves, he was able to receive a lump sum of money. But he ended up winning twice. He ended up claiming that these were two separate events, and he ended up doubling his insurance claims. So thank you, Victoria. But all this was stuff that I knew years ago, and it's all just coming back to me actually. So I really appreciate that for the refreshment.
Yeah, it's wild stuff. It's wild stuff.
Yeah, and also it's also note to mention his partner that helped buy the lease. His name was what was his? I'm trying to remember his name. I actually mentioned it not long ago on Douglas's show, but he was part of
a Bergwitz Baumstein. I'm just kidding.
What's his name?
Every single fucking time.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember this individual's name, but he was part of the Haganah group, the underwater demolition team commando. He was part of a Israeli terrorist organization. He was. I'm trying to think of his name. I'm sorry. I do apologize for my name, shame, and disgrace. I can't remember what his name is, but he was the partner of Larry Silverstein. But one thing that's very important to note that it was published in Harris is excuse me. I think it was what's the main newspaper published in Israel? It's
J-Post or Forward or
excuse me. Yeah, this is it's the I'm trying the main publisher office of the publication that publishes the newspaper articles.
Oh gosh, yeah, I don't
it's
know.
not. I'm trying to remember, but it
Haaretz. Is that it?
I'm trying to remember, Victoria. I do apologize. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the name of the main publisher, but they basically stated that Benjamin Netanyahu was in a telephone conversation with Larry Silverstein every Sunday evening prior to the event of 9/11. So they're in direct communication with one another prior to leading up to the 9/11 event. So yeah, it was actually published in a newspaper article. I'm actually just going to type in Israeli newspaper. Excuse me.
Yes, and while you do that, I can quote Netanyahu in 2002. He said, "Once we squeeze all we can out of the United States, it can dry up and blow away."
It was Haaretz. It is Haaretz.
Yeah, Haaretz.
Haaretz. Yeah, you said that. Sorry, it is Haaretz newspaper. Yeah, so it was in Haaretz. Yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry, Victoria. Please continue.
No, you're fine. It's just interesting. Netanyahu he said a lot of incriminating things, but I guess no one really cares. But here's another thing. It says Charles Lindbergh posted this. It says a threat on Israel orchestrating September 11th. Who benefited from 9/11 straight from the Israeli prime minister's own mouth. Never forget that the Israelis had foreknowledge of 9/11. Why wasn't America alerted? They had confirmed ties to Mossad and are caught red-handed,
Yes, thank you. And I just remember the name of the individual of Larry Singh's partner is Frank Lowry.
Yes.
He owned the complexes underneath the World Trade Center. So they had shopping malls underneath the World Trade Center, and he owned the majority of them, or if not all of them, underneath the World Trade Center complexes. And one individual's name, jumped into my mind the other day. His name was William Rodriguez. He was the janitor based at the World Trade Center. He was the last man to leave because he was there getting the people out, or getting all the survivors out of the buildings. That he was the last man out, and his testimony was talking about explosions going off.
Oh yeah,
secondary. Yes.
People and talking about the explosions.
Yes, thank you.
That's wild.
It's so important. There's actually, because the very first film footage, and it's been, it's historical.
Yes.
Was filmed. Sorry, Douglas.
No worries. Go on. Continue.
Was,
Continue. I just want you to know I'm back. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. The Norday brothers were filming a documentary that day on 9/11, 2001. It was to display the proceedings of the New York City Fire Department. And the Norday brothers were the first. It's the only documented video footage of the. I used to know the names of each flight. Like flight, it's not Flight 93, but it's flight. I can't remember what the one that hit the North Tower first, the one with the antenna. So the very first plane that struck the North Tower.
Right. The first plane to crash, essentially. Go on.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And there is another piece of footage that people can find on YouTube of a normal pedestrian, a normal citizen, civilian. They placed their camera on the ground, and it was above the New York subway. And just prior to the actual, because everyone knows that sound travels slower than the speed of light, you saw the ground essentially shake. You saw it shake first.
Yes.
And then
wow.
Then you hear the explosion. So there were, and you can see multiple shots of the basement from the lower base of the World Trade Center. You can see smoke pluming from the bottom up. So you got everyone's focusing on the plane that crashed in the North Tower, but nobody's focusing on the basement. And there was explosions that were going off prior to the actual plane hitting the North Tower.
Controlled demolitions.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. And it's so important because we've gone into this whole term of nanothermite, where you don't.
I was going to say the thermite thing, that only our Navy made that at that time. It was only our Navy producing that.
Yeah, but what we have discussed on the show, Victoria, is it's not necessary to have nanothermite. What you have in this form of demolition was all you need is set charges. Yeah. You need just normal thermite, and you need just normal demolition, but explosive.
I've never heard about the nanothermite.
Okay. So just so you know, beautiful. So just so you know, your mind hasn't been polluted by unnecessary terminology. What happened was there was our architect by the name of Gates, who I forget his first name at the moment, but poor Richard Gage. I mean to say his name was Gage.
Richard Gage.
Yeah. So Richard Gage came up with this term nanothermite, which definitely just simply confused the issue, and it was part of this obsession that people had to continually create something as high tech as possible for the scenario, and all that this did was to serve to distract everyone from the real points, the real important points of the situation, which was why it happened. Everybody tends to agree these buildings were taken down by some artificial means, and in the end, however they were taken down doesn't really matter. If we all agree on the fact that they were taken down by artificial means, we can approach that later. The point is to try and find justice, via the responsible parties. But for whatever reason, Richard Gage, maybe to simply make his nanothermite statement appear more valid, they destroyed his life. They basically hooked him up with some young lady who just basically robbed him for everything he had and left him completely broke. And so why they sought to destroy this individual, who, as far as I'm concerned, why would he be a threat to the point where they did that to him, was beyond me. But so everybody knows, my stance is that all that was needed was conventional explosives. These were set charges that were established in a manner that would serve to demolish any building conventionally. And basically what happened was George Bush's brother and his cousin were both personally involved with the ownership of the security company that did patrols in the towers, and the security company withdrew all of its explosive sniffing dog patrols before the Twin Towers collapsed, just 2 weeks before that. So they gave him 2 weeks to set those charges up, and in 2 weeks you could set up enough charges to take those buildings down on every floor, which is why it collapsed the way it did. It's the only way it could collapse like that, not by some plane crashing into it. Just so people understand, the explosive sniffing dogs were always on patrol in the first place because the original attempt to bring the towers down with bombs. So and so yes, so that they had that patrol at the ready, and then it was withdrawn by the Bush dynasty, and so they were definitely implicated themselves in so many ways. And I've gone into the other ways in the past, but I'll let George go back to his present approach to this right now, and Victoria can go back to adding what she knows about it. Both of you are incredibly good with this, and I'm so glad that Victoria's mind wasn't polluted by the nanothermite at all. So you didn't even need to qualify it. But definitely now that we got that confusion out of the way for anybody out there listening, back to George and Victoria.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And to go back to William Rodriguez, the man who was the last man out of the building before it fully collapsed in on itself. Because most people, I've tried to explain this. I remember going back years ago to someone in the comments section of this YouTube video, going into the whole 9/11, 9/11 thesis. That I explained to him that in a controlled demolition, the idea of a controlled demolition is to bring down a building or a complex without it destroying the neighboring property. So the idea of it is that you bring it down in an implosion form. So from the base up, so from the footprint of the base of the building, you implode it so it falls in on itself, so it doesn't topple over and destroy neighboring or buildings within its vicinity. But when it came down to the World Trade Centers, the two Trade Center complexes, the two Twin Towers, they came down in a different form and fashion. They came down from the top down, but it was brought in from the base upwards, so to speak. So it came down, but it didn't come down at free fall. And this is where you get people going into such minute detail. They go into this obsessive form of detail, which does, and it's a similar form, and this is where I'm so partial with Douglas. People do this with Holocaust denial. They'll go into such detail where the idea of it is to obfuscate or to discombobulate the listenership, so they get confused with the situation and the matter. And so then it doesn't actually do its justice. It doesn't parenthesis. It gives you just this different form of aspect. And this is where people get very confused and they just run off on that.
In other words, we don't need to concentrate so overwhelmingly on the how of it. We're more interested in the why of it in both cases, because we want to do history justice. We want to find the truth. And more than that, we want to find out exactly why the truth has been so distorted. We know, basically, by our conversation right now, that the truth concerning 9/11 has been horribly distorted. We also know the truth concerning the Holocaust has been horribly distorted. And so we are, by investigating this, however, we don't want to get lost in the technology of it, because that ultimately detracts from the historical reasons why things happened, which are the more important point. And so with that, back to George and Victoria, both who are handling this quite well. I'll try and bring up a few extra facts from, my notes on the 9/11. As a matter of fact, I have them up here. Let me try and get them. I'll access them while you two continue talking. Let me go dig them up.
Thank you. I'll just finish. Thank you very much, Douglas. And so with the two Twin Towers themselves, they didn't come down at free fall speed. They imploded so they start from the top down, even though they were blown up from the base, which is what you see in conventional demolitions. The two Twin Towers were an exceptional case because they came from the top downwards, meaning from the impact zones. They started from there, but you saw the implosion coming from inside out. So you saw an explosive event where the debris that was coming down did destroy the neighboring buildings, which is the opposite to what the whole point of a controlled demolition is. So all the comprisation of the complexes was buildings 1, 2, which was the two trade centers, and then you have buildings 4, 5, and 6, which were the surrounding in the vicinity. Then you had the 100
7.
Yes, Building 7. Yes, thank you very much, Victoria. So the
Building 7 didn't kill itself. Building 7 did not kill itself.
Yeah, indeed, the order was given. Take it down. The order by the Jewish Mr. Silverstein, as a matter of fact. And he's
pull it. He said, pull it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. And so, no, it was unscathed, untouched. It had a few fires generated, but it's not enough to bring a building down at actual freefall. So buildings number 7 did come down into conventional demolition. And so what they had said, this was the biggest smoking gun of the whole conspiracy behind 9/11, was building World Trade Center number 7. And so, which was a CIA governmental building. It was brought down and it fell at freefall. It fell at 7 seconds. I think it was around about 7 seconds. So it was obviously a controlled demolition that came down in its footprint, and it didn't destroy any of the neighboring buildings. Whereas World Trade Centers 1 and 2 did destroy the other 3 complexes. The other 4 complexes. Yeah. So, but that's sorry, Victor. I'll allow you to continue before we go into Douglas's notes.
Oh my gosh, I just realized my phone is dying. Hold on, let me plug it in.
Thank you. We don't want to lose you. And we only have about an hour left anyway, but we're going to make the most of it. And thank you for both of you with your patience. And by all means, George, while she's doing that, don't be afraid to continue talking.
Oh yeah, Douglas. Oh, could go about for hours and hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
By the way, El Nemo says tons of images predicting 9/11 before the occurrence. So there was some level of predictive programming involved. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, endless. Tons of predictive programming for 9/11. Correct.
Yeah.
And ironically, there was also predictions with the Holocaust also, which is we've gone into it before. It was a Zionist. Certainly, it was. We've got into
the 6 million number. The 6 million.
Well, beyond that, Victoria, what George is referencing is the fact that the militant Zionists, who were the people who established the movement, like Jabotinsky and various other luminaries of that insurgency, which is what it was, they were calling for the annihilation of European Jewry, because they knew that the Jews were so settled and so satisfied with their middle-class lifestyle or even upper-class lifestyle in Europe that they were not going to leave for Palestine voluntarily. That the only thing that would force them to relocate would be a genocide throughout Europe. So the biggest advocates for Jewish genocide in Europe were the Zionists. They were the ones who were insisting on a Holocaust. They were insisting that a Holocaust take place so that Jews would want to leave Europe. If anyone were the greatest persecutor of Jews in Europe, it was the Zionists. I mean, that's a simple fact based on their own testimony. But this is what George is referring to. By all means, continue, George.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And you can reference this. You can look up Benjamin Netanyahu. His original maiden name, his family name is not Netanyahu. It's Milikaliski. His father was Ben Zion Milikaliski, and he was the personal secretary to prominent Zionist Vladimir Jabotinsky. And so, and he is the most elected president in all Israeli history since its establishment under United Nations resolution. Yeah. And so, and that is, this is this. Just where do I go from here, Douglas? Because there's so much. There's so much to cover.
Absolutely. Just so people understand, when it comes to my notes on 9/11, I have found them. So yes, I'll just go over them briefly, and this will allow us to cover things in the remaining hour. We got 15 minutes, and or less than that, about 10 minutes, and then the remaining hour. So I want people to understand that when it comes to the Five Dancing Israelis, of course, they were involved with the Weehawken Moving Company, and per the Jewish Weekly titled The Forward, the FBI concluded at least 2 of them detained were Mossad agent. They were Mossad agents. They detained them for about 71 days of interrogation. The driver of the moving van was named Sivan Kurtzberg, and the name of the company was Urban Moving Systems. They were owned by the Israeli Dominic Suter, Suter, and when they were interviewed on the Israeli talk show, they were dancing on the George Washington Bridge where they had been caught celebrating, and of course before then there were like hundreds of Jewish students from Israel that were like going around all over New York taking surveys for very mysterious reasons, as if trying to warn Jews in the area to prepare themselves. It was this sounds like I'm going full blown like Judeophobic conspiracy here, but unfortunately this is fact. This is all fact. Yes. And understand that aside from John Patrick O'Neill, he was a special agent in charge during the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. That was the reason they had explosive sniffing dogs on patrol. On August 23rd of 2001, 19 days before the attack, in late August, he told a friend, Chris Isham, that the head of security of the World Trade Center himself, at the age of 49, believe me, this man knew what he was talking about because he had captured Ramzi Youssef, and he had investigated the 1964 Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia, as well as the 2000 USS Cole bombing in Yemen. Anyhow, as soon as he told his friend what was going to happen, he died. Then the civilian airliner pilot for Flight 77, he participated in simulating a drill of an attack on the Pentagon using a civilian airliner in the year 2000, crashing into the Pentagon before he piloted the aircraft, which hit the Pentagon 1 year later. So he trained to pilot the plane into the Pentagon. He was trained for it, and apparently was willing to sacrifice his life, probably having mind control. He also hit the fifth side of the Pentagon, the only side that had been reinforced, provided with... Remember, the Pentagon's an all-concrete building. There were no fire alarms. There were no fire sprinklers because it's all concrete. Wasn't made with any metal or any parts that would normally be considered flammable. So there was only one wing they experimentally reinforced, provided blast doors, bomb-proof windows, and the entire infrastructure to stand up. And that was the side he hit, as he was trained to do. Tori left, unfortunately. So, Victoria, do return if you can. She said she was doing something with her phone, so probably something happened with her phone. I'm sure she'll be back if she can. But in the meantime, also Larry Silverstein, he spent millions of dollars on asbestos removal when he leased or was destined to do so. Tori is back, so V has rejoined us. So Larry Silverstein had spent millions of dollars, or was destined to spend millions of dollars on asbestos removal. He wasn't going to do that, and that's when he leased the Twin Towers 6 months before 9/11. Instead of spending millions on asbestos removal, he made billions from the insurance policy. And finally... Yeah, it was Securicom that ordered the withdrawal of the bomb-sniffing dogs, the K-9 patrol, 6 days before 9/11. President Bush's brother Marvin Walker III... his brother Marvin and his cousin Herbert Walker III. These are President Bush's brother Marvin and his cousin Herbert Walker III. They owned Securicom, and they ordered the withdrawal of all bomb-sniffing dogs 6 days before the 9/11 attack. And so that gave, in the absence of the K-9 patrols, 6 days for the men to set up all the explosives, which is quite possible. You could do that overnight if you had a mind to it with enough men. Mm-hmm. And then Ben Sliney's was the first day on the job as the FAA, the National Operations Manager, the chess master of the air traffic system. That was his first day on the job, was 9/11. They always say your first day is always the worst. Of course, they want someone with no experience. They wanted someone with no experience, someone who literally did not know what to do to be in charge when they did what they did. So those are the notes, and by all means, with both of you, tell us what thoughts that brings to mind. Victoria first, please. What thoughts that brings to mind, everything that I've shared.
Wait, about which part?
Oh, about
did I
any
know
part.
about
Just
this?
Oh, all of it.
yes, all of it. Does it bring up any thoughts, any memories of your own concerning the subject?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
And
I mean, like most of that, I kind of already knew. There were some bits and pieces I was not aware of, but yeah, I don't know.
Thank you.
It's one of those things that there's so much I focus on these years that's not a 9/11, but we did just have, we just passed 9/11.
Yeah.
And I was not able to. What I did do though, I'm a paper guy, so I actually drop flyers places. So when I was going out to visit my grandfather through the airports, I was flying on like the days surrounding 9/11. So I was dropping 9/11 flyers about the 5, dancing Israelis and stuff in the airports,
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, by the way,
it's
you and I are both banned off YouTube. I want V to know. Yeah, I want V to know that. Yeah, my Facebook has been shut down, so my account's been locked. So just so you know, V. So you and I are in the same position on that. So good thing you didn't bother trying to get back on Facebook. It's not worth it. So yeah. So other than that, George and I, of course.
Yes.
I want Nemo, of course, says about. He says, hopefully you get access to it soon. I don't think he understands. It's permanent. Lockout.
Once you're blacklisted.
Yeah.
They know once they know you, once you're on their naughty list, it's kind of hard to get off of that.
Yeah. And I mean, there's things that if anyone could figure out a way to get back on, it would be V. But is it worth the effort? We'll discuss that privately later and decide whether or not it's even worth the effort for either one of us or both to get back on, because it's it wasn't like I was reaching many people, and it was all under a different name anyway. So nobody really knew who I was, and there was no financial reward coming from it. It wasn't like it was helping to raise any funds, so there's really no point. And I do remind people rent is coming due for myself, so I will ask, of course, for whatever funding can be spared. Some people have contributed today $30 United States from a lady who would rather remain anonymous. Nemo has joined us. So Nemo, obviously you know something about the subject, and let me introduce you to the lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. You've met her in chat a number of times as
Hello.
Yeah, the noticer. And
Hi, Nemo.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. So give her a little mini biography of yourself, a little bit of whatever you're willing to share about your life. Just a little.
I was just going to add regarding 9/11, the planned event for 9/11. There was a lot to indicate proving that it was planned, because a lot of people who had arranged appointments at the 9/11 date got tipped off and didn't end up showing, like business meetings and such. Michael Jackson had an important business meeting at one of the buildings on 9/11, but on the mainstream media, his excuse was that he slept in from taking too much sleeping pills and whatnot, and he wasn't able to make it to the meeting, and his parents thought he was at that. They knew he was scheduled to go there on that date, and they were worried and that he was killed in the explosion. But obviously, he's just a famous person. He's valuable to the record industry. There's no way they're going to lose a valuable asset like him, so they would have tipped him off.
Michael Jackson also talked bad about the Jews.
Pardon?
No. Michael Jackson
Michael Jackson talked bad about them.
In other words, what she's saying, Nemo, is that Michael Jackson dared to use the word "kikes" in his records.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and so it's in other words,
that song. They don't care about us. Yeah.
Right. So his social criticism of the Jewish cabal earned him their enmity, and so they had it out for him. is what Victoria is emphasizing, right? Is that the case?
And there's recorded phone calls of him admitting that regarding those people, that they're bad. There's a mafia of them in the industry. He said that himself.
So
on a recorded phone call.
So V, any of this ring a bell with you or bring up any thoughts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That probably played into why he was attacked.
Pretty surprising once I started learning about how many.
How many?
Yeah, no, it's quite possible why that's why he was demonized and
portrayed as
vilified
a
and then eventually died. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so because he had such influence.
Okay. And so George,
Do whatever it takes, and he is one of.
I wanted to ask Douglas.
Yeah.
Spoke out.
I wanted to ask Douglas, did you actually hear about? I don't know if this is a full-on fact, but I have heard a lot about how any person who's of the protected bloodline that was working in those towers, they were tipped off before that event occurred to not go to work at that scheduled date.
Well,
yeah, Udigo.
Yeah. Before I even answer, I want V to know that she's glitching a lot. So maybe it's because she's on the mountain, maybe because it's raining or some other factors. But you were talking about basically, I think we got your message about what you were saying, that Michael Jackson was one of the few willing to speak out, and therefore he paid the price for that. That's essentially what you were saying, right?
Yes, and I'm sorry, it has been raining here all day, and so I have very few places in my cabin where I can go to get full service, and I'm trying to get stuff done around the house. So I might bow out of here in like a few, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, obviously, we appreciate your being here at all.
If it keeps glitching.
Yeah, understood.
You know what I mean? If the glitching is interrupting and causing clicking or anything, then I don't want that to happen, obviously.
Oh yeah. Well, it seems to have stabilized in that regard. It's mostly when you were trying to communicate that we had some issues hearing you in terms of a full sentence. Hopefully that stabilizes as well.
Yes, that's probably because.
Yeah. There we go.
Well, that's because I'll walk over by a window to say a full like sentence.
Interesting. Okay. So we heard that full sentence, and we got the situation down now. Just work with it, and if you do have to leave a little early because you feel it's just not working, then obviously we've got Wednesday, and Wednesday will be here before anybody knows it. But we were just blessed to have you here at all, and hopefully this becomes more regular, and you're definitely appreciated, and certainly I'm proud of you that you kind of withstood the Brooke Blitz. I mean, she kind of blitzes people, and I'm glad you withstood that. Yeah, So such being said, to return to the question asked by Nemo, which of course both V and George can provide details on, with regards to the people who did not show up because they were forewarned. Let's just put it this way from my perspective. Everybody needs to understand that every nation on earth, because New York City is the capital, the financial capital of the world, and because New York City is the financial capital of the world, there were all citizens from all over the world that were in those buildings when they collapsed, and therefore there's pretty much every single nation on earth that's recognized by the United Nations. And that includes my own Taiwan, which is not recognized by the United Nations. Every nation on earth had at least one citizen that died in those buildings that day. There are only two nations on earth that did not. The House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, the Saudis, and the Israelis. So those are the only two nations on earth that knew full well and warned all of their own to stay as far away as possible from the Twin Towers and environs that day. So this truly was a conspiracy of immense proportions. None of this is paranoia. None of this is some kind of intellectual construct. This is something that is quite real and involved the president, the sitting president at the time. It involved, of course, Larry Silverstein and elements of the Jewish community domestically. It involved the Israelis overseas. It involved the House of Saud. It involved, of course, the terrorists on the plains, who were overwhelmingly trained by U.S. Army Special Forces. Some of the most famous hijackers on those planes were definitively trained by U.S. Army Special Forces. These are people who have military backgrounds and obviously went through some form of mind control, priming for suicide. Probably great rewards went to their families or loved ones per their asking. This was unspeakable, an unspeakable atrocity. So with that, we turn to George Knight, and of course, Victoria is welcome to interject anytime she feels like it. Does that kind of answer your question, Nemo? Kind of.
Yeah. So it's both the Saudi Arabians and the Israelis.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
No surprise. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they are aligned now. For those of you who don't know, whereas before the House of Saud and Israel had a real conflict going with each other and over who basically controlled America. You had America that was, under the Bush dynasty in particular, an oil dynasty, profoundly, inextricably linked with the House of Saud, and yet at the same time catering to the evangelicals in America with their worship of the Jews as the master race, because they believe that the Jews are relatives of the boss, so to speak, that they're all truly God's genetic people, and therefore are to be worshipped as if they were demigods, as if each one of them were a miniature Jesus Christ. This is how evangelicals feel about Jews and many American Protestants. It's the sickest thing in the world.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and V?
I said, unfortunately, that is true.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, and so you had them controlling a great deal of America through media, through finance, and the House of Saud through energy and access thereunto, their manipulation through the use of the petrobuck for lobbying. Now they're both aligned. These people, the House of Saud and Israel, along with the United Arab Emirates, they are locked in a formal alliance now, where these people are now actively operating as an entity. So we truly exist in a hell on earth, a true dystopia at the moment. And of course, they're siding with the Sino-Slavic Sun axis. They're siding with the Chinese and the Russians. They're aligning with BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa alliance, attempting to overthrow the American dollar. They are the enemy. So understand that these are geopolitical alliances. The lines are being drawn. They're on a league with North Korea. By the way, I have to erase go into my record storage space here and erase things so that we don't lose tonight's episode or that we don't get knocked off. In the meantime, all of you, please continue talking, and I will pursue this. See what I can do.
Didn't The Simpsons predict and show the exact thing where they're putting their hands on some glowing ball too?
Yeah, well, maybe. A lot of these things they produced after the effect and said they did it before, so you can't be sure. But a lot of what The Simpsons did was uncanny. Yeah, the word is
very uncanny.
Yeah. Yeah, and they in particular seem to be guilty for a lot of this kind of bullshit. Okay, so what I'm trying to do now is find out what to erase from my records here so that we can prevent ourselves from being knocked off and give ourselves airtime for the next several weeks. Everybody keep talking. You're all doing great.
Yeah, there was one episode on The Simpsons where they were planning to take a trip to New York. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they called it New York in the show, but then Bart Simpson says, "This is on me," and he holds up a magazine. Mm-hmm. It says $9, and next to it is the two Twin Towers for 11. Yes. 9/11. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on screen share for a bit. I'm going to start screen sharing just for a moment here. Can all of you see the cursor move? Okay. Cursor's moving. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So so Nemo in particular. So these episodes that I was producing for a while. You've got all these black episodes during that crisis time when I was. You got these, so I can erase these, right?
Yeah.
And you've got pretty much everything.
On Peter Moon and all that, yeah.
Yeah, on the Moon Rock channel, yeah. Yeah. And you've got everything going up to where? Just the latest one, like or what? You know, concerning these erased. It's concerning what I can erase. I can pretty much erase all of these, or these last three I should leave up for you in case you haven't.
Well, they're all on your channel as well, so I can still download them.
Excellent point. Excellent point. So
yeah, delete if you have to. I'll just
okay.
download all your videos on your channel.
Okay, please do that. So I'm just letting you know, and so I'll do that then. Thank you so much. So I'll take care of this now. Thank you.
Do you own an external hard drive at all?
I do, but there's no room for this shit. I mean, this is you have no idea how much this is. So much information. The external hard drive literally cannot hold it. I mean, this is all in the computer, and the computer can't hold it. But
all your videos.
Yeah.
On your channel at 360p will be over a terabyte.
Yeah. So, definitely a lot of info there for people to explore. So, okay, I'm going to go off the screen share now. And, of course, this is the one that our Brooke was talking about, where I was talking with Sean Bond, who was, he was hell-bent on not publishing this at all until I published it. And then he was like, like John Warrington said, he probably was so embarrassed at how inebriated he was throughout the interview that he didn't want to publish.
Are you still in contact with him?
I not anymore. I lost the Facebook. That was really the only place I was in contact with him. I could contact them on Skype, perhaps, or reach out, but not really. I don't feel I'm missing too much.
All right.
In that case, at least. Yeah. So, all right. So let me drop the screen share, and thank you all of you for participating in that. And by all means, please continue with what you're talking about. You're doing great.
I thought George was going to say something.
Sure. I mean, George. Yeah, by all means.
I was. Could you cover the stage for me, Nemo, for 2 seconds?
Sure.
Please, before I talk. Yeah,
or of course, our lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. I mean, by all means, V, you and Nemo should talk a little bit.
Oh, no, go ahead. Nemo's in the middle of...
Yeah, well, Nemo's in Australia, and Nemo, do a bit of introduction of yourself to this young lady, please.
Yes, so I live in Australia.
He says that like he's ashamed of it. You know?
Yeah,
I don't blame him for that, but
it's not a great place to live. You're better off just living in fucking probably America. I'd rather live in America than Australia because at least you have a slightly few more freedoms over there. That's all. You're allowed to have guns in certain states for self-defense, like have a gun in your bedroom and shit. Over here, it's illegal to defend yourself with weapons. If someone breaks into your home and you bash their brains in, you can still go to jail. And if you have a gun, you're not allowed to own it for self-defense reasons. It has to be fully dismantled and locked inside a case.
In which case, you might as well not have one at all.
Exactly.
Just insanity.
Just own a spear gun.
Yes. Oh my God.
Or a chainsaw, because if anyone breaks in and they hear that fucker go off, they're running straight out the door.
Yeah, one would hope. I mean, just so people understand, a chainsaw is like a movie weapon. It's really something that if you were to try and use that as a combat weapon, it's really problematic. First off,
no, it's just for intimidation.
Definitely, it does that.
And the thought of being cut by it because it's very brutal.
Yes, absolutely. It's but just so people know, I mean that chain. The point is, if it catches on something, believe it or not, this can happen. A person's button, a shoulder bone. You hit that collarbone. A person's got something like. On themselves, a sheriff's badge. I hate to use that image, but something that sets that chain snapping. That snapping could go right into your face, gouge your own face off. It could,
That's why you wear a hockey mask.
Yeah. Yes. That's why you have to go full-blown serial killer. Yes, it's these things are like all or nothing weapons that almost require a lifestyle. Just to put that into some perspective for people. By all means, Nemo. Okay, so you've introduced this young lady to the fact that you're stranded on a desert continent. Any other points you want to share about yourself? Go ahead.
My ethnic background, I have Nordic, Celtic, and Anglo-Saxon in my bloodline.
Okay. Yeah.
Mostly Nordic and Celtic. Just a little bit of Anglo.
Yeah. Okay. So
I got a lot of gods to worship.
Yes, indeed. And so let's see if Our Lady's still with us. She seems to be with us. You're there, right, V?
Is this her first time on your stream?
Yeah, you know that.
All right.
Honey drops in my kitten's eye. It looks like it's a little bothered, and I'm making coffee, and I'm waking up.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Getting ready.
Yeah. And we hope you have a blessed day. And you're looking forward to your workday, yes? I believe she is. Yeah.
Everybody's looking forward for their workday.
Pardon? What?
I said, so, honey, you're
What'd
looking.
you say?
I said you're looking forward to your workday, right? And then Nemo said nobody looks forward to their workday, and I said,
Oh, I'm off today.
Oh, excellent. Wonderful. So that's why you
Yes.
were able to spend some time with us. We're truly blessed to have you. So well, definitely glad. So you're kind of like so you're a morning person then. You're normally a morning person. And
I am. My kitten.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, my cats wake me up between 5 and 6.
Yeah, they're known for doing that.
But I'm on East Coast time.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, and it's 5:15 a.m. over here where I'm at.
It keeps breaking up. I'm sorry. It's cutting off.
No worries, darling.
Do you own a PC?
A Pisu? No, you were asking about her breed of cat, right?
No, I was asking if she owns a computer. Like she said, she's on her phone, didn't she?
Oh, he's asking if you own a PC.
Yes, I'm on.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a Mac. I have a laptop, but I don't have Wi-Fi up here because I'm kind of off grid. So
Wow.
I have like 1 bar of service right now.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So that's why things are a little problematic. I mean, that's scary. I mean, you very much are an independent person, but you have electronic heat, right? You don't need to like keep yourself alive by constantly putting wood inside of a potbelly stove or something, do you?
I have both options. Yes, sir.
Oh my God! Thank God for that. I mean, it's like I told people before. If you live truly off the grid and you have to put wood in a pot-bellied stove, I know pretty much, almost certainly, how you're gonna die. It's just you're gonna oversleep and not wake up to put enough wood in that stove one night and wake up dead because you'll freeze during the night. I mean, yeah, that happens to people off grid. So.
Just wear a lot of layers. It's fine.
If you say so, honey.
When I have good insulation.
I mean,
yes, everything's well insulated up here. It's a ski cabin.
Yeah, and would you say that you're? So I did ask. Are you a morning person by nature, or is it just kind of you're used to getting up because of the business? But you kind of show up at the business when you want, right? Which is usually more noonish, isn't it?
So I open my shop at 10, but I do naturally wake up a bit earlier. Not normally maybe 5 or 6, but I'll wake up between maybe 6 and 7, left to my own devices.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I always catch the beginning and the tail end of your stream, of your transmission.
Which is fine. Actually, it's very similar to Peter Moon's on schedule. So it's actually I think it's nice because I enjoy having you there at the beginning and the end. Those are actually the most important parts in some ways because it's I'm always dragging ass when we start. And yeah, and by the end, of course, I'm often blitzed, and just helping somebody else can help keep me afloat. So you know, it always works out that people participate like that, whether in the chat room with moral support or as V did by joining us. And so I prefer to reference her as V. And Nemo, your choice as to whether to emulate that. I think V is good because it maintains a degree of anonymity for our young lady, even though the enemy will know more about her than she remembers about herself.
I actually don't mind Victoria. I get confused when you say V because I think B for Brooke. But that's the thing is, like, I was just mentioning the V thing because in person, when you're actually saying stuff, like, you know, sometimes people say that, but don't feel like you have to. Victoria's a little easier probably to understand.
Okay, so, and you prefer that to Vic or Tori? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so then Victoria it is. So Victoria then. All right, and I think that's a beautiful name, of course. And so...
What type of shop do you work at?
I manage a little CBD shop. We have THC stuff as well, but it's considered a CBD shop.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're familiar with that terminology, right, Nemo?
Has to do with a weed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like CBD oils and shit.
Yes.
Among other things, including the harder stuff that, you know, little gummies and shit.
I only know the most I've known of it is that there's medicinal CBD oil for people with epilepsy. It prevents them from having seizures. It's a lot more effective than the pharmaceutical medicine for epileptic
and a lot
people.
Yeah, and yes, as well as CBG is good for that, and neuroprotectant. It helps like MS and Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, as well as THCV, like THCV for Victoria. That one's also known as diet cannabinoid. Takes away your munchies. Kind of cool.
Wow. Yeah. So let's just face it, Nemo. Our lovely Victoria is a drug dealer, and I'm fine with that.
We don't deal. No. We don't deal drugs. We help out friends. Okay.
I love it. Yes. No, it's fine. It's fine. And I'm totally cool with it. I wouldn't care if she was doing that on the streets. But she's got it down to a science.
I consider white coat doctors. I consider those the drug dealers. So.
Your point's well taken. Yeah, touche. Yes. I mean, yes. I mean, the pharmaceutical industry is leviathanic. It is monstrous. It is all pervasive. And so, yeah, I understand. I understand what you were saying when you said that I don't do Western medicine. I get it. I get what you were saying to a degree. I mean, I understand the sentiment.
Yes. So I laugh in the face of COVID, and I laugh in the face of all those things that people go to doctors for. I just no.
So how has the plague treated you? Have you managed to avoid contracting COVID?
So the only time I had symptoms of the CV was when I was living right outside of Queens, New York, and they were putting up. It had just hit. CV had just hit, and they were, of course, taking the opportunity to put up 5G towers, the millimeter wave that the Army has used for control for a long time. So basically when I did a test and grounded and stayed away from my phone, turned off my phone and stayed away from Wi-Fi for a full 24 hours. And I went from being barely able to stand up in the shower, barely able to breathe. I felt like a fish out of water. All my joints hurt. I had all the things, right? Other than like say maybe a fever, but that cured it permanently.
Holy
just
shit.
drowning. So, and yeah, so I it made me so angry though, because everyone online was like, oh, COVID this, COVID that. I'm like, none of you have the wherewithal to put your social media down for 24 hours. I dare you to actually do it. And no one would fucking do it. Pardon my language. Sorry, Jesus. But seriously, it's like, what the heck? I don't know. I don't buy it.
Oh my God. So what you're saying is, but do you feel that, certainly you feel that pulling yourself off...
COVID...
Yeah, go ahead.
COVID's real, but it was in the shots, and I didn't take the shot. I didn't take the clot shot. I didn't take the Trump pump. I didn't take the Fauci ouchie. I didn't take the jab. I have no hydras in my blood. Thank you very much.
Wow. I mean, you know, it's certainly, you know, I want you to know the overwhelming majority of the people who are affiliated with myself tend to be anti-vax. So you're not.
I'm not even anti-vax.
Yeah.
I don't even like that label because I'm for antibodies. I get the like if vaccines were done right instead of these like booster shots and tiny little infants that are going to cause them all these freaking problems like autoimmune disease, allergies, and cancer, or sudden infant death syndrome. No, fuck that. So again, part of my language, but no. Yeah, I'm not.
It's
even
just hard to
anti-vax.
trust in this particular vaccine because I'll take a malaria shot or a tetanus shot or whatever because they've been tested for decades and well trusted.
But so I understand what you're saying, and so thank you for that disambiguation. So then what Victoria is sharing with us is that she's antithetical to the fact that these are essentially genetically modified vaccines that are new to history, really new to the human experience. These are mRNA, and therefore, they're affecting people at a genetic level, and so that's something that I can understand is taken as sinister by many people. I see what you're saying, and so you disambiguate that from, say, the polio shots or other earlier vaccines.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of vaccines that have done harm, and plus polio wasn't eliminated; it was just renamed spinal meningitis. Okay. But, you know, I just know that we probably don't need 95% of what they're putting out there, and definitely not the COVID thing because there was no long-term studies, and that's what even pro-vaxxers were trying to bring up and getting hushed for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And go on. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying so exactly.
Yeah. No, thank you for that point. I mean, important point to be made. So I want to introduce you to Amy Como, has jumped on bandwidth with us. She lives in the Northeast and is I guess fairly far away from Pennsylvania. I mean, maybe not that far, but you know, my geography gets a little iffy in my brain. I have to look at the map every once in a while when it comes to these American states. So Amy, honey, say hello to Victoria, and this is Victoria Lauren Hobbs. She's a wonderful individual from the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, she lives there now. She wasn't born there, but she, of course, is she manages a CBD dispensary, and I think that's an incredible position to be in. And so, Amy, you yourself are looking forward to something exciting on October 3rd. I actually remembered that. So you can share whatever you wish with us. That you give us a little microbiography of yourself to introduce yourself to Victoria, and then she can reintroduce herself to you. You know, like to get you to know to each other. You're there, right? Either that or she showed up and is mauled
she's
by...
stuck on mute.
Yeah, she's stuck on mute. That's... That's... brilliant. Okay, so, yeah, there she is.
Hi.
Hi.
How did that happen?
Yes.
I don't even know. I'm so sorry. Victoria, it's so nice to see you on the call. I definitely have in the past in the chat box.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Douglas got kicked off of Facebook, and he's not going to be on Facebook anymore.
To meet everyone.
Yeah. And Victoria was also kicked off Facebook, so we both have that in common.
Yeah.
We have a shared...
Multiple times now.
Yeah, there we are. And,
Did they give you an exact reason why they kicked you off? Like specified?
This was inevitable. I mean, everything was pointing...
Because I named the J, I named the Hunter, anything. But it's so funny. It's so ironic because and all the stuff that I got 30-day bans for before they permanently banned me, Gutfeld and other people can laugh about on their shows on Fox News now. They can bring it up. The stuff I got banned for. So it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Wasn't Fox News run by the you-know-what?
Yes, of course, but I still like Gutfeld. He's kind of funny. He's like, the only comedy we got on TV now, basically.
Yeah, years ago I did have an alternative Facebook account, and I got terminated for posting anti-Israel memes.
Exactly.
Well, I wasn't doing any of that myself. It's just who I am. All I was doing was posting links to my shows. Obviously,
because you're very political and stuff.
Yes. It's I don't need to post anything of any significance. It's just who I am, and so it was inevitable they were going to get to the point where they recognized that through the Japanese porn actress cover and took me out. But
are you gonna remake another account?
What's the point? Like I said,
Right.
it wasn't raising any funds. There wasn't any income coming from it. It wasn't like it was really truly promoting the show, because it was maybe it does to a degree. It's people will find me if people have been following me through Facebook, they're gonna find me. Other than that, the number of people I was reaching was statistically insignificant. Putting the effort and energy, investing that into opening up a new Facebook page might be worth it if I did it under a name similar to the original Douglas Dietrich. I might have even an inroad into that potential, because they sent me an email the other day. You haven't gone into your account in a long time, the Douglas Dietrich account. That was spelled slightly differently. Maybe I could go back there and start posting. But look, at this point, they have me on facial recognition. So I can't post photographs anymore. I'd have to do all illustrations. And then, referencing people to the Douglas Dietrich, I can't reference them to douglasdietrich.com without coding it, writing out the dots, that sort of thing, DOT, instead of using an actual dot. Otherwise, what's the point? I mean, all that energy and investment into kind of like maintaining a kind of sub-rosa status is it's just outrageous. It's not that, I can adapt. But look at V. She our Victoria gets along without it. She doesn't need it in her life, and it's less work for me. So something else less to worry about.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a cage in and of itself. I mean, it's true. I didn't really want to be off of it because my evil ex made me get off, but I eventually lost it, and I knew God was kind of going to use that, because it kind of ended up being an idol, because I was so basically worshipped on there, and I was checking it too much, even though I wasn't like using it for the wrong reasons. I was using it to share truth and to spread knowledge and stuff like that, but it still had become kind of a distraction and an idol. And so I'm glad that now that I don't have anything, because I don't know, I read my Bible now actually, and pray, so that's good.
I mean, that's good. Of course, obviously you want more in your life than just that, and we'll talk about that as time progresses. So Amy, tell Victoria a little bit about yourself, a little microbiography, so to speak. Nemo's was inspiring as hell. Yeah, I'm stranded here on this fucking desert continent, man. and I got no guns to defend myself from all the fucking crazies. Help me.
Goodness gracious.
So what was that, Amy?
I just have a point to be made about even being off Messenger.
Yeah.
I mean, is that the case, or are you just off of the platform Facebook?
Oh no, I've been banned off the platform. I've been scrubbed and salted.
Yeah, we've been banned, permanently banned, blacklisted.
Yeah, yeah, both she and I. Yeah, and the difference is that people would claim that Victoria was a provocateur, because she was posting about, shall we say, a protected interest group. I, on the other hand, was just, promoting myself, which is enough. I mean, that is, in and of itself, the offense.
In and of itself. that's enough to piss them off.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you, honey. And so, Amy, certainly you're not surprised, and but I'm certain Kala will miss, of course, the images, and I will miss, the fact that she can see them. But but tell us more about, what else comes to your mind? Any other questions about the current situation, darling? Amy.
Well, I mean, she said to me, "You just need to get back on Facebook and get back in the world." And I didn't know how to, and I said, I was on Facebook for 10 years.
Yeah.
I never had a single like, comment, or share to anything that I posted. It was like for 10 years. And now I don't use it. And, I use YouTube almost the same way.
Yeah.
I'm still like looking into stuff online, which that became sort of my framework to address was like, okay, you're in front of a screen way too much. Like the screen is not going to fix your problems. Like you have to do other things with your time. And even though, I believe that I create a lot of content and, that is something I enjoy doing, I still feel like I have to make that effort to hour at a time, every 2 hours, do something else. And that's, that started with the Facebook, like having that realization that, I'm not really getting anything. I'm not making any money on Facebook. I'm not really getting anything done. Like, I feel like I'm connected to people who are far away, which is kind of interesting. Like, there was a time where I would write my grandmother every day, and that was a very precious thing. Now, she's going to be 99 on the 1st of October, so everybody can say happy birthday to my almost centenarian grandmother.
Oh, fabulous.
She would write me every day. I thought, that's so lovely, but when I got off of it, I lost all of that. I lost all my messages. And so I went back into the email, to my Yahoo email, which I don't use anymore. And I tried to pull out as much as I could of the stuff, just the silly things that where they're like, she was talking to me about her quilting and how she had like 37 squares that needed to get tied together. And I mean, this was so important, and I'm glad that I had it, but it wasn't really giving me any benefits. I wasn't enjoying it as much as I thought I was. When I got away from it and was like able to kayaking or biking or even just like spend time with the neighbor, that seemed to be a better use of my time than being on the screen talking to people who are in San Francisco or somewhere else. And as much as it seems to be a benefit, it's really addictive. It's really just like another suck of your time and your life. The really boundary.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, honey. I mean, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
can't use message. I'm wondering, like, are you able to strap?
Honey, you're glitching a lot, but if but we
All cut
can
out.
we can communicate. We can communicate by Skype. You and I will communicate by Skype in terms of our text messages. So I can't use the messenger anymore. I'm banned from Facebook. Period. I mean, I can't even access anyone else's account. So because my account is locked, I'm essentially off Facebook. I mean, it's the same with you as well, right, Victoria? You can't access Facebook at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have my father and my aunts will be sending me links and videos, and I keep having to tell them I literally can't even view a video.
Yes.
Like Facebook is now, it didn't used to be like that, but it is now like that.
Yeah, that's
where you can't even see, where you can't see a video.
Yeah. By the way, just so people understand, both Victoria and Amy Como are in very rural areas, which is why they're glitching. They're wireless in both cases. So Victoria, I want you to understand, Amy Como is like yourself. She's in a very rural area where the internet is very iffy. So both of you are kind of off the grid in a very real sense. Matter of fact, Amy will
Yes.
confirm in her case the home has electric heating, but there's times when that goes out, and they really are dependent on that, basically the fireplace, right, Amy? And there we go. I mean, yes, the modern.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like people have suggested to.
Then the drop.
Can you hear me?
Kind of.
on?
Yeah, go on.
I just need to.
Hello?
So I'm just going to talk. And so the wood stove main heat, because this is an ancient farmhouse. It's been here forever. And the wood stove's the main heat, so that's the primary source of heat when it's cold. But essentially, the whole road here, there's like a line where maybe half a mile down the road, they always have electric, and whenever it rains or storms, this section of the road loses the power. And so it happens regularly. And
Yeah, you're both off the grid, effectively, or essentially, or practically. The word would be practically. You're both practically off the grid. It's, yeah, remind me to, I mean, it's, how do I say it? I mean, but you like it like that, right? I mean, this is the way you kind of want it, Victoria?
Pardon?
I mean, you seem to enjoy being off the grid, though, at least to a great degree, right? Just kind of.
Oh, as far as that. Yeah, you know, it's funny because as a homeschool kid, my dream and stuff like that. So I wanted to live in New York City, and now it's so funny. You couldn't pay me enough money to live in New York City at this point. But yeah, the cities, just the whole cities thing scare me. Not just because of stepping in like a pile of shit or a dirty needle, but getting like mugged or killed for walking while white. Dare I say?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A
lot of savages.
You know, I'm really grateful.
Of all ethnicities.
I live in
go on. Yeah.
Yes.
But go on, honey.
Well,
yeah.
For sure, and it's true. I live kind of in the mountains, and it's a bit off grid, and I do appreciate it now. It's Trump country, and I think Trump is absolutely ridiculous, and he's just fooling everyone with his fakery. But I do appreciate a bit more his side of followers than I would say the other side, which I don't feel safe around at all. You know,
because they become more radicalized.
Well, just cities / Democrats / cities is Democrat is cities. So it's like I'm just not about that life anymore. I'm basically a living trad West meme. I live in long skirts and dresses, and I, listen to sermons and walk with my cats in the woods, drinking my coffee with 10 pounds of butter in it. So I don't know. I'm just.
It's funny, Pete Moon.
I'm just doing my thing.
Yeah, Moonrock was talking about buttered tea earlier, and that's what got Brooke all throwing up and shit. That's funny as hell.
Oh my gosh, I know. I mean, like, if you have red tea or like a certain like types of like a black tea or something, but honestly, if it's unsalted butter, you can put unsalted butter in any hot drink, on anything, in anything. It's so good for you.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I'm gonna have to try that.
Okay, and so, honey, I appreciate your sharing that with us. So, basically, I think everybody heard what Victoria said. She came through pretty clearly. Amy Como writes, she left the call, and George is back. I want people to know that. Yeah, and so Amy was saying, geez, I was talking to myself, so sorry. And I'll tell her Naria care love. And so I do want people to know that we have we just have these technical issues in these certain rural areas. It's a miracle, actually, that Victoria's works as well as it does. And George has rejoined us.
But so, I'll say this also: don't get.
Yeah, go on.
Pardon?
Go on, honey. Yeah.
I was just gonna add in, like, I might be traditional now, but don't get it twisted. I used to be crazy.
Yeah.
Like Douglas can tell you, I told him, like, I used to go to Burning Man. I used to work Burning Man.
Yeah.
I used to do drugs, etc. So I I'm a prodigal daughter of sorts, but go on. I'm sorry.
I think it's beautiful. Honey, I respect you so much for your adventuring before you decided to, you were in one space, and that experience was necessary for you to reach another space. And the fact that you had the courage
Yes.
to experiment with any number of things, you're far more adventurous than people might even imagine. So that's beautiful. And that's great. Amy's rejoined
Thank you.
us.
Sorry to interrupt.
No worry, no, honey, you're always welcome to interrupt.
Hi, Amy.
Anytime you want. I mean, Jesus Christ, you ran into Brooke Gibson. I mean, be like her. I mean, she just.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want anyone to be like her, but you get my point.
Oh.
Yeah, it's so
Aw.
yeah, and so Amy, yes. So what were you saying when you were speaking to yourself before we go back to George in our last few minutes to kind of lead the conversation here? And she's talking to herself again. Poor dear.
Wow.
Holy
she
shit.
is remote. She's very remote.
Yeah, she's.
Well, it's good. We're safe here. It's honestly, I don't know if it's much safer because at this point, if you have too nice of a mountain, they will just simply burn it up or send a train derailment towards you with toxic gas or whatever to torch your community. You're like, oh, thanks, government. Thanks for the land grab, Harp. Like, fuck you, FEMA.
Yeah.
Screw you, FEMA. Like, I don't buy them. They're annoying. They're annoying.
Yeah.
And they're a bunch of fakes.
It's well, I can understand your skepticism. I mean, it's definitely. Did you say So I mean, maybe I'll get that back to that in a second. I remember you said something that you felt that. Did you say you felt that the government might be preparing for kind of a Holocaust of our own here in America, something like that, for real, or what?
I think the COVID shot, in a sense, was partially part of that because a lot of people already were saying, oh, it's just going to be a time, like people are going to, die in a couple years just on, it's just like on a timer or whatnot. But I think it's very much, how do I say, integrated with the 5G system because they shot nanographene, right? Which is a 666 molecule. It goes really deep. It's one molecule thick, but it's 6 on each side or something. Either way. So this can get turned on by the 5G, which they've had for forever. They know what that does. They know what the heck that does. So I think they're going to turn people into literal slobbering zombies, screaming BLM and shit in the cities.
What a vision. So Peter Moon has
as they put more money in Soros's pocket, you know what I'm saying? Not a dime going to a black family. Like, screw you guys.
Peter Moon has similar visions of a sort. Before we turn back to George, Amy, now that you're back with us and joined us, please say something. Let's see if you can articulate something before they knock you off.
I know. Well.
Oh God.
Well, at most in the United States, I still feel as if we haven't paid enough attention to what you were speaking of with the Jewish Christopher Columbus trying to eliminate all the natives.
Thank you.
Like, I feel like,
yes,
there are natives that are still on the outs of whatever system is being promoted.
Yes.
Like, we have a large people whose families are here who can't maintain themselves.
Yeah.
So that, to me, like, there's, this idea that, oh, there's going to be another Holocaust. Well, it's just ongoing. It's ongoing abuses, like, economically, treating people socially.
Thank you.
That's just
yes.
Ongoing.
I believe before COVID, democide was if you Googled the leading cause of death, democide, which is like death by your government, was the top one.
Well, it's certainly up there, or can be, depending on the state. I want everyone to know that Peter Moon has joined us. And of course, hopefully, both he and George and I can get some further words in the 15 minutes we have remaining. And Peter Moon, welcome aboard and good morning. I want to introduce you to, you've met Amy Como, you of course know Nemo and George Knight. Aristides is asleep at this point, but I want to introduce you to the lovely young Victoria Lauren Hobbs, who manages a CBD dispensary in the state of Pennsylvania.
I've been listening.
Excellent.
About an hour.
Oh, yeah. So Peter Moon is my co-author, and he needs no introduction. You might well be familiar with his books, but if not, he is well-traveled and certainly, he's a living miracle in terms of physical health. He's very disciplined with his martial art, Tai Chi, and there you go. And anyhow, Pete, welcome aboard. What's on your mind this morning?
Well, you were talking about... it's good to hear people talking about buttered tea, but
yeah, she loves it. Vic loves it.
Yeah, this is actually butter from a yak that they drink.
Yeah,
from a
nice.
Yak.
Wow. Yep.
I don't know that the buttered tea I had in the Nepalese restaurant in Queens was from a yak, but I should have asked. But you were talking. What are the apocalyptic visions I had? You just alluded to.
Oh, she was talking about. She feels. And
I heard what she said.
Yeah. Okay. So she has this vision of a bunch of slobbering masses shouting BLM, and you have mentioned before that the Black Lives Matter has certainly been abused as as kind of a battle cry, and so I felt that you had some apocalyptic visions that were somewhat similar in regards to.
Well, I don't really have apocalyptic visions. I think that what she said, and she kind of alluded to it later, is that it is already happening. People are already slobbering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So-
BLM just means burn, loot, and murder.
Burn, loot, and murder. Shit.
But we don't hear about
That's a good
BLM
acronym.
anymore. We don't hear about it in the news. It's not in the news anymore.
Of course not. You mean the what?
Yeah, we do have to be careful. We do have to self-censor to it.
I know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Understood.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh my God. So we were discussing 9/11 before then, because
I heard that. I heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty chilling.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And of course, so aside from that, yeah. So there you go, Peter. And so you yourself, would you feel that you have any? I mean, obviously, I have apocalyptic visions. I feel, of course,
Yes,
we're headed.
you
towards
have
it.
apocalyptic
Yeah.
visions.
Yeah.
I agree that there's something to be ferreted out there with the apocalyptic visions that you have.
Yes.
Because the work I do with Dr. Anderson,
Yes.
or try to do with Dr. Anderson, with his work, is about time control and time manipulation. That is apocalyptic by nature because it's the end of time.
Yes.
So they tie together. They all of the threads that I'm working with, they tie together. So apocalypse, which means the apo is the uncovering, calypso, uncovering of Calypso, the goddess from Ogijos, where Odysseus went, which is in the Atlantic. But Kali Ipso, Calypso, if you break it down into Kali Ipso, it's Kali, the goddess of time, the Hindu goddess of time, and Ipso is bifacto. So apocalypso is uncovering of the goddess of uncovering the goddess.
Okay.
And that's I guess what you call a phenomena that I've been concerned with. But it's not necessarily, people get visions of the Tower card in the tarot, everybody's losing their hair or something, and dramatized. And that's, of course, what you see in the Vox Arca, Douglas.
Yes.
You see these dramatic, horrific occurrences.
Yes.
And it's, the world's being torn apart, torn at the seams. And this is something that occurs every day, as Victoria was saying. This stuff is going on all the time, and there's varying iterations of it. Certainly 9/11 was apocalyptic you know, in its own way. But I was very relieved when it happened, not when it first happened, but the way President Bush came out and reassured everybody. In other words, what I'm saying is not that he's a good person or anything like that, but it could have been a lot worse. He could have they could have put the screws on everybody and say, no, you're not going to get your insurance back. You're all going to be screwed. And he didn't do that. They could have made it far worse than it was. I guess they just did it for whatever greed they were gaining from it and control. But they could have just slammed the brakes on civilization right there, made it much worse. That was always what I thought. They had a chance and they didn't do it.
Okay. I mean, or at least didn't do it to extremes that were noticeable to the general body politic. I mean, certainly the Department of Homeland Security was formed. We had the beginnings of a different kind of exploitation of Guantanamo Bay. There were certainly things that happened, but it was not interfering with the lives of the normal individual. So I understand what you're saying. We certainly did not go into a full police state mode. They certainly did not start persecuting Muslims, which could easily have been done, and the overwhelming majority of the American population would not have complained. But, you know, they chose instead to, as Peter says, really kind of go loose with it because, well, after all, having been involved with the perpetration of the crime, they really realized there was no external threat. That would be one way of looking at it. The most cynical way of looking at it, yes. Yeah, such being said...
What do you mean by external threat? Like, who would be the external threat?
They are the external threat.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
But I was talking from their perspective. Who's the external threat?
Yeah.
Exactly. They don't want to point the finger at themselves. So.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah. But they were saying it was Saddam Hussein or you know, originally the the perpetrators, and it was Osama bin Laden, and somehow this vague connection to Saddam Hussein that it got twisted into by the Bush administration through pretzel logic. But yes, the real perpetrators were the Saudis, the Israelis, and the Bush dynasty.
And us.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just chilling. So obviously they realized since they were involved in it up to their necks, there was no need to really worry about following up with any pull all the brakes the party's over. They knew they had done it, so just tell everybody we're after the bad guys, and I mean that took balls. I mean, Bush Jr. Standing there said, "And those who brought down these towers will hear from all of us. I hear you. I hear you. And those who brought down the towers will hear from all of us."
He's the worst.
Yes. Oh God, he
was the worst, man. He was the worst. He was so annoying.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. He needs to bleed with every step he takes in terms of